DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Hello, welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. We're here over on the Earth stream, ready for another day jam-packed full of Dota 2 action. My name is Noman, I'm joined by T-Gov. T-Governor, what was the first thing you thought when you woke up this morning?
That when I look at myself in the mirror or on a camera, I look like I'm always sad because my mustache goes down like this, which makes my face profile look quite negative. And I don't know how to fix that because I like my mustache, but it does make me look sad quite a lot. So that was,
Interesting. Have you considered cutting smile lines so that you can maybe like swing it up a little bit into your mustache, little triangles in there? I think that would work.
I was thinking that. Or if Edge won the entire tournament, I'd just get rid of the entire beard. I think it's a real close 50-50.
That's fair. That is a really safe bet, I think, because Edge aren't doing great at the moment. But it's been a little rough for some of these teams. And of course, we'll get to see some of these teams down in the lower side of things because that's what we do here in the Earth stream. We look at the bottom of the barrel, and OG LATAM unfortunately are at bottom of the barrel at the moment, which is a shame because I think they've shown some very good progress. I mean, they shouldn't be sad about 2-6, I don't think, but at the same time, I think they could be doing better than this. They did drop the ball yesterday. They've dropped the ball a couple of times, which is obviously why they're down here, but I think they can take wins if they just like lock in a little bit, really smooth things off. What else strikes you about this group, AT, Governor?
Of course, we have the top two teams in the group, Aurora and Enigma Galaxy, right? Both of those teams haven't got automatic invitation yet to the Esports World Cup. So the fact that they're looking to potentially top their group, bag an extra 600 points, then get themselves to the second group stage for another 600 points if they win that, and then get onto getting the big points for the playoffs. It's like there is a chance that they can still get that 6th, 7th, 8th spot depending on how well they go. So I think for those two teams, like they can see the path ahead of them, right? And which is exciting if you're either of those teams fans.
Yeah, you want to be getting out of these groups, and you want to get those EPT points. They're very, very important for your qualification to the Esports World Cup, which is what it's all about with these circuit tournaments. And of course, we've got Group B over here as well on the other side. Oh wait, no, never mind. This is still the same group as before.
We have combined the groups. If anything, we've just added OG LATAM twice to the bottom of.
yes. I have now noticed that's what's happened here. It's there we go.
There we go. So, sorry. Yep, fix that one.
Nothing to see here. It was
just double checking. Paravision.
You're just going insane.
Gaming Talon.
Yeah, this is all.
Yeah. All right, we're good. All right. What's shocking here, Nomad?
What's absolutely shocking here is that Yakult is in second. Don't spoon feed me the answer. I'm not baby. Yakult is in second place.
Have you seen how you're dressed, mate?
I feel like it's giving more like a old dementia-laden man than baby, to be honest. But also could be the same thing. Yakult Brothers in second place at 6-2. I don't know how that's happened. I haven't been watching them, to be perfectly honest, because they haven't been on much on our stream. But we get to watch them in our second series. I'm very excited for that. It's going to be them versus Flips of Talon, two teams which have a very real chance of getting through this group stage. So that's going to be pretty exciting. Of course, Falcons and Na'Vi Jr., I think, being down in the relegation zone, the red zone, is also pretty scary and pretty unfortunate for them.
Yeah, and of course we're looking at the team slot allocation, right? We keep yapping on about, the teams trying to get that invitation, right, through this tournament. That is the 6th, 7th, and 8th position on the leaderboard is still up for grabs. Tundra, they are currently in 6th place with like 7,000 points, and they're not at this event, but they also lost 20% of their points because they left this event, right? Because they got punished for, not turning up. So there is technically a world where they could, if the correct teams all won in a certain way, force Tundra out, but it's so unlikely, hence why they did just dip out of the tournament. But of course, it is so critical that we are seeing the teams here try their best to get that first place, because the first place, like we said before, first in a group, first in the tournament, that will get you enough points to get through to the Esports World Cup. You just need to get to, of course, winning the entire thing. So a Yakult that's currently doing really well, a Talon that's, middling in the groups, right? Like getting some wins here, stamping your authority in the tournament as early as possible and try to be favorites is your best chance and only chance to instantly get to the Esports World Cup. So yeah, the schedule for day 3, the schedule for day 4, every single day for the teams that aren't already invited, it is so critical, as they can still make it if they win it all.
Absolutely, and now we can take a look at the schedule for today's matches. So as mentioned, we've got OG Latam versus Extreme Gaming, both of these teams needing to pick up a win to get out of the dreaded red zone and make it through to the next group stage. And you've only got 2 days left of this group stage, so it's really important to start getting some wins. Meanwhile, over on the second game, we're going to have Flips to Talon versus the Yakult brothers. Yakult brothers in a decent spot. Want to keep that going. Flips to Talon, they are on the edge. They are just on the edge of this, the very bottom of the successful teams. And then, of course, we've got the second 2 series of the day 2, which is going to be Aurora Gaming and Extreme Gaming, and then Edge and Flips to Talon.
Yeah, it's quite a turbulent day for sure. But, I think keep it simple, right? Let's focus on what we have right in front of us, right? That's OG Latam versus Extreme Gaming. If you were on the mainstream by any chance and you heard my emotional plea for K1 to buy a Blink on Sven, but I think it's the small things with OG where they feel like a team that at any minute can beat someone, but as soon as the enemy researches them and understands their play style, they will struggle to win a best of 3. So it's like, if you don't respect this team, sure, they'll beat you. But if you respect them and do, your due diligence, a little bit of prep work and stuff, you're probably going to be in a very healthy spot because they're too chaotic. And when I say too chaotic, it's like chaos often can help win a game of Dota. But when that chaos isn't fine-tuned with the safety measures, that insurance policy where a bad fight can lead to something else. Like, they don't really have the plan Bs ever installed into their game plan, it feels like. So they have to win by snowballing, or they just kind of eventually lose a game at the moment until they find that kind of spark at some point.
Yeah, and that spark, it's got to come from within. You can't be relying on your enemy team to making mistakes, especially as you go deeper into the tournament. I'm not saying that's what they've been doing, but also, I mean, they do play the game, they do make plays, it's just always a little too quick or a little too slow or a little disconnected or like not quite taking the fights in the way in which I feel like they should be. And, this is sort of stuff which can be improved on. I do like the fact that they have life, they do try to make things happen, which is good for them. But yeah, it's not the cleanest team, and I think that's the reason why they are where they are. And then, of course, Extreme. We haven't seen a lot of them play. We haven't really gotten to cover a whole lot of Extreme over on this screen. But I mean, they've been doing okay. Not awfully, but not quite good enough to be in the top half of their group. 3 draws, which I think is a pretty interesting position to be in. They've drawn against Boom, Bet Boom, and Team Liquid as well. So yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts on Extreme at the moment? Obviously, I don't think you've seen much of them either.
They're, again, of course, Arme being the big carry, of course, the kind of the connection from China to Western Dota, but he is quite turbulent. I feel like sometimes he has games that feel like he is a very good carry, and in other games he's like stuck in this farming pattern where he's not really joining his team, then like he picks up an item and he's not ready to fight. Like I got to cover him a lot at Blast Slam, and a lot of the Extreme gameplay was just like, it felt very just disconnected. Like I said, it's like you pick up this big item, and rather than joining the team and having this like big moment to break down your enemy, it was like he gets picked off, you waste an item here, you waste an item there. Like, it was like, and then on the next game, they're playing like flawless Dota, and it looks amazing. And it feels like that's the theme of Extreme, right? Because also they are a team that's been automatically invited to Esports World Cup, right? Because they won the Asian Champions League, right? Which got them their automatic invitation. So it's like they're here, they're not competing for the EPT points, they're not competing for anything to try and get themselves to the World Cup. They already got there because they are, technically the best in China. They did beat Tidebound 3-2 in that grand finals, but they're so volatile. They can go from beating Tidebound 3-2 to, losing to some random team that probably should never lose to. So until they find that consistency, I'm a little worried for them. And I honestly feel like Tidebound's like, if we talk about Chinese Dota for a second, I feel like Tidebound on average is the better Chinese team from the region. So them getting that automatic invite is just having one good grand finals compared to having a good year. So I don't think you should be baited by the fact that you are seeing Extreme at the Esports World Cup, because they still have a lot of work to do to become a competitive team.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see them play, excited to see them kind of get into game, and excited to see them draft, which is fortunate because the draft is happening right now. So let's jump into it and see exactly how this first game is going to go. OG LATAM, again, they really, really need a win. It's getting critical at the moment. If they have another 2-0, then things are out of their hands. They might just be eliminated if things don't go their way in the next few games. So, yeah, very critical that they start to pull out some wins against Extreme here. Extreme, of course, doing okay at the moment. They could be doing a bit better, could be doing a bit worse. We'll see if they can make it through to that second group stage.
Extreme Gaming's turn to ban.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because when you've already got that qualification slot to EWC, it's sort of weird, because you don't have the same impetus to be like, oh, we absolutely must qualify, we absolutely must, play our hearts out here, but then also the pressure's gone, and some teams respond really, really well to that.
It's very important. Again, that's why it's so confusing for Extreme, right? Because it's like, Tidebound got the invite to TI, Extreme beat Tidebound in the Asian Challenger League to get the invite to Esports World Cup, so now for the counterpart for both qualifiers, their biggest opponent has already been invited, so like you expect to see them both get there, right? It's like, yeah, a very, very little confusing situation right now for kind of Chinese Dota. But normally I think a region looks good when you have one team dominating. The fact that they have 2-3 teams all kind of struggling to be number one, and then also struggling to be like holding their own on the top stage is, again, it scares me. We are just in a really dark era for Dota at the moment in regards to the European dominance. I think competitive Dota is best enjoyed when we have the flair of a South American team making the top 6 or top 8, Chinese Dota making it to grand finals. Like, we are kind of in this like kind of European club era, which I hope can change at some point, but we shall see. We are also looking at the two teams that, if they find the correct information, the correct kind of the groove, then these could be the two teams that we potentially are talking about, breaking that kind of status quo. It's quite a journey to be able to get there.
It is, yeah, it is. They got a lot of work to do, got a lot of improvements to make before it's sort of a real consideration. We're going to start things off with the A coming out for Extreme, and then OG LATAM immediately going in with the Terrorblade. Makes a lot of sense. TB, pretty good hero against the Ancient Apparition. You've got the ultimate Thunder, which doesn't really care about the Ice Blast. So it's a nice little counterplay. A, though, such a good support. So much damage, and of course the Ice Forte is going to amplify magic damage against the TB, so it's not like a hard counter or anything like that.
Loading up my notes, I'll be honest in a minute. Give me a minute.
Yeah, you're a good mate. We can take a look at these bans. Venomancer banned out by OG LATAM is really interesting. The first phase Venomancer is strange, to be perfectly honest. Baden also going to be taken out of the pool by Extreme.
Yeah, so I'd say the Venom is always a respect towards Extreme, right? Because they play it both mid and 4, and the fact that they can flex a hero so annoyingly, and we know the strengths of jungle Venom, right? But I think Extreme is one of the best teams at drafting it, and it always being annoying. But like, a Paravision will draft it if they see it. Extreme will draft it because it's available. So they really that is kind of the biggest W available in any draft.
Do love some flexibility, especially when it's on something weird like a Venomancer or something like that. So
yeah,
take that one.
The off meta flex.
Wants to deal with that. All right, we're gonna get Ember, Sand King taken out of the pool from OG LATAM. Meanwhile, Extreme get rid of the Pango, the Kotl. So yeah, it kind of makes sense. It's something which I think OG LATAM could be really strong at playing with. I think it makes everybody's map moves just so much simpler. It's really OP in that regard.
5 seconds remaining.
You just make your game really, really simple. What do you want to pair up with this TB? You want some brawling, you want some damage, and there you go. Tiny comes out, gives you exactly that. A lot of brawling, a lot of damage. Just a big guy with a big stick. Now, do we get the army hero soon? Now, maybe? Or are we going to save it a little later on? They do have the pick into 2 bans slot, so they could just save their carry for there. And when do you want to grab your XM hero as well? You've already seen the Terrorblade, so grabbing something which can just deal the magic damage to threaten TB, it's always going to be tempting for Extreme. And I know that XM plays a lot of heroes which can do that. Ruling magical fighters.
Extreme Gaming's turn.
Alright, so immediately we have Centaur and Shadow Demon coming in. Got Centaur and Shadow Demon coming out for Extreme Gaming. That's going to give you some pretty good initiation. Centaur going to be able to follow up as well with a nice stomp, nice stampede. And in case you're wondering, T Governor is briefly disconnected, but hopefully get him back in as quickly as possible. But going to be some Nomad solo draft analysis for a bit. That's right, folks. Strap yourselves in. Real hard-hitting analysis is coming in thick and fast now. Don't ask my MMR. It's not important. Just trust me. It's a much better way to do this. Centaur is, of course, giving you that front line, giving you the run at you potential, which I think is really good versus TB. Like, you can always theorize about magic damage into TB, about trying to take him down. And sure, theory's great and all, but you still need to be close to him, and he's got the range. He's usually got himself a Hurricane Pike, you know, he's keeping his distance from you, so the first step is to get close to him. The second step is to do the magic damage, and Centaur's going to take care of that first step beautifully with both his Blink In, Stun, and Stampede. Shadow Demon, meanwhile, I kind of dislike. I think you're just sitting here now with a Shadow Demon Ancient Apparition support duo. It's going to force you to be very brutally on the rest of your cores, which is sort of a risk. I don't know how well that's going to work for them. It just always makes the game harder. If your only initiation is coming from a core, you don't really get to second guess yourselves. It forces you to commit very, very hard to every single fight. You never get to just throw somebody in and then watch them die like you do with the clockwork. Which sounds kind of messed up. Sounds like a nasty thing to do to someone, but it's very strong. Not going to be any baits, not going to be any switcheroos. OG Latam, they recognize that and they will go for their Warlock. Love this hero. One of the biggest plays of the tournament was made by OG Latam with this hero, with Sand King. Of course, Sand King banned out earlier on, but they can get something similar. Start to split up that damage. Really put some pressure onto Extreme Gaming.
5 seconds remaining.
Another pick about to come out here for OG Latam. And of course, you secure your safe lanes when we look at the lanes as well. I guess we have to look at the lanes as well. Yeah, you secure your safe lane with the Warlock. He's going to throw out them heals onto the Terrorblade. Terrorblade should be absolutely fine because of that.
Extreme Gaming's turn to pick. Weaver.
And now Weaver as the next pick. He's a good hero, good bully. I don't know where they're running this though. I suppose it's a support pick. I'm assuming TB. I mean, they could carry it like Hector Weaver. Everybody remembers the 13-minute Gleipnir on Hector. Fourth pick now for Extreme. I'm kind of down for the Weaver carry, you know, like I feel like it can be annoying, but there's a Slardar coming out and that makes it a little less exciting. If you get that ulti onto the Weaver, he's going to have some trouble. Corrosive. Gonna give you that vision onto the Weaver no matter where he is, and if you do catch him, you can squish him very quickly. And now we're going to see some carry bands coming out from OG Latam and some mid lane bands coming out. Actually, nah, they probably run the tiny mid. I'm not sure what OG Latam want to do. They were against Tim, so they got a taste of tiny support. I don't know if that's what they want to...
Nomad, am I back?
Oh, my son. Hello. You've returned to me.
It's been a long time. No, okay, so basically, for the first time in literally forever, the whole neighborhood just lost power. No idea, never seen that before. It was great.
Interesting.
Everyone's out there in the
street with candles.
Yeah, everyone's in the streets like, whoa, what's happening? You know, yeah, exactly.
Candles in the middle of the day, but it's just what you got to do when there's a blackout.
I called up some people. I was like, "What's happening? Have you got power?" They're like, "No, we don't have power." And I'm like, "I'm trying to work." And it's like, "So am I." But okay, what up? Sorry, my apologies. I've never had a full power cut before like that. That was quite scary, quite weird. The whole house just kind of made a big snapping sound. Yeah, thank you. I hope so.
If you disappear again, then we'll know what's happened. But hopefully you'll be okay. Yeah, we got a draft, T-Governor. I've already given people a hard-hitting analysis, so you're all good. You're off the clock.
Okay, thank you. Because also, just to confirm, I haven't heard anything you said. Crazy.
Yeah, so don't repeat anything I've said. Okay, be very bad at your experience.
I will skirt around that. I would say that right now you're probably favoring Extremes draft by guessing.
Didn't actually say that yet, so.
Sorry. But they're picking Medusa because they banned Anti-Mage. Very, very cool.
Very nice.
You know what? I'm just gonna take a step back. I feel like you've done such a great job doing this draft. I'll let you close it as well. I'll save my thoughts.
Let me bring it home.
Yeah, man, my apologies.
All right, if you come up with any forehead ideas, then feel free to jump in. But yeah, Medusa, she's a slow hero. She's a very slow hero. You're gonna have to be sped up by the center, and this does put the Slardar into the middle lane, which is kind of cool. I mentioned that when you go for these two support duos as well, you're going to need to get some brawlers in your cores, and they've kind of done that with the Centaur and the Slardar, so I'm kind of happy with it. And now, Tidehunter coming out for OG Latam, and that'll be their offlaner pick. Gives them a bit of team fight. I'm not loving this Weaver pick. I don't really see why they went for it, but maybe you just want to go bully some supports. I'm not sure. Tika, I'm tagging you in. I'm asking the expert. What's this Weaver doing here?
I think what you just said, your final closing, statement was pretty much it, right? I think it's trying to bully the Ancient Apparition, right? AA doesn't he likes to kind of play on the side of the lane, pressing Chilling Touch. So if there's a Weaver there, he can always Sakuchi away from the Cold Feet. He can dodge the right clicks, the Chilling Touches. So I think it's just full on lane bully in that regard. And then you have the combo, right? The Gush plus the Swarm, like a lot of negative armor paired with the Fatal Bonds and the explosive damage of Tiny. The whole draft does tie together, but it's all about dominating lanes, playing the early game, right? The Weaver with the Tide, the Warlock bringing life to the Terrorblade, Tiny connecting it all together. Like, the draft, honestly, looks pretty good. It is exactly what you want to be able to play out both early game, mid game, and late game. I don't really see any major flaws of it, other than potentially if you don't play around Ravage and Chaotic Offering and meta correctly, if they're all on cooldown at different times and you never really bring them to the same fight correctly, there could be ways that your cooldowns can hurt you. So that is one thing to think about. But for Extreme, it is just such a classically well-balanced lineup as well, right? You've got the Slardar to do Roshan, you have the Centaur SD to put pressure on the Terrorblade in laning phase, you have the SD to take illusion of the Terrorblade, the big Medusa to be the carry of the game. You don't really care about anything on the side of OG Latam, so I'm actually just so excited for both of these drafts. It feels like they're so perfectly scaling that I kind of want a long game to really see how deep the knowledge of these teams go, because to do justice to both of these drafts, it feels like it should be like a 55-60 minute game minimum.
Yeah, my biggest concern out of both of these teams, and in the game entirely, I would say, is probably Dark Mago. I feel like we've seen so many of these Tinies just fall off, especially in quiet games. And this should be a quiet game. We've got Medusa and we've got Terrorblade, so I'm not really expecting these guys to be sprinting at each other or anything like that. And I think that might be a problem for the Tiny, especially with the supports he has as well, where you've got like Weaver, Warlock. Like, are they really going to be finding kills? I hope so, but I'm not. I think they might be lulled into a sort of stalemate game, in which case Dartmago is going to be the biggest sufferer out of all. Although that said, one of the teams got a Slardar. I don't really know how that hero kind of fares in a quieter game.
Yeah.
Well, you'll find out. I think it's time for the dressing gown to come off, Tika. Don't worry, chat. I've got stuff underneath, but it's just very warm up here right now, so. Sorry, the robe. Ah, and that incredibly awkward moment T-Governor disconnected, so that was absolutely perfect. I thought he was just absolutely throwing me into the deep end without my inflatables on, but no, he has disconnected, so Great timing, T. Thank you for that. As Arme trying to contest this rune here and might actually be successful in doing so. 4 runes for Extreme. That is a start, but if Arme dies, they'll be able to make something out of this at least on the side of OG Ladam. But he's so fast. Look at him go. He's just going to get it back up the tower. The right click's coming through. The wand. Arme, he's going to live. He gets the bounty rune and he gets away. That is crazy. Oh my god. Well. This sucks for them. They're now starting the lanes with like no money. They didn't get any bounty runes. Well, I know what you do now. They're on the struggle bus. Gonna be starting at a lane disadvantage for sure. I mean, it's one of those things where you don't want to make too big a deal out of it because strong lanes can still make up for missing on bounties, but it does make a difference. I think missing one bounty is kind of like, meh. Missing all the bounties is, you're not having tangos coming out if you've planned for that. Misho gonna get turned to ice. But yeah, as mentioned, his job is to bully Poloson. Poloson trying to get the pull off here onto the ranged creep, might just be able to do so, but Misho's nearby. Will do his best to kill that one. As Illich is going to get a bit of farm under his tower. I'm interested to see how this middle lane goes as well. I feel like this could be really bad for Tiny if XM starts to get the bully going. I don't know, Tiny, he's extremely low armor hero. When he's under his tower, he feels okay, but the moment he gets out of that protection, that is 0 armor hero. Slardar, he's all physical, baby. He's really going to crack down on this Tiny's rocks. I always feel like Mago could have considered starting with a... Ooh, missing that range creep as well. Could have started with a Ring of Protection, honestly. It's not often I'd ever say that about a mid Tiny. Like, it's bad, for sure, but, Slardar is just going to do so much. Already, look at this, 12 and 5 on the last hits. Tiny, 8 and 2. It's a pretty significant difference. And XM, first blood happening up in the top lane. As Hector does go down first, but kills off Jinkyu immediately afterwards, but he doesn't get the first blood, so overall that is a pretty big win for Extreme. Jinkyu just about clutching up and getting the kill first. XM is really cooking this middle lane. Bottom lane, Poloson very low, will be falling, but a return kill for Arme wouldn't make it too bad, but Melisho, he's got himself the Fairy Fire, so he's going to be okay. And that might have been the Lotus as well. Actually, no, Lotus still available, so Melisho can go grab that one up and feel very happy about things. Good kill for OG Ladam down here.
You know who else is happy, Nomad? Not me,
not
not my neighborhood with their power, but it's fine. What up? We're back.
Did you hear the point you left, by the way?
No.
Oh, I said, I'm getting warm, so I'm going to take my dressing gown off. And then it was just silence, and I was like, well, I've got stuff on underneath, and then it was still silence, and I was like, oh, well, you're being very awkward. I guess I'll just continue with the cast, and then I got the message that you'd disconnect, so I was like, oh. You were just absolutely, absolutely screwing me over in the cast.
I promise you I wasn't, I promise you.
I appreciate that.
No, it's actually really scary. It's like this, basically the whole power, the whole house, because like everything gets auto turned off. It's like a loud electrical snap. Ooh. So now it's happened twice. And I'm like, yeah, I'm very spooked, but don't worry guys. Who cares about my safety? We got Dota to watch.
Yeah, we got Moose getting cooked up by Jinky right here as well. 6 stacks of poison.
It is level 1 poison. 7.
Oh, wasn't enough.
I'm sorry. Yeah, level 1 poison. It really is quite a...
Yeah.
It's as bad as my power, it seems. Wait, hold on a second.
Hold on.
That's another team in the Liquids facility. Extreme's there too. Bro. It's very busy.
Yeah, I bet. I hope they got a good cafeteria to fit all these players in.
Okay, looking at the last bit. Of course, I need to quickly update myself. it does seem like everyone's pretty content with the start of this game. No team has truly pulled ahead. Kind of hitting their stride.
Yeah, mid lane is kind of where the biggest sort of disparity is appearing, as XM is doing good work, but nice rotation in from El Misho here. Mago coming in. Oh, doesn't quite have enough mana for the toss though, and XM might just escape this one yet. He gets himself away, survives a Weaver gank, and lives for now. Mago will be happy with that one.
I think that, yeah, the main thing there is we expect Slardar to have slightly more CS than the Tiny, but the fact that Tiny is, what, like a creep wave or two away from catching up, this rotation from the Weaver is what you need. Send the Slardar back to base, give Tiny a couple, you know, not a couple minutes, but like a minute of uncontested farm in the mid lane. Yeah, we'll see if XM can maybe find a kill on the Tiny. And now Moves is rocked up to help him.
Yeah, everybody's here to help out Mr. Tiny, but also Palooza coming in to help out XM. But if XM gets sent, I mean, actually, he might just be dead. He's got the Fatal Bonds upon him. The Imps are coming. Paulson getting beaten down as well. He gets the bug off him and will just about survive. Look at them trying to deal damage to this catapult to deal damage to XM. Guys, it's level 1 Fatal Bonds. It's not going to do it.
And the real question is, what does XM do now, right? Weaver came in, forced him to base. He TP'd back to mid, Warlock sent him to base. He's trying to get a kill on Moose, and
yeah, that's gonna work out.
I did not expect that to be the option on the cards, right? But yeah, just walks up, sees an out of position Warlock, and yeah, if the Warlock doesn't die there, the Slardar is so despair. But the fact that he gets a kill before going to base, all right, XM, he's content, not happy, just content.
Yeah, he's kind of, I mean, he was kind of doing so well at mid that he's kind of now just letting things even out against Mago, which, you know, also feels bad when you've done so much work to sort of win the lane, to then just have it nullified is kind of bad.
The thing is though, Slardar mid is kind of the equivalent of like a Huskar mid in certain matchups where Huskar with a laning lead wants to keep reminding the enemy like, hey, I'm ahead, I got the counter. Slardar into Tiny is kind of the same logic, right? It's like you want to keep bashing him, keep putting him to low HP. So one support rotation really helps a lot on Dark Mago though. He rotates the top lane.
Yeah, Jinkyu should be dead here. They'll need a little bit more, but they will find it with a Shadow Word upon him. No chance of survival. Will just be a pretty clean kill onto Jinkyu and back towards the middle lane. DD used effectively by Dark Mago.
Nice move. In general, the early game here from OG Latam is pretty nice, right? Like they identified the need to shut down the Slardar, the supports have rotated in. Then Tiny goes, thank you for helping mid, let me quickly go and help you top. So, yeah, nice moves. CS-wise, they are all kind of farming at the same speed. There is no, I think, crazy really happening between the courses. Moves again. Finds himself in the river next to a Slardar. That is not the place you want to be.
Certainly not, but at the same time, they are able to kill off Jinkyu, and Paulson not particularly looking healthy either. Mago looking in, but can't quite finish the job, as XM will just keep his support safe. He's got the 6, but he's really struggling to make anything happen with it. He really needs that Blink Dagger as the stun just goes wild. Mago, absolutely fine.
Yeah, luckily for Musa, his team was all around him. Of course, he knew that. So when I say lucky, it's more of a bait, not luck. And yeah, just again, the early game damage of the Warlock, Tiny, even the Weaver is really hurting the low damage supports of the SD and the AA. Like they do not gank the map. They don't make these quick plays. They're very level dependent supports, right? Like you kind of want multiple points in poison. You need the Ice Blast on the Ancient Apparition, which in fairness, he did just hit level 6 on the AA at minute 9. So he's ready to fight. Like, weirdly enough, I did not pay attention to how AA got 6, but I guess he just
he helped
stuck around for a kill. Yeah,
quite a while.
Right. Okay.
Just hanging out in the middle lane.
Throwing the ult top lane.
Zentor, yeah, throwing everything onto Hector, and they will bring him down. And nice moves out. That is what we expect. Jinkyu with the setup, and XXS with the follow-up, but at that time it was really just XXS running at them as XM going pretty deep for that kill, and it's going to cost him. He will die in the middle lane. They're just not leaving him alone. 3 heroes camping the middle lane, trying to shut out this Slardar. They're kind of recognizing that Slardar is their tempo hero. He is going to be that barrier between them and the Medusa, and if they can take him out and shut down his game, then it's going to make it much easier to put pressure on the Medusa in the mid game. I think that's a great call.
They do need to try and find some additional pacing. Do you think Terrorblade is gonna? Okay, no, it's not. Why would I suggest this? I was like, do you think Terrorblade will do like a Manta Diffusal type build, and then soon like after like a Hurricane Pike? But no, he's not. He's just going for the traditional option.
I'm glad you said that because I was
Dragonlance.
thinking of saying it, but I didn't want to sound silly. But I'm glad
That's
that you're having
fine.
the same thoughts as me. That's good.
I like to entertain all the builds. You know, sometimes players will do this, but then I was like, it's K1. He would never buy a somewhat sacrificial item that will stall out his
Yeah.
big plan for the carry.
He plays for himself, that is for sure. Another day, another round of mana drafts, all across the board.
When do you think the patch is coming? Everyone keeps asking, but I've never asked you.
Well, I'm not going to ask you because, you know, obviously you know because you work at Valve.
For legal reasons, I do not. If you are listening, Valve, and you are thinking I'm parading this knowledge and this lucrative role, no, I'm not. Okay, anyway, back to you, Nomad.
Yeah, I'm hoping Thursday. You know, Thursday's often patch day, so I'll go Thursday.
Okay. Good hope. It's always like this. That's like, if anyone ever asks you, Thursday's always the best day, you know? It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe this Thursday, maybe next Thursday. All the Thursdays. Why not a patch every Thursday?
Patch Thursday, yeah, let's go back into development mode.
Yeah.
Now, looking at Arme here, don't know if this is possible, although they've got the high ground, although Illich is making this super obvious.
Dragging the entire creep wave, like, alright, lads, let's go look.
Elmisha's like sneaking up, being like, alright, we got eyes on the enemy, and Illich is like, yeah, I'm coming. Oh, no, okay, alright. Well, back to the tower. We will take this tier 1. And Arme gets himself away to this lovely, lovely stack in the jungle, so it does look like Arme has been a little bit better looked after than Hector at the moment. Hector, of course, having a death to his name as well, meaning that, yeah, Arme's going to be winning the carry drag race at the moment.
Not only that, I think the offlane is such a talking point here. The fact that the Centaur already has the entire Crimson Guard, right? Soon to be Blink Dagger. Can the Terrorblade even do damage if they rock up to a 5-on-5? Like, Terrorblade's, he's only a right-click hero. So that could be quite damning for them.
There we go, trying to invade this triangle here as the Golem comes out onto the two of them. Fatal Bond's also coming down, but the return kill onto Elmisha is very quick. Elmisha and Jinq both dead to start this one off as an AA Blast goes flying through, absolutely missing onto everybody. They're going to TP in on this one. They need to help out their Medusa. Toss out from Mago, but in comes XXS trying to save the day, but it's not enough. The damage from Hector, it follows the Medusa and kills her off. Big play from OG Ladam to get themselves into this game number 1. And now a Ravage coming down as well. Yeah, XM, this is not a party you're invited to. Trust me, I'm an expert in that. Dart Mago getting ice feeted up. Then we'll have to back himself away as Bolson, Jesus, he's just being harried up to the high ground here. He's got those illusions on him as well. Hector, he wants him, and Hector will find him. XXS trying to be the bodyguard of the high ground, but they're going to toss him over towards Moose. Moose is like, hey bro, chill, I don't want this guy on my face. Mago still on the run, trying to get himself away. The poison's not really finding him. Dart Mago will be fine, and that is just a huge win back to front for OG Ladam.
Yeah, massive team fight for them, especially because the way they started it, right? Like, they start killing off the supports. Polison on the Ancient Apparition actually doesn't really connect on anything with his Ice Blast. And it's like, you use the Golem, you kill the SD. Sure, the Weaver goes down, but look at the positioning from OG Latam. They kind of like, they go very far away from the Medusa, kind of encircling her. Then they slowly look at their targets, identify, okay, who do we want to go on? I think critically, because the A missed his ultimate, there was no like easy path for, Slardar lock onto that hero, Medusa lock onto that hero, and they just didn't have the fight in them. So yeah, really good stuff from OG Latam, just kind of punishing Extreme's lack of positioning. And with the amount of team fight they have, they could Golem at the start of the fight, and then they use Ravage at the very end of the fight. Like, that is so hard to fight into, of course. And that is where OG Latam, if they can take over the early game, get to the items as quick as possible, and dictate the game, then there will never be an issue of, will the spells be up? Because every time they're up, they should be getting kills. So Extreme, they need to be careful that they don't fall victim to, the pacing of OG Latam. But K1, he's getting surrounded in the top lane as I say that.
Yeah, he's gone. He will get off the Sunder, but death shall come for him. Regardless, you cannot escape. So something interesting happened there where Misho went really, really deep. to steal the Wisdom Shrine. And, you know, that's obviously fantastic, but then they didn't really respond to the fact that no one's playing on the map anymore. And I do feel like that was just kind of a mistake from Hector. I don't know, like, when everybody's missing on the map, you go to steal the shrine, absolutely nobody's there can contest it. Do you not think that they should have had an idea that they were trying to make a play?
In general, that is just a very greedy place to farm, because it's the only tier 1 tower alive for Extreme. Like you said, it's an area that Extreme was already kind of somewhat playing in. And I think other Terrorblade players would have just sent the illusion and then gone to the jungle. So yeah, I think it's a lapse of greediness. Maybe he's expecting them to do something else and has a misread on the map, but yeah, shouldn't really be dying there. As
support. Yeah.
Get an XM kill, yeah.
Yeah, the Shadow Word plus Bugs combination is sort of funny. Look at that damage, just ticking damage until the end of time. He escaped at 15:14 and then died at 15:20. Unlucky. Six and 10. Promising start for OG Ladam. Really good start to this game. A couple of mistakes, but when it comes to the big fights, they have been absolutely on top. Extreme need to find a little bit more space for Arme, a little bit more time for Arme.
Farming towards more farm, right? Because he's going for the Miona build, sorry. And of course, Miona doesn't work on the Medusa, the active, in regards to the proccing of it. Sure, the Maelstrom from the right clicks procs, so he'll have to put that onto a Centaur or Slardar to utilize the active component of Miona, but...
Wait, why doesn't the active work on Medusa?
It's based on the HP, not...
Oh, I didn't know that.
Like damage done, right? And Mana Shield doesn't count. Or at least that's how it worked like a week and a half ago, so yeah. I hope there's been no sleeper patches and I look like a fool, but...
I genuinely didn't know that, that's cool. I like the disparity between these offlaners as well. One of them has a Vlad's and a Pipe, and the other one has a Blink and a Crimson Guard.
Yeah.
Entirely different build, but also very similar.
And as much as I praise the Crimson Guard, it's like... I feel like Extreme have been losing because their supports are dying to the magical burst of the Tiny, right? So maybe the Pipe could have been better, but we'll see for now. Because Extreme very quickly will become independently tanky, with Slardar getting a BKB, SD getting a Glimmer. Like, they'll be able to deal with the magic damage shortly. That's how Misho does get caught.
That's an incredibly greedy swarm coming out from him. He was out there, he turns around and tries to swarm the wave. Like, absolutely illegal gameplay, red card.
That area of the map just seems to be the the bad spot
OG Ladams.
Yeah.
Oopsie zone.
They also, like we're showing on the screen, have a lot of wards in the top corner of the map for Extreme. Like, the middle area is quite dark for them. They're trying to hug the side.
They actually don't know if this is real TB, I think. Like, Peloton, like, they should have just gotten him by now, but they weren't sure if it's real. Now they realize it and they will just kill him, so that was kind of insane.
Yeah, he's very dead, yeah.
I mean, they're watching it for a good, like, 5 seconds there, being like, should we just kill him? Yeah, I guess so. Alright. So Hector goes down again. This thing's getting awkward here. Mago gonna come in. They're still gonna try and take this by Jinky with the disruptions. Try by a little time. XM jumping on the backlines, trying to blow up Moose. Moose trying to get off the golem, does do so, but will finally, actually he's still not falling. Moose finally dies. Now Misho's getting in around the backlines as well. It's just trader supports at the moment, but in comes the Avalanche onto XXS, and with the golem helping out as well, they will be able to bring him down. Double kill for Dart Mago, holding this game together. I doubted you, Dart Mago, and that's my fault. That's on me. You had a great lane, your sports secured your lane for you, and now he is popping off and making plays, and he's going to keep trying to do so, trying to find the toss back onto XM. Doesn't have the best position to do so. Avalanche not going to be available, but the damage is there.
He's dead in base.
Him down.
His body is literally in base on Slardar.
There's a dead fish in Extreme's base.
They have really found a way to shut down the Slardar very nicely. And of course, like you said, it is Dark Mago doing it on the Tiny. You'd think the Slardar having good laning matchup would be able to, create these moments, but the support rotation, everything, just perfectly breaking down the fights, and it's helpful. I think mid Tiny excels when you know you're not the entire fight for your team. When you're the initiator and the control and the pickoff, it's scary. But here it's like, he doesn't have to be the one always starting the fight. It can be the Golem, or the Weaver randomly running in, or the Ravage, right? And then Tiny, using all of that chaos, can perfectly pick the entry to the fight. And that net worth now, Sada, falling behind all the other 5 cores in the game. He is just kind of feels like he's becoming more of like a position 4 in regards to his economy shortly, if he doesn't find a way to keep up.
Yeah, I don't know what that way to keep up is. It's probably finding more fights and more kills, but every time he goes through a fight, it doesn't really end too well for him, so BKB farming might be necessary, which is just a sad position for a mid-slider to be in.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
20 minutes in.
Are fortified.
It's a really good start for OG Lanham still. Sure, Hector's had some bad deaths, but he's got himself an Aegis now, so
Dire's middle tower
should be able to start to put a bit more pressure on the map. Hame will respond to that by running to the enemy jungle. Yes, the build is Manta, Maelstrom into the Aghanims to try to get plenty of Maelstrom procs.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Sounds pretty cool. I'm into it. We'll see how it works out. Not a build I've personally seen recently.
The addition of Aghanims was such a beautiful thing for Medusa. Like, the idea that you can just buy an item to get your old 25 talent it's actually just so exciting, because you see into the mind of the players, like, when is it actually value to have the modifiers? And of course with Maelstrom or Skadi, like Daedalus, any of these items, it is very, very good value, of course. Some Medusa players don't often go for it until like 4th or 5th item, but here, with this build, it does feel like it's pretty good to get as early as possible.
Yeah,
It's kind
like,
of just it's better version of Gyrocopter Axe, right? You get one, I get everything.
the only thing to mention about this is that like Maelstrom does have an internal cooldown. It doesn't show it, but it's like 0.2 seconds or whatever, so you can't do it on every single attack. When you can't do it on multiple attacks, I mean, whenever you do the split shot.
Dire's top tower is under.
Critical thing is just amplifying the amount of chances, right? As OG Latam are already at the 22-minute mark, trying to hit the high ground. That is such a K1 thing to do.
Yeah, K1 on a transformation hero. It's almost like the Ancient has like a 2,000 or like 3,000 aura radius, which Hector, when he enters it, he just pops his... If he's trying transformation heroes, he's playing Sven or TB, it's just God Strength or Metamorphosis every single time he comes within that zone. And just gets drawn into it.
Radiant's middle tower.
But this is really good from them, though. They've taken every single tier 2 tower. They're putting this Medusa onto the back foot. Like, yeah, she's super farmed, but still not going to be able to take a fight here. But they feel like she can. Smoke up. They want to try to get in. And let's not forget, you know, this Maelstrom's going to give you a lot of extra magic damage on Arme, which is going to be very useful against this high armor but relatively low HP pool hero in the Terrorblade.
Stream though, they're smoked up. They have all the items that they need to find a kill. Honestly, they can kill anyone, even the Tidehunter, if they can get the initiation correctly. But holding the low ground makes it a little bit difficult to actually find someone, and Elmisho doing a really good job at bodying the smoke if they were to commit, but they back away very quickly. Extreme might know the fact that if they don't find that entry, fighting is bad, right? Because it's like, if you kill let's say a Weaver, then suddenly the Golem follow-up or the Ravage follow-up is going to dismantle you. They need to get the Terrorblade kill, or the Tide kill, or like a big impactful kill straight away. Of course, Ice Blast is the only reason any of this would be possible.
Yeah.
But saying kill the Tide first sounds so silly, but that is why Ancient Apparition is, you know, one of the best heroes in the game at the moment.
Yeah, he makes anybody a viable target. Here we go, jump in, toss back, it is onto a Centaur. XXS going to get that Lotus onto himself and now pop the Stampede to get himself to safety. Is there going to be any sort of follow-up? I mean, they have forced out the BKB from Dartmouth, so not an empty trade. A BKB for a Stampede.
I just love how OG Latam was itching so much to actually just hit the high ground.
Yeah,
they always like they run there and they're like, okay, maybe not. Now they have to wait for meta again, and they're gonna run back. Next time though, K1 will have the butterfly. Of course, that is one thing that we didn't really mention is the atomization from Ame. He is respecting reflection in some capacity with this build, but with the Manta being able to dispel the reflection, I don't know if he should care too much. And yeah, he's now looking at the Skadi and the butterfly. So he does not really care about that spell at all.
Yeah, a little interested because we're going to have a butterfly on Hector pretty shortly. In fact, I think it's coming out now. A little interested we don't see the Medusa planning in an MKB at any point here. I suppose the Mjolnir gives you some sort of damage through the evasion anyway, but it still feels like the TB's going to have a pretty easy time of things. Not many threats. Elmisha actually going for the diffusal blade after his 4 stuff, so looking to sort of transition into another core. Help them click down this Medusa, help them bully some supports. Could be very value. And yeah, I mean, you've got this TB on your team. You can sort of afford to play at this slower pace. However, Illich is walking in a really weird direction here, and he is going to get caught out, but gets a Ravage down onto 3 before he dies, and he's still holding his ground. Will finally drop, but he's got a lot of damage off in response as Paul Olsen's already dropped from this, and the TB illusions well actually stolen, almost killing off El Misho. That was the Shadow Demon's illusions there, turning around and blasting, and Mago tried to go in, but didn't realize his team have kind of left him. He'll be tossed back, though, to try and get Mago out of here, and it looks like Mago will be safe, so really the lack of catch, the lack of lockdown, really hurting Extreme, because they were not in a good position there on the side of Latam OG, but XG just are unable to punish.
A little concerned for OG Latam in the fact that the Terrorblade did go for the butterfly. And with the SD in the game, you're now taking over the Terrorblade and sending butterfly illusions to kill a Warlock or to kill a Weaver, to kill anyone pretty much. And the start of the fight is exactly what you expected to see from Extreme, right? See the big hero, go with the Ice Blast. Of course, XM with the Slardar had the BKB pickups. He was able to disengage from the fight. And look at that. That is my concern here. How easy did that Weaver get shunted out of the fight? What happens next time if the illusions are hitting the Tiny here, right? With the Slardar combo or with the Centaur combo, like the fights could get very, very scary for OG Latam if they don't execute on them correctly.
Moves very carefully, backed himself away from that Tormentor. Wasn't going to die to the Tormentor, but there was an A blast coming in. He read it, he backed himself away, and he lives because of that. So just a nice little heads-up play. Recognizing what's likely to happen. But yeah, it will be hard for the supports. I mean, TB, he can consider, he will get the BKB actually to just try to stand his ground in the fights a bit more, and a byproduct of that will mean that Shadow Demon won't really be able to get those illusions from him. But if the TB ever dies, Shadow 7 is going to be a problem. The problem is the hero has to be killed by Shadow Demon? Okay, well that's going to be, oh no, regardless of distance, sorry. So yeah, that will be a problem if the TB dies in the fights. You're going to have this giga strong illusion to deal with.
The pacing in the game feels like OG Latam are the one that have to decide what to do, right? It's like, oh, my apologies if you can hear that.
Nope.
Nice.
No, you just sound like
this whole power outage thing really is
You got you on edge, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's my mum calling. She's like, "Are you okay?" mean, this game also has me on edge as well. I'm slowly getting more concerned for OG Latam if they don't find a way to kind of at least take a Rax to, you know, take the Roshan, do something to control this phase of the game. They're giving a couple too many openings as they're jumping onto a Shielder and Tiny. That is not the jump you want to go.
Yeah, that is uncomfortable. I mean, the Centaur should be alright. Jinkyu's going to throw out a disruption. He's got the Stampede if he really wants to use it here. There's an anchor attached to his butt as well, so can't really do a whole lot. Almisha trying to poke and prod around the sidelines. It's just a little trade of spells, a little tossing and turning. Nothing big committed to this fight. Not even the Metamorphosis used, so... the smoke from Extreme is interesting. That is an important pickup, yeah.
And Butterfly on the Medusa, the massive items. This is the Roshan fight. This is the... Oh, they got the jump!
It's a good target, trying to blow up Illich straight off the bat, but he still gets off the Ravage and can look for the turnaround now. Finally, Illich will fall, as in the backline, Jinkyu's in trouble as he's being beaten down by Dartmago, but Ame just in the middle of this fight, dishing out so much damage. The arrows are just coming, and where is Hector? He's nowhere to be seen. Finally turning up to the fight, but everybody's dead. He doesn't have a team left. XXS jumps in, gets the stun. Now here's Ame to help out as well. He's going to pop the BKB. He's looking for a stun to target, but with the Lotus Orb, can't do it. So he's just awkwardly sitting around. Lotus ends, goes for the reflection, but K1 Hector has nowhere to go. He's got to run himself back, and they are still chasing. They really want to kill off this Terrorblade, and they might just be able to do it. XM stays on him, keeps going. The whole team, they don't want Roche, they want Hector, and they will find him.
Extreme did such a good job on the supports to cut out that fight. It looked like it was so dangerous at the very beginning because the SD got caught on the initiation, but with the Essence Ring, with the Glimmer Cape, being able to just disengage up to the high ground. We're going to see the highlight here, right? Like, they jump the Tide at the start of the fight. He has to use a Ravage very quickly. It clips the SD, but look at how Jinkyu is able to disengage up the high ground with the burst of heal, the bonus HP. They're just not in a good position on OG Latam, right? Tide's already dead. Weaver's dead to the Medusa. The Tiny's by himself. Terrorblade's on the top side. Like, Extreme, they were together. They were enabling each other, doing the damage. But OG Latam, it was one by one. Tide uses Ravage. Tiny jumps in. You know, everything was just disconnected. And of course, like we said, K1 was not in the fight. They need to play together. They need to use all of their team fight cleanly. The issue is, as the game goes on, that team fight is not matched with big burst damage, right? The burst damage was the Tiny in the early game. The mid to late game, it's Terrorblade right-clicking over the course of, you know, 10-15 seconds to get a kill. Like, he doesn't have a Daedalus or a Skadi or any kind of big-ticket item to kill in the moment. So, yeah, Extreme punishing that lack of burst and just kiting the fight beautifully.
Ame now feeling so strong for the first time in this game. He can step up, he can hit towers. But in the backlines, Amisho's trying to be annoying, trying to cut waves. I don't think they really stand much of a chance of catching him out here. Jinkyu and Moose actually both go through the portal at the same time. Sort of funny. Nether swapping each other across the map, and yeah, Almisho does cut this wave. Ame, he had a creep though, so can get a decent amount of damage up on this 2-2. In fact, maybe even bring it down. Yeah, he can. Nice. This is just a mirror of what we saw when the TB had the Aegis as well. It's so similar in how these two heroes are played, these big Giga carries. Get an Aegis, walk around the map, go click things. We've got a bug catchers on the case. Pest control is here. And it looks like this Weaver's going to be toast. Oh, look how many Weavers Jinkyu has. He's a bug lord.
Yeah. We didn't even mention it. SD does have the facet, right, of creating illusions that die. My apologies.
That's all right.
Kind of hype. Terrorblade dies. Haha! My big boy illusions here.
Yep. Deals 10% less damage, but takes 100%. Well, technically not 100%, but let's just say 100% less damage than the disruption illusions take.
I saw K1 get close to a tier 3. I was worried he was going to pop meta and click it again.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't. Well done, Hector. He's reformed.
Great interview question. K1, why is it when you see a building as a transformation hero, you always seem to transform?
Can't resist.
He saw a centaur.
Yeah, I mean, Centaur is out here, but also inside the base, Illich is getting jumped and just killed off by Arme. He was kind of trying to be the bodyguard to the high ground all by himself, but didn't have a team, and Omisho completely whiffs that. Gets caught out, stomped up by XM, and now they're gone for the tier 3. You need to come home. They do recognize that. Hector is here, BKB available. He's gotta find a way to defend this, and I don't know if there really is one, as XM's gonna jump on him, moves, backing him up, but does not have a golem. Used it over on the top side to try and get that kill, and wasn't even able to do so. This is a really, really tough few minutes of gameplay for OG Latam. They have not responded well to this pressure that's been coming out from Extreme.
It only works if they get the Centaur kill, but
they didn't.
Such an optimistic attempt anyway on such a tanky hero. Now with no meta, no golem.
K1 just buys up for a Hurricane Pike right now, but he doesn't have Metamorphosis anymore, so yeah, I don't think so.
That 55-second timer is going to just really eat at their ability to do literally anything, and maybe XG want to be respectful, but I don't see why they should. Guys, you know it's on cooldown.
Oh my god, Hector! He just bought the Hurricane Pike!
Oh, the
Misha with the save with the Aghanim Scepter! Time-lapse keeps him alive and keeps his spike going. He's just hacking away at the Medusa. Medusa, though, has the Aegis. Hector, I don't know how much you can really do here. They want to at least kill him once, and we'll be able to do that at the least. It's not much, but it's honest work. The Medusa goes down.
Nice blast.
Yeah,
can't enter the fight.
They've actually might have just bought themselves time for Metamorphosis. 15 seconds. 15 seconds is what they need, but these barracks, they will not be staying alive for 15 seconds. That is for sure. One goes down. Melee barracks remaining. They also used every spell at their disposal to try to make that defense happen without a Metamorphosis, and, you know, sure, they managed it, but... Here we go, jump in from the Tiny, but immediately stunned up, and he's just being beaten down now. He can't find the follow-up. Tiny, he's just dead. Jinkyu getting that kill, now moving on towards Illich. Illich is trying to escape. XXS stun available in just 3 seconds. Illich, oh, the Ice Blast, it catches him out. He might just be dead in the fountain. Over on the side, Elmisha's got a vote as Hector trying to find it to Arme. Arme getting low, Arme, oh, he's not gonna drop. He's not gonna die. Unbelievable. GG is called. OG Latam will fall flat in game number 1. Extreme Gaming, they dealt with the pressure coming out from OG Latam absolutely beautifully.
OG Lam, truly the finest. That's my concern for, unexpected error has occurred? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
My power outage is hitting production too. Oh god, they've already left their PCs on OG. Oh my! But I think the key thing is, and like I said in the pre-show, OG Latam feel like they're really good when they have the early game and they snowball it into some type of like mid-game advantage, take early buildings. When you ask the team to take intricate team fights of the mid to late game, where layering the spells perfectly and having that perfect team cohesion is required, they fall flat, and it's very emotional. Like I'm not seeing disciplined fight, I'm seeing just emotional skirmish. And until they change that mentality, they are always going to struggle against these top teams that have that, right? And this fight is specifically the biggest tell that OG Latam right now are struggling as a team, because they have all the fight, they're at the pit, Extreme are in this choke point, yet they still don't win the engagement. Like, the SD should not be allowed to live there, you know, the Tide ravaging, it felt just so disconnected. But on the flip side for Extreme, of course, the way in which they take the fights is so good. I love the fact that Centaur itemizes in this way. He has the early Lotus to threaten the Sunder, he can't use it, and then also get rid of Bonds. He goes for like a Heart, just so he can be super tanky. You then have Slado, who's having a terrible game, yet he still finds the farm to get a BKB at the clutch moments to turn around some key fights. Like, Extreme are a very stable team in regards to playing up against the OG Latams of the world. Not so stable against the other teams, but yeah, Extreme. Very, very annoying in this kind of the mid-pack of the tournament.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, it's a masterclass in dealing with pressure. You know, it's about giving up what you need to give up on the map, recognizing that, yeah, they got the better of you in that laning phase. We're going to be on the back foot a bit, but playing from the back foot perfectly. You know, they're not necessarily going for these big turnaround plays when OG Ladam have everything, when they have the Aegis, you know, they have their Golem. Like Extreme, they're just playing the map, they're keeping their Medusa farmed, you know, they're making sure that Ame's got space, they're trusting in Ame, and they're just trying to find whatever small opportunities they can get. And I think, unfortunately, we have to look at K1 Hector this game, and we have to say, look, you had 4 deaths in this game. At least 3 of those were completely unforced. Like they just were, and like it sucks to say it, but you know you can't have that against a team like Extreme. You just cannot. If he doesn't have those deaths, the TB's way stronger. They can push harder. They can be in a stronger position, hit their timings quicker, and they can win this game. I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe that. You know, it's very rare that I'll ever say that about a team, about a player, but unfortunately in this game, you know, there were just a few of those situations, and yeah, I mean, you know, credit to Extreme, of course, for finding him, for picking him off, but you know, you look at these situations, you just think like, you know, what if that didn't happen? What if he just farmed somewhere safer? What if he'd hidden on the map when you realized they weren't there for the Wisdom Shrine? In these situations, I think Hector could have had a much better game, and I think they would have won. So, you know, that's definitely something for them to look back on, unfortunately. But, you know, they can... that current score is incorrect below us at the moment. It's, of course, Extreme taking game 1. But
wait. Oh, no. Do I have it still open before we go to break? I can fix it. Wait. Oh, no, I can't. Okay, everything's going wrong.
Fixing it. All right, well,
that's not fixing it. Get out of here, get out of here.
Get us to a break, We're done with game 1. We'll be back in a minute for game number 2 of Extreme Gaming versus OG Ladam. We'll see you guys in a bit.
The Arcane Library of Lore Ipsum. Finally, you've arrived. You've been playing Dota 2 for thousands of hours, yet you seek something more. A deeper connection to your beloved heroes. You don't want an analysis of their power, secrets of their magics, explanations of their cosmic mysteries. No! You want lore presented to you in a new light! Each one of your favorite heroes has a past. Boring to them through fate, shaping them into something greater and transforming them into the hero you know and love.
And Venomancer.
Heroes which are cursed to a terrible fate, for in the world of Dota 2, any hero that grows enough in power, skill, and experience is fated to fight to the death, brainwashed by eldritch forces to fight against friends, foes, or annoying siblings. But of course you know all this when you play the Battle of the Ancients every day. But what if we could show you how we got here? Show you the history of how it all began. The grand tale of the ancients, radiant and dire. 2 halves of the same primordial mind, trapped in an endless conflict that spans very creation, trapped in a celestial prison until they're able to burst forth, land on the broken world below a sentient stone, and bend the will of heroes to fight for them. In this world, each hero, through their skills, their strength, or their magics, shot down a path of burning destiny, shaping them into the heroes in ways you didn't see coming. So join us as we explore the stories of the heroes you know and love in a new way you have never seen before. See their stories, their secrets, and know the world of Dota 2. Welcome to Tales from the Lore Keeper, which is me. I'm the Lore Keeper, the Diajoga.
People underestimate just how much these guys need to live this game in order to do well. And I should know. Team Liquid almost wins everything. When a new patch drops, everything changes. Our habits, our gameplay, but with every patch, our lives change with the game. Like literally. After the last patch rolled up, we just woke up and we're like, what the hell are these? Worked out better for some of us than others.
Every morning it's the same. Wake up at 1 PM, hit alarm, and choose the facet for the entire day. You pick the wrong one accidentally, and all of a sudden, the entire day is screwed.
Oh.
Dude, there is absolutely no way you did this crap again. I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'm not a fan.
Misclicking facets can be bad, sure. But some people just have garbage facets. Unlock. Amar, what do you want to do today?
Brother, you can pick one of these 2. Doesn't matter. Anyone is really good.
Snaking, can you please pick your good facet today? Snaking. Snaking. Snay!
Hey Siri, tweet UOG.
Letting players choose their own facets puts a lot of pressure on us coaches. Because, you know, players are idiots.
Allo, Habibi, what is this?
What? This? Bro, I took it for the armor.
Sure, bro, it's only for the armor. You filthy stealing Rubik.
What's the matter if I take 1 kill or 2? At the end, we're one team.
Stop stealing my kills.
兄弟，给我看看你的命使。
兄弟，我只有一个命使，他出 bug 了。我只有一个命使，你知道吗？
兄弟，没有人会想和一个13分钟一起大神玩游戏。给我看看你的命使。
Hey buddy, how are you doing today? You feeling fine? Everything's good? Let's get you a nice haircut, okay? We're gonna make you look pretty. And also your friend can watch. That's totally fine.
You're gonna give this guy the best haircut of his life. Do you know who this guy is? He's Ignition God from Indonesia. The Jakiro God. Look at him. He needs to be look smacked right now.
He needs to be look
smacked right now. Let's go, baby. It's all good in the hood. Run it back. Let's go. Let's go.
Look at that. Oh, we zoomed in on the white wine haircut for whatever reason.
Look at that. That's uneven. I'm so upset with that. I really am. That? He had such nice hair too. That's the worst part.
I've been around for a long time and played a lot of different patches. And to me, new patches, they motivate me. Oh, come on. Yeah, it can be a little demotivating too. My facets suck. At least I got a huge innate.
Hello, don't get up. No, don't get up, don't get up. Why have I been dragged here this evening at such an uncommon hour? I understand we have something the problem. What are we looking at here?
Yes, sir. So we've been made aware of a really big MMR issue.
Losing too many games again, Kev.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not the point. It's a lot bigger than just my matches.
We've done some analysis, and there appears to be a problem with the matchmaking system.
Talking about who formulated this analysis? Was it you?
No, sir.
Well, then who was it?
It was me, sir.
Rupert? You made the analysis?
I can explain the analysis, sir.
No, I want to hear it straight from the centaur's mouth. And Rupert, please explain it to me as you would a Herald player.
Well, sir, the value of MMR is going down.
Going down? What do you mean going down?
In circulation. People just have too much MMR.
Isn't the bulk of this company's holdings in MMR?
Yes, sir. 80% of our assets are in MMR futures.
With our current projections, we've got maybe 2 to 3 weeks before the entire system collapses. We won't make it to the next Crownfall update.
We think it's the Herald players, sir. They lose so many matches that they get down to 0 MMR, and they can't lose any more MMR.
My God.
And it's not just the Heralds. Mr. Canavan has 10k MMR himself.
How did you manage to hit 10k MMR?
Well, after we queued together and got put on separate teams, I told Kev to try his Battle Fury Lion build, and I used my double down token.
It works sometimes.
The MMR is trickling upwards. There's massive inflation going on. See, normally in a Dota game, 5 players lose, 5 players win. It's an equivalent exchange. But when a winner uses a double down token, they create MMR out of thin air.
An MMR bubble, eh?
At this point, Paparazzi is 16,000 MMR.
Does anyone know why I make the big bucks? Because I complain about MMR on Twitter more than anyone else, but I don't really know what I'm talking about, so please tell me, what can we do about this?
We dump our holdings today.
Can we even do that, Kev?
Yeah, but at what cost? It would cause catastrophic losses.
I don't think you understand what Rupert here has just said.
Do you?
Do you? This is it. I'm telling you, this is it. If I made you,
How would you do it?
Well, you start off dumping the subprime accounts, the lowest value ones, the toxic players, the heralds, the North Americans.
Then you go in waves, going up to the Guardian accounts next, because they're going to be heralds soon enough anyways.
But if we do this, it could kill matchmaking for years.
Don't see any other choice. We'll have to pay.
This means losing your account too, sir.
There's always deadlock.
She sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right.
Hello and welcome back. As don't look behind me, nobody can see anything. But we're getting into game number 2 of Extreme versus UG Latam. T Governor, talk to me about this series for a brief second.
We gotta rejoin the lobby real quick, boss. By the way.
Great, excellent start.
No worries. I will take full blame for this, as basically due to my power outages. That's why we were delayed. I'm very sorry, but it's all good. You know what? I'm actually wildly impressed at how perfect that green screen was at just sticking back on whatever Velcro you had or whatever. That was...
It hooks. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, right. My apologies. I had to refocus back for this one. We did just have Extreme beat OG Latam. We are both. I think I can speak for both of us. We're worried for OG Latam in the fact that in the way in which they are losing, they seem to have okay grasps in games, and then just like get out teamed for and then lose the game. So yeah, it is roughy. It is rough. Roughy.
It is a roughie. Yeah. I mean, OG again, like, they're not a team where you're watching them and we're just expecting to get stomped by everybody here. Like, every single game they have is a game, which sounds like a stupid thing to say, but it is actually quite, like, nice to watch them play. It is just a shame that they have, like, these pretty critical failures, which they struggle to kind of correct, and has led to them being in the situation they're in now. But fingers crossed that they can pull it together and they can maybe get a win here. Because I think they can beat Extreme. Like, you know, Extreme are very good. They had a very good idea in that last game. They relied on their timings and they were able to pull through despite their Slardar being completely taken out of the equation. But I still think that the OG LATAM in the right situations could take this game. They just need to be careful to, you know, not fall into any of those traps and to be a bit more disciplined.
Yeah, but that's where discipline is, like, it's so easy to talk about, right? Oh, just be disciplined, just be that. But you need the mentality of all the players and the coach and the team to all kind of match that. And that's not a thing that happens overnight. That is often what teams strive for over the years of their formation. But yeah, such is the woes of being a competitive team.
Indeed, indeed. And we have the draft now available for game number 2. So let's get into it and find out how this one's going to go down. I'll be interested to see if OG LATAM want to pull off the whole hard carry versus hard carry matchup again. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, though. We shall see if they switch up approaches or not. So we have AA being taken out of pool by Extreme this time around. They don't want to let OG LATAM get their hands on it. OG LATAM, of course, have first pick, so they will be able to take their choice out of these strong heroes. It's interesting to me that Extreme favor Shadow Demon over Ringmaster, because Ringmaster was uncontested in the last draft, if I'm not mistaken. So that was just Xingqiu saying, nah, give me the Shadow Demon, better hero. Certainly made it feel that way.
Yeah, it helps when you have, like, key reads for the hero, right? Like, you see Illusion Hero, you see kind of certain aspects, and I think Centaur Shadow Demon is one of the, like, the classic lanes of you never die, you always stack, you apply good pressure. Like, everything SD wants to do, Centaur enables. So
yeah,
that also helps a lot. But we'll see what adaptations are to be made potentially in this upcoming draft. Of course, Venomancer is banned no matter what from OG LATAM in both games.
Apparently so, yeah. Apparently so. One more ban to come, then they get to grab their hero, and they get their choice here. Sanking is available for them if they want to go down that route. We know they like it. Ember gets banned. OG, which direction do you want to go in? The Ringmaster's always tempting, but also when you know that Extreme aren't valuing Ringmaster super highly, it sort of loses its appeal as a first pick. You can get something which they would want it as well, then it always just feels a little bit more valuable.
Beastmaster's available, Darks is available, so many heroes here. Like, Ringmaster was always a hero that you picked second phase. Like, that was never really a first phase hero. Sanking's available as well, yeah.
Yep,
so many big heroes.
That's the one I would have expected. And yeah, Beastmaster banned out, but Extreme, what do they want to grab? Darkseer probably feels like a good option here. They could take the Warlock as well, because you know that OG LATAM definitely want it, so if you don't want to ban it, you could take it here yourselves, but they also have another pick coming up after the bans, so they got a lot of options to take this Warlock away from LATAM if they want to.
Yeah. I also don't know if you need to rush towards picking the Warlock. Picking up big cores is quite nice. They go for the Monkey King, which is like the Mage Slayer hero that can kind of cushion the fight. Also, we saw how Monkey vs Sand King mid lane is, you know, the battle of the sentries, which support rotates in. It's quite a fun little matchup to watch. It's not as just simple as Monkey wins or Sand King wins, and yeah, it's quite a fun one. But there's actually so many options for Extreme to go for. Like you said, like the Darkseer, like the Pipe Buyer, many options. But yeah, Monkey King, good pacing.
Very good.
See what bans they want to go for.
Yep. So what's still in the pool? I mean, we got the Ringmaster still in the pool. We got Warlock still around. Darkseer still here if either team wants to grab that one. The popular heroes last game. Yeah, AA has been taken out.
Dire team ban.
Oh, they actually banned the Centaur from last game, the XXS Centaur. I mean, he had a pretty good game, to be fair. He was definitely controlling up the fights, giving them the team fight they needed as well. Definitely a very strong pick for them.
Yeah, he had an exceptional game.
Yeah, I think he kind of delivered where XM couldn't, XXS could. Just because they put so much pressure on XM. I don't particularly blame XM for what happened to him. Like, he was just sat on by 2 supports at mid. What can you do? But XXS, you know, definitely said, okay, if they want to bully you, then I'll have a free game and I'll make sure that we feel the effects of that.
If the Jakiro ban, they want to try and secure the safe lane. Oh, sorry, the off lane, for OG Latam by taking away the Jakiro. It kind of keeps the Sanking potentially open to be off lane. Like, imagine a world where Extreme picked Jakiro, right? And now it's like Monkey Jakiro could be your safe lane. Is Sanking ever really going to stand his ground into that? It sounds such an awful lane for him. So I like that, but there just isn't enough bans. There are plenty of inevitables, but oh, the Queen of Pain. All right, that instantly screams.
Yeah, that's what the hero does.
Yeah, Monkey King. As I can't stop sneezing is mid. I have no idea if that came through on broadcast or not, but I'm just allergic to Shadow Shaman or something. I guess it's a hard one.
So Tiny's kind of unpicked through this. I don't really think either team cares about it at this point, but you know, was a good hero last game. OG Latam potentially could grab it, but they'll take themselves Darkseer and Sand King.
Yeah. Okay. They're not messing around. They're just picking the cause.
Yeah. Just grab your Warlock now. Just take it. You know, get the one more combo. I'm ready for another Reddit clip. Let's go.
It's like you ever pick the Warlock for the team fight, or you pick like a casual Tusk to already lock in the lane for the Darkseer, right? Like there's then you have snowball saves and stuff. Like, into Monkey King, picking double melee could be a bit bad, but they do go for the Warlock. Yeah, again, no complaints, right? It's we've already seen it how Aurora spoke about the combo. Like, you don't really need to be too crazy to realize how annoying Fatal Bonds is with Sand King, but from stream, it feels like they. I say when we say knew it was coming, they don't really care because they're going down like their own path, right? They've got the Tinker with the tankiness now. One concern for OG Latam, like the last game, was if they don't execute their fight, they are locked into the one fight, right? It's the Golem, the wall, the epicenter. To kill a hero, you have to use a big resource. There's no like underlying kind of cheap damage right now that they can lean on. Maybe like a Puck, a Storm, like this type of hero could create other opportunities for them to take a little fight, then you take a bigger fight later. But at the moment, a lot of their game plan on OG Latam is win this fight at this objective and crush them.
I was going to call for this. T-Gav.
That's why I kept talking. I had an inclination you were going to make a good call, so I was like, I'll keep yapping to protect the integrity.
It's a little bit of a cheat code, though, because we've seen them do this before. You grab the Monkey King, so OG Latam, they'll respond with the Ursa. They'll go for the Facet, which gives you damage based on how much damage you take. They just run around in the Wukong's command. Oh, look at him. He's flexing, bro. He's flexing. Yeah, he's so strong. But yeah, you run around in the Wukong's command, you get loads of damage, and then you shred people. Does it work? It's okay. But you also have the March the Machines down as well now, so a lot of value from the... I think it's the Grudge Bearer Facet it's called. Bear down and Grudge Bearer. He'll have Grudge Bearer this game. So that's kind of cool. Nice little combo. Lane's going to be pretty secure from Warlock. Like, yeah, sometimes you want to grab yourself a killing partner when you're playing Ursa, but also no carry's going to complain about a nice safe lane where they don't have to be aggressive and they can just farm and be healed. It's nice.
It helps because it's a core that doesn't require timing, cooldown, sorry, right? Like, yes, you do have timings to hit the Battle Fury, the Blink, the Basher, eventually a Nullifier to deal with the Tinker, but as long as the Ursa gets farm, he can be the one that starts the fight, goes crazy, and then the Warlock and Sand King don't have as much pressure to use their spells, right? Because the Darkseer Ursa combination is doing a lot already early on. Like Extreme, they don't have like team fight. They have the skirmish. It's the Avalanche here, the Hex there, the play inside the Wukong, but nothing crazy to facilitate the Wukong being the location of the fight, right? So when you think about the 5-on-5 clash, if it is just everyone hitting every spell, you have to go with OG Latam winning the engagement, right? And the final two picks are going to be critical. And they ban out the Brewmaster and Doom on the side of OG Latam because you think Brewmaster dispelling the bonds lifting up a hero, annoying the Darkseer or the Ursa is really obnoxious, and then Doom, just deleting one aspect of the team fight would have hurt them quite a lot. So yeah, I kind of like the 2 bans from OG Latam, but what do they need here? Position 4.
Yeah. Trying to think of what could be good.
They could.
Still Tusk.
I wouldn't mind like a Muerta or something. Like a bit of some silence, a bit more control, better laning. They
Or
take
Nyx
like
actually, kind of cool.
Clock?
Okay, Clock.
You don't see this hero ever.
Not very popular, no. So why have they gone for it this game?
It's the old school reasons, right? Shaman stands still with the shackle, hook shot, you're gone. Tinker wants to step up, boom, hook shot, you're now out of the fight. You have to kind of disengage. Monkey King as well with the rocket flare. Like, it has value, but it really, it's like a double down on, we're gonna win our lanes and control every fight. So Clockwork will make sure the vision and the supports don't get to play the game. But it's all execution based. That's why I'm a little bit worried for them, that even if they have this and all the tools, their execution has not matched the requirement from their draft so far. And actually we have 2 minutes now to pick a most likely offlane. Oh, run it back with the Slardar.
Alright, fair enough. Slardar again coming out, so will be the Jinkyu and Paulson on Shadow Shaman and Tinker. And it'll be the XXS Slardar this time around, and XM will be on the Monkey King, Arme on the Tiny. So it won't be the Slardar mid again. This time they'll be taking it to the offlane.
Yeah. In regards to the lane, you are a Slardar into an Ursa. It's always a fun matchup because it's like, if the Slardar gets a level advantage, then the Ursa struggles to lane. If the Ursa gets an advantage, then the Slardar will struggle to lane. And then when you think about the supports, both supports are so dominant, right? It's the Shaman, if he has good resource, can lock down a hero to enable the Slardar. If the Warlock gets a good start and you shove out the Shaman to 2v1, the Ursa vs Slardar lane is going to be potentially very critical to the game plan of both teams here. As you can see, either side taking a lead based on just the smallest of outplays.
Yeah, these lanes could be very explosive for either side here, which is always very exciting. Mid lane as well, same thing. We've seen Sand Kings versus Monkey Kings before. It's laneable if you're careful. It's very laneable. You have to keep your sentry control. You have to make sure that you're constantly harassing the Monkey King and make sure that he can't full out go for you. But in the first few waves, it's really, really hard for the Monkey. When he gets level 3, gets 2 points in Jingu, it's a little bit more playable. But yeah, it's... And then the Monkey King starts to win, of course, level 5 onwards. It's very, very hard for the Sand King, but by that point you can just jungle, so it doesn't really matter. Not as much of a struggle lane as you might have thought, I would say, but who knows, maybe XM makes that different. Maybe XM can put some pressure onto Dark Mago. We shall see. Let's get into it. Game number 2 of Extreme versus OG Latam. Find out who's going to be taking the second one. Game number 1, pretty close. OG, they held the advantage for the longest time. But in the end, it was Extreme who come out on top. And of course, our observer for this series, Patrick, Mr. PTP, won't be missing a kill.
No comment.
Better not have. Better not have. Yeah, jinxed. Jinxed. No pressure, buddy. This guy doesn't miss kills, though. Every time he misses a kill, a hair falls out of his head.
You know what he does miss, though?
So...
Tormentors. He misses Tormentors.
Misses Tormentors.
That's a really in-joke that only me and him will get.
Alright.
I hope he's smiling. I hope he doesn't feel bad. I'm sorry. I love you.
That is fuming. Absolutely. Raging. His mouse is crumbling under his...
I'll send him a WhatsApp real quick. I'll send him a little heart, just in case. There we go.
So
I don't have any hearts.
XM looking to contest. I mean, last time around, by the way, you missed this, but Extreme got all 4 bounty runes. It doesn't look like it'll be happening this time around, but they're still looking to mess with them, but no, it'll be 2 for 2.
That sounded kind of toxic if you just joined the stream. It's like, analyst, you missed this, by the way. It's like, no, my power was out during the first 4 minutes of the last game. Like, I had no clue.
Weren't paying attention. But...
yeah. That was very, very critical of my job there, no man. Jesus.
Yeah.
But look at the start. Illich and Elmisha doing the body block double Iron Shell with Battery Assault. You don't see it because Clock's just not picked, but they can fully delete the wave and It could just be, you know, a rinse repeat for a couple more waves here. We'll see how they want to handle this. Looking.
So, yeah, so mid was kind of interesting. Dartmago's tried to come in. He needs to get the D ward straight away, and he will be able to take it down, which now makes this playable. All right, so it's very exciting to start with in these this Sand King versus Monkey King matchup.
Sentry warfare is key, but Sand King, he knows that. He started with 2 sentries to the 1 of the Monkey King, right? So Dire just doing a little bit of a better job at respecting the need for the vision in the mid lane.
He was actually doing great on this first wave as well, and both of the sentries were of course purchased by Moose and given to Dartmago, so if you're wondering why Moose is a little light on the old vision and the old resources, the starting gold, then that is why.
So I quickly changed it to say Dar's like, uh-oh. I'm pretty sure that this... You think these cores are buying their own sentries? Probably not.
Not a chance.
Top lane. We're expecting a bit of a scuffle up there, right? Between the Slardar, the Ursa. Level 2 does go the way of Slardar, but his Shaman just isn't in position to be able to utilize this timing. Of course, they have been dragging waves and doing shenanigans and clock. Falling a little bit low. Doesn't have a salve.
He's playing with fire a little bit, but doesn't get burnt, so I'll be alright. And now he's stacked up the wave for Ame quite nicely, so Ame's going to be able to farm nice and safely in front of his tower. I said Illich has grabbed another wave around, so it's all getting very confusing down here. I mean, I don't know if El Misho can even come near Polos, and it's very hard without the cogs especially. He does now pick it up and hits level 2 and grabs it, but you know, if you get these marches down, the laser, you're not going to trade particularly well, even inside the cogs, so El Misho's just keeping his distance. He's on to Illich. Illich taking some heavy hits. Won't be killed off, of course, but there's still a lot of damage coming out onto the Darkseer. Very efficient trade from Army and Paulson. Not really a trade at all, to be honest. Very one-sided trade, you could say. They are just really controlling up this bottom lane.
Yeah, I was expecting the Darkseer and Clock just to live behind the tower, right? Just to keep double dragging waves, maybe bring out some additional tangos and get their XP that way, but yeah, they opted to play a bit more traditionally, and their Tinker's just kind of dumpstering them.
Yeah, I wasn't going to use quite those words, but yeah, he really is. He's putting them in the ground. Illich can't step up.
Yeah, we're not gonna shy away from the facts here. Ame is 26 CS and not caring. Yeah, he's loving life.
Stream, we say it how it is down here.
Yeah, it's true.
If you want, he's starting to struggle a little bit. You know, you gotta go to the old streams. We don't do that around here.
God. That is a big problem though for OG Latam. If their lanes don't go well, their recovery is just farming more, right? Like Sand King wants to jungle, Darkseer needs to jungle, Ursa wants to jungle. You could argue, of course, Sand King with Blink Dagger does play the map, but every core needs to hit creeps as their recovery plan. There is no like quick kill to make. Of course, the asterisk is if Sand King can find a hero by himself, isolated away.
Yeah, it's a big asterisk. But at the same time, Ago's been pretty consistent on his Sand King at the moment, one of his better heroes. So I'm expecting big things. Already doing fine in this lane. You know, I wouldn't say destroying it or anything like that, but yeah, XM, you know, in this favorable matchup now at level 5, should be able to put a bit more pressure onto Dartmago and should start to take over this lane. Again, does he have the dust? Okay, he doesn't have dust yet, but eventually we'll see XM getting out dust, which means that he's, you know, looking to potentially kill Dartmago, or at the very least really force him out of lane and keep him out of lane.
You can see that he did bring out another sentry, but got out dewarded again by the Sand King, so that's why we're not seeing kind of like the true threat occur. Dartmago has done an exceptional job at winning the sentry game. And now the off-lane duo of OG Latam has hit up the jungle. They aren't doing it the old way of like the clock taking it during nighttime to not aggro it. He is just opting for Darkseer to take every CS and every drop of XP.
Very quiet lane so far. Not a single kill up in the 5-minute mark. Both teams just farming it up at the moment. Slight advantage going to Extreme, but nothing major at the moment. We have a bit of action happening up at the top side, but again, just a couple of spells. But everybody's so defensive. It just feels like no one's going to die until we get a rotation, maybe from Dark Mago. He could break this game open. It's always interesting we get this deep into the game. You know, going to hit level 6 with no first blood. It's like, it becomes really valuable to try and make that first play and get that first kill. Of course, you still have that extra bounty on the first blood.
Also, Warlock hates this type of gameplay, right? He wants to get the Black Grimoire charges up. He wants to, you know, get level 6 before anyone else. And when the game's this stagnant, you know, half the reason of picking Warlock is gone. His facet is...
Let's see. Ursa getting rotated on. Peloson comes in from the side. No level 6 on the Ursa. That'll be a first blood going to Jinkyu. Extreme make the portal play and punish Hector once again.
The portal play. Do we abbreviate that at any point, or do we just keep it as portal play?
As long as Edge aren't playing, then yeah, that's fine.
Ah, noted. Ah, of course.
Illich has been caught out a little bit here. Arme trying to get the damage in, and XM comes in with a Wukong command, just making absolutely sure that Illich will be dying. And they get another kill. Jinkyu gets another kill. The only person with a kill in this game so far is Jinkyu. And they're trying to interrupt this as well. Moose, he's like, guys, we're just gonna let them take our Shrine of Wisdom, and I think they absolutely are. In fact, XM looking for more than Shrine of Wisdom. He wants to bring down Mr. Moose himself, and does do so. Verified, not gonna save you. XM comes in, grabs the Shrine. This is bad. It's very, very bad news. XXS and XM getting both Shrines with them, so both going to cause, and also that lowest XP hero, but they're trying to get a kill onto Arme. Arme, though, he's not going down. He's just not going to fall, and even turning around to get some hits in onto Dark Mago. But Arme doesn't care at all, as XM fighting up in the front lines. Illich getting low. The tree won't finish him off, though. He'll still stay alive.
This feels so bad for OG Latam, right? Just the supports and Extreme are doing all the work, right? The Tinker rotation top to get that kill, then they rotate bottom, thrown into the mix as well with the mid Monkey King to take away the Wisdom rune. Double Wisdom going away of Extreme, and the first 3 kills of the game. It's a 2,000 net worth lead, but you can feel the kind of the tempo just fully disappearing for OG Latam. Even the dewarding happening from Jinkyu as well. Like, they're walking around. It's a level 3 Warlock with 1 Grimoire charge. The level 4 Clockwork. The XP, the net worth, it is so damning at the moment. There's just a 5 level advantage at the moment. And it's only 8 minutes in. And that was my concern, right, with their lineup. If they don't win the lanes and kind of control a little bit more of the early pacing, their comeback potential is just hoping that they don't lose map and that they can get to items, and it's so unrealistic. As Polison enabling the dive once more top. Jinkyu coming in with the shackle, and A1
gone.
Has perished.
He certainly has, and Moo's going to be following him to the grave, unfortunately, here. Another right click, another kill for Jinkyu. Killing spree now on the Shaman. They're taking down everybody. Where is the Sand King? Where is the follow-up? Where is the response? It's just not here yet. Epicenter still on cooldown from that bottom fight. Really doesn't want anything to do with it.
But also it's too early to expect a Sand King, right? Sand King,
yeah.
Like, for him to enter the game, he wants to be like minute 12 with Blink Dagger, you know, a couple points in Bio Strike, like feeling good. He doesn't want to be the desperation rotating mid hero that, you know, TP's in just to save the Ursa to then limp back to the base, right? Yeah, this is not looking good at all. There is no natural overlap on any of their heroes to help each other out. Extreme, they know this, and they're going to continue applying pressure. But Sand King, he is actually TPing to top. We'll see what they can get from this. But the Monkey King, he's coming as well. Massive fight should be breaking out in the top lane.
Yeah, let's see how this one goes. Of course, the level difference might really start to impact this fight, but they do move on to the Shadow Shaman. Shaman is going to drop here. That'll be the first kill of the fight. XM gets onto El Misho. The Cogs don't quite work out, and El Misho will fall. Now the Epicenter comes down, but as does the Wukong's command. It chases back Dark Mago, and now Dark Mago's in some real trouble here. Moo's going to have to help him out, but he doesn't really have anything to throw him. Of course, he's got no golem as of yet, and they will just chase down this Sand King under the tower. The right click's coming through. Dark Mago goes down. Moose as well, also going to fall. Once again, Extreme take the fight. They try to bring the numbers on OG Latam, but it is just not enough.
Am I seeing that correctly? Did Warlock actually eat like a 1 or 2 charge Grimoire?
Yes.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
He gained like 400 XP, which is not even like level 4 to 5. That's rough.
Yeah. Having eaten your tome and still being level 4 is... Yeah, I've never seen that before.
No.
I don't think I ever want to see it again.
I was trying to check to see if like maybe he dropped it somewhere or something. You know, it's like, this thing's it's not working. But no, he...
Leave it on the courier.
Because I know you can obviously move it to your inventory. Actually, I have no idea if you can drop it on the ground. As much as I joke about it, I don't know if you can. 5,000 gold lead for Extreme. Oof. They're laning. Just the moves, the supports. They've brought so much life to this game.
Can I ask why I'm not over this tome thing. Why do you think he ate the tome? What's the...
Alright, so if I'm in his shoes right now, his game feels absolutely awful, right? Like his Ursa died twice, he TP bottom for a wisdom and died. They're gonna try and go on Monkey King, which honestly,
pretty low here.
good kill.
Yeah, this is good play. Illich turns up, and with the Iron Shell and the Sand King, there is more than enough tick damage to just eat through XM's defenses. Now, Jinkyu is going to be the next target. Ecto wants to bring him down. Jinkyu tries to turn and hold his ground here, but that's not going to happen. Illich gets another kill. Iron Shell cutting through the Shaman.
Alright, so back to the Moose situation. I feel like his POV of the game is everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong. So maybe he either misclicked it whilst moving it into his inventory from his neutral item. That's one option. Or it was more of like my game's so bad, I just want any XP possible, they're fighting us. Which also is the wrong logic to have, because when you have a bad game on Warlock, you don't use the Grimoire to get 6 anymore. You use the Grimoire to, we win 4 or 5 fights, and suddenly I got like 15, 12 charges, whatever, and now I get to like level 12, level 15. Like use it more for like the mid to late game leveling, right? So, yeah, this is such a rare moment, and it was not in my opinion, the correct way of using it, but this game's so bad for him that you could probably rationalize why he's done it out of desperation.
Sure. Interesting. We'll maybe we get to talk to him if they can turn this one around. Seeming unlikely at the moment, but you know, Illich, he's had a good fight impact. He's got Crimson Guard on his way now. It's not going to help out his Clockwork, who's just killed off in the secret shop, but it's kind of the canary in the mine situation where Illich now knows that there's enemies nearby and shouldn't get caught out. Yeah, this is going to be a 30-minute Crimson for him. It's something. It's not really going to change too much in the fights, but it'll certainly make the Sand King and the Ursa be able to stand their ground a little bit more, which is exactly what they needed. So I'm a big fan of this pickup.
Yep. A lot of the damage from Extreme is right-click, right? You've got Slardar, Monkey King, and Tiny, all heavily utilized right-click damage as their primary damage source, and when K1 on the Ursa is only, what, 20 gold away from Battle Fury, if you can just buy a couple fights of survival to then bring the Ursa into the game, it is going to feel pretty good. And in true K1 form, he's queued up the Basher before the Blink Dagger. So we'll see if he goes for Battle Fury Basher or Battle Fury Blink, but would be very K1.
Oh, nice jump here onto XM. And Jinkyu is here with the stakes and with the shackle to hold back Dark Mago, but it's not going to change XM's fate. He's still dead, and XM's not looking particularly healthy either, but Holston
Arme's back on
gets
that
in the defense matrix, and Arme's in very deep here. What is the play? Well, Dark Mago coming in, looking for a bit of punish, but doesn't want to fully commit to Arme here. He had the Burrow Strike, but didn't use the Burrow Strike. Curious play there from Dark Mago as Moose, well, looking like he might be getting dropped. Moves himself back though. XS being bounced around these cogs, not having a fun time in here as there's so much damage coming down. If you get caught inside the Sandstorm with the Iron Shells, you are dying. Arme still here, still looking for an opportunity. He's going to jump in with a nice amount of clicks coming through, but still not dropping anybody as Palolson now getting eaten by the bear. He is going to be bear food as Misho gets killed off by XM. XM finds one on the sidelines. They'll jump in onto Ame, but Ame is still plenty healthy. He's absolutely fine during all of this, and now they find the Ursa. That's a big pick-off. He stays too long, and K1 will get brought down. They find something out of that.
Yeah, the key thing for OG Latam is like they're being proactive in the game, right? They're playing around the Sand King. They got the Monkey King kill. They dragged out the fight long enough in a way where they kind of baited Extreme to think they could go for some return kills, and gaining 2,000 gold with how despair the early game was, you take that. Sure, the Ursa dies at the end. Room for improvement, but getting the start of the fight, getting the pick off, playing on the Sand King, these are the things that you need to do. to have signs of life in this game, and just stalling out that net worth advantage is key. Slardar though, he got a little bit keen, right? He did this like really cool blink over the golem on top of the warlock, but there was no follow-up. Monkey King was dead. He couldn't play around the Wukong. Yeah, very good. Dark Mago on the Sand King. He is... feels like he's everything right now for his team.
He is, yeah. I also think Illich has been doing a really good job of sort of like providing the
They're doing the move.
And...
We've seen this move before.
Yeah, we have.
Look at the Sand King. Look at the Warlock. Oh, they back out from it. Boo.
Yeah,
it's like the identical smoke. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting that Moose and Dark Mago also see that something's wrong here and decide not to go for it. So both teams kind of reading and rereading each other. It's almost the Clockwork making it 2 odds with the rocket flares, you know.
They're
taking Roche.
Okay.
Now this is a trade and a half. This is a play. This is really, really smart. You know they're going for this Tormentor. You can't really stop them. You could go for some, like, you know, a cheesy attempt at a play, but it worked last time. Probably won't be working this time around, but you go for the Roshan instead. And now K1's going to be sitting with his Aegis. This is really, really good. It will most likely be farm, right?
I would say farm with a sprinkling of... if you see a chance, you'll happily go run at them. Okay, I'm so intrigued to know what's happening with K1's build. Like, is he actually just going to go for the Basher first? Like, how... again, I don't have the stats, but how often do you go Battle Fury Basher as your item build? Like, I feel like Battle Fury Blink has been, like, the build for so long on the hero. He's just changing up slightly, but again, potentially, he's holding the gold. It does look like he's going to buy the Blink based on how his economy's looking. And he does buy the blink. Alright, cool.
Yeah, alright.
So it's just a casual belt to bait everyone. Nice.
Yeah, doesn't want his trousers falling down mid-fight, so buys the belt.
No, it makes sense. That has been a big problem for his previous engagements.
Can't see it because the camera's cut off at the chest, but... Extreme, they're still holding on to this tier 1 tower in the middle lane, and in the bottom lane, and in the top lane, so objectives have been really, really hard. It's very unusual. I wonder what the stats are for Aegis's gained pre-tier 1 towers taken. Can't be very high.
Yeah, it's very, very low, at least these days.
Oh, hey Paulson, how's it going? Hook shot in. This might just be a dead Tinker. Although Tinker has a tendency to get out of these situations, but this time around I don't think so. That said, Time Warp with the shield coming out, but with the Shadow Word and the battery cell upon him, he will be falling. Tier 1 tower in the middle lane. Is it time to go for it? Is it time to make the push? No, it is not. It's time to find kills. Which is crazy considering they just used hook shot, but there you go. Dark Mago goes back towards mid. We'll start pushing.
Sweeping through the map, they're hoping to find someone, but Extreme doing a pretty good job hiding off the map. The only hero who just showed was now Monkey King in the top lane. And Jinkyu, he understands that they're hunting on their side, so they instantly use the Serpent Wards. Which attempt with the Glyph. And K1, he's getting set up potentially on the bot lane.
Yeah, has the Aegis, so the team will start to make their way over, but pops the ulti on the first life, trying to buy himself time to get away, but now the shackles come down, life 1 is gone, there's already a Wukong's command down, the team, they're running, they're trying to get here as quickly as possible, I don't know if they're going to arrive in time, the Ursa is dead, no more Teddy, and on the top lines, great jump by XXS, interrupting Dark Mago's attempt at the counter initiation, and completely ruining his attempt at an epicenter, and they'll just hammer him down, Moose is dead as well, so no goal, and Illich on the run, trying to get himself out of this one, but XXS will not let him escape, and he's just as fast as he is. The slippery Slardar closing the gap onto Illich, and Illich eventually might be falling. Where's your blink dagger on the Slardar? 3 seconds, doesn't even need it. He's faster anyway, so yeah, Illich will die. 4 heroes dead on the side of OG Latam. That was a crazy misinitiation, and Hector unfortunately going down twice with that Aegis. Not a great position to be in.
The first Aegis never really is K1's best friend, is it? Bless him. Yeah, all by himself. Look at the minimap, right? They're just swarming down to him, trying to go like, oh god, guys, help the Ursa Extreme. They're already set up with the Wukong, with the Shaman Hex. He dies so quickly. And now his team comes in, like, the whole praise that we gave OG Latam was built around the aggression of the Sanking, the follow-up damage behind him, not the fact that K1 was leading the charge. It was all the Sanking. So that Aegis kind of baited him to that full sense of security. He moves to the tower, and again, his team is just not there. Cannot make these mistakes, especially when Extreme were dominating the early game, and your lifeline was a beautiful call to go Roshan. You can't just throw away this little lead that you built for yourself in again, a difficult game.
Yeah. Things are very close, and it feels super bad in that situation. Team needs to be on the same page about where they're playing and how close they are. Interestingly, I think you can do that between middle lane and top lane, but middle lane and bottom lane is just way too far for your team to connect to.
It's true. The gaps between that on the Radiant side is very hard to just reposition.
Yeah.
Gee, they're smoked up. Blink Dagger, of course, on Jin Q. The Mage Slayer, soon to be BKB on the Monkey King. They are really hoping to find a kill, and they've got K1 potentially in their sights. Hex, stun, dead. Back to back kills on the Ursa.
It's not been a series, I'll be honest.
Ooh, that's a nice avalanche.
Yeah. I'm buying him a little bit of time.
Turning around, he has the blink.
I was going to say, he might want to go aggressively here, but blinks away, goes to safety, and we'll be getting out fine, so not quite the initiation they're looking for. Dartmago, of course, going for this Ghost Scepter, pretty common on these kinds of heroes. The Xinkyu looking like he might... No, never mind, turns around with the Jackal, Misho's dead. The Iron Shell ran out, and yeah, the Shaman's absolutely fine because of that.
BKB complete on the Monkey King. I just think the optimization on Extreme is just beautiful, right? You've got tankiness on the Monkey King, you've got initiation on your Carry Tiny, initiation on your Slard, on your Shaman, then you got the repositioning and the saves on your Tinker. Like, they really just, everything just layers together to take that skirmishing fight, to survive the epicenter, to then look for the big engagement. So it does feel like it is inevitable that Extreme are going to group up and try and remind them that they are 10,000 gold ahead at that 22-minute mark.
That's a big difference. That's going to be really tricky for OG Lennon to play up into. Again, like they always have ideas, they always have ways of playing back into it, but this is very reminiscent of their series we had yesterday versus Flips to Talon. Game 1, super close, anybody could have taken it. OG Lennon put up a really good fight. Game number 2, it's just a kind of slow and pretty steady choke out. OG Lennon lost a lot of their life in that second game, and this is sort of feeling exactly the same thing. Maybe a little bit better, but not much. We had that one show of life in the middle lane from OG Lennon, but other than that, it's just been nothing really to talk about from them.
Yeah, I don't want to harp on it too much, but it just feels like OG Latam are a team that they play based on the emotion of the game, right? Like, if they're happy and having fun, they'll play well. If they feel like they're losing and the vibes aren't as good, then their gameplay also kind of correlates with that, right? It's kind of the one of the issues of this team. Just need good vibes. 24/7.
24/7 good vibes only, absolutely.
Maybe joining OG, that will help, yeah.
Yeah, true. The masters of good vibes. Coming up on this BKB for Arme now, and that might be the item they want to start fighting, smoke up, start looking for engagements again. They just don't really seem to care about what they're doing on the side of OG Latam. They're going for a smoke without Sanking here, which to me feels like a crazy decision. Let's see if it can work out on something. Paulson has been seen, and that's going to be a kill for them. So nice catch, although once again the tendrils of the deep coming out, messing up the play a little bit, but Paulson still goes down. Mid lane now, setting up onto Arme a little bit. Arme runs to the sidelines, but they're actually jumping on the backlines and trying to find XXS. BKB out from XXS though, as he turns around with the Stomp, trying to run himself away, but Dartmago trying to chase it, going for the epicenter, trying to finish off XXS the old-fashioned way, and he will be able to do so. The fish is dead. XM as well, also jumping forwards and forced to Wukong defensively here, just trying to get himself out of dodge, but there's Chiros chasing him all the way down. OG! They're coming back into this one. What a fight from them.
They threw absolutely every single spell into the mix, and Arme, he just wasn't there. Of course, the kind of the chain kills is what you want to see, right? We're not arguing the fact they have the team fight, right? You've got Epicenter, Burrow Strike, you know, Chaotic Offering, Vacuum, Hookshot, like every single spell that you would want in a team fight. It feels like, you know, OG Latam happened this time around. They used it in that perfect order. They find each kill, of course, starting with the Slardar. Just look at the minimap, right? The Monkey King all the way at the top side of the map. The Tiny sitting up by the top active rune, not opting to enter the fight. So by the time that's already developed, the big hitters, the top 2 net worth of Extreme, weren't even there. So it was a 3v5 in OG Latam. Very quickly capitalized on that, killing the first 3. And then also the Monkey King, who was very late to enter the fight. You couldn't have asked for like a better engagement for them. Extreme were just not ready for how quickly that fight developed.
No, they were not, and it's going to be another kill, this time onto Elmisha up in the top side, so they get a bit of retribution on Extreme, but it's onto a very minor target. BKB finished up for the Ursa, of course. We also did have the Monkey King and the Tiny's BKBs finished, so very surprising that Arme didn't turn up to that fight, but just never really looked good. I think most players wouldn't have. XXS inside of the pit, starting on to Roche. 5 seconds for Epicenter. 50 seconds for Golem though, so that is a big one. But if you can get off good Fatal Bonds, that could be the starting point they're looking for. And they're backing away from Roche right now. I think the Sand King might have just shown on this ward, like up in this area, on the steps. So they're going to go for the wraparound. They know exactly where they are. Arme, Jinkyu, looking to start the fight. They'll see him though. They'll jump onto Arme instead. Arme holding on the BKB for now, just trying to get off as much damage as possible. Illich might just be dead straight out the gates here, but no, he keeps himself alive. Greaves coming out. Arme, he's getting kited to oblivion and eaten down by the Ursa. Nice BKB, bro. Gets killed off anyway. Hector trying to finish the job, but the Yules is out. But there's a vacuum. There's a damage coming through onto Arme. Arme is dead. First fight just goes abysmally for him as Jinkyu trying to get away, but Hector chases him down. Moves, grabs that kills, blows some 4 stars down to the low ground. Time warps out, but he will die as well as Elmisha closes the gap, and they get 3 big kills straight into the pit. OG Latam are back into this game and back on top.
Very quickly this happened, right? 1 fight, 2 fights, and now you have to say, can Extreme even match the team fight, right? Like the way in which they're positioning now, it's night and day different. You know, the evolution from minute 20 to 28, it does feel like it's 2 different teams playing. Of course, K1, he does have the ability to frontline now, right? With the BKB, of course, with the level 18, the Enrage, he very quickly stands his ground with the Crimson and the Greaves and the Dark Zone. He also gets to disengage quite nicely. And for Extreme, they just weren't able to bring their heroes into the fight, right? Like Jinkyu's on the fringe of the engagement. You know, Arme's all by himself in the river. And OG, they start the fight by K1 getting jumped, but they disengage as a team. They move to the right as 5, and as soon as they see a chance to re-go, they move back in as 5. This is what we want from OG Latam. This is the type of team fight we've been, you know, wanting to see for a couple games now, and it is nice to see it kind of finally connect for them. Question is, can they replicate it another time and another one, right? Like, they got another Aegis from K1. Hasn't been too effectively used, but...
Yeah, these were the hardest fights, so I'm feeling okay about their chance of the next ones, because the hardest fights were a big deficit. They managed to pull it out of the bag. And now K1, he's going hunting, and he's going to find XXS, but actually the Monkey King's been seen on the sidelines. That's a much juicier target for them, but catching him is a tricky task, and yeah, BKB to the tree lines, TP away. XXS, though, has still been found. Not giving up on this one here as Illich trying to chase him down. Vacuum weirdly working out there at the end of the BKB. XXS will make it back up to the high ground and will make it to safety. "29 minutes. Huge swing, huge comeback in this game. Showing us that, yeah, OG Latam, you know, their mental game is not to be doubted. They've been in this situation before, they'll be in this situation again. They know what they need to do, they have faith, they have trust, and they have the good vibes. And now, Hector, of course, he's up on the high ground, blinking up there as well, and starts whacking away at this tier 3 tower. Not the fastest pushing hero in the world, with the corrosion haze upon him. It's a little awkward.
I mean, K1's in his happy place. He's hitting the buildings.
Yeah, true.
That's all
Most carries prefer to be in the jungle. K1 prefers to be on the enemy high ground, attacking tier 3s. Start and go. Going for a very strange jump here, but
reveal.
able to maybe kill onto Xinkyu. Xinkyu getting back to the base, can he get inside the fountain? No, he cannot. XXS also getting pretty low in the middle of this. He's gonna fall. Hello. Oh, big jump in from Ame. A lot of damage coming back the other way, forcing them out for now. There's Wukong's command coming out as well. They may get the first life off Hector here. But Hector, he doesn't have
the
anything
BKB
on the second life. No BKB, no enrage. This should just be back-to-back deaths for him. His team won't be able to save.
Oh, the blink!
How? Hector getting down to the low ground.
Hex was on cooldown from Xinkyu, so he wasn't able to spam it on the spot. Of course, Avalanche isn't the best stun to layer on top of an Aegis, so
no
very good blink there from K1.
Yeah, and critically is facing in the right direction when he died as well, so.
I mean, this entire fight from OG Latam could have been the, oh no, they've overextended, the vibes are too good, but they do disengage.
The vibes are out of control.
Yeah, the vibes are out of control, but no, Sand King blinks away. Sure, K1 dies, but he also blinks away. If the Sand King dies from the Boundless, if the Ursa dies from the Aegis respawn, completely different scenarios. I think OG Latam very good there to utilize their blinks in that way to get out of what was a very self-inflicted bad spot, but again, it's just another engagement where OG Latam are reminding Extreme that you haven't drafted as much teamfight as us. You need to find pickoffs, and the way that they're playing, look how grouped they are. In the last, 8 minutes of the game, it feels like there's not a single hero on OG Latam that has ever left each other's side. They know that they just need to push lanes together, fight together, be together. There's no reason to try and...
Slay together?
Everything together.
I think I've heard this one before. It is the right organization. The flower
it
power
is the right,
strong.
See?
Yeah.
It's bleeding through.
No copyright infractions going on here between these teams. K1.
Excellent.
Alright, I mean, they see him, and they want to go for him. They want to just jump onto Hector, but Hector, of course, has that ultimate, so can turn it around onto the Monkey King and bashing him up, as they'll just continue fighting. Oh!
Back into the
vacuum, up onto the high ground. What are you going to do now, XG? Not a whole lot is the answer. They are stuck. XXS going for the TP out here, and under the cover of the BKB might just make it, but you've lost XM in the backlines. Hector just did not stop swiping at that Monkey the entire time, and I don't know if you've ever watched a nature documentary, but Bear versus Monkey does not end well for the Monkey.
What about 100 monkeys?
Versus one bear? What kind of monkeys are we talking about? Are we like spider monkeys? Because probably not, but gorillas, you know, it's gonna be close. Nah, it's easy with gorillas, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Alright, we'll simulate it at some point.
I'm not sure a gorilla is a monkey though. I think it's... I don't know how wide the umbrella of monkey goes.
I do not know enough about the animal kingdom to provide any analysis on this topic.
Yeah. Ironically though, the scorpion can go 1v1 with anyone. He's gonna die, but he's gonna take you down with him if you're poisonous enough. Really makes you think.
What a cringe way to fight though, come on.
Yeah. When you're that small, it's kind of fair game there.
Isn't it like a bumblebee that like once they sting someone they auto die?
Yeah, they do.
Is that like the shit version of the scorpion then? Yeah, exactly. It's like annoying for like 2 days and then you're fine.
At least you get a hit in though. Like guinea pig or something doesn't even get a swing. You know, it's you don't take a bite off. You're gone. At least the bee gets in a sting.
So when he said take a hit, I was like, wait, what?
Oh my god, jumping onto the Sand King, but lovely response with the vacuum coming through. Dartmago still absolutely fine. In fact, going to be able to jump in with the epicenter now and start doing some real damage, chasing off Pelosa, chasing off XXS, and by chasing off him and killing, they're both gone. Monkey King jump into the trees, should be able to escape this one, but Ame isolated and alone, killed off again. Illich, the hero of the game at the moment, he is just coming in huge every single time, using these vacuums and saving Dartmago's life. This might be over.
I'm just happy to see OG Latam turn this game around, right? Like we've seen this script from them in previous games in the group stage where they never really found that kind of confidence to execute on that team fight to do it. But in this game, it really was just like a light switch, right? At some moment, something sparked and they just turned up in every single fight. And of course, you like to see it, especially from the teams who are, struggling in the group stage. They're still contending to potentially sneak their way into a top 4 if they were to win some remaining games, and every win's going to help them out here. There's no buyback on time, 35 seconds.
Yeah, but tier 4s are just not an option for this team.
No.
They do
Gotta
not
take the tier
push.
3. They do not push, but they do just kill everything. So you kill everything, get a Rex, go back, reset, kill everything, take another Rex. Play it slow and steady. Don't get too carried away. They know that they are the ones driving this game forward. They were 10k down at like the 20-minute mark. Fast forward 15 minutes, they've now turned that into a 13,000 lead themselves, right? So there is no item, nothing they need. Simply just wait for their cooldowns. Pressure spells in the fight. You make it sound so easy, to be fair.
It's an extremely long Roshan cooldown though. It's almost maximum 3 minutes on the dot. And they're like, ah, screw it, we'll just go fight him again. Not waiting for that Rosh. Got better things to do. Invis grabbed by Illich. Heading up to the top lane, but Monk King is long gone. XM's farming in a pretty safe place here, I'd say. But you're right. They just want to try and get this final wave. Final tower, final lane of barracks. Do we have any timings coming up at Extreme which can give them a bit of life? Let's see. There's the Aghanim Scepter planned by XXS. He'll be heading in that direction pretty shortly. Ame, of course, has a ton of damage with the Daedalus.
Yeah, I think it's less about item timings and more just how they enter a fight. Like, they need to somehow jump the Sand King and blow him up, or jump the Warlock pre-goal and like take away a key kind of cornerstone of the engagement for OG Latam, and then play on the sustainability of the Tinker. Because the supports right now, they cannot position when Fatal Bonds and Golems and Burrow Strikes are getting thrown around every fight. So if Extreme can find a kill on any of these heroes, then maybe there's a chance, but that is where you have to keep praising OG Latam for the last 8 minutes of team fighting. They've always offered up K1 once he got tanky enough, right? Like, I think that's something that we also have criticized OG Latam for, is throwing K1 too early into the fights, or, you know, not being present. But this game on the Ursa, he has stepped up when he had the BKB to go, you know what, this is my job and I will do it very well. But it did take him some time to kind of find that role. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good point. He plays like he's always got the follow-up.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice little rocket flare is going to reveal everybody, but Ame's just going to jump into their faces and say, what's up, and start hitting away. Mago going for the epicenter, cancels at the last minute though, won't be throwing it down. XG get to back themselves away. Do you remember that when you started channeling the Sand King ulti, it was actually a channel, so you just had to do it? Oh my god, Ame's in again. The rest of the team have really backed themselves away, and he's got no BKB anymore. I'm so surprised that Ame's trying to do this, but Yules is out onto the Ursa, stopping him from really being too aggressive.
They got onto the backline.
BKB is over from both of them. Jinkyu trying to find a target, but it's just going to go down. XM, his Wukong's command is just not really on the mark anymore. They'll just walk around it. Look at them all just walking around the Wukongs to get around the back. Finding XXS, he's got the BKB though, so he can back himself out. Aghanim still not quite completed for XXS here, so they'll try to blow up the Ursa once again. Ame just keeps trying to find this opportunity, and every single time he's taking about a third of his health. One more time might be enough to really start to threaten K1, but this is a really interesting gameplay from Ame. He's trying to bait out spells. He's trying to force him to use stuff, and honestly, he kind of is, but...
Oh, sorry, I thought it was going to be a but. There we go.
No, I just thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, alright, my but then is, we just identified the fact that for Extreme to win a fight, Warlock has to die, Sand King has to die, maybe even the Clockwork, they have to kill someone here. But he keeps jumping the Ursa.
Yeah, he doesn't like him. Does not like Hector. Very, very big grudge with him. Now Roshan's gonna let out a roar to let everybody know what's happening here. Yeah, fresh BKBs available, everybody can use them. Monkings doesn't actually have his, as the Wukongs is gonna kind of split this up. Hector just gonna get forced off to cross though. That'll allow him to get out of the Wukong's command, and again, Wukong's command not really doing a whole lot. But Roshan's about to go on an adventure though, which is gonna make this very interesting. Daytime strikes, everybody realizes and started running down the river to the other side of the map. Extreme, unfortunately, have lanes to deal with. They do have Peloton, who should be in position to do that, though. needs a bit of help, and it does look like Roshan is just going to go to OG Latam. Extreme very much on the ropes now. Aegis Ursa coming at you. Refresher Shard as well. That'll go to Moose. He scoops that one up. Name double Golem, double Epicenter, double Ursa. This is going to be super tough to play into. I'm not sure I can believe anymore.
It does feel like it is somewhat inevitable. Maybe Extreme can just find that entry, find that little magical moment. Just like OG Latam did themselves. Maybe the turning point could have been when Tinker pivoted right from his build. Like he opted to go for more utility with the pipe. Like what happens if he went for like Aghanims and Blink and slowly started going into a core, punishing the Ursa. Like, hey man, your BKB's on cooldown. Take this mischance. Take this, this massive damage. But he did continue going down the help my team. The team
yeah, it's either answer Ursa with the Aghanims and Blink and try to play that style of game, or try to negate a bit of the Sanking and the Warlock's damage. Both options are very, very risky. Hector blinking onto high ground as always. Starts heading away at that tower. Jump into the backlines, onto 3. Warlock just taken out of the equation straight away, and Illich not exactly healthy either. He's going to fall. 2 big targets taken out by Extreme. Shinkyu in the backlines trying to mess with the Ursa as much as possible. They've lost El Misho as well. They're still going to try and fight this. Dartman Go coming in. Double Epicenter being used here on top of one another. And, well, that's going to get them a kill onto XXS. But nobody else. Just one hero being brought down with 2 Epicenters. Feels like it may be an overcommitment, but considering the position they're in, I don't really blame them. They need to get their Ursa out of here. They might just be able to do so, but Monkey King still in the trees, still looking, still chasing.
What a wraparound there for Extreme. Like we said that the only way for them to feel that they can win a fight is, finding the backline, finding the team fight. How well did they did it, right? Slardar tanks up, double Epicenter from the Sand King. The Warlock dies, the Darkseid dies, no wall, no golem. Like, is it unrealistic to say can Extreme do that again? You'd like to think that OG Latam, after dying in that fashion, with all the spells still available, is as simple as respawn, go again, and just make sure that your backline's a bit more protected. But it's exciting to see Extreme just identifying the way to take the fight. K1 does not care. He still has the Aegis.
He sure does. Onto the high ground. Ulti used as well, so full commitment to this tower. Again, no BKB, no ulti, no cares. The tower is gone. The final lane of barracks for Extreme Gaming now exposed. Everything hangs on this. Mega creeps will not be easy to play into. Army sticking his head out the base. We'll quickly head back to that high ground. Don't have long left on this Aegis. 1 minute 30. I guess it's a reasonable amount of time to play with. And of course, you still have this shard up on the Warlock. He's going to tab it in now as well, so Refresher Shard available. Double Golem is available. Has the mana for it, just about. If he's anything below max, though, he will struggle. There's the first Golem coming down onto 4. Bye-bye, Shaman. He's the first one to go. XM just trying to leave. I mean, this is so much damage coming out with the Epicenter, with the Golems bouncing around, with the Fatal Bonds. XM trying to stand his ground, but he's going to get caught out. He thought they're taking a step too far. Tried to punish, but it doesn't work out. Pololson has to stay away here. Arme jumps in. He's forced in deeper, though. That's not ideal. Arme, he's losing his life very, very quickly here. Arme's going to die. Buyback available, immediately coming back into it. They need to defend this barracks. They need to find a way to hold on to this game, but it's just feeling like it's an impossible task with the double golems bouncing around. They've lost the buildings. Can they punish? I don't know. Hector running back. Arme making himself a target here as Hector will jump in with the nullifier, but he uses out onto the Ursa, trying to control him up. Hex out onto Pololson. It's a reveal from Illich there. Sorry, from El Micho actually with the Scythe of Vice. Onto the tier 4s. Hector will not give them space to breathe. Now keep in mind, they are the cooldown team. They are the ultis team. And they are now running out of them. No chaotic offering. No wall. Actually, they do have wall. No epicenter, but refresher of it, orb available. So yeah, you can see why they were still looking to skirmish there and everything. They still had a few tools in their belt.
Yeah, Moo's drawing on the minimap as well. It's like, guys, let's leave their base. Roshan's going to be respawning soon. Play for Roshan, get the Aegis, and then let's look to close out the game. But you could see how hard it was for Extreme to fight, right? Like 4 or 5-man vacuum into then a massive, golem. It was, I don't need to say it. You all saw it. It's very clear in your memory. The fight was just beautiful from them. Press ults, win fight. Extreme, sure, they had one glimmer of hope, a fight ago where they found this backline, but to do that in your base when you're the ones getting, initiated on, it is so difficult. And OG that time are just capitalizing that every single time. And actually, it seems like the team is not waiting for Roshan. Look at their positioning. Moves, he drew on the minimap, he wanted Roshan, but now the team's going, you know what, lads? We're going for the base. They're not even smoked up. They are currently seen on the board.
Just a naked run into the base, onto Arme. Arme nullified up. I'm not sure he can do anything about this. He's trying to get away, but he's dead. Dieback for the Tiny. This might be all she wrote. Tier 4's going down. Yeah, just the naked, in vision run at the Tiny. Arme doesn't respect it. And now Arme's dead. Tier 4's going down, Paulson going down, XM trying to hold his own here. It's a good amount of damage out onto Dartmago. In fact, Dartmago is going to fall here, so they've lost somebody. And he does not have the travels to get back into the fight. Will buy back anyway, come to the outpost, and try to rejoin the engagement any way he can. In fact, he buys out for the boots of travels, come back in on this one, so he'll be back here any minute now. Vacuum out, dragging XM into the middle of this. XXS holding his ground kind of nicely here against Hexter, controlling him up, but the Monkey King has gone in deep and he gets punished. And now without him, I don't think there's any chance of survival. XXS is gone, Paulson is dead as well in the fountain. GG is called as the Ancient will drop, and it will be OG Latam taking game number 2 and coming back with a 1-1 into this best of 2 series.
Yeah, it now means that they sit at 3 draws, 2 losses in the group stage. 3 map wins to 7 map losses. Or game. Why did I say map? Oh god, so sorry guys, meant to say game. Yeah, so now they're still not out, but the path to getting to top 4, if they can just beat Liquid and Shopify Rebellion, who are the teams that are also currently sitting in the bottom 4, then there is maybe a chance. Other teams, of course, still need to be losing for them to look good, but they aren't out. They're still giving it a good shot, and I think, especially in this game too, the way in which they win it, losing the laning phase, how they did, they were getting so outplayed. The support rotation from Extreme were just exceptional, and then they had a 10,000 gold lead on side of Extreme, but it was squandered. And as soon as OG Latam saw a path to victory, a way to take the team fight, they replicated that multiple times in a row. Whilst Extreme, they didn't adapt in the fight. They didn't adapt to how to win the engagements, but that's what OG Latam did in this game. And maybe that's a thing that they haven't been doing in previous games, is adapting to why they're losing the fight to then win the next one. But this game, it felt like they had it. And sure, their draft, the team fight, is exceptionally strong. Like on paper, they should win every fight against Extreme when you look at the 30-40 minute mark, but yeah, they showed how to win the fight. They adapted. They didn't let this 10,000 lead from Extreme overwhelm them, and they do win this game too.
Great stuff from OG Latam. Really, really fantastic game from them. You'd love to see a comeback, especially when the lane's going that well. We were running out of hope for them, but they never ran out of hope for themselves. Dartmago on the Sanking as well, having an absolutely stellar game, helping them back into it. Illich was never really out of it, but the Sanking had a kind of rough lane, but was still able to deliver. And also being patient as well, not being drawn into the fights when he knew that he wasn't at his strongest yet, waiting to get his timings and making sure that, when they were at their strongest, when they had all those ultimates, when they were ready to turn up as a 5 team, he was as strong as he could be to make that turnaround happen. So yeah, I think my MVP probably Dartmago.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if the Sanking didn't pop off, then was the game truly going to be the same way, right? Like the Sanking needed to do a lot of work, but of course, we do have an interview on the horizon. Just gonna preemptively say Nomad. Am I asking the question about the Black Grimoire, or is that your question? Like, what's the deal here? Like, how we? Because we're both excited to ask this question. So.
Yeah. Let's. Well, you know what? I'll take it. Let's jump into our interview with Moose from OG Latam and have a little conversation about this game. Moose, congratulations, man. I mean, a 1-1. Are you happy with that result?
Hello. I mean, not really, because we needed the points, but a win is a win.
A win is a win, absolutely. And what a win it was as well, like the start of this game was a little bit rough, but you held it together. I mean, how do you do that? And what was the conversation like when you were having that really difficult start, but you're still able to come around with it? How did you come back?
Well, I think it's a natural, like a monkey pick. They wanna like crush you in the early. So it's about knowing what the enemy can do and just playing around it. Like we lost the 2 XP runs, so it's pretty tough. I was level 3, minute 7. So we just had to play defensive and wait for our timings to play the game. So that was the plan, basically, all along.
Yeah, and the plan did work. But you mentioned your levels there briefly. I mean, I did want to ask about the Warlock, the Black Grimoire. Why did you eat the Black Grimoire so early when you only had a couple of charges on it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was, I don't know if it works like this. If you have your inventory full and you pick your item, neutral item, it automatically eats the Black Grimoire. So it wasn't intentional. Yeah, it happened maybe before. That happens when I buy 3 branches all the time. I need to stop buying 3 branches.
Right, because it would go to backpack, right? So you literally had every inventory full, right? With backpack full as well, right?
Yeah, if you have your inventory full, it goes to backpack and it consumes, basically.
I see. Okay. I didn't know that. I guess I've never had a full inventory when I'm not rich enough to experience this.
Yeah.
Or have branches. Cool.
All right, you want to take the next question, T?
Yeah, I guess, of course, with OG Latam, I feel like you guys are obviously you have good days, you have bad days. Like, how does it feel to try and kind of like manage those, the good days and the bad days, right? Especially when you have Esports World Cup on the horizon, TI on the horizon. Like, do you feel like you're moving in a good direction to be, contenders for those qualifiers?
Yeah, those are our main goals for sure. Like for this year, I think everyone's goal. So we try to maintain focus and think about growth. We wanna improve as much as we can and take the losses as improvements, But it's easier saying it than doing it, of course. So that's something we are working on it, because I think this team could be sometimes a bit emotional. So we need to work with that, and OG is helping with us on that a lot. Like No Daily Insights helps us a lot on that stuff.
Mm-hmm. When you say the team is emotional, would you say that also impacts the gameplay? Do you think you make better calls when you're winning the game and maybe worse calls when you're losing the game, or do you mean more kind of emotional for out of game and how you talk about it?
I think this team specifically is outside and inside, which I think is not a bad thing. People are just different. Some people are more emotional than others, and you just gotta know how to deal with it. You gotta know your teammates to know how to mesh it together. So that makes sense. So for us, I think in the game you need some energy. If you are 5 robots and just no energy, you need that passion to make it work. But that passion can be good and also can be bad. Outside the game, when you lose, it hits you harder. If that makes sense. So that's something that we need to manage, and then we need to think and feel how to make it better and healthy for everyone else.
Mm-hmm. No, makes sense for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And what about yourself? Do you feel like what's the things which make you the most emotional in a game? If you had to look inwards, Moose.
Sorry.
In this game?
Just in general, just in Dota in general.
I mean, I think I consider myself not very emotional, but sometimes I do it. But I don't like it because I want to think about Dota in a more logic way. But I would say when the aura of the team is bad, it's I try to maintain stoicism. But I would say sometimes I fucked it up.
Happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, well, very insightful stuff. You got one more, T?
Yeah, sure, why not? You know, everyone's talking about patch moves, all right? What happens, okay? What happens if we get a patch during DreamLeague? Are you guys ready to fully change up the ideas and stuff, or like, are you expecting one? I guess that is the question.
To be honest, I don't really care. That's my answer. But if it happens, I think as professionals, it's our job to adapt. You know, we cannot complain. Just adapt and do it.
I love the answer. That's exactly what I want to hear from a pro player. None of this wait for my tournament to end. So thank you for the perfect answer there. Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff, Moose. Really enjoyed watching you play in this series. I mean, really enjoy watching you guys play in general. Like OG Ladder, you honestly feel like you always have an idea in the game. You always feel like trying to execute, and just they're an exciting team to watch. So excited to see you play through this tournament. Hope you make it further. Good luck, and yeah, goodbye, and thank you, Moose.
Thank you guys for the interview. Bye-bye.
Cool, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Always a fantastic interviewee, Moose from OG Latam there, the team captain, giving us a bit of insight on the emotional game and also the strategic game. And yeah, you know, they will be annoyed because, you know, as he said, we need the points. They need to score. They need to go deep in this tournament. So, you know, these games which have been really close, really back and forth, which they have ended up losing, it's going to really hurt. But it sounds like the mentality is still pretty good in the team.
You know, I think the nicest thing there is, like, during the cast, I was saying that, like, it feels like OG Latam is an emotional team, you know, and then suddenly in the interview he's like, yeah, we're an emotional team. I'm like, whew, okay.
But they're aware of it. They're aware of it and they're trying to deal with it, which I think is the most important part of that. So, you know, I think this bodes well for them. Honestly, I hope it bodes well for them and they can make the improvements and we get to see another strong SA team regularly competing on land. But of course, we're going to throw it over to a break very shortly as we've got Flipster, Talon, and Yakult brothers to prepare for two teams which are actually doing pretty well. Maybe some people wouldn't put them too highly, but they're both currently on track for qualification. But of course, whoever loses this one may not be the case any longer. So guys, stick around on this stream if you're looking for this series. We'll be up next with that one. Of course, plenty of other Dota going on, plenty of other streams. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes or so for the next one. Goodbye.
Have you ever wondered how our homely Rasta the Shadow Shaman came to be? How a simple hill troll discovered powers that would allow him to fight against wizards, monsters, and soldiers. We know the answers. So join us as we open the books of lore and embark on a new journey in Tales from the Lorekeeper. Episode 2, Rasta the Shadow Shaman.
My head, got the whole world at my feet, and the pain, a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell, there is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around, I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to
Cause today's the first day. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. 1,000 voices, cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind.
Hey Colbin, it's 5 minutes till Team Spirit shuttle, so can you get the team together? Thanks.
Maidenless manager, thou knowest what thou must do. Thou must quest for to subdue thine most powerful Dota fiends, whomsteth lay waiting in wait in the perilous luxury player hotel. Oh. Only then, and with thine acquisition of the golden ring, will thou enter the shuttle too. Oh, there it is. There's the ring. Good, that's done. Check. As it were. Thou must travel to the dark recedes of the man caves.
No.
Brave the forbidden lands of the practice rooms.
I am Miposhka, favorite son of my babushka, and I have never abandoned the pup. No!
Journey to the grand feasteries to interrupt their munchy time.
Sorry.
Your most insurmountable challenge lay last. The loathsome Durachio Eater. The Skeeter Star Scourge. Cool friend of Arme. Radon.
Okay, you are ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
Nice, bro. Sick. Based, even. Indeed.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Welcome back, you beautiful people, to DreamLeague Season 26, where we are into our second series of the day. And, T-Governor, you've been a very good boy. You can introduce this this series.
Oh, thank you very much. We,
Welcome.
of course, have a game that easily could be on the A stream, right? Could be on the mainstream, right? We got Yakult brothers versus Flips to Talon, and both of them at the moment are in the top 4, right? Contenders to get to the next group stage, and it's exactly what we want to see, right? Especially in a time in which European Dota, both West and Eastern European Dota, are dominating the scene. We want as many, non-European teams to get through to the next stage. So the fact that we are looking at two teams that are, potentially, going to be able to take away some spots from the Europeans will look pretty good. And the Colt brothers, I think, have shocked a lot of people coming into this, right? With the 6-2, but that doesn't matter for now because we're focusing, of course, on Talon. They are sitting at 4-4. They have been able to draw with Power Vision. They drew with Avalus. They beat Navi Jr. Sure, they beat Falcons, but I think their group stage has looked pretty strong so far, no, man?
Yeah, they've looked pretty good so far, and, let's hear a little bit more about them.
Flipster Talon are one of the few Southeast Asian teams able to compete with the best at the international level. And while in recent years, there's some contention about which C team is the strongest, it hasn't always been like that. At one point, Talon was undoubtedly the strongest team in Southeast Asia, being able to trade blows with the best teams in the world, achieving several top placements at big events. But that was 2 years ago at this point, and right now they're not the dominant team they once were. However, they recently made a big change to their roster, with 23 Savage returning to the squad as their new carry, joining the rest of the roster: Cuckoo, Yokum, WS, and of course his former teammate, Makoto. While the team only swapped out one player, 23 Savage was crucial for Talon's success in the past, and after a rough couple of years, he is surely hungry to prove himself once again. We haven't seen this new roster compete, so this season of DreamLeague will be the first chance for Flipster Talon to show what C Dota can do. Will they manage to reach Talon's former strength? Tune in and find out in DreamLeague Season 26.
Thanks, SVG. Yeah, pretty concise delivery there on Flips of Talon, the situation at the moment and how they've been doing. And of course, it's been a decent start for them, going kind of middle of the pack. They'd have to be a little bit higher, but we'll see what they can do. And of course, on the other side of the coin, we have the Yakult brothers. Now, these guys, I think people had pretty low expectations coming into it, but they're doing pretty well at this tournament so far. They are up there in the top 2 at the moment, T.
I think especially the fact that when you look at the roster, right, in March, Ame left them to join Extreme. In April, Tianming also left them to join Extreme. In April, 6 days later, Baboka left the team, Zil left the team, some other people kind of rejoined. Then in May, you got, Baboka returning to the team, right? Like, the fact that in a matter of 2 to 3 months, this roster has changed so many times, and with big legacy Chinese names coming in and out of the door. And the fact that they kind of rock up to DreamLeague, and it's like, hey lads, we're now, top of group, tied for the top of Group B. We've, already beaten Falcons. We've drawn with Navi Jr., drawn with Power Vision, right? Like, that is incredible. But of course, it always seems to be Emo who's among these kind of random teams that kind of crop up and do so well. Like, again, incredibly, I say long career, like a pretty decently long career, right around. But still, he seems to have done it all, right? Won majors, had a very maybe you disagree, but the last 2-3 years of his career has been pretty lackluster, but he always seems to be at the events now and again, upsetting teams and doing well.
Yeah, his stint on IG was definitely, the highlight of his career, I'd say. Since then, it's been, varying success, but he always performs. You always know when Emo's in the game. I think that's the best way to talk about him because he's always having an impact. He's always getting stuff done, and he's always a very vocal player, both in the game and in the chat as well. You gotta love him. And of course, slightly quieter, but they have Flyfly on the carry, who I think is a good balance to him because Flyfly's just quite consistent, except on his morphling, which I'm sure B-Cup will tell you all about. But on everything else, he's very, very consistent. Will just be kind of being the quieter carry style where, he's joining fights, but ultimately hitting his timing, he's getting his items. And yeah, that allows the rest of the team to sort of pop off and control up the game. So it's going to be interesting watching them match up against each other. A lot of MMR in this game as well. Emo, Fly, WS, all extremely high MMR players. So going to be an exciting one to watch. Let's jump into the draft for game number 1 and find out what exactly is going to be picked and banned in this first match.
Ooh.
And a delicious bite of food straight in, making sure that we are well fed for this first game. You love to see it.
His comms in the laning phase might suffer from that though, because of course a little bit of indigestion. If you eat or drink just before talking, you can get a little bit burpy, so might have a trouble in the early laning phase. We'll see if he can finish that food around about 3 to 4 minutes into the draft, because he's going to have some digestion time. Yeah.
That was a lot of food as well. Like that wasn't like a quick bite, you know. That was a full meal. That was a dinner right there. So
where are your Yakult brothers boot camping there? Oh, okay. I didn't realize because I had it minimized, but I was like, what's all this like fake foliage behind them? But it is just a picture.
Yeah, it's real. They are in the jungle.
Okay, 22 Savage.
Ooh, we're getting a condiment. Hey, go back to that. We need to see what the condiment was.
Yeah, come on. Focus up. This is way more important than the normal bands that we always see.
Makoto's very, very graceful sit down, but we don't get to see the condiment. I'm going to assume it's like some of that like chili oil sauce stuff. That stuff goes so hard. I love that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Crispy chili oil. Love it.
This is a matchup we don't see too often, right? Because Morphling, an incredibly strong hero, but Enigma players seem to have faded immensely. Maybe Paravision with DM. You'll obviously pick it up when available, but the lane is so good for Enigma. You can pressure the Morphling in laning phase, take his tower, not allow him to stand his ground. So yeah, I like the fact that Flips the Talon have done this. And your Yakult brothers, they need to be mindful of course, how dominant this lane can be. But luckily for them, they do have a Morphling player in the mid lane. Emo can, I believe, if memory serves me well.
It does.
He does play the mid Morphling, so that flexibility might need to be considered if they aren't to find a good 5 that can threaten the Enigma.
Yeah, it should be a pretty scary lane otherwise. And of course, I did mention coming into it, didn't I, that Fly, you know, very consistent on the carries except for Morphling. A bit of a meme. His Morphling's very good, of course, but you know, he's had some moments. That's all I'll say on the matter.
Sure.
He's had some moments. Either take over the game or go for Agi and dig up a kobold. Good times. Yeah, Enigma not really the first phase hero at the moment. Is this just an answer to the Morphling, or is this something which you think Flips or Talon might be looking to play around as well?
It's just the answer to the Morphling, right? Like I just mentioned how it dominates the lane in the safe lane.
Yeah.
So now they're forcing the Morphling to mid, and what happens now if they find like a mid hero that can also potentially threaten a Morphling? You don't often beat the Morphling in the laning phase for mid. It's more just like the tempo you bring where, like, sure, they ban out like Pango and Puck, but that's kind of the theme, right? It's like Morphling farms, but the Pango and Puck just wreak havoc on the entire map whilst Morphling's like, haha guys, don't worry, I've got my Yasha. It's, ooh, and Lockdown, also pretty critical. Yeah, they're making sure this Morphling is just having no fun at all.
Yeah, they do not want him to have a game. Fair enough. Shaman, just a popular hero at the moment, to be honest. Like, he's just good. So, no surprises to see this coming out as you're sort of locked down. It also answers a lot of like those mid heroes, which can be really annoying. Any Puck, Ember, Storm, Shadow Shaman's going to give you some sort of answer to it at least. So, 2 picks to come now for the Yakult brothers. Supports should be on the cards. Ringmaster banned out. AA, of course, taken out of pool as well. Won't be seeing Coddle or Tinker. Remaining options, of course, we've seen a lot of Warlock. Silence is going to be there, and that's what they're going to go for the first one. Now for the slightly more exciting Pulse 4 pick, I would imagine. And Tusk. Alright, bit of initiation. I like how these two cover each other's weaknesses. You've got the Silencer who's very backline, dropping the ulti, and then Tusk with a bit of save and with a bit of frontline initiation. So good balancing out between these two. Leaves them open to a very, very strong Darkseer pick, which Flips a Talon probably don't want to go for because they've already got their Enigma. So it should just be a free Darkseer for Yakult brothers as their next pickup.
kind of drafting relatively quickly. I like that. That shows the team's got pretty good prep because they're both confidently kind of following down their line of thought.
Radiant team pick.
Here's the Mirana. Ooh.
Very
The good
interesting.
The good thing with the Tiny and the Mirana is it's perfect for finding the jump, right? And I think Mirana excels when you have a lineup that needs to get a pick off, and you utilize Moonlight Shadow to amplify a Tiny or a Shaman or Enigma, right? Because we already know that the lanes are going to look pretty good for Flips Talon, and the Gyrocopter pick is the flexibility that we were expecting to see from Yakult, right? Put the Morphling to mid, now you get the carry Gyrocopter into the Enigma. One of the hard counters to the hero, of course, you can just flak down and kill off the Eidolons. So maybe Flips Talon want to think about their laning setups a little bit. Maybe send the Enigma to lane in the safe lane, find up a carry that can muscle up into the Gyrocopter. Could be an option, but I guess my only concern for Yakult is their entire draft identity is built around Gyro shutting down Enigma. If the Gyro doesn't shut down the Enigma based on a support rotation or something that happens to kill that tower, there's not really another move to make for the team, because your Morph is a mid laner, your supports don't do damage, they set up heroes to do kills. So yeah, the offlane pick for your Yakult needs to be very strong in the early game, and the Gyrocopter has to win his lane, but we're expecting him to win the lane due to the matchups.
Yeah, it's a very strong Gyro lane, so yeah, it is going to be slow though. Morphling Gyro, not a ton of tempo here, and of course banning out the Darks here, which was the pick I was expecting them to go for next, so I got taken out immediately. And the Sentinel taken out of the pool as well. Just any of these sort of tempo-y, hard-fighting heroes, which can be quite independent as well. They will just be taken out of the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
So ban out now from Yakult. They want to get rid of.
5 seconds.
I mean, any carry, any mid laner. You don't exactly know where this Tiny's going, so you want to take them both out. So Yakult will be the ones to pick first. What offlaner do they want to grab for themselves? All you know is that you're playing against a Shaman and possibly a Tiny, so not a ton of information there.
Yeah, any deep push on tower protection could be pretty good, right? So it could set you up for like an Underlord or a Tidehunter, probably could work for your Yakult. If you go for the Tide, it could be just an Axe game where you just get the big gush, send it down the lane, and life feels pretty good. If it's the Underlord, and you're playing on Firestorm deep push, the problem with those picks is their stuns are somewhat more, one's a root and one's a massive ravage, so you don't have that kind of like that cheap skirmish to body time for. It's like if you miss a ravage and the Gyro's struggling and the Morph's farming, like what is your game plan? Could be a slight concern with those two heroes, but I think that's at least the archetype I'm thinking of. Yakult, they do have
the two
50 seconds of reserve time.
Yeah, they got a while. The two sort of wilder answers they could go for. Bristle's still in the pool. It does leave them with like no stuns and no sort of initiation on their core, so I don't think that's really an option, but it is very independent and would be able to work quite well with the Tusk. And then your second sort of wild card would be the Conquer, I think. Just gives you a bit of everything, gives you a bit of tankiness. But no, they go for the Tide like you suggested. I think that's the best call.
Oh, nice.
And should we do the same thing for Flips to Talon, or I mean, to them it's a little bit more open. Yakult brothers seem to think that this Tiny's going to be mid, and they're going to grab their carry here, the 23 Savage hero.
Shall I let in a secret to the audience about talking about drafts?
Yeah.
When people don't know what to predict or like the concepts that a team needs, they just keep talking about the pick that just happened, to then go, oh, of course, you know. So we could do that if you want. If you want, we could keep talking about the Tidehunter and then go, of course, Flips to Talon went for the lifesteal.
Yeah, we weren't even
obviously
going to mention it.
Yeah,
it seemed
exactly.
too obvious. Yeah.
God, I hate.
I mean, it's 1 minute 20 for Tidehunter to talk. I'm not sure I'm cut out for that.
All right, we'll start by his feet and then we'll work the way up. Oh no. Okay, no, but
name all the animals he eats in his level up.
Monka. What is available actually? Punk's gone. To be honest, I haven't really thought about Flips to Talon's last pick. I'm not even going to try and lie to you. I was so focused on thinking of offlaners for Yakult that I guess the problem with Flips to Talon's draft is now this void of, if Tiny goes mid, he doesn't like pressure as much, so Morphling is going to be complete free farm. He needs a Blink Dagger to be active. So I think Yakult are happy. Enigma is losing the gyro lane. So now you need a carry, because Tiny doesn't beat Tide, right, in the lane. So you either need to find a carry that can fully stop the Tide from playing the lane, like Ursa type here.
Uh-oh, that didn't sound too good. I think we may have lost T-Governor to the gods of electricity again. I'm not too sure, but either way, they come out with the Ursa for 23 Savage. That'll be your Flipster Talon hero. This is your Flipster Talon draft. It's pretty aggressive. It's pretty brawly. They've got a good amount of team fight behind them. The WS Enigma, it has to deliver this game. We have to see some decent black holes here because you need to control up these heroes. If you let Flyfly and Emo just power down on the sidelines, you're going to have a bad time. And these guys are going to get kited to oblivion as well. That's the other big issue here, is that you've picked two heroes in both the Ursa and in the Tiny, which have a pretty good chance of getting juked out kind of hard in these fights if they don't get that big initiation. So, yeah, big responsibility for WS in this game. It does feel like that's one of those games which is kind of black hole intensive, which is a bit of an issue because Ollie's playing the Silencer, which is a huge problem for WS. So we'll see how this one ends up going. It might just have to be auras for WS and just try to rely on the Malefices and Showcam to come in and offer some lockdown. We'll see how it works out for them. I will say, I think I prefer Yakult's brothers lineup. Even though I kind of value the Ursa last pick, I also don't in a way as well. I think they wanted something, I don't know, it's really tricky, especially against the Tidehunter. At least he'll win his lane, he should win his lane. Follow up from there should be kind of strong. So, yeah. Maybe I don't like Yakult brothers, actually. Maybe I've talked myself out of it now. Maybe it's too slow. I mean, it's gyro morphling. Who likes gyro morphling? It's disgusting. I don't know. Either way, I'll try to imagine what T would be saying in this moment, but it's probably something boring about wards. So maybe we don't need to hear that. Maybe it's a good thing he's not here. Yeah. Overall, lanes, as I mentioned, the Ursa wins the top lane. Pretty sure about that. Mid lane, Mikoto on the Tiny versus Emo on the Morph. I feel like that's pretty fine for both of them. They'll just trade farm. I don't really feel like the Tiny can shut down the Morphling in any way, shape, or form. And the offlane, of course, we already talked about how the Gyro has got the advantage over the WS Enigma. I don't know, man. This Enigma just feels kind of lost in this game. And of course, we've got plenty of tips coming out. Mikoto and Ollie and Mikoto, they love each other. They've been chatting through the entire draft, just spamming the lobby chat. A lot of good vibes. Oh no, you're not my bro anymore, Yakult bro. Oh, what a heartbreak. Ollie and 23 having a falling out, a public crash out here between the two of them. Damn, this is Dota drama at its finest. Ollie does switch from SCA to China more than most players. Tends to yo-yo in between them. Of course, was on IG for the longest time with Emo when he was in his kind of heyday. And then was also playing with 23 Savage for a bit as well. All around the world. Long wraparound here from the Yakult bros. The only one who's not with them is the Morphling, who's just trying to get information elsewhere on the map and protect his mid lane ward. The Boca leading the charge, but doesn't see anybody.
The battle begins.
As the bounty will be secured 2 for 2. Luckily, 23 Savage doesn't make himself a target. And wow, what a tag. Flip STRTLN, flips to Talon. They've really tried to squeeze all the words they possibly can into that tag. Oh, credit to them, they managed it somehow. Body blocks coming out from Baboka and beyond just to be super annoying on this wave. Also utilizing the tag team slow as well just to get it under tower. 23 Savage tries to stop it, can't stop it, tries to drag it back, but they've already lost pretty much the entire creep. Well, they missed the deny, so at least 23 Savage will get that. Range creep won't be going their way as damage coming out onto 23 here. Cuckoo trying to help out and force them back. 23 just takes so much from Boca and beyond. Tag team level 1, nothing to mess with. Meanwhile, at middle lane, we have the Tiny versus the Morphling. Hey, I'm not completely alone. I've got Patrick here with me, which always feels good. Hello, Patrick. Yeah, it's the way to communicate. We're gonna have to invent a language between the observers and the casters, where all the little mouse things, maybe some sort of Morse code, so you can be my co-caster when T-Govern's internet goes down. Yeah, go on then, Patrick. You can choose the next lane to look at. Where do you want to look? You can choose. Take me. I'll talk about it. There's a courier coming down. Very exciting. Yeah, thank you, Patrick. It's a Christmas-themed courier, which seems very out of season. And it's got a salve and a clarity. Salve, of course, regens your health. Clarity regens your mana. If you're not enjoying this, it's not my fault, guys. I'm being held hostage by my observer. It looks really sad, doesn't it? Why does it look so sad? Yep, there we go. Packed up a bit. Doesn't want to die. Doesn't want to go out into the lane and die. And we'll finally get its items delivered to Ollie. Fantastic. All right, thank you, Patrick. I'm never letting you do that again. So far in this lane, it's not the most flying start for Fly and Ollie, but over time, it was going to be so much harass yet. When this starts to happen, he's not even flacking yet, actually. That's kind of wild. I guess he didn't have the targets to flack down on them, but the two of them held together like that. Like, the harassment's just going to be insane. Drop an Arcane Curse, drop the Rocket Barrage, Black Cannon comes out, and pretty painful. As things get messy in the top side. Wave's been pulled. Cuckoo wants a bit of it. Baboka wants a bit of it. Gonna link the lanes together now as well. It's just a big old fight in the jungle between the creeps. 23 Savage getting most of these. Keeping his cool, getting the clicks. When it comes to First Blood, I mean, I imagine it'll happen in the bottom lane. You know, it's kind of impossible to survive when you've got all of this damage, or maybe it'll come in the top lane if Baboka tries to stay around for the Lotus, but he won't. He gives it up. I did enjoy the Lotuses in the early days of Lotuses when everybody just fought and died for the Lotuses. You know, people were so, like, ride or die on Lotuses, as WS might be in an awkward position here. But just taking a couple of Rocket Barrages from Fly. I think he's being very patient with the flat cannons because he doesn't want to shove the lane out too hard into them. He kind of wants to keep lane control, so just you're trying to use the Rocket Barrage and being maybe even a little bit greedy. Letting WS stay in for some farm, letting him keep these Eidolons alive. The Eidolons aren't exactly getting a lot of clicks off, so they're not exactly splitting and becoming any sort of threat. Jerkum just hanging on the side as well. Meanwhile, over towards mid lane, Morphling at 17 and 5, Tiny at 19 and 5, so they're just really trading up against each other, as we sort of predicted. Tiny's not going to be able to shut down a Morphling particularly well. The difference will come in a little later on, when we have the Tiny being able to make rotations, and the Morphling, you know, if there's really an opportunity, he can TP to a lane, you know, get the jump in. Nice little toss back under the tower, of course, is a Morphling, so we'll be absolutely fine, but yeah, it'll come down to the rotations. Emo needs to be set up really, really nicely for a big rotation. Makoto can make it happen much easier, can make more usage out of the power runes, etc. So we shall see as Baboka being chased through the jungle. Cuckoo.
It was really nice of the teams to not get a kill whilst I had my power get deleted again. That was really good of them.
Yeah, you missed you missed some excellent courier commentary. That was the probably the highlight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So I didn't really miss much then, or?
Oh, he's giving you another blast of it though. Don't worry.
Okay. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, I missed nothing. Good.
yeah. This is what happens. I let Patrick. I told Patrick we can talk about whatever he wants to talk about. He went to look at the courier, so you know.
It's not even Christmas. Wait,
no, that's what I said.
Yeah.
It's an out-of-season courier.
Yes.
If you're not changing your couriers for the season, then what's even the point?
All right, great. I'm really happy for the viewer that I've returned and we're now recycling the same conversation again in the exact same way.
Then, well, we do have a rotation actually coming onto Jokam here. Baboka coming down to the bottom lane, turning up and blowing up the Shaman. Of course, kept alive a little bit by the chicken fingers, but will be fallen to Ollie.
I have a confession, Nomad. I just checked which courier I use. I used the exact same one.
Oh my god, what is wrong with you?
Beautiful.
Right. Even a nice courier. We're not looking at more couriers, Patrick. Stop it.
All right. I feel like this is the type of like delusion that's required on like a Series 4 Game 2, you know? Like a Series 2 Game 1
a singular kill at 6 minutes. Onto a support, yeah. This does massively favor Yakult's brothers, though. Like, if they come out of these lanes, like, evenly matched, they're going to be pretty damn happy.
Dude, you know when my internet crashed, I did say Ursa. Did you hear Ursa before I crashed, or what?
I don't think so.
Oh, I said Ursa. Fuck.
No.
Alright, whatever.
Didn't hear
I promise you, on my power, I said it.
I mean, check the tapes. It's not there, buddy.
God. Big draft really holding me back here.
That's why you always need to record your commentary locally to make sure that if there's any internet cuts, you can have the receipts. Oh, Flyfly stepping up here, but Makoto's going to come into this one as well, and Flyfly is going to die. Baboka also to fall. Big response here from Flips to Talon as they keep going forwards for more. Ollie's going to be that next target. Right clicks coming through. Down he goes. Jokam with the double kill. Huge rotation out from Makoto. I did say it, I did call it. The biggest difference maker between these two mid laners will be the rotations. Makoto, he knows that, and he makes a huge impact with that first move.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Just bringing all the numbers to the bot lane, and that's what we are going to expect to see, right? When you look at the Flips of Talon side compared to Yakult brothers, like the ability to bring heroes into an early engagement, right? Tide, he wants to sit and farm his lane for a little bit. Morphling wants to sit and farm his lane. So that's where Flips of Talon are trying to punish that. But with the Tusk rotating in with the Silencer, yeah, they're trying.
Both supports died, which means they can just
Avalanche
into the mid lane. Avalanche is going to be there. The Morphling's not healthy as 23 Savage coming in on this one. The carry rotation onto Emo. They want to bring him down, and they will be able to do so. Both Emo and Baboka falling. Makoto did die in the process as well, though, so they got their quarry, but it's just going to be it. Ollie will get out.
Such a long
23
time.
Savage, you know, these guys, they've got some history. 23 Savage is just going to keep on chasing. Pops the ulti, tries to bring him down, and will be able to do so.
Slow additional cleanup kill there, yeah. Good TP. Let's see the replay here. It just took so long to kill Makoto, right? Like, Emo starts by taking over the Tiny. Of course, that's going to be a beautiful thing throughout the entire game. Your mid-morphling always looking for the Tiny to take the Avalanche and toss, but...
Emo turned into the Tiny to throw Ollie into the fight to get him deeper, which is like fair enough because he's got the crash landing facet, but looked kind of bad, but it's absolutely the right play.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2,000 gold lead Flips to Talon, and their rotations have been instrumental in their lead. Seeing an Ursa rotate this early on is very nice. Of course, you are losing the tower. It's kind of a repercussion. They have no real way to defend a tower on Flips to Talon. They have to be proactive. If at any minute they let Yakult set up around an objective,
Emo
disengage.
Caught without that strength morph coming in. Jokam catching him out. Cuckoo with the Moonlight Shadow. Snake's coming down as well. This tower is toast.
Really good stuff there. With all this aggression, XP has gone the way of Talon as well, and Moonlight Shadow plus a Shaman, you're always going to be able to surprise him. It's unrealistic that he's going to have a sentry down. Mid laners, they don't buy sentries.
Absolutely not. That's support stuff. Yeah, really strong lanes. As I said, if the lanes went even, Yakult brothers would have been very happy with that, but of course Flips to Talon. They read the situation well, they read the game state well, but they will get a kill over here onto Baboka as well, who thought he could just sneak in towards the middle lane, maybe try to contest a rune, but killed off by the two supports, which are now hanging out with Makoto. I mean, this is kind of like a... You know, you counterpick the Ursa into the Tide Hunter, so Ursa's going to have a free time up here. Enigma, whilst he doesn't have a good lane, he's still an Enigma, so he can still just lane by himself absolutely fine. And this allows the supports to just play around with Ursa, play around with Makoto, go around the map, try to find some action, make some plays.
Yeah, it's really nice the way that they've...
Makoto, very aggressive here, onto the Mocha, long arrow gonna connect there, but they'll turn around onto the Tiny. Talon has a shield rune, so he survived for now, but they've got so much damage, and with the Ravage coming through as well, Makoto might finally get dropped. WS coming in, looking for the Black Hole, gonna drop another Fly, but there's a response from Oli, just hits the 6 from this fight, uses the Global Silence to cancel the Black Hole. 23 Savage will kill him for it though. Shackle out from Zokam, just sitting in the front lines, holding down Fly and getting them that kill. Baboka as well in some trouble. Snowball comes out, but he is gonna die. It's another one for 23 Savage here as he cleans up 2. And now once again, Snakes on the tower. It is so quick, it is so clean from flips to Talon. As Beyond is just about to make it out here. Yeah, a little off the mark.
Just the initiative from flips to Talon, right? They see a hero, they identify the fact they want to go. Sure, Silencer gets the the clutch level 6 to get the global, but it doesn't really matter, right? You use Black Hole, he uses global, they all collapse in, and just the positioning. The Yakult brothers so clumped up. And they use the Ravage, but where is the damage after that? Of course, Emo is in the mid lane this entire time, just tickling down on the wave in the tower. And 23 Savage, and forever active it seems. One of the more active carries that we have. TPs to mid, gets kills, rotates to bottom, gets kills, and yeah, 4,000 gold lead now they're doing. And can't really fault flips Talon's early game at the moment. But they need to make sure this discipline holds true, right? At any minute, you feed away an Ursa kill to a Morphling, now it's the Morphling's game. You feed away, a couple more tiny kills, and Gyrocopter's gonna have Ag's BKB, and he doesn't care about the initiation, right? Like you're on this fine line of your aggression also being your downfall.
That is true, yeah. That is always the scary part, but you can't let yourself be affected by that fear. You have to play on the front foot. That's how the draft works. It'll be easier once you have like these BKBs and whatnot, and as you see 23 just going Battle Fury, Blink Dagger, BKB. Not hiding anything because you know exactly what he's going to be getting. Makoto very close to his own Blink Dagger, which again makes these initiations much smoother. Blink Dagger is the best defensive item because it allows you to make plays quicker, which means that the enemy take longer to respond to it, which means you're less likely to die doing it. Ever thought about that?
Yeah, also just blink away from your problems. That's an easier way of wording it.
No, I'm going deeper than that. I'm not. Like, blinking away is something which like rarely happens, it's like, well, yeah, sometimes, but...
Yeah, I mean, if you want to continue that point, it's just like, everything in Dota is about, reaction time, right? So, a blink does technically enable you to do things quicker, therefore, the time to react is less. But, Oli reacts.
Smoke. I mean, he did react, but he couldn't really do anything about it.
Unacceptable. He has to react more, please.
On the train tracks with concrete boots, unfortunately. Rune dug up from Cuckoo. It's so nice when you're playing mid and you carry
double Vlads,
where
by
your
the way,
supports have shovels and they're just digging up runes for you.
Sorry, can we get one more just passionate cursor usage, please? Thank you very much. Counterpoint to our dear Patrick, who is passionately identifying the double Vlads. Have we really seen Emo be in the same location as Beyond yet in the game? I don't think so.
Yeah,
they have been very distant. So unfortunately, even though it is double Vlads, both these heroes are somewhat integrally required to buy said item to actually farm into the game. That was terrible English, but moving on.
That's alright. It's not your first language.
No, it's not. Thank God. I do speak English as well as my other language.
Very quick Tormentor taken from Flips of Talon as well. Something which the other Ursa teams haven't really utilized quite as well, but just, literally camping spawn camping the Tormentor is pretty sick. Now there's another ulti coming out from the Mirana. Moonlight Shadow might just allow them to get the jump onto Fly here. They already have the vision down. This ward has been down a very, very long time. Fly suddenly realizing something is wrong. A little toss back from Makoto. Arrow gonna connect as well. Beautifully positioned there from Cuckoo. And they will kill off the Gyrocopter. Wonderful, wonderful kill there from Flitzer Talon. I'm loving this game from them so far. They had a sleepy laning phase and then just went, boom, we're online. It's time to go.
Just kind of like gliding through every choice they make, right? And like I think you see that from the way that Makoto and Yokam are playing. Because like if Shaman gets near a tower, he drops the wards and like pivots to the fight. And then you have like Makoto, he's hitting like a toss onto a gyrocopter, but killing off the creep to enable the arrow. Like just the speed in which they're playing, jumping onto the tusk. They need to be careful. They do have global and ravage. A ravage to get off the tiny.
Die for this one.
Yeah, that's the point where. Again, like I said, the aggression can also be their downfall. Like they're getting perfect pickoffs and beautiful sweeping map play, but we're yet to see them take the full fight into a ravage protected by a global with the gyro morphing right clicking, and we kind of saw elements of it there. And when you die in that position right next to Roshan with the gush, with the tag team, you are going to be able to threaten the Roshan.
Christmas Courier is dead. I repeat, the Christmas Courier is dead. And Roshan looking like he might be dead as well unless I can do anything about it. Cuckoo looking at the side. Showcam jumping into the middle of everybody, trying to make the steal happen. Doesn't work out though. He's going to go down. Emo grabs the Aegis. Black Hole coming out onto the gyrocopter. Where is your global silence? He's already used it. Beyond and Fly both dropping for this Aegis attempt. Sure, Emo has himself an Aegis, but getting some good kills in response for flips to Talon. Nothing is free in this game. You must pay the Talon tax.
That could have been such a disaster for Yakult. I honestly thought Cuckoo was going to double leap into the pit and just Starstorm everyone.
I thought he was going to get it, yeah.
Yeah, he opted not to, and instead the Shaman blinks in. We're going to see the replay here. Like, right now, I was like, this is a moment, but imagine if both supports go in. You're going to kill Baboka, maybe kill the Tide, yeah. Yeah, the global was, you know, a clutch one to stop that aggression. That's why Cuckoo maybe was a little bit, you know, slower on that entry, respecting the global, but, you know. He puts down the ward, he sees the Tide, he gets a solo kill on the Tide anyways, and yeah. Of course, for Yakult, that Roshan was not a Roshan for we're now strong. It was, guys, we have to take this. We got a free kill on the Tiny. Let's stop the resource being available on the side of Flips the Talon. Imagine if they had an Aegis on the Ursa right now. The Battle Fury, the Blink, the 11,000 gold he has, the net worth. He would just be jumping on top of them non-stop. They got to wait for their cooldowns. They have to shove waves as quick as possible.
Yeah,
whilst also respecting the fact that at any minute they are just going to get jumped by 5 very hungry heroes.
I respect Emo just being pretty deep down in this bottom lane, which is actually the scariest place to play at the moment. They're trying to make a catch up in the top side. It's not really going to happen. I mean, they may just decide to try to kill Emo twice. I wouldn't really be surprised. Baboka does get seen, blink away from Makoto. Very interesting sentry there. I don't know when that was from, but...
We're going to get our third Vlad in the game, by the way. We have a 3 Vlad's game. But not on the same team, luckily. Oh. No.
Disappointing.
Disappointing.
Trying to get the free kill on Timo. Global Silence coming out. Okay. Well, it's not up yet, but when the Black Hole is available for WS, then he will get a chance to use it without that Global Silencer's response. But right now, this fight, it's a bit of a nothing burger. A couple of shots being fired across. Emo trying to find a toss back there, won't be able to do so. Just a little bit of kissing. But that is it for now. It's funny, isn't it? Even with the Aegis, you know, I mean, they're still 7k down, so there's no way they can really just fight head on. So still the Global Silence has to come down. It's like the disengage spell.
Very much, like I said, not an Aegis to do anything. At most, maybe Emo can soak a Black Hole or soak something and you don't have to waste Global because the Aegis is kind of that soak for you, but the way that you're Yakult playing, they are not utilizing this Aegis to open up the fight. Instead, they are still playing very, very defensively. And Fly, he did pivot his build. He was thinking of Aghanims, but how aggressive this game has been, he has gone just Crystallis to straight BKB. Of course, the Falcon Blade from the laning phase. He will be somewhat ready to fight. But will the Morphling only
have a toss back out onto Beyond. Beyond though, he's got the Yules, which buys him a little bit of time and dodges quite a lot of the Starstorm damage. Arrow comes through, 23 though, still looking, just keep on chasing, keep on swiping. and does get the kill in the end. Beyond will die in the middle lane. Jokam trying to tank for the catapult as well, just letting it get one more hit off as over on the top side. Some things are coming out. They want to try and find Emo. Oh, they accidentally get Baboka from round the trees. That's so unlucky for Baboka. Poor Tusk. And Makoto, he's not done. He wants to keep chasing, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to. Justice for Baboka, man. That's on. They're still going. Whoa, Jokam, where did he come from? It's just a random Shadow Shaman here. He is going to get eaten up by Fly, so we'll definitely be falling here inside that Hexes. In they go with the Black Hole just coming down straight onto Emo's head the moment he comes back into the game. Flips to Talon. They are not messing around. And Makoto again finding another hero. How is he doing it? He's the juggler.
Force staff. Yeah, mate. He's got all the mobility items. He's just looking at them. He's finding them. He's identifying the weakness, and he's going. Yeah, the Shaman Tiny, they don't care. They just keep finding the backlines with ease. And then on top of that, when they do find them, Cuckoo's in the right position to get out his sniper, hit the arrow from a million miles away.
This is seriously good stuff from Flips to Talon. I mean, it helps that they're playing into a Morphling Gyro draft. You're always going to look kind of better when you got two heroes which can't really make plays. But still, I don't want to take much away from them. This is really good stuff so far.
And it's all down to the confidence of the Enigma player, right? Like, some players, once you pick Enigma, it's like, guys, we have to ban Gyrocopter, we have to protect him. But instead, you pick out Fly, half HP, 23 Savage, jumping on top of him.
Yeah, 23 Savage is now popping the BKB to keep the fight going. Baboka has been taken down. Fly as well, also going to fall. It's not a fight, it's a slaughter. Beyond trying to stand his ground here. There comes the Ravage. The moment the BKB ends, they should have enough damage to bring down 23. Emo gets the big kill, and Cuckoo's not exactly healthy either. Just about survives that last hit. Makoto's nearby. He's got a shield room, but Emo's pretty much untouched here. Lovely arrow out from Cuckoo again, catching out as Emo's on the run. Can they finish the job though? Jokam, he's taking a lot of damage from this tower here. Has to back himself away. That's really hitting hard. Gets himself back, and they might just have to let Emo live. I don't think they can finish the job here. With the heroes respawning, it's getting scarier and scarier as they see Jokam on the side. The snowball connects, and Jokam will fall.
Emo will be pretty happy he eventually gets a kill there, especially when his life wasn't on the line.
Yeah, you got the Ursa kill. That is 1,000 gold plus a little bit extra directly into his pocket. Really going to help out with their timings in this game and make sure they have at least one threat in their lineup. A little bit of breathing room for Gyro to start trying to get some items on board. Maybe from that he can pivot from this Force Staff he's looking for, but also, I don't know if he can. This Ursa's so scary.
I respect the fact that Fly did identify that positioning is critical, right? If you can combo break the Avatos, or if you can disengage from an Ursa, kite his BKB, it's going to help a lot. Most Gyrocopter players will think, oh, I want the Dragon Lance for more right-click range, but he goes, you know what, I just want the Force Staff. I think that is testament to him reading the game and not just following some item build. But still, the question is, can they survive across an entire fight to then actually look to kill off heroes? As soon as they show, it feels like one Hex, one anything, Ursa's on top of you, you are going to instantly be bleeding and dying.
But on to Beyond. He's going to be able to walk out of this one with the phase boots, but might actually not kill him here. A very nice shard's just going to close the door. Tree to follow. Won't be enough. Glimmer Cape down. Avalanche there as well. Makoto, he's not wanting to let this guy go. He's wants to finish this kill. Cuckoo looking, is going to find him. Arrow wanted, but there's a use from Makoto just to make sure that he's absolutely dead. And finally, Beyond will die as a BKB has to come out in the bottom lane as 23 Savage just bullying the Gyrocopter, chasing him all the way back into his base. Oh man, he does complete the Force Staff just as Ursa reveals his own Sacred Relic as well. So now you know. You got the Force Staff, but there's about to be a nullifier on the Ursa, so unlucky.
It's everything I was hyping the Fly for. Rough.
Yeah.
The good thing is at least
wrong.
If you buy Hurricane Pike and you're nullified, you can still pike the enemy and move back that way. So that's one thing to consider. That doesn't stop your movement that way.
Oh, it doesn't.
Jumping onto the Enigma.
Yeah, it's a really good fight here for them if they can just blow up WS to start this off, and it looks like he is going to fall. Who's going to get jumped by the Ursa in the meantime? Nobody really. 23 Savage not wanting to jump in the middle of the global silence. Sees the Arcane Rune, saves it for Makoto. Baboka with the dust on the high ground. Blink on top of each other. That's a really brave jump from Baboka, and yeah, will be appropriately punished for it as Emo now trying to jump in, throws a toss back onto the Tiny, but a nice shackle out and an arrow onto the Morphling. Morphling very stunned. He'll need the Ravage to help him out here, and when the Ravage comes down, he'll come out the other side, but 23 Savage has so many stacks, 12 stacks of Fury Swipes. Ezra's doing a bonus 500 damage to Emo right now. If he can get on top of him, he will finish him off, but he can't. Fly gets a kill onto Makoto, got tossed back in the middle of that, and does get brought down eventually. Beyond, gotta be careful. 23 Savage turns around, looks towards Emo once again. He's still got so many stacks upon him, and 23 will take him down, baiting the Morphling out and getting the kill. Jokam so quick on the Shadow Shaman as well, playing brilliantly. Around the sides, Ollie just dusting and dusting, trying to hold them back, trying to buy themselves some space. They're actually going to try and turn this around onto Jokam instead. Jokam, well, under the cover of that passive, he actually gets himself out, and Fly is dead. Baboka on the run, 23 looking for another one. The bear is hungry.
Blink.
He's hungry for the walrus, and he is going to get it. Blink up, but Jokam is here. Once again, give him in the tongue, and 23 Savage takes him down. A ridiculous game at the moment for 23. 14-1-5 on the Ursa, immediately running to that Roshan pit.
It's just the way that they're fighting. It's exceptional, right? You've got Cuckoo, 4-star Greaves, Tiny, Blink, 4-star Fuels, Shaman, Blink, 4-star, Enigma, 4-star, Drum, you know, Crimson, Vlad's. Like, every single hero has a way that in a clutch moment, hey, you know what? They're on top of you. Let's just get you out of, you know, harm's way. Let's change it up. Like, they have fully itemized to play in the mid game, play for that fight, and yes, working out immensely. Sure, this could be a point of, you know, topic if the game goes 45 minutes and all this utility has come crumbling down. But at the moment, it is enabling Flips of Talon to thrive in the fight, and they find another kill potentially on the Tidehunter. They missed that arrow by. Yeah, just a slither. But when was the last time you saw this much utility built across, you know, every hero bar the carry?
Yeah, it's pretty insane. There's a 4-star on Enigma, 4-star on Makoto.
Exactly. Everyone.
This is full trust in 23 Savage, isn't it? And he is delivering. Absolutely proving it right.
14-1-5, yeah.
Yeah, beast.
No, he's playing us, mate.
Aegis up. Aegis up. Snakes in the trees. Give him a little bit of vision on the sidelines, which I quite like as well. Makoto, jump in, toss back onto that Tidehunter. Of course, it's set up for a decently good Ravage here if he really wants to throw it down, but he doesn't. He just wants to die. I'm not sure if he wanted to, but that's the fate he was dealt. And top lane of Barracks is going to go to Flips of Talon. TP's away. 23 Savage is alone now, and they're going to know this. Kuku's the only one helping him out. So we have a play down on the bottom side, try to find Emo, but they're not going to do so, which means, WS actually never left either. He's still in the neighborhood. Hanging out, of course, looking for Ollie. Always looking for Ollie.
Oh, Baboka blinked in.
I love Baboka, man. He's such a lunatic. It's nice, it's nice. Getting the BKB out, punching him up, making this awkward here. Like, they can actually keep on chasing. Emo's back, and the rest of the team from Flips of Talon trying to come over, but they should get the first life off of the earth. Smoke up to keep him alive. Ulti comes out from 23 as well. He'll just TP to the bottom side. Just kidding, no, he won't.
He's hugging the Greaves at the moment. Just chilling, getting a bit more regen, but yeah, it's the force from the Shaman, the smoke from the Shaman as well, actually. Double saves getting thrown in just to keep the Aegis. You got 3 minutes left on the Aegis. Sure, you might argue, but you're wasting a smoke. Keep that Aegis alive. You know how critical it is to combo break the Tidehunter. Now you're caught, they're smoked up. They thought the Ursa was quite low on resources, but he's full HP. They're ready to fight.
This could be a very great bait as Ziap they'll find on the backlines going on to Fly, but they don't have the damage on the lockdown to take him out. He gets off the BKB and keeps on fighting. 23 Savage is going to straight up pop the Enrage into Emo because he knows that if a Ravage follows up on him now, he could be in some trouble. Of course, still has that Aegis to go as well. Not really the hero you want to bring down as Beyond, forced to use that Ravage. And not in the best moment, but, well, it is going to get them the first life. Emo completely untouched right now and able to finish off Showcam. Mikoto tossed back onto Baboka, but Ursa's looking for other targets. He's looking for Fly, but Fly gets down to the low ground. Moving across to Baboka. Baboka punch up to run himself away. Blink Dagger available. TP out in the trees. He could well survive this, but Ollie will not. Ollie is seen. Dagger out onto him as well, and that is going to be a dead silencer. Big kill, because don't forget, a dead silencer also means you have unlocked the Black Hole ability.
Unlocking an ability that he doesn't have perfect initiation with, but still, just keep applying that pressure. The Ravage is on cooldown. Silence is dead for 30. Maybe they look to just find another kill. Going high ground is relatively optimistic into a tied Gyrocopter. Even when their spells are down, just the flak and just the tankiness is so hard to overcome.
Yeah.
So they
There's some good fighting from Yakult brothers, honestly. Like,
yeah. I mean, Baboka is doing so much work, right? He's blinking in, he's finding the backlines, he's forcing the Shaman to disengage, whilst the Shaman's disengaged, and then Yakult's taking the fight around the tide. Yeah, it really feels like Baboka is pulling a shift right now to keep Yakult in this game. And soon the cores in Yakult might be able to step up, right? We are looking at a butterfly on the Morphling. Gyrocopter optimistically also wants a butterfly. When you look at the itemization, we are seeing kind of identical concepts being built by a Gyro and a Morphling, right? The issue is they are kind of the same hero. You know, big right-click damage dealing agi heroes.
Yeah, but the Ursa can only stay on one of them, you know, he's only getting to blow up one of them in these fights, so...
The thing is, will he opt to go for the 4 Abyssal Blade first on the Ursa? Or will he see the butterfly components and go, you know what, I need that MKB? He's currently looking at both in his quick buy. The issue is, like, to buy an MKB, he has to probably get rid of his phase boots. Then he needs a swift blink to fix that, and things get a little bit funky with the itemization as you get to the late game for Ursa. But the fact that both cores are thinking about it. Okay, Gyrocopter, he changed his mind. He's now thinking of Nullifier. He's allowing Emo to be the true carry of the game.
Finally stepping down and saying, hey, you know what, buddy, you got this.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll be your Mikoto.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, if you really go double butterfly and Ursa just doesn't complete Abyssal and goes MKB, then you've just invested like 10,000 gold. Yeah, all of your cult have invested just for nothing.
Fly, is he going to sniff this one out? He's coming down the water slide, so he's pretty damn quick. But the people giving chase, of course, have that speed bonus as well, but they won't chase down that deep.
Do you think when we get a new patch, they're going to change the visual for the Wandering Whirl when people run down the river? They have just copy-pasted a Morphling spell for the actual movement.
Yeah, I'd like to see one more river added, which is really, really fast, which is like uncontrollable. So when you go on it, you go really, really fast, but you have no control. You just fly down the river.
You're a tiny player, like, you just... okay.
Maybe it could like unlock after maybe like a certain amount of time. Or we have tides coming in and out over time.
Right.
Something like that. We're cooking, we'll get there. Hit me up, Valve. Give me a call.
Just when we say we, can we just for legal reasons say that you, as in Nomad...
You don't want any of the credit? Alright, fair enough.
No, it's okay. When you get royalties and you're like a billionaire, then sure, I'm so sorry. Then
how would you monetize that? Do I just get a fraction of what Dota earns because I gave them all?
Yeah, a fraction of all gold obtained whilst on the super fast river inside the game.
Yeah, I'll be down. Fictional money, very useful. Resisting to urge to go for a very low joke there, but I will not. A full platform full of lotuses. Cuckoo's very happy about that. Gets himself the greater healing lotus. The greatest healing lotus.
Also a massive burst to heal with Morana and her innate. Very, very cool. And 23 Savage did go for the MKB, so he didn't go for the Abyssal. He saw the butterfly and Morphling, was like, thank you very much. I have enough gold. Let me just quickly counter you. Often the Morphling Ursa matchups are built around Morphling having the early lead, taking early objectives, getting to butterfly so quickly that the Ursa is unable to truly get to the MKB in a comfortable time. But yeah, this game is so different. When you're 15-1 on the Ursa, it's any item you want really just kind of spawns into your inventory.
That sounds very nice.
I'm sure that'll be a future hero. Yeah. Technically that is Ringmaster, right? Oh no, I need a tonic.
Yeah, in a way. Roshan, very long respawn again. I feel like every Roshan respawn we've had today has been exactly 3 minutes. Pretty weird. At least the ones which have mattered. So, it's going to be a bit more farming, a little bit more time wasting, which honestly you're going to feel pretty decent about in Yakult. I mean, we're getting to the point where this Gyrocopter won't be able to be ignored for too much longer. And here we go, Makoto immediately jumping to start the fight onto Baboka, but they're not too sure about this one. Steep hesitation. Is Global Silence still available? Moonlight Shadow uses Baboka once again, jumping up that high ground, looking at Makoto, setting up for the Ravage, but 23 Savage very quick with the Enrage, which means that the Ravage won't do a whole lot. Dump out Baboka, still alive, will finally get taken down, but Flyfly is getting off some good damage on the high ground here. He's got the split out, he's coming on through big, as Emo at 23 fighting up, and 23 will fall, he's dead. The Ursa having to enrage way too early in that fight, cannot stand in the 2v1 versus the two big cores on the side of Yakult Brothers. Without your Ursa, this team, they have nothing. WS trying to back himself away. Well, they will still be able to take out Beyond. I mean, these snakes are actually doing a fair amount of work at the moment. I'll stay around and try and take them all out. Makoto trying to be a bit of a hero here as Cuckoo gives him that greater healing Lotus to keep him fighting fresh and fit. Emo, though, doesn't fear him, really.
23 Savage, he has to respect the fact that his team has itemized and propped him up to be kind of the carry of the game. And when you have a Gyrocopter and Morphling both doing immense amount of damage, he cannot go into a 1v2 situation. You know, he's locking into the Morphling, enabling both Morph and Gyro just to right-click him down. His team, you know, positioning very defensively. The Global was not used the entire fight, so the Enigma could never truly join the engagement. He was waiting, biding his time, and you know, maybe 23 Savage, if he was a little bit tankier, could force out a Global, then bring in the Enigma, but I think 23 Savage has to calm down just a little bit and allow his Tide to be the, you know, the sacrificial lamb. He has to soak up the fight. He has to soak up the time to ensure that the Ursa enters the fight correctly. Because like you said, using Enrage very early on, using the BKB very early on, even when you use BKB, it doesn't matter when you're getting right-click down. He's only had 2 deaths, but every death now on the Ursa will be just so critical. He cannot die again like this.
It could all
Satanic is
very quickly if they're able to keep controlling up Ursa like this. And again, it's always Baboka. This is what I love about Baboka, is that he loves playing these clockworks, these tusks, and just getting into people's spaces, starting the fights. He's like, if I give you the vision, the information, and you don't like what you see, and you let me die, that's fine. Baboka, I've done my job.
He is going crazy. All in the good ways, though.
You know what you're getting when you've got Baboka. Toss back onto Emo here. Just onto the Eidolon, putting him into an awkward position. It's going to force out a couple of spells. In comes the cooldown, which actually ends up landing onto a couple of targets. This Roshan standoff in about 20 seconds is going to get broken, because Roshan's going to start to go on the move. They want to break this. Smoke up. Flips to Talon. Looking to fight. And they will break. There's Baboka. Media blink away so quick on that Tiny. They can't quite figure it out. And now the Ravage coming through. They've locked down Makoto. Makoto is just dead. Emo takes him out. Another smoke along with the Moonlight Shadow. Gotta be so careful here. The only way you find this fight is if you get a really good black hole. If you can somehow find the silencer, but they just cannot. But Beyond is dead in the blink of an eye. Now the Ursa looking in for more, but getting punched up by Emo. But Jokam there once again with the shackles, holding back Emo, but Emo gets out the other side. He's going to survive, and now 23 Savage, awkwardly placed. Forced up, so up to the high ground. He's got those supports on him. Snake's being used to block off the passes. He jumps in and finds Papoka. Great catch there from 23. Now he's looking for more. They've got the numbers advantage, and they are feeling it. They still have to be a little bit careful. If Emo finds the entry to this fight, it could be huge. And there's a global side. There's a BKB coming out from Fly as well, letting rip with that flat cannon, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to take him down. Black hole onto Ollie, because why the hell not? Take him out, and now the Hex is out onto the Morphling as well. Emo will not be making it out of this one. 23 Savage upon him. The damage coming in. Nullifier is there to counter out the 4-star. 23 trying to get the kill, but Emo getting himself waveformed away, but now Fly is on the front lines. He's in trouble. The shackle's out onto him, but there is no help coming his way. Fly giving everything to give Morphling a game, including his life 2 times over. And Emo stunned up, 4-staffed in. Beautifully done there from Cuckoo, just catching out Emo brilliantly. And that is going to be game. What a stylish way to end a very stylish game here from Flips to Talon. What a treat, and you can see what it means there.
I mean, the fact that they fought in this way as well, they utilizing the 4-stars in the clutch fight as well. 23 Savage, the fight prior, he uses Enrage poorly, he uses BKB poorly, he gets kited, he dies. The next fight around, completely different. Even when the Tiny had died at the very start of the fight, even when your Yakult brothers had the global science available to chase down and try and shove Flips to Talon back to their base, they were able to find just a great entry, and it was all 23 Savage, right? Just, you know what? I see Hexbreak on a Tidehunter, I get the kill. I see Papoka, who has been a thorn in our side for every fight, he gets the kill. And then it's just, it's hunting siege. You see anyone, you get the kill. So yeah, I think the fact that they took a 4v5 fight, sure, you could argue, Ravage was on cooldown, but beautiful fighting from Flips to Talon. It was just like, this is the type of Dota I love to see, itemize for each other, enable each other, just teamwork the entire time. And WS, I had to, let out a little laugh at the very end, right? Like, he's been waiting so long to hit a black hole, and then he just black holes the silencer. It's like, the reason why you haven't hit the black hole was the silencer, and then the one that you do finally get the black hole is the silencer. But a great game from Flips to Talon. Just, again, I cannot, say how much watching them with their itemization. Look at it. 3 Ghost Scepters, 4 4-staffs, what was it? A Greaves, a Crimson, Blink Daggers, Yules, like everything is just built on the fight, and yeah, lovely stuff.
Beautifully done, beautifully done. I mean, really a treat of a game 1 here for Flips to Talon. Like, obviously, whenever you'd like to see a team getting crushed, and Yakult, they put up a good fight. Then they had some moments. Emo especially put out some really good damage in this game, but nothing compared to what 23 Savage was able to do. A bit of creativity as well, recognizing how good of a game the Ursa could have, and the whole team just adapting around him to give him as good a game as possible. It's rare to see this kind of 4-on-1 thing work out this well, but it really did. 23 Savage stepping up and feeling free now that he's back in his SA teammates, free to let out and have a really good game on the international stage like this. Very exciting stuff, which means we'll be heading to a game at number 2. And Yakult Brothers have been doing well in this tournament, by the way. If you haven't been keeping up that much, Yakult Brothers are a threat. They were top 2 previously to this series, but it looks like Flips to Talon may be joining them up there at the top. Guys, we're going to throw it over to a short break, then we will be back with game number 2 of Flips to Talon versus Yakult Brothers here at DreamLeague Season 26.
Just longing for a glance from you, yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do, hey. When we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta
People underestimate just how much these guys need to live this game in order to do well. And I should know, Team Liquid almost wins with everything. When a new patch drops, everything changes. Our habits, our gameplay, but with every patch, our lives change with the game. Like literally. After the last patch rolled up, we just woke up and we're like, what the hell are these?
Worked out better for some of us than others.
Every morning it's the same. Wake up at 1 p.m., hit alarm, and choose the facets for the entire day. You pick the wrong one accidentally, and all of a sudden, the entire day is screwed.
Oh. Dude, there is absolutely no way! I'm gonna lose my mind!
I'm not a fan.
Misclicking facets can be bad, sure. But some people just have garbage facets. Unluck. Amar, what do you want to do today?
Brother, you can pick one of these two. Doesn't matter. Anyone is really good.
Snaking, can you please pick your good facet today? Snaking. Snaking. Snay!
Hey Siri, tweet UOG.
Letting players choose their own facets puts a lot of pressure on us coaches. Because, you know, players are idiots.
Hello, Habibi, what is this?
What? This? Bro, I took it for the armor.
Sure, bro, it's only for the armor. You filthy stealing Rubik.
What's the matter if I take one kill or two? At the end, we're one team.
Stop stealing my kills!
兄弟，给我看看你的命使。
兄弟，我只有一个命使，它出 bug 了。我只有一个命使，你知道吗？
兄弟，没有人会想和一个13分钟一级的大神玩游戏。给我看看你的命使。
Hey buddy, how you doing today? You feeling fine? Everything's good? Let's get you a nice haircut, okay? We're gonna make you look pretty. And also your friend can watch. That's totally fine.
You're gonna give this guy the best haircut of his life. Do you know who this guy is? This ignition god from Indonesia! The Jakiro god! Look at him! He needs to be look smacked right now! Let's go! He needs to be look smacked right now! Let's go, baby. It's all good in the hood. Run it back. Let's go. Let's go.
Look at that. We zoomed in on the white wine haircut for whatever reason.
Look at that. That's uneven. I'm so upset with him. I really am. He had such nice hair too. That's the worst part.
I've been around for a long time and played a lot of different patches. And to me, new patches, they motivate me. Oh, come on. Yeah, it can be a little demotivating too. My facets suck. At least I got a huge innate.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26, where we're getting into game number 2 between Talon and the Yakult brothers. And despite Yakult brothers starting off in the better position, having won a few more games, Talon gave a hell of a performance in game number 1 to put them 1 game ahead. Now moving into game number 2, we got some questions. I mean, do you feel like we're just going to see like a very ordinary draft from Yakult brothers this time around, T? You know, no double carry sort of thing?
I think they just got baited by the Morphling, right? It's like you bound Doom, pick Morphling. Now suddenly there's an Enigma. Not many teams pick the Enigma, so maybe their line of prep didn't respect that. And then you pick a Gyrocopter thinking you're countering it, and yeah, I think it all started with the Enigma pick. I love the fact that Flips of Talon just identified this weakness, and yeah, it felt like the draft really brought a lot of life to Flips of Talon. So am I expecting Flips of Talon to dominate like they did in game 1? Probably not, because I think the draft helped immensely. And you'd like to think that Yakult brothers, like you said, will probably veer away from that. And it all starts with not first picking the Morphling, which does put you down a predictable path.
Yeah, but hopefully they've got some more tools in their belt, because of course, you know, a lot of experience in this Yakult brothers team, and a lot of kind of big players from the region. And in fact, we're going to hear a little bit more about Yakult brothers here in this little video.
Yakult Brothers has been one of the top Chinese teams since their formation about half a year ago. The current brothers of Yakult are Flyfly, Emo, Beyond, Biboka, and Ollie. With some of the most known names in Chinese Dota, you'd expect Yakult Brothers to be a world-class team. While they've had some respectable results, such as 5th place in Blast Slam 2, Yakult Brothers has really struggled to prove themselves as a top team at an international level. The last big event for Yakult Brothers was the last season of DreamLeague, and it was a struggle. The good news is that they did manage to draw against several top teams, such as Paravision, Team Spirit, and Team Liquid in the group stage. The bad news is that they also managed to draw or lose against all the other teams too, resulting in a 10th place finish. Let's see if Yakult Brothers will be able to get their revenge here at DreamLeague Season 26.
Indeed, we shall see if they're able to get some vengeance, because, you know, as seen, there's a team which can take games off the best and lose games to the worst, so always a fun time to watch the Yakult brothers play. But when it comes to going deep into tournaments, it just isn't happening for them. But hey, maybe they can turn this one around. It's, you know, get themselves a 1-1, they secure themselves a group stage, life feels a little bit easier. We'll have to find out. But yeah, some adjustments to the draft need to happen. In terms of gameplay, you know, there's not a whole lot you could have done from that situation. I think they put Beyond in a really difficult situation where he kind of had to do everything with a singular Ravage, and it was just a little too much to ask for. So we'll jump into the draft for game number 2 and find out exactly what's going to go down in this one. The eye drops.
Savage already has
powering up.
Yeah, he's eating, he's eye dropping, he's ready. What's that? That's a very cozy little establishment that he's got, right? He's got the fridge right behind him, keep himself cool. If the game gets a bit sweaty, he can just open the fridge door. The guy is practical, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I've been debating getting the mini fridge up here, but I feel like it's just such a gamer thing, and not the good gamer way to have stuff. You know, it's like I should go downstairs if I want like a refrigerated drink.
Also, logically, would it not just make the room feel hotter, because it's going to be just churning away loud, maybe not hotter but louder, and just like, I don't know how loud they are. Yeah, they're probably fine.
Do fridges make the rooms they're in hotter because they take the coolness out of the air?
Are you googling that now?
I don't mean probably should be, but you know.
Make rooms hotter. There you go.
Now we get to know.
Some fridges will spit out a lot of hot air.
Oh,
some.
Interesting.
But mini fridges usually don't produce that much heat. The plot.
So it'll be okay. It'll be all right. I mean, he's got a really big fridge behind him, but you know, I'm assuming being in boot camp somewhere or you know, at a nice establishment, they probably got decent AC as well. Oh, look at that. That's a lovely glass. T-Governor, rating on the mug, please.
Solid 7.5 out of 10. Good form. Clearly knows what he's drinking. You know, it's
I like the thickness on the handle. You know that's not coming off in the dishwasher.
No. My guy, he hand washes that. That's how much he respects this this piece of crockery.
You don't put crockery like that into the dishwasher.
Yeah,
don't be disrespectful. My bad.
Ancient
Apparition going to be coming out as the first pick for Flips Talon. The hero which makes everybody killable except Medusa, who can still regain her mana and doesn't really care about AA. That's cool.
I'm intrigued to know, because based on draft, Yakult brothers, they picked the Morphling, got countered. Now they pick Medusa. Are they the type of team to not ban Anti-Mage and be like, are you really going to pick it? I know 23 Savage would happily play it if he sees the game, right?
Yeah.
I just have this feeling that Yakult might just be like so confident in themselves that it's like, you know what? Try.
Yeah.
This is a full gut read from the first game. That's it. It might just be an anti-mage ban and we continue with our lives, but we shall see.
We shall indeed. Do you think there's any value in the engorged facet for Medusa, the one which gives her damage for the mana restored by Snake? I really thought we were going to see more of that, but people love the Venomous Volley.
Yeah, anything that adds like slow and ways to contain the fight for Medusa is quite nice, right? So that volley helps. And then the capped move speed is really nice on offlane when you're playing more utility. So it's really hard to find an argument to not want either of those two. And they do ban the anti-mage. My gut feel that they had this like epic approach was not occurring. It is meant to be the correct ban, by the way. Yeah, no. It was one of those, like, if they don't ban anti-mage, I'm expecting them to lose. One of those vibes, but they do ban it. And what does that mean is available? Heroes like Bristleback are still available. Of course, Darks is banned out. The Shaman is, one of the most popular heroes at the tournament. We've seen that graphic multiple times now, getting shown. As I say it instantly appears. Whew. God, I'm
not trying to run it.
Yeah, that is impressive. That also scares me. That means that production truly listens. Because, sometimes on the D streams and the Earth streams, production isn't always listening too much. But now, they've leveled up. I'm scared. It took me 3 days to realize, but they really listen to everything we say, Nomad. All right, I'm going to sit up. I'm going to do my best job.
We need to stop talking about mugs.
Nah, it's fine. I was actually chilling for a little bit. It was a cozy entry to the draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty, Shaman coming out. I mean, Shaman was like, even out of the other series we had today, Shaman's been one of my favorite heroes to see around. It's been really, really effective. Just clutching up, especially later on in the fights. Getting a shackle out onto a core, something like that. It's been really good.
Yeah, it's just like constant pressure, because at any minute, he's just going to jump you and find you, right? And you can never play with the I'll buy a Lincoln's or I'll always get BKB off, right? And a hero that we haven't actually seen much on our stream is Slark, right? It's a hero that we hate to watch because it just dewards everything, but it does look like Flips Talon. They're looking at your Yakult brothers and going, you need to play on good positioning and good jump, right? We saw how Flips Talon in game 1, they utilized the Marana for the Moonlight Shadow to enable the Shadow Shaman to find that jump. But now Flips Talon is like, you got the Shaman? All right, sure. We'll now go at the Slug. We'll deward every ward. We'll combo break every engagement using our Depth Route, our Shard from the Slark. So I love the fact that Flips Talon are kind of respecting the Shaman this much. And the Yakult brothers, they go, you know what? We need more lockdown, more jump. The puck, the clock. They will dismantle a Magnus or AA in a game in which they're snowballing.
Yeah, absolutely. It puts a lot of pressure on the mag as well. You're not really going to get the chance to get off these mid-fight RPs. You got to be doing it right at the start now, because if you don't, your Blink's going to be on cooldown the entire time. There's a ton of lockdown, there's a ton of push, there's a ton of even these annoying spells like the Waning Rift and the Cogs to bounce you around. It's going to make it really hard for a Magnus to use any of his abilities, not just the RP, also the Skewer. So nice pickups here from Yakult brothers. I like what they're doing. We'll see how they're responded to by Flips Talon, who currently have a slightly unconventional draft. We haven't seen much Magnus, we haven't seen much Slark. Both the heroes, very good, but we'll see what they can do.
They take the Morphling themselves, the 23 Savage Morphling with the Doom ban instantly. They, of course, it is the ban against Morphling. Everyone knows that, and I kind of rate it for the fact that they have so much repositioning now built into Flips Talon. But Slark can be the one who walks up the high ground. He can combo break the Shaman or whatever, hey, this is me. And then when he sees the fight, Morphling and Magnus, it's like you blink Skewer, you waveform, like that. Whoever gets just kidnapped should be dying based on that. So you can always like run away from the Medusa and never really fight near her. They just don't have that hard lockdown yet to really contain the puck. So this final pick, most likely from the mid lane, would be helpful if it just had an element of, I see puck, she's dead.
Yeah, I would have really liked the DK, but that one's been taken out of the pool, so gonna have to go looking in other directions now. Trying to think about it. There is not too much available in that regard. We could see the Slardar coming out again, but the mid Slardar didn't really feel that impactful, and it definitely doesn't have a very good lane versus the puck.
Here we don't see too often, but Makoto does sometimes play it, is the mid Ricky. It could be an option where you force the puck to buy the force staff, that's the word I'm looking for. Gets good mischance against Medusa. You already have Magnus to contain them for the tricks of the trade. Maybe they don't go for it, but like I'm trying to think like what's a little like novel pick that annoys the puck throughout the early game, because that's all I kind of think Flips of Talon need is annoy the puck, and then you can easily scale along with the Medusa on the Mag and the Morphling. But you just need a hero that stops the puck from having fun. But maybe there's a world they just put the Magnus mid and they've found a better offlaner, and we're missing that option as well. But okay, instead they just go for the Ember Spirit, which is you know, can be kind of annoying to play into when you're getting coiled and stuff. But I guess the argument that we haven't spoke about is where's the damage inside the coil, inside a hex, right? There's no like explosive damage on your Cult Brothers. It's a lot of control, but you need to like right click them and do damage over time so far. So Ember could be pretty good if you get an early Mage Slayer to break all of that.
Yeah, so it's kind of the very similar situation to the puck with Flips of Talon, where they don't quite have the same amount of lockdown, but you do have the Shaman on Yakult, so that's always going to be a big threat for the Ember Spirit. Something which Yakult Brothers will have in their pockets to try to answer that.
I just realized that this might be a bold ask, but now that I've you know, we have this beautiful interaction with production, do we have individual hero stats or not? Just wondering.
Ooh,
There's more like a shout
you're making them sweat now.
No, it doesn't matter. No, it's fine. It's more like a question, and it's fine. That's cool. Because I was hoping that Slark had an egregious win rate. It was one of those things where I wanted everyone going into the game to feel empowered, knowing that Slark is not doing well. But I will double check what his win rate is. Do you want to make a prediction, Nomad, what his win rate is at the event?
Yeah, I'll hit you up with a 43%.
43%? Oof! 5 games, 5 losses. My guy has lost everything.
Wow.
Yes. Wait.
0%.
0% win rate, but that also means potentially, if Valve is looking at this tournament specifically to balance the game, Slock might go untouched. Oh no.
Yeah, if the patch is coming on Thursday, which is tomorrow, right? Then they'll be like, all
right, just to be clear,
and going, oh, what's going on? Oh, we got to change this. Okay, all right, tomorrow let's do that.
Brother, don't speak in absolutes. You know, you're speaking as if you know something, all right? Someone's going to think that you... Okay.
I do know.
Nomad's hoping it's tomorrow. Okay, all right. God, lying to the community, Nomad, truly, that's a slippery slope.
You can lie to them about anything, but when it comes to patch notes, you don't do that.
Exactly.
That's like the line
Thank you very much.
Cross. I'm sorry, guys, I was lying. I don't know anything.
You know,
all right.
Thank you.
We have an Ursa coming out this time for the Yakult Brothers, so they are going to take the Ursa into their own hands and see what they can do with it, because they felt like it looked pretty good when Flips of Talon were playing with it. So now it will change hands, stolen by the Yakult Brothers. And now we load up into game number 2. What do you think of these drafts, T? Governor? Which side are you leaning towards?
I just love the execution of Flips of Talon. So if you asked me without watching game 1, I would lean towards Yakult Brothers, right? The fact that the lockdown of Flips of Talon is very much like a root of an Ember or an RP of a Magnus. And then you have Ursa that can break all of that, a Puck that can elude it, the Medusa who can tank it, right? Like, it just feels like the scaling of your cult is so scary. And for Flips of Talon to win this game, it is so much about like that tempo, creating like a lot of moments in the early game and making sure that 23 Savage can just get to like Manta Butterfly as quick as possible. But I think I am leaning Yakult, but
all right, I'll lean on the other side just because this seems like a very vibey draft from Flips to Talon. You know, like the Slark can kind of style, the Magnus can definitely style, Lakota can definitely style. So I think judging by last game, the vibes are good. They're feeling hot. They were laughing and smiling after their last game, so I think this is definitely the kind of win which they can fight back. Yeah, I'll go flips to Talon game 2.
I did not realize I could do that.
What is that? Making stats now?
Yeah, I'm a stats guy.
Oh, cool.
Oh my god, wow. This is amazing. I'm taking Noxel's job.
There's some words being said, not particularly making too much sense from 23 Savage, but he's not happy with Ollie. He's not happy. You left him. Wow, you can even put their faces in there. That's crazy.
Oh god, there's so much power.
Why have you done this?
Don't know anymore.
Runes coming up. Bounties will go 2 for 2. All is well in the world. And of course, classic Jokam Slark behavior. Just goes in and immediately gets the D ward in the middle lane because you can note exactly where it is, but Puck did get the deny on it, so we'll be pretty happy about that. Now Puck has to play mid without a ward. Always feels bad. Let's see what. How do we think these side lanes are going to go, T?
Oh, sorry, I was thinking of more graphics to make. Yeah. Side lanes, Yakult brothers probably just have the edge, I think, in both lanes, right? You've got the sustainability and control from like Shaman and Ursa, where you keep poking your enemies so you never really feel like you're losing resources. And then you have like Medusa and Clock, who also shouldn't really die. So I'm expecting the lanes to be slightly Yakult favored.
Alright, we'll see if that comes to fruition or not. I can see it going that way, to be honest. Like Magnus, I don't think I've ever seen him win a lane recently.
Yeah. He's just very happy when he gets XP. The entire early game for me really boils down to like the mid matchup, right? The Ember versus the Puck. It's, you know, the classic active playmakers. Who gets the level 6 first? Does Puck get a coil on the Ember and get a kill, then get the 6-minute rune? You know, all these small little things that they can truly break open a game. Especially when you look towards the side of Flips of Talon, it really feels like the lanes going well is the easiest way for this draft to feel good, right? It's play on Ember, constantly getting new items, you know, Maid Slayer, SMY, Magnus empowering it. Like, it could just be Makoto MVP type of performance. And so far, 11 for 4 on CS to the 6 and 2 on Puck. He is, you know, slowly moving towards, you know, a dominant laning phase so far.
Makoto doing great. Very good indeed. Putting the pressure on to Emo. It's a very, very talented mid laner, Makoto. Very fun to watch. Meanwhile, on the top lane, with 23 Savage and Kuku, the Morphling AA lane. Not exactly thrilling, I will say, versus the Medusa Clockwork lane. So there's one guy here that wants to play the game, and that's Baboka, and everyone else is just chilling out. Alright, where do you think our first blood's going to come from?
I would like our Observer to make the prediction.
Alright, Observer, go to the lane where you think the first blood's going to happen, as Jokam getting jumped down on the bottom side. This doesn't count, by the way, as the Slark moving to the sidelines. WS, though, skewers back, trying to get Jokam out of there. And we'll be able to do so successfully. Jokam lives. No first blood as of yet. Alright, quickly, Patrick. Move to the lane you think first blood's going to happen in. Mid, okay.
Yeah, he thinks the coil, the level 6 on the Puck. No, you know, I rate that.
Support's coming in. It could. Yeah. It could be right.
It would be a little bit of a, you know, the comeback that Emo requires, right? He's down, to be fair, only 3 to 4 CS, but that slight level advantage to Makoto, we already mentioned how important it is between this matchup, the race to level 6. Every time I look top, I'll be honest, mate, I just get really bored. Like, I'm watching Morphling and Medusa hit creeps. Like, my enjoyment of the game fades when I look at the northern side. I have to dip out back to middle bottom to to regain my excitement. Don't look at it. Don't torture me, please. They're just trading CS.
Oh,
to be fair
when
though,
Snake comes out, it's like, wow, it's very exciting.
All right, fine. All right, Patrick, I'm sorry that I memed your Tormentor in game 1. Okay, is this what are you punishing me?
Oh, aggressive move. Very aggressive move from 23 Savage. Maybe too aggressive. He's getting caught out. The Lotus is available along with a stick, so it's going to take a little bit more than this to bring him down. There's a stick. Lotus still available. Going to be used now as well, but he is out of health. He's out of regen. He's out of life.
Oh, there it is.
He's going to die. The lane which nobody expected this to happen in. Top lane is your first blood from a crazy dive in from 23 Savages. Looking like Cuckoo might be suffering here as well. Beautiful cog usages from Baboka. A couple more clicks or a snake will be required, and that's what they'll get. Beyond gets the double kill as Baboka getting chased down by Showcam. He could TP out here if he wanted to because the pounce has been used. He's feeling pretty chill. Just walk back, save the TP.
So I with confidence will say that this lane was meant to be boring, but 23 Savage waveformed it into entertainment, that's for sure. That was
He was too bored. He was just too bored in that lane. That's...
Oh. I'm always so scared. When I see my carry waveform in for like CS and stuff, it's like, you could die. And it took so long to kill him. Like, it was like an entire battery assault, the entire cogs, multiple right clicks. And now Cuckoo gets back into the lane
and in trouble now, just immediately dead. That is wild. Boka finishes him off, but Beyond doesn't get frozen, so he gets away. 23 won't be grabbing that kill. And now, got to play dodge the cogs, but unfortunately trying to dodge the cog which is being thrown at him, he walks into a static one.
Yeah. And it was already optimistic, right? Trying to go into the Medusa, she has, Mango's shipping out more clarities. You're not really going to get the kill, so top lane went from being perfectly fine into self-inflicted pain and suffering. Now 3 kills going the way of Yakult, all from this top lane.
Oh, good coil, gets a kill, but it also opens up Makoto to come in and finish off Ollie here. No coil threat means no protection for Ollie. He will be dying. Although, Makoto needs to finish him off here. Sleight of Fist, not available. Doesn't have the mana. No way. Ollie just walks out. This innate, man, is absolutely crazy. Foul play gets him out of there. Showcam coming in. He's got a pounce. Doesn't want to use it onto Baboka though. Wants to use it for the park and under tower. That's some heavy damage out onto Emo. Good play from Showcam. Doesn't quite get the puck kill, but getting the kill onto Baboka is pretty nice.
All this aggression is going to be pretty nice, right? You're drawing the supports to mid, enables Fly to kind of just run around, chase down WS, and even getting the kill on Ember. After all that time, they go back again.
Oh, the freeze comes off big time. Yeah. Emo dies. Ares just dying in the middle lane, and down on the bottom side as well. WS was trying to cut the wave, but Fly said absolutely not. Came down and chopped him up, so another big kill coming in for the Yakult brothers. Yeah, they lose their puck, but pretty big wins across the board, really.
The fact that Magnus dies, it's like, I'm saying, oh look, Ember's getting pressured mid. They're also killing the Ember and the Ursa just with the phase boot, solo chasing down the Magnus to get a kill there. The lanes are just a disaster for flips to Talon. Ember getting killed, Morphling waveforming into his own death, Magnus dying bottom lane. Yeah. Everyone's been sent back to base at least once in the game already at the 7-minute mark. And now Baboka and Emo playing behind the tower, trying to go for 23 Savage. But he is away, he's already waveforming. Deeper into the jungle.
Yeah, he's very far out.
Yeah.
Puck won't go that deep for it. Yeah, there is a very scary Ursa just kind of farming up through this game. Fly is going to be an issue. And once again, you don't have Pike builders, you don't really have 4-stuff builders either, so could get a little awkward. At the very least, you have a Slark who has some sort of save when he hits the when he gets the shard. Sees Emo. Yeah. Don't think either of those two were expecting to come across each other.
Just the XP starve on Talon, which is the problem, right? If Cuckoo maybe was entertaining at level 5, level 6 at this point, maybe like, level 5.5, right? Then we can say, okay, just get your level 6, go play with the Ember, get a pick off, but he needs to find somewhere on the map that he can get the XP in. Ollie just continuing to sit mid. Anytime Makoto steps up, he will just instantly be coiled and potentially comboed down.
Yeah, coil into shackles ain't something he can deal with too easily. Flame Guard, he might survive, but it's not going to be close. It's not going to be that comfortable for him.
I guess the saving grace to all of this is Emo, because he's so active on the map, he is trading his farm from, what a puck can do. Orb mid lane, go jungle, orb the 2 camps, return back to mid lane. But he is bottom net worth on the cause when he has 1 kill, 2 assists, right? It's something to keep note of. As Ollie looks to try and find the Magnus, but the team are already here. They're ready.
This is scary. It's a double damage Makoto Ember Spirit coming for you right now. I don't think you're going to get out of this one. Ollie, he will get cut down. Fly definitely made the right decision to run away there. Immediately cutting ties and getting himself to safety. Can buy the first of his broadsword if he wants. There's over in the river, we're having a bit of a fight as Jokam's getting dropped. Although I say that, he's actually backed away on the puck as Jokam comes up to the high ground with the Boka with that leap. Very entertaining is, coil out onto Makoto. Fly getting him down. The damage is there, and he'll get Cuckoo as well by the looks of it. The right click's just continuous. There's nothing WS can do. He's just going to die. RP was available with the ult used from the from Fly at the end there. WS just couldn't find the angle to get that RP off. Didn't want to RP just to save the Ancient Apparition either.
Nice rotation again from the Ursa. We're seeing it. The Ursa players, they love to move around the map, and it's working out immensely. When none Serpent Walls are mid, they have the catapult. The real question is, will Baboka commit to going for the Vanguard? Is it a Halberd? Is it a Crimson? Is it just a accidental quick buy?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Crimson
I kind of like the idea of
okay.
I don't mind the Crimson, yeah. I'm not like hyped about it, but I think the Halberd feels better, especially into a Morphling. Like 23 Savage runs in, you put it on him. Sure, it has reduced duration against melee heroes, but every little bit of disarm against a Slark is quite nice. Even from support, just kind of forces him to disengage. So I think I'm leaning more Halberd.
Yeah.
But I guess if the game... But like, if the game is like in their favor, Halberd is good. If the game slows down, I could see him just go for Crimson. But yeah, either way, we'll see where Baboka goes with this. Couple cool options for sure. Smoked up, Magnus and AA. Magnus does have the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, this could be big. This is the combo you want.
Ooh,
RP
kind
into
of
Ice
pumping.
Blast, WS coming in from the side. They're not ready for this. They'll be happy just catching out Emo here, and they will get him down. Like, there's no surviving this one. A TP in from Fly as Cuckoo just runs into his face. What was that, Cuckoo? He dies. Makoto gonna have to jump up to the high ground. Does get himself away, though he's still chasing on Fly. Fly very, very aggressive. Loves playing this.
He already has that. Yeah, he already has the Battle Fury. He's TP's in, collects another quick kill on Cuckoo, and he's like, thank you very much. I'm 4-0, 89 CS, back to the jungle.
4-0-0, Dream carry.
We haven't really spoke about the Medusa too much, but in the off lane, especially when there's no kill threat on her, you do inevitably take the tower with the Meteor Hammer. Yurkam
has the ulti. That's a Meteor Hammer, he's just kind of standing in it, so that's kind of going to hurt as well. As now they'll go onto the Medusa. Stone Gaze gets used, but along with the Cold Feet, is that going to be enough to lock down Beyond? No, it is not, especially because she has that undulation facet, therefore she will not be slowed, and she can run at bonus movement speed during the Stone Gaze. But it's not over yet, they're still going to chase. There's the A Blast coming out, of course, doesn't do much to Medusa, but it does do a lot to Ollie, who is just going to get cut down here. Beyond still running, and Talon still chasing. They want to get this Medusa, and they want to get her now, but look at the amount of damage they're taking in response for this. They need to finish the job, but they just can't do it. Beyond still alive, turning around, doesn't want to use the hammer just yet, apparently, as WS caught inside the cogs. He's going to be the first one to fall here, as Talon tried to retreat. Will they make it out? They have
Cuckoo's dead again.
All of the cause, and Cuckoo, well, yeah, this is becoming a little rough for him. I can't believe that Medusa lives there. Undulation, what a facet.
Yeah, what a great concept. Just 0 slows, thank you very much. Walks away the entire time, and also like the Ice Blast, right? Like Do you really think it doesn't do anything, of course, to the Medusa, but it did kind of bait Flips of Talon into thinking, you know what, a drop more damage is all we need. You know, the mana disappeared. It was only 400 HP and an Ice Blast on top, but they just couldn't do the required damage at all. And yeah. The only thing that upsets me in that fight was when you hit like the 3-4-man coil. I was expecting the Medusa to instantly turn around and be like, this is my hammer. This is my moment. But
5-man hammer. Let's go.
Yeah, opted not to. Yeah. Oh, Ollie.
Yeah, he's not going to be saved by the foul play this time around. 12-8 is the scoreline. Yakult brothers off to a good start in this game, but still a pretty close one. As time goes on.
The counterplay potential is beautiful from both sides, right? On the Yakult brothers, it's going to be the counterplay of the hook shot from the clock, or the shaman with the hex, the coil from the puck, and then on Dire, for Talon, it's the Slark with the depth shroud save, or the Magnus RP, right? It's so many ways for the fights to look like it's going one way, but then to very quickly change up. And Aboka, he does die for the Tormentor, which then gives it to Ollie. Do you think it should be programmed where, like, if you die to Tormentor, you're guaranteed it?
No,
so then, like, you're running over to it and you're min-maxing, like, guys, don't worry, I'm helping. I'm taking it. Oh, so if you die, you're just not allowed it, I see.
Yeah, 100%. If you die to Tormentor, then you should get a debuff, which stops you getting a shard.
You sound like a core player.
Oh, but then, yeah, I was going to say, the support's going to deliberately die to make sure that the cores get the shard, and that becomes super cringe, so.
I'm just thinking, like, your fair Crystal Maiden walks over to Tormentor, like, I'm helping, guys. Oh, Baboka's dead. He just died to Tormentor, respawned, and died to Talon.
He's doing a bit of dying. The support's dying a lot in this game. It's very difficult to stay alive as a support in this game. Every support has 3 or more deaths. Nope, Shokam dies, which means, yeah. Actually, he had 2 deaths, so shout out Shokam for making sure that my statement was correct. I appreciate that.
Is Ursa very quickly becoming the hero of the series, right? 23 Savage, incredible performance in the previous game. Now Fly already 6-0, trying to one-up 23 Savage's Game 1 performance.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? It was really, really strong in Game 1. Game number 2 looking to be headed the same direction. He hasn't, like, yeah, there's just zero pressure on him. They don't really have the heroes, I guess, to do that, but yeah. Also, Ursa is such an annoying hero where if you do try to pressure him in the jungle, half the time he just turns around and kills you back anyway.
Smoked up. They're looking towards Roshan. Cuckoo is in the area. Might put a vortex down. He knows they're there. Very quick blink though from Ollie to get the kill.
Cuckoo to fall. Tried to get a walk down, died for his efforts. Yeah.
He's had 6 deaths, but it does feel like at least 4 to 5 of them have just been fly.
Yeah, just taking him down. Eating that ice cream cone. Now Shokam straight into the pit. Hey guys, how's it going? What's going on in here? It's on the bounce side though. He's got to go for Baboka. Emo chasing back WS, stopping his initiation. There is an opportunity for a blink RP here, but it's looking pretty tricky, especially with Nakodo being dead. WS still waiting though. And look at the respect coming out from the Yakult brothers as well. They know they cannot approach WS with his blink off cooldown. That is why they're not going for more despite getting the kill onto Makoto.
They also just don't need to, overstay their welcome, right? Like, they go for the Roshan, they kill an AA, Flips of Talon reacts like, you know what, thank you for reacting, we'll go back to farming. Once we see you back on the map and you've kind of left the area, we'll then return. Because it's not as if, okay, fair play, Flips of Talon actually, I guess it is low enough, and with the morphing, they're going to try it. I think Yakult expected Flips of Talon just to leave the area, but 23 Savage.
Rocket Flare comes in, Emo on the sidelines, going to get Yulzed up, but they're not finishing this off, and now it gets really, really awkward. Just 800 HP left on Roshan. 23 Savage going in again. Emo is here though. There's Atos coming out onto 23. Flyfly jumping in, finishing it off, gets the Aegis. 23 Savage gets a kill, but Flyfly gets the Aegis, and now 23's in a bit of a weird position. He's in deep, and Flyfly is just going to start taking chunks out of him. He can't get off the RP. WS tries to come in and get one off, but he just cannot do it. And now in the coil, it's really difficult. Flyfly, though, is in trouble. Will be losing his first life. And Cogs just chasing WS. He cannot do anything in this damn fight. He's stuck. Yule's out though, going to help him survive from the snake. Jokam chasing down onto Baboka. Flyfly finishes off WS. The Magnus is gone. That threat of the RP taken out of the fight just frees up Flyfly to take down Jokam. Now godlike on the Ursa. 9-0-1 now on the Flyfly Ursa.
Such incredible spellcasting though, between the Clockwork and the Puck, just always stopping the Magnus from ever hitting an RP. It looked at multiple times, there was a 2-man RP, then there was a 3-man RP, and it was the Waning Rift Silence, or it was a Clockwork Cog, and then also beyond at the tail end of the fight, also hitting the Gorgon's Grasp as well, to prevent the Magnus from entering the fight. And it felt like, in regards to positioning, there was some decent moments for Flips of Talon to run through this fight. And yeah, you see here, the Magnus is called into the pit, then he gets cogged, then he goes, you know what, maybe I can look to take a fight post-Aegis, and then now the Medusa's here to stop the Magnus from playing, and yeah, just really good stuff from Yakult brothers to threaten the team fight and to prevent Magnus from being a key factor in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they replicate that though in another fight. That is the question. WS though, after that engagement, probably will change up his positioning just a little bit.
Yeah, he cannot show.
There we go.
Yeah, they'll get the kill onto Ollie. He cannot show, that's the thing. Like, he's the moment they see him, they're just going to keep on doing that. He needs to keep them searching on the sidelines and then try to open up opportunities for the Ember and for Morphling as well.
Radiant's middle tower.
Okay, I'm trying to go for the steal. Having to use up.
This is unfortunate for him. Coil's used though. Depth Shroud out, but running out into Baboka. Too many heroes here for him to escape. Jokam will fall. A little bit brave. Oh, go to WS, and look at the damage out from Flyfly right here. 1 Hex is all it takes, and Flyfly just gets him 100-0 in that time. Shackle's not even required. Goodness me.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, 1,500 in just 2 seconds time. And Beyond's going to be another huge issue in this game. Radiance on the Medusa coming out next. What do you think about that?
It's the somewhat standard offlane Medusa build, right? There was an era where you go for like Gleipnir and Hex and more control, but the Radiance with how tanky you are, it provides you a little bit more of that scaling to enter the late game with not just utility. I'm not opposed to it. It's perfectly fine. A lot of the damage generated is right-click based, right? Morphling wants to get to right-click. Ember wants to right-click. So if the Medusa can get into the middle of the fight, she will be very disruptive with that mischance. And the BKB was completed on... was it the Ursa? Yeah, the Ursa. They're smoked up. Really wanting to find a big kill. And there just isn't really an item that inspires me for the big fight for Flips of Talon. When you just look across all the items, no one's really got anything to go, hey, don't worry guys, we're going to fight him here in Slug. Getting picked off. Whilst also Cuckoo getting picked off.
Annihilated, and Jokam, he's running down the river pretty damn quick, going for the TP out, but that's not going to happen. Actually able to juke out the puck a little bit, but Ollie's there with the Hex, takes him down. The rest of the team, they're just splitting the map and farming right now. They don't want to be a part of this fight.
It's a lot of damage.
Sure is.
We keep looking, it's like 1,400 damage from Ursa, yep.
Okay.
With
This is. I don't know. What point do you do with
he hexed the creep.
Oh, Ollie.
That guy's got chicken fingers. Got him.
Yeah, he does.
Literally, it's his facet, guys.
Yeah. Top tower gonna fall to Beyond. This incredible stats instead of split shot build. You love to see it.
The wave just disappeared with 2 spells anyway, so yeah, it's fine. Every drop of mana helps. And, ooh, very quick reaction there from Yokam.
Yeah, should get himself out. I'm just trying to think, like, how many RPs have we even had this game?
1
onto Puck in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm thinking just
all
one,
I remember.
Right?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm sure we have some stats on that. Give me a second. I can think about it. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Thanks. Very helpful.
1 out of 1. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Well, at least he hasn't missed any. That's important. Magnus runs himself back. Again, just has blink, heals. That's it at the moment. Pretty poor on the mag, honestly. He doesn't have a whole lot of money to his name. Hasn't been able to go and hit too many creeps with his Ember and his Morphling looking for this much farm.
I was just looking at top and I was like, Emo, you're orbing into the wave. Do not get greedy here. It was like him versus like 3 to 4 heroes. Like you didn't need to do this.
He might win.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, how the game's going, always a possibility.
Again, we talked about the comeback possibility, you know, it's just been completely counteracted by the way Yakult brothers are playing. They're never really grouping up too much, they're not forcing objectives super hard. And every time they do, there is eyes on this Magnus, there is pressure on the WS. He cannot seem to get off an RP this game.
They're also playing in a way where the Slark is not really breaking open the map, right? Like, they see him, it's a Shaman and an Ursa and a Puck all hunting him down, right? Like, they're moving as a team to kill the Slark, which then further enables their ability to then pick off the rest of the team. Okay, it's going to break the smoke, but instantly just deleted.
Yeah, removed from the game. Let's they've all been seen here. Hookshot out onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo has got the 4-staff. Maybe he lives this. 4-staff Yule's out. And now actually got the return kill onto Maboka. Ghost Scepter from Cuckoo, but the Atis is there as well. So just turn around, ulti out. WS goes for the RP, but then actually ends up cancelling it out. Which means it's 23 Savage in a bit of an awkward situation. RP comes out, but Flyfly somehow getting past it. He's got the BKB going, but it doesn't matter. He's dead regardless. 23 Savage doing the damage. Now looking over to Beyond. Beyond is such a... He can't even be bothered to kill Beyond, really. It's just more of a chore than anything. Oh, there's Emo. That's something more exciting. Go kill him instead. Nicely done. 23 Savage, the triple kill. All right, guys. Time to finish the meal. Let's get it. Start your timers, everybody. And there you go. Beyond is dead. Full 5-man team wipe for Flips to Talon. That is the fight they've been waiting for. And yes, it wasn't that big show-stopping RP we were waiting for, but it was enough. And that is a lot of gold for the Morphling as well.
But just look at the minimap in this fight. It doesn't even matter what's happening in the engagement. Maboka by himself starts the fight. Then Flyfly, he just yeets himself into the middle of the engagement. And like the Puck's not there. Now the Puck with full HP, full mana. Now he joins the fight after the clock's dead, after the Ursa's dead, when Medusa has already used her combo. This was not an engagement for Yakult brothers. This was a 1-by-1 skirmish that Flips to Talon, capitalized on beautifully.
Really, really messy, yeah. And again, really well played. 23 finding the right targets, turning into the Medusa, using that bit of extra lockdown. Roshan will respawn in 1 minute 30 as Jokam doing a bit of feeding. I mean, forcing out coil, is what I meant to say. Smoke up. They immediately want to fight off the back of this side. Actually, Jokam's been a pretty big factor in these fights, and if we get a kill here, then we might secure ourselves Roshan, so they will go hunting. Kodo in the top lane. Would be a very nice target for them.
Moving into the pit. Fly.
Yeah,
can he take it in time?
I mean, they're pretty close. If Cuckoo throws out an Ice Blast, then they'll know everything. But then you kind of want that Ice Blast to combo up with the RP. Vision's just not there. They're going to get kind of distracted by Baboka here. Fly, can he finish off Roshan whilst they're dealing with Baboka outside the pit? I mean, they need to get the Vision in here, and they're just not doing it. Fly, oh, he gets bashed at a critical time, but nobody's getting into the pit to stop him. Aegis will fall and be grabbed by Fly. Nobody really dead as of yet, except for the Clockwork. Kodo tries to be held by the Shaman, but he's going to be alright. Now they can focus down Ollie. Ollie not being in this fight is a pretty big deal, honestly, but they've got the first life from the Ursa. He's just died. RP is going to be available for life number 2 as well, and 23 Savage is going to be on him like a rash. Bye-bye Fly, dead twice in a row. Oh no. This was not how this was meant to go. Yakult brothers, I mean, how is the Ursa just always on his own in these fights? Where is his team? They can't get close. They're just being bullied.
They were chasing the Slark and the Ember. They're so elusive, but it just bought plenty of time for them to kill the Ursa off, and the fight is still going on for now. The Yakult brothers, they're poking. But about their Ursa, yeah, having to second guess every move they make. No, but critically, that fight, it was 2 different fights. It was, can they kill the Slark? Can they kill the Ember? And then for Flip to Talon, it was murdered the Ursa, who's been skewered away from his team. Once he's respawned from the Aegis, instant RP, instant Ice Blast, but we're going to see the highlight here, and basically the fight very quickly develops to being kind of like the left side and the right side, So look at the top part of your screen. Yokam, he's tanking the Shaman. Makoto, he moves here as well. And then the Medusa, she goes to join him. And now Fly, he has a choice. Does he move left? Does he move right? Unfortunately, he doesn't really actually have a choice because he gets skewered to the right. And your Yakult brothers, they don't react to this very quick. Baboka, he's comboing the Ember as well. And the fact that we're just seeing 2 separate fights really plays into Talon's hand, because they get to take away the Aegis instantly and not really lose too much as a response. Need to fight in one location. That is, of course, the critical thing for your Yakult. 2 fights in a row now. Forced aggression by Baboka in the top lane, losing the fight, moving towards Roshan. Now Fly getting caught by the Magnus. WS has had quite a quiet game, but Magnus, it doesn't matter if you have a low RP game. The hero is built around skewer. One good skewer and your impact really returns. So yeah, WS for sure finding some footing back into this one.
Yeah, he's doing his job. Might not be in the prettiest show-stopping way that people were hoping for, but he's doing his job. That's all that's needed. Medusa in the middle lane will be seen. A lot of heroes smoked up around her, but I don't know about this. It's just such an awkward, messy kill. And they're close to a tower as well, so a lot of heroes will be able to come in on this one. 23 Savage, gonna go and do the whole high strength gain shield rune thing. So he's now got a 2,800 shield. Very nice. Lane's going to be killed very quickly as they start to move up to the top side, get some objectives under their belt. Oh, I say that, it's TP down to the bottom. They're looking to clear off these pesky snakes, so Flips to Talon, they're kind of being dragged around the map. Not like they want to absolutely force something out here. There's no Aegis in play, Roshan's not up anytime soon, so everybody's kind of just playing for their timings.
We're at the stage of the game where it really boils down to like who gets the good jump, right? There's no team that we're really going, oh, they've got this or they've got that. There's plenty of team fight on either side, which makes you believe that the edge does move towards Flips to Talon, right?
Oh,
using the Slark and the Magnus.
Big skewer back onto Beyond. There's of course that Stone Gaze coming out with a maximum move speed to get it to safety. But Beyond still being chased here, but in comes Baboka, helping out from the sidelines. Ice Blast's gonna connect though, and Beyond might just tick away here after all. Down goes the snake, and Baboka, didn't connect with the hook shot. That is rough. WS looking for someone, chasing shadows, just trying to get this bottom wave actually, and stop the push coming in, because Emo's on the high ground, and Flyfly's about to be as well. They've got bottom wave and top wave super far pushed in. Gonna have to do something about this, or maybe they don't. 23 on the high ground, more than happy to start hitting at this tier 3. Flyfly gonna try and do the same thing. In comes Ember though. He's gonna try and be annoying. Now, does anybody come to stop the 23 Savage here? I don't think so.
The buybacks, how do you stop him?
Yeah, that's a good question. The rest of the team just happy to split across the map, deal with the split push, deal with those heroes. There is a tier 2 up in the bottom lane, and a tier 1 and a tier 2 in the top lane, so the chances of going for anything more are 0, but still. First barracks of the game, taken by Flips to Talon, finding the turnaround in this game.
It's something that you have to praise them on. I feel like their ability to find the fight, even if it's their opponent technically making the misplay, but to capitalize on it is critical, right? And there were a couple mistakes from Yakult, and Flips Talon were in position to instantly go, you know what, thank you so much for taking a bad fight. We are behind, and we can, you know, play this out correctly to be able to create this comeback. Some teams, they wouldn't be able to do it, but...
And another day, another time of Jokam fighting for the Wisdom Shrine. Yule's up, RP down though, onto the Ursa. Maybe they're just baiting this, as once again Ursa's just completely taken out of the game. Good night.
He didn't enrage.
He didn't do a thing, he just sat there and died. There comes the Stone Gaze out from Beyond, but 23 Savage gets off the Gorgon's grasp right before he manages to escape. Beyond will get back. No buyback on Ursa though. It's looking tough as in goes WS once again, looking for the skewer back. Does fight onto Baboka. Baboka is gone. 23 Savage jumping forwards, looking for Emo. I'm not sure he's gonna get out of this one. Makoto chasing him to the end of the earth, but a blink dagger back to the fountain. Emo is alive. One tiny silver lining to a big dark gray cloud for Yakult brothers.
I did the research.
Oh yeah?
The Slark had an Orchid, so during the RP, he then Orchids the Ursa to prevent the enrage during the stun. Of course, your items can do that, but the Orchid pickup from the Slark, dismantling Flyfly's ability to be so aggressive, right? Like, there he didn't press BKB. He's like, you know what, I can always enrage, but with the Orchid reveal, boom. I say Orchid reveal, he's had it a couple times, but for that instance, to use it in that way.
Yeah, in that way, it's very strong.
23 Savage,
of course.
Yep.
A little bit annoyed that this Medusa skipped out on split shot, but you know, still happy to take the form and use the spells. The Jokam just gets blown up. Okay, a little bit messy there, but 23 still absolutely fine. Just going to keep on clicking away. Maybe not. Hex comes out. Snakes are there as well. Don't you forget, there is no Aegis on 23 right. 2 seconds, gets it off just in time. Flyfly now realizing he cannot fight, needs to get away, but will be chased as Makoto just jumping in deep and getting the kill. 23 Savage still alive through all of this as Beyond trying to cut him off. Ollie's here as well, but WS nearby has the Yules, but it won't be enough to save 23 Savage. 23 Savage is dead, but Makoto is not as he continues going here and finds another kill. Triple for Makoto. This Ember Spirit is doing everything at the moment.
RP onto the puck.
Yeah, it's a good catch. Unfortunately, it goes flying straight past the Ice Blast. Not quite comboing up correctly there as the BKB's out from Ember now, from Emo now. Ember still chasing. Trying to mess with puck as best he can. WS BKB, and nice timing on the shockwave. That gets them the puck. WS getting a tip from 23 as well in the process. There's Beyond still alive here. I'm not sure they care too much about that though, T.
Yeah, I mean, the Medusa, unfortunately, the reason why we don't see it in every game is, at this stage, you can just kind of be ignored if you're not in a commanding position. It's like, what are you going to do, root me? Oh no, you know, it's like, but the fighting from Flips to Talon really is just paying off. Sure, 23 Savage goes down, but the amount of damage he did to the Ursa to then get the kill, and then Emo buys back, sure, but he gets picked off as well from another WS, you know, skewer. Oof. Shockwave as well to actually combo after the phase shift. You can just feel the desperation in their fight. They're just kind of throwing bodies in, hoping that they get a big kill, and the entire time Makoto just running around the fight, doing so much work. 11, 4, 12 on the Ember Spirit. Truly is like the... Okay, so if I was to say the anchor of the team, that makes it sound like he's holding them back, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Are you saying that just so I say it? Because it's like, a pillar
Yeah,
of the team?
I'm gonna
Sure.
clip it and catch you on. No,
Yeah,
I think
okay.
anchor of the team makes sense. Anchor keeps people in place. It it's reliable.
Yeah.
It's actually
But
not
here-
because like a failing point of any big
Exactly.
ship.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So you know what?
But,
Let's
you know,
change that.
That's not.
He's
that's
doing
not part
good.
Of the metaphor. He's doing good. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Try and find an analogy. He's like a strong fan on a hot day.
True.
I can't believe Fly's fall from grace though, from 12-0 to 13-4.
It all boils down to that top fight, right?
Completely deleted from this game. Yeah.
Baboka starting a fight on Clockwork. Fly trusting his Baboka, going in, both dying, not fighting around Emo. Like, you gotta be together, guys. You gotta play as 5, and of course, what we continue to praise Flips of Talon on is their ability to to fight as 5. How often have we really seen them be like 3 heroes go for a pick off? It really is like the team makes the move.
Yeah.
And that's not what we're seeing in this game specifically from Yakult. Especially after their start, it really felt like they could go on like autopilot to win this game, but that did not occur.
If anybody is waiting for fireworks to end this game, you may get it. Refresher Shard up on WS. Double RP. Very much on the cards. Gotta be ready for that one. It's not over till it's over, and you've got some crazy late game stuff to come out. Of course, if Medusa wants, she could start to has been doing so. But Orchid out onto Emo BKB all the way. Coil has to be used here, along with the TP, to make sure the WS doesn't find her, because he will RP that every single day of the week. And nicely done. Emo escapes for now, but with no BKB on the puck, a high ground push is looking very, very likely.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Damn, I didn't realize how poor puck was. Emo's just not had a game. Beyond is here, blink in, scythe out. 23 says thank you very much for the body. And this tower falls so fast. Barrack's gonna start going down now as well. They need a way to find the backlines, and with seconds on the Clockwork, it definitely helps. It's good vision.
Abyssal on Ursa.
That's
Maybe
something.
they can find a jump. Yeah.
X out onto 23. Abyssal out onto the Slug. It's a good target. Nice kill from Fly to start this one off, but now he is a obvious target as in comes the RP, but Fly gets off the ulti and gets himself away. Meanwhile, on the front lines, 23 Savage still trying to find the target, but doesn't quite do so. Yawls out onto Fly, controlling him up. Second RP misses somehow. Fly getting away, just walking out of the fight, but 23 Savage still going to try and chase him down. Hex out onto the Ember to try and get Fly back into the fountain. They will do so, but in doing so also lose their barracks. So Mega Creeps are now down for Flips to Talon. It feels like their fate has been sealed. And Ursa, no choice but to jump in again. Hexed up though, cannot use that in range, He's got no buyback, that should be it. GG is called, and it will be game number 2, going to Flips to Talon as well. A huge series for this team. Yakult's brothers, they were on a hot streak, they were doing so well. But Flips to Talon, they flip things up and get themselves a victory.
Yeah, it means they're now going to be tied on the same score, right? Yakult brothers coming into this series, we're sitting at 6-2, and Talon 4-4. So now both teams will be 6-4. Of course, they are going to be Yakult not too happy, but Talon, they were 5th. Now they're in contention to truly be a top 4 team as they enter, another series later. Of course, they have, the series tomorrow as well. But Talon, Flips to Talon, could very easily control their own fate to get themselves to the second round of the group stage. And the way that they've been playing, I kind of want to see it. I think that game 1 was so inspiring in regards to the way in which you enable each other, the fight you have. Sure, second game, the laning phase, the early game, it was a bit shaky. They were struggling immensely. But then the comeback potential, right? When you have 23 Savage on his Morphling, Makoto on the Ember, you kind of feel like you're always one fight away from them taking over the game, right? Both level 30 on their heroes, and they truly did dominate. You know, sure, we're not hyping up too much Yokam, WS, and Cuckoo, but they all did their role as well, of course. But yeah, for Yakult brothers, you gotta feel a little bit bad for them. This was their game to win. They had the advantage. It was like, what, 10,000 gold lead? But then Baboka, he goes all by himself at the top tier 2, takes this fight, drags Fly into it. They all die, and then Emo wasn't even there. And at that point, they just turned it around. So I think even though Flips of Talon won, they should be a little grateful that it was Yakult brothers just throwing away some immense lead to give them this chance to win game 2.
Yeah, I do feel like, against a better team, they might not have had the opportunity to come back into this one, but, Yakult, they make a small mistake, flips to Talon, they capitalize on it massively, and completely flip the game on its head, shut down this Ursa entirely. I mean, Fly, as I said, he went from 12-0, ended the game on 14-5, so, that's tough. That's a really difficult situation to come back from. Hopefully Fly can recover from that and recover and, continue having a tournament. Of course, nobody's going to go out on just a game like this, but yeah, Yakult, they are now knocked down from the second slot, and Flips Talon take a step forward. I think 23 Savage on the Morphling as well. Like, you got to look at this and compare game 1 to game 2 and say, like, well, for game 1, it was Morphling versus Ursa, but then the Ursa looked completely dominant and unstoppable, and the Morphling didn't really look like it could do that much. Game 2, Morphling versus Ursa, suddenly it's entirely on its head. The Morphling is kind of unbothered through the entire thing and got the better of the Ursa in the later parts of the game, so it's scary.
Yeah, no, it is very scary, but key thing is they turn it around, they find their way to win it out, and I think these are the type of games that, as long as you can learn from how it made the game, like where did the game become difficult, that's when this team can like really explode to becoming strong, right? Because like the fact they made the comeback shows that they're very, very like together as a team. They understand like when their strengths are. So if they just fix the reason why they're behind, sure, it's a simple answer, but I have hopes for them. I think again, I've been saying for a long time that I do want to see like one SA representative, one SEA representative to, shine on the international stage, to hold their own, to consistently make top 8. And with this Talon roster, maybe this tournament, maybe the next one, but it does feel like they are on a inevitable path to becoming a consistent mid-pack team that can cause these upsets and bring some life back to the region on the international stage.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, this is a kind of good look at what this team used to be, back when they were one of those top contenders. So hopefully that can continue for them and the team. Yakult brothers, I hope this doesn't knock them off their pace too much, for this team in particular. They do seem to be quite a vibe team. They have really good moments. They have some tricky moments, but it's hopefully this doesn't knock them off their vibe. They continue playing well and continue to make it through to that next group stage, because they're a good team to watch as well. Do like having the extra Chinese team in those playoffs as well, because again, just fun to watch them play and fun to see the ideas they bring. The gyro morphling idea was really cool. It's a shame it didn't work out for them. It almost did, but couldn't quite put it together in the end.
Yeah, I think the thing with Yakult and what's enabling them is you just don't know what the team's really going to do, right? Like when they played the Challenger League in China, they had a different roster again with 2 players, and that was this month, but earlier with 1 roster. Then like 13 days later, then they played with the current roster that they're with, who's now playing at DreamLeague. So it's like, even within the matter of this calendar month, they've made roster changes in 2 different tournaments, and then now moving here. It's like the team really just changes like every month. Like you just don't know what you're gonna get. So preparing for this type of team is very difficult, because it's not like you're playing up against like a Falcons or a Gaming or a Liquid that have had years, if not months, of like knowledge to build around, right? So I think it's helping them immensely as they enter DreamLeague, because it's like the kind of like the stack that is making all these upsets, but of course the players have such deep quality. But experience always helps out against these types of teams, and with Talon and the amount of experience that they have, they were not really shocked by them. And also it helps that they're playing Yakult on like day 3, so they're the ones that can look at all the other teams and go, thank you so much for losing to Yakult, this random stack that's like doing well. Let's just quickly fix our stuff, because now we know how to play against them. So it just shows that the coaching and kind of the structure around Talon is very good as well, to be able to adapt to these kind of like newer teams on the block.
Yeah, of course. That always comes into it, and I think it tends to show in games and series like this, where they can just go so deep, and they can not be over-focused on small things. For example, like the Morphling and the versus Ursa thing, where they're happy to pick the Morphling, because why not? Why wouldn't you? It's a good matchup. You're confident in your ideas, and being confident in your ideas is one of the most important things in Dota, and they still have that. The coaching is great. Like, the players are doing really, really well, and yeah, stepping up each time. So hopefully it keeps happening. Hopefully they can stay on this upward trajectory, and we can get an SEA team going deep in a tournament, in an international tournament. That'd be very, very cool. I will have to keep an eye on them to see how they do. Now, unfortunately, due to some issues, we will not be having an interview today, sadly. I'm not sure what that reason was, but yeah, sadly we'll be skipping that one. So we will be heading straight through to our next series, which is going to be Aurora versus Extreme. That'll be brought to you by Math Magician and Hanskin, which means we are all done. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. It's two brilliant series, honestly. OG Ladan versus Extreme and Talon versus Yakult, both very, very fun. Tiga, any final words?
See you tomorrow. Bye. I'll see you later. Bye.
Dime when I saw you walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. be alone for a minute. Come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh. I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know what makes you. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Make you mine. I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Spend the night. Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys, they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? Girl, shake that body, shake it down to the ground. Whoa, girl, shake that body, show me how it's gonna go down. Don't be late to the party, don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body, shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down. haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never knew. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be.
What's the status?
It's not good, boss. This one is far beyond my pay grade. I don't know if I can do it.
It's not what I want to hear. Tell me, what organization do we work for?
Casually helping others resolve issues.
And when we work to help Dota players resolve issues, I need you to think like our prime agent.
I should pull out a machete.
No. We don't solve issues with threats of violence anymore. We've changed. Our prime agent.
No, you don't mean him.
I do, Jenkins. Play more like Kuro.
Sleeper Agent Tren. I can't figure this man out. He's a savant. How did he do it? You were in Wallachia. Maybe you know.
I wasn't there. Synderen was actually casting.
Why the fuck am I talking to you then?
Sarah, you can't walk around and tell people to suck it. It's just not professional.
Okay, but it's my brand. I like to suck it. I like to tell people to suck it.
But it's not our thing on Team Liquid. You know, we're the professional team. Okay, you get it? You gotta stop this. It's not good.
Wow. You win TI once, get carried by Nisha. Let's have this conversation face to face when you're not standing on pillows.
Sleeper Agent Big L.
Son of a...
I know you don't like to be bothered on vacation. This one's important.
Not my problem.
I could tear the fabric of the Dota 2 scene apart.
I can't believe that you would come here.
We're talking TI winners, Big L.
No. No. Hey, Jenkins. Best of luck.
You know what, Saber? We're both tall. What? We don't need to argue about this. It's all good, dude.
You are right. We are. I'm sorry.
So how'd you do it?
What's the one line that no Dota player ever wants to cross?
Damn, that's dark. Well, we all did see the Reddit thread.
Hey, Colbin, it's 5 minutes till Team Spirit shuttle, so can you get the team together? Thanks.
Maidenless manager, thou knowest what thou'st must do. Thou must quest for to subdue thine most powerful Dota fiends, whomsteth lay waiting in wait in the perilous luxury player hotel. Oh. Only then, and with thine acquisition of the golden ring, will thou'st enter the shuttle too. Oh, there it is. There's the ring. Good, that's done. Check! As it were. Thou must travel to the dark recedes of the man caves.
No.
Brave the forbidden lands of the practice rooms.
I am Miposhka, favorite son of my babushka, and I have never abandoned the pub. No!
Journey to the grand feasteries to interrupt their munchy time.
Sorry.
Your most insurmountable challenge lay last. The loathsome Durachio Eater. The Skeeter Star Scourge. Cool friend of Ame. Radon.
Okay, you are ready to go? Yeah, let's go.
Nice, bro. Sick. Based, even. Indeed.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. It's Matt and Hanskin again. We've got ourselves possibly our final 2 series of this group stage one for us. And I don't know, we've seen a lot of good games. Yesterday we got blessed 2 super long game 1s, and then maybe stompy games 2, but maybe we get a bit of the same today.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so, right? I think for Aurora, they need... and they can cement themselves as the winner of Group A right now. And for Extreme, it's a bit of the opposite story. They kind of need a win or 2 here to make sure that they even get through the group stage here. So definitely a lot to play for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as tight as it was yesterday, but still, from 1st to 8th, 4 games. That's 2 series. We're seeing that today, so that's not too bad at all. And of course, you said Aurora, like, they're definitely one of the breakout teams so far in this one. Playing really well. Same with Enigma being up there. Both of them are excelling at the moment, but you see here on the other side of Extreme, they had a stronger start, I thought, to their series or to their day. They had a 1-1 versus Boom. We watched them go 2-0 to Shop or 0-2 to Shopify, and we were like, you know, the team's still playing like well enough. We can definitely see them come back. They took a game off of Liquid and a game off of Bet Boom. I mean, if there's a team that can succeed, it's definitely this one.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like for them, you gotta believe that Bet Boom is kind of similar tier of an opponent, right? Same region, similar tier of players. So I think they can definitely put a lot of win here, no doubt.
Absolutely. Yeah, I guess honestly, in their minds, they might actually feel a little bit disappointed that like some of these have turned into 1-1s when they're so close to competing. I mean, you look at the rest of the group, they went 0-2 to Shopify. They dropped 1 game to OG Loudon that's actually below them in the standings. Whereas these top 3 teams, they're constantly taking games out on them. So yeah, I'm sure it's actually been a little bit frustrating for them so far, just to kind of be perpetually in that position.
Yeah, for sure. And also, we mentioned it the other day, but they're playing for China here, right? If they can get one of those slots for EWC, they're going to make sure that Tidebound gets in, and that's, you know, one more Chinese team, essentially, in, you know, Esports World Cup. So, definitely important for the region as well. Yeah, no, 100%. And I think the region has been struggling for quite a bit, but I feel like actually coming into the summer right now, they're starting to look really good. All of these teams, actually.
Yeah, things are really coming together, but the same thing for Aurora here. They have a lot to prove, and we got a video to show you what they're all about.
Historically a Southeast Asian team, Team Aurora have now locked their eyes on the growing powerhouse that is the Eastern European Dota scene. Made up mostly of Bet Boom rejects, this brand new team has yet to make their mark. Once claiming the Aegis together under the banner of Team Spirit, Mira and Toronto Tokyo join hands in the offlane. Kiyotaka, whose incredible Tinker play made him famous, is trying to show the world that he is more than just a one-trick pony. In Nightfall, well, he's ready to do the Nightfall. Their captain, Ponto, led Chimera Esports to a respectable 4th place finish at DreamLeague Season 25. Together as Team Aurora, during PGL Wallachia Season 4, they managed to take down Tundra and Navi Jr. in the group stage, as well as their old teammates Bet Boom in the quarterfinals. Team Aurora are going into DreamLeague 26 with a point to prove that they are more than just rejects.
More than just rejects, a very consistent team. As you look at the last few placements they've had actually in their Liquipedia, it's 5th, 6th, 5th, 6th, 5th, 6th, 5th, 6th, and then 7-8 at TI, which, you know, you're allowed to drop one for TI, but they're very clearly like a upper middle performer in these, but they haven't failed and they haven't really like gotten the immense success that they really wanted.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he said in the video that they're not just a group of rejects, but these are, you know, they got Toronto TI winner, Mira TI winner from Spirit as well. You know, obviously all of these guys are very heavy hitters. The only guy that hasn't been like super successful, I would say, is Kiyotaka from this team. Yep. But of course, he's known for his crazy plays, for better or for worse.
Oh yeah, always got to be flashy, you know, that's what really gets the people going. And Tinker certainly is one of those. I mean, people have been hankering still for that mid Tinker. Hasn't come out quite yet for everybody. It's still too good as a support, I think. But hey, maybe once it turns back into a gotcha pick, we'll be able to get it. On this side, though, for Extreme Gaming, we've seen them already. Again, they dropped to Shopify, which is a bit rough. But whenever we don't cast them, they look really good, I guess.
It's true, yeah.
I don't know if it's a curse that we have or not, but this was a team that like kind of we've seen from day 1 to day 2. Just picking Tiny and flexing him is not a good idea. You have to be at least somewhat cognizant of the like matchups that you have against him, the team that you're playing with. Does it actually fit with a Tiny? And I think XM unfortunately has been a victim of this early Tiny with absolutely no protection, and he looked kind of rough in our first series that we watched.
Yeah, for sure. I think in general, flexing has, you know, lost a bit of value in Dota. I think it just comes down to the way the hero pool works. There's so many like super like S tier heroes in terms of like you just pick them and you feel good, right? You got this Tinker, Morphling, TA, AA, you know, so many heroes that are just bonkers right now. You don't need to hide anything if you're just getting what's the strongest, right?
The strongest is what matters. We've been talking a lot about the win rates for some of these heroes as well, and Tiny looked like one of the worst ones. I'll have to check on it again today. Maybe we'll actually get a graphic for it in the draft, but I haven't been impressed. But hey, AA still looking pretty impressive.
Yep.
Bristle, another flex, pretty impressive. And we finally saw our first Beastmaster game after it got banned out all the time with Ivlis yesterday.
That was an easy win, wasn't it? It's like only handful of games in this tournament.
Yeah. It's clearly one of those that, like, I don't know, sometimes there have been picks that it's like, at some point you get into, like, maybe the playoffs or, like, semifinals, and you're like, why do we even ban this hero? Like, is it really that good? And I think Aurora, they're thinking that right now. This will be interesting, though, because this is Aurora 7-3, looking dominant the whole way through, only dropping games to Bet Boom and to Nigma. So, or I guess they also dropped to OG Latham. So now with this Tiny, it's kind of up to them to be like, is it actually that hard to play on first pick? Because if anybody can do it, man, it should be Kiyotaka.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see here, but it's very strange to me that they forego the Templar assassin and they go for the Tiny instead.
Oh my! And yeah, wow, whoa, TA. I guess and
Nightfall doesn't really strike me as the biggest TA guy. Now that I think about it.
I suppose not, but yeah, the AA. I think everybody should be an AA guy.
Too, yeah.
He did recently finally just drop down to 50% win rate. So still, though, on a first pick, having something that's an easy 50%, not so bad for you. I mean, Bristle is really the only other hero that I think people are really hankering for. Darkseer, though, it's been up there, man. It's finally creeped up to 74%.
That is a lot, actually, considering the fact that a lot of teams are just picking it like first pick even at this point.
Yeah.
And, just super solid. Tiny, of course, right now sitting at 37 games, the most picked hero of the tournament with only 37.8 win rate. That's rough. I guess a lot of teams have tried to run it as the 4 right now, which I think can be good, but definitely has seen better times in that position.
10 seconds remaining.
But the AA, yeah. I mean, still no TA for either of these guys. I understand XG though, they go for the AA instead. It's always easy to build strats. I feel like it makes a ton of sense into the Tiny as well. You just have this incredible damage amp and you remove all of his strength, right? That's Tiny.
And it's more than just like kind of the game that you're into. It's also the draft. This hero allows you to kind of like ignore a lot of heroes. It's also more straightforward with what your bans are. Like Dusa probably could be a good ban. Terrorblade could probably be a good ban. Like simple things that kind of play against it.
Right, I would also advocate for the Ringmaster maybe.
Ooh, yeah, since it takes him out.
Yep.
That's something that Eastern European teams have done very well, is just Ringmaster in general.
Yeah. Regardless, 4 or 5, just solid hero, and you know, having the box against AA is always useful.
Yep.
Because in some ways the AA works similar to a Doom. If you just survive the combo, he doesn't offer as much anymore.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, if you can dodge it altogether, that's even better.
Actually, you know, I kind of want to. So when we think about like the drafting stuff as well, so AA, all of a sudden, any hero that relies on a Satanic or some sort of hero factor, you don't want to pick anymore. And then Lion Shadow Shaman. Ooh! The Monkey King is actually still in pool!
Right?
Uh-oh.
But I mean, you would have to think that they're gonna think about flexing this Tiny right now to 4 position. It looks so rough already.
Yeah, I mean, you can't put him mid. It's over. Like, if you try to lane this Tiny into the Monkey King, you're going to be very, very sad. Because this is second pick for Extreme. They already have the Draft Killer and the AA. They have the lane matchup versus the Tiny. And they get to decide where it goes.
Yep, they go for the Ringmaster. Not too unexpected here. But how are they going to address this Monkey, though? They already banned the co-op for XG, so...
Yeah.
I mean, the Storm looks pretty good
game
for...
where I think like, that could be it.
Yeah, Storm for Kiyotaka would make sense here. I guess it's still fairly early on. You could move the Monkey around if you want to. You know, get a puck counter, but it's one of his most comfortable heroes. It makes a ton of sense against both the AA and the MK. I just don't want to see travels in the hero.
I wonder, I feel like sometimes Phoenix has been something that people have done versus the Monkey King, something that you're able to kind of like drop on the Wukons and like force him to hit. But with the AA, you know, your Sunray is basically useless, so you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon was one that I was also thinking of, just like a save versus the AA blast, and it will purge once the Monkey actually gets his Wukon stacks. It'll purge that buff off. But yeah, I think the Shaman being in pull, Insta Hex, at least you can have your own Draft Killer now. So Storm, Puck, anything like that, Extreme's gonna think twice about picking it.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's solid, right? It doesn't really ever go wrong with Shaman, and right now you can move the Ringmaster and the Shaman around with a, you know, 4 or 5. Doesn't really matter for them. So I think it's just solid. But now they're committing the Tiny to core role, which is, I'm fairly sure you don't want to put him +1. So seems like it's gonna be Kiyotaka Tiny then.
I think it has to be 1 if you're playing versus a Monkey King. This Monkey is able to follow you to the mid lane and the safe lane very easily.
Yeah.
So unless you're, I don't know. I think it's doomed. I think the chat might genuinely be doomed if you go Tiny mid.
Yeah, it's possible. I did see, I forgot who it was against. I think it was against Edge. Quinn played this matchup Monkey against Tiny, and he actually got solo killed by the Tiny. But that's not supposed to.
Oh, damn.
Usually you just get stomped by an MK as a Tiny.
Back picked up.
All right.
OPA. This is just like a completely anti-BKB team. And you can get a hero here that forces, like, you make Aurora want to buy a BKB, some overwhelming amount of magic damage that can't just be touched by a pipe.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm kind of thinking Invoker, but that might be showing too much.
For XG?
Yeah, just because, like, you want to keep the flex open for the Monkey.
I guess, but... It's hard to call, like, are they gonna go for support and commit to Magnus, you know, everything? Show their cards, basically?
Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, that's close. You need a Dispel.
Yeah.
2 Dispels are really nice versus the Willow, but you could probably get away with 1.
Not every day you see this hero anymore, actually. I think it's just gotten replaced by all these Ringmasters and Shamans.
10 seconds.
But it makes a ton of sense. They have insane teamfight right now on XG, and they can still obviously put the Monkey +1 or +2. Depending on what Aurora decides to show them.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
so they go for the Storm. I think
Monkey both of these matchups?
I mean, kind of, yeah. I think the Storm is really good into the MK later on into the game. Maybe not the laning phase so much, but the mobility is super nice. I think the Boundless is obviously useful, but it's not going to be enough to, you know, deter a Storm.
Yeah, you almost want your own either... I mean, you can't go Puck, right? Since you have the Shaman already on Aurora. You have a root that's nice from the Willow. You have a good BKB piercing disable. You just need a single setup. I mean, in a different world, it would be, again, like the Underlord, a nice root, but I don't know if they're going to get that this game.
Yeah.
They might still be looking for a carry.
For Aurora?
Or no, for Extreme.
Yeah, for Extreme, they can for sure. They can do anything right now. Which kind of looks like they want to do a carry because they banned the Morphling, right? Or sorry, not the Tide Hunter, rather.
Yeah. Opens up for the Morphling.
Yeah.
And Aurora, they have the makings of a solid lineup. I think I'm with Extreme here. I feel like they need an offlaner. It does mean that they're putting the Tiny carry. I think that's the only place that it can go genuinely to dodge this Monkey King.
I think so too, but still might have troubles in this game. I feel like they need more strength in their lineup. I don't know. They could potentially go for a Dusa. That would make sense. You know, a hero that you don't really want to skewer back and doesn't care about
has
the AA.
the lowest strength in the game.
That is true.
It is like the atypical tank, and honestly, Monkey Kings are going more for like, you know, Corrosion, a Mage Slayer, not necessarily Diffusal anymore. And there it is, AM. You got it, buddy. Pick the Dusa. There it is.
Okay, so curious how XG is gonna address this now, because there's a lot of things they can do still, right? Put the Monkey carry and get an Ember or something like that. It's really good with the Magnus AA. Or they can just go for the Monkey mid and then...
Ooh, interesting.
I wonder if it's actually better than the Ember here. I mean, I see it. It's a super hard counter to the Tiny in terms of hero matchup. But it doesn't address the Storm and much, you know.
Right?
Like, which I feel like... Can they get an Orchid or something? I don't feel like they can, right? No way to do that. Maybe Magnus, but that would be very late. So I feel like they might have some Storm problems in this game, and at the same time, this Dusa is not that easy for them to kill. Like the Lifestealer, he doesn't have any like specific tools into the Dusa. Sure, he might have a good lane, but should be a similar story for Toronto here. So I don't know. I feel like the draft got kind of salvaged by this last sequence for Aurora.
Yeah. No, I'd agree with that. I feel like Lifestealer into Medusa was a bad matchup. Adding in the fact that Medusa has no health anymore, still likes to go for this like super tank, can go for a Scotty later if she really wants to. Like, I don't love the Lifestealer pick. You're answering only the Tiny, right? Like that's the biggest thing that you really wanted to deal with.
Yeah.
Wasn't it already dealt with though?
That's what I felt like. They didn't need to address Tiny anymore. They already got his AA, which is super good. The Monkey is not bad against him. You just need a solid carry and you'll be fine into the Tiny. I felt like they needed to address Storm and then do somewhere, and I don't think the Lifestealer did. I mean, I get the upside that you don't get bothered by these roots at all, right, from the Dusa as the Lifestealer. The question for me is like, is he gonna do well enough in the lane against the Dusa where it's like, because you want to sit on your lane forever, right, as a Lifestealer, but he's not stopping the Dusa from farming. He's not stopping the Dusa from meteor hammering your tower constantly, right? And then he doesn't kill him later. So what if Toronto can just beat his frontliner that just makes sure he's the guy you don't want to commit the A blast on. If you skewer him, you always gotta second guess yourself. Is this gonna work really? Because then you're giving like free reign to the Storm as soon as Magnus commits your blink. And yeah, I feel like I would personally love the Ember so much for XG here. I think it would make so much sense with both of their supports and the Magnus too. So
yeah, the poke potential, the setup route, enabling Xingqiu to do a lot more on his hero as well. I feel like as we look at the item wishlist of this Lifestealer, clearly it's a Radiance to start out. And then, honestly, if Kiyotaka goes for an Orchid build, you could be forced to go for something like a Manta pretty early on as well after that. Then you need, oh boy, maybe a Disperser to help deal with the Dusa at some point. You probably want a Basher because you still want to try to man up on the Tiny. There's going to be an Ags in there somewhere. Like, these slots are really starting to add up already for the Lifestealer, and there's plenty. Well, the game hasn't even started yet. So whenever you walk into a game and you're like, here are the 5 items that I need to win, it's rough. looks like game will be starting soon. Yeah, I don't... maybe ZinQ does something that I'm not ready for. Maybe he goes for like an Orchid build. Maybe the Atos is going to be enough that forces the Storm to get a BKB and like delay these timings.
I was going to say Atos seems more likely, doesn't it? Atos AA as well, for sure, I think. So double Atos, that definitely helps with the Storm. Which is... Oh, Nightfall in trouble.
Oh, he is.
He's dead.
We do...
First blood for XM as well.
It is a good first blood.
Oh, yeah, we don't have obs.
We do not have obs. Our obs somehow, I believe, either got kicked or DC'd from lobby. I'm gonna figure out if I can. I'm a man of many talents. I can get observing done.
You are the magician after all.
Oh baby, I am. So let's put the. I'm gonna do it. We could also do a radio broadcast. That's something, you know. I was told I had the face for radio.
The face for radio? What does that even mean?
it means that I don't have a good face. Well, we get a good mid lane matchup. You can use your imagination on the bottom left here. There he is! I see a Storm!
Oh, we're back.
Oh, we got it!
Nice.
This is our man. So I believe this is our producer, right? Who's doing the observing for us. So that's wrong. Incorrect. Oh, he's back. BTB is back, my friend. Oh my God, he's here to save the day. Now, all we missed was a first blood. It doesn't matter because it was a boring one. They just ran at runes and killed a guy. Nobody cares. It did go to XM. So this Monkey King having a strong start in the mid lane already in a matchup, I think, is Monkey King favored by a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, already having the Orb of Frost, right, helps so much in this lane. Being able to channel those Jingu charges. So.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
they're very like...
yeah?
They're very distinct timings. Every time that I've played the Monkey King hero, like, you have Orb of Frost, you have Boots, you have level 2 in your Jingu, and then you have the full Corrosion. Each one of these things is like a gigantic power spike. And anytime you can get it before Storm even gets, like, you know, just Boots or even other stat items, it's so huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean... Let's see what happens here first. Okay, just a bit of hope. I mean, for the mid lane, I feel that this lane is definitely playable for both sides. I agree with you, it's Monkey favored. But I think what really is gonna like make the difference in the lane is the support rotations. I feel like you can snowball really hard either way. Maybe more to the benefit of Monkey. Like it's pretty easy to pressure a Storm early on with just one guy as the Monkey. He's gonna go for a kill here. Not sure.
Ooh, yeah, he is. Oh, root into root. That's what you love to see. Paulson, and they get the kill. Even it up finally. I think. I think Mira grabbing the cluster cluck already might not be enough. And Ame. He's going for that triple bracer build as well. He's still looking kind of just like ghost side items right into the Radiance.
Yeah, I think you need the last hit potential, right? So you just want to build up stats on this guy generally. He hits like. He massages pretty much.
He and Medusa kind of like have pretty rougher level 1 damage. Now the Medusa already has, you know, the Null working on another one coming out. So she had a really strong start in these waves, but it's not easy for her to CS either. It makes sense that the Shaman... Oh, man, he actually doesn't have a single deny yet. That's not surprising. Nightfall? Hopefully not to die again here. XXS, he'll be the one that gets the Lotus.
No, this is a guy that hits hard though. This Magnus already sitting at like 80 damage. Same with Tiny.
Ooh, bottom side. Mira in danger here. Looks like they should get the kill. That's going to be Ame picking it up. And those kills matter so much more. I mean, you get one kill on the Lifestealer. That is, what, like 15 CS for his Feast? And XFS on the other side. Holy moly. The cores. They're feeding. Okay, yeah, so it's 15 per... Yeah, that is so much. So much. XM, man. He's starting to really step up on this lane. He is making sure that nobody gets...
Almost level 5 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Kiyotaka has been preparing to stack, so... That's definitely going to help out. I wonder if they're going to go for an attempt to contest it later on XG. You know, right now he's really strong. Is he already out? Ooh, that's a good steal.
That is a really good steal. I like the level. Sometimes people would rather go for that next point in the Jingu, but this is just good for the mobility, especially you're going to need this later on if you want to rotate, if you want to stay on the storm. And oh, another kill. Panto goes down. XG. They're doing really well on this laning stage so far.
Yeah, and he's also hitting every single bramble, even without a skewer, right? So good job by Shinkyu there. I wanted to mention as well, since you bring up the monkey tree dance, like the added utility from having trees in the river now, which wasn't the case in the old map.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a huge buff for him, which Monkey was already considered one of the better mid laners, right? And now he's gotten a shadow buff in the sense.
Yeah.
Not many heroes would benefit from this, so it would pretty much only be Monkey King and Tiny, right?
Oh, there's one more. One important one. Also one more kill. That's what I meant. Getting ran down still. No, there's one more hero that loves trees in the mid lane.
Is it Prophet?
Timber! My boy Timber Saw.
And Nature's Prophet.
That's true. You know, it's nice to not have to use your Sprout to get a treant. And Panto. Oh, well done. Having it in the pocket there and jump away. And there's a lot of trading going on in these lanes. We've had a lot of kind of like bland laning stages, but not this one.
Yeah, not a lot of kills already. 3 for 3 right now. I mean, I think this next rune is going to be super important for either team. Can definitely speed up this game.
Who does that favor more, though? I mean, I'm looking at the lifestealers, like, whenever you hit Radiance, that's like peak farm. Just get all this extra HP as well. You're super scaling. I don't know if Tiny necessarily has that, but man, Medusa does. As soon as you can get that meteor hammer.
Oh, haste on an XM.
Oh.
Kiyotaka not level 6 still, so.
What do you think about this? Going for the armlet first on Ame instead of going just like, you know, Bracer Phase Radiance.
I like it. It's gonna enable him to be in part of the fights a lot.
Yeah.
Like earlier on, and it makes a ton of sense with the Empower as well, right? It just gives you so much damage and survivability, really. So I'm always a fan of the armlets on Nags. Maybe not if
a lot of damage already here. XXS, yeah. Taking a lot, but now they're going to turn on Nightfall. This guy's still big, and he's under his tower with Panto right behind him. Yeah, you're not going to be able to go on that.
Yeah, for sure. One of the big upsides of having Tiny carries that he's so hard to gank, right? But now XM is coming over, so we'll see.
Oh!
They should be aware, though, with that obs placement.
Yeah, so it's a hard obs to place, especially anytime that you are dewarding. I think that is a good sign, though, for any support players.
They're still
Make sure that you're warding on that side. Oh, they still are. Next XS. I mean, he might have taken too much damage. The knife, it hits him as he skewers away. Beautiful hit there from Panto, but he will give his life in return. You know he takes that every day.
That is really brave from Aurora, actually. They just saw XM right, like 1,000 meters away.
Wow.
And in the meantime, Kiyotaka, he didn't have to respond to anything, right? He was able to farm his massive stack. That was like a quad or 5 stack.
Whew. Yeah, his CS is
so, you know, he's completely caught up in the game.
It might have been worth it if they got the kill on Tiny, but at that point, I think even then, like giving the Storm any amount of space to get this gold is so much worse for XM since he's built on punishing you in this laning stage.
Right. I mean, now you're kind of past the point, like where you can truly punish. Even if you get a will rotation right now, I don't think Kyo is gonna. We're gonna see here. They're gonna try for 8. But even if they hit those brambles, you know, it's not gonna bring down a Storm at this point.
Yeah, no. I don't think so. You'd have to have way more. Now, Panto, he's got his shooter, so he's able to step up on this one. The slow shouldn't be enough for him. Now, he's actually going more points in stun, so XM, maybe with the same read you had, that like we were lacking some lockdown, but surely the stun is not enough.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna need the stun plus a bramble plus a cursed crown, really, to bring him down on RP, right? And, yeah. Well, they're gonna go for something else now. They want to go for Toronto, which makes sense. I think prioritizing this Storm right now is not gonna be worth your time.
He's going Orchid on the Monkey King. I think I listed 3 heroes that could go in Orchid, and he wasn't any of them. Looks like they are going on the Lifestealer here, getting the root, but he has a Rage. Turn her right back around on Mira here. Gonna get the kill. XM picking it up. They didn't want to give him the extra 15 feast. Shame.
Actually, I'm sure they wanted Toronto there over it, but just so happens that they walk into Mira there. So I feel like right now,
time, really, that like a support has gotten in the way of them killing a core on Monkey King.
Right? I feel like XM's flow, surely, I mean, he's doing great for himself, 4.6k net worth, minute 9, but I'm sure some of these moves would have liked them to hit on a core.
Yep. the fraction more gold isn't as much, but the fact that these cores have been able to just like kind of sit back and farm whenever somebody is aggressive in their lane is really nice. I mean, there's so many camps around the map right now. Nightfall was just hitting an ancient camp and a hard camp, like right behind, or a small camp, right behind his base as they went on this Panto here. It's like so easy for him to kind of dodge just until the Monkey King goes back to mid.
Yep. I mean, they're gonna have to stick on him for a long time as well if they want to bring him down, right? Same story with him, which is, I guess it's hard for XM, but it's not impossible.
No, I mean,
we'll
with this Lifestealer build, he'll actually be more of a threat to Tiny early on, having that armlet, getting a lot of that extra attack speed, lifesteal, so it will be good in some ways. Something that might not be good here is the Invis rune in there for the Monkey King. He stepped in, took it, but I think he might be in danger now. The stun, it doesn't connect. Kiyotaka, he gets the kill on the Monkey King, and balance may be restored in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, you see this, just the problems that Rasta brings you all the time, right? Monkey cannot bring up the Jingus. I mean, he can't really do anything. And right now, the onus is on him for sure, right? So you can tell in his item build as well. He wants to get his Orchid to get, to get something to happen. But
yeah,
I feel like
God, yeah, dude, 2 obs in very rapid succession as well. The support net worth is popping off.
It is for sure. I mean, Kiyotaka, he went for the illegal build.
All right, so you already mentioned the illegal build of bots. So can you cope up this game? Is it okay since he's had such an explosive mid lane?
I mean, there's got to be some idea behind it, right? Let's see here. He's going to kill it.
Oh, dude, do you see how fast he moved when he got skewered? That's the bots right there. Fear takes him away, but it looks like the Rainmaster ult, it will keep XSS in there for a second, but now he's out of mana on Kiyotaka. And he doesn't have to zip because his move speed is so high. It's like he's zipping all the time.
See, Toronto is going to show up here.
This is a bit deep. Yeah, you can see XM. He does not want to just go for free. The Wukongs, they're coming out, but they don't actually hit Panto again. He won't get any extra Jingu stacks, and he may not even kill anybody in this Wukong. Kiyotaka is still alive. Zipping away from this one. He is just so damn elusive.
I mean, can you say it worked out? I guess it
worked.
It didn't not work out.
That's true. It's one of those you look at it and you're like, could this have worked out with any other item? Maybe. But at the end of the day, now he has this to show up to any mid lane he wants. He can show up to a ton of these fights. He can TP mid right now if he wants to bottle up that regen rune. And there it is. Yeah, Tiny just getting whatever kill he wants, even in the carry role.
Yeah,
how was he able to walk up and just murder that guy?
I don't know. Didn't catch it. It's too focused on the travels.
That's the important part. Don't let
I mean, I guess if you're gonna be serious about this for one sec, I guess the upside is that you're literally not gonna spend gold on TPs anymore in the game. So, and to some extent, you connect to ganks way easier, and it I guess similarly to Nature's Prophet, right? You can just constantly be farming and always ready, which I think is nice. But since I just feel like your mid hero is supposed to be the one leading the tempo in your team, and I feel like when you invest into I guess passive income, then doesn't add any strength.
Profit at home,
right?
I mean, I have heard the bots thing before. It's like if you can buy a bots at 8 minutes, think about all the TPs that you'll never have to buy for the rest of the game. But joke's on you, I die like 10 times a game, right? I'm already getting like 10 extra TPs. I don't need bots on top of that.
That is true, but I guess Kiyotaka is not. He's not planning to die.
He's not, yeah. He definitely is not. After living so much on that top fight, on such low HP, now going bottom, finding the Lifestealer here with the Shackle. He's taking advantage of the mobility of his team, and with the bots, be able to be right on the front lines with them.
Damn, that's tough. And, he's going to be facing up against a Kiyotaka Orchid at some point as well. So many stuns against his Lifestealer, and he's already so far behind as well. Keep in mind. We discussed they picked this Lifestealer into the Dusa, and he did not have a successful laning phase.
No.
Not what you want to see when you pick a Lifestealer.
That's one of the hardest parts of it. Now they will get a revenge kill here. Paulson actually the one getting the kill on Mira.
Still not as much they wanted. It's still like the third time XM goes for a move and he hits his support only.
Where's the tracker? We need a tracker for... Oh, Skewer. Toronto, Tokyo. He won't get the Shrine, and he's locked in here. Now, they already used the RP. Toronto, Tokyo. I mean, that Ice Blast, all right, it's cool. It actually does borderline nothing versus this Medusa, though. She still gains mana off the snake, but there it is. XM getting a huge kill on this Medusa with the DD. I mean, this could get him actually closer to the Orchid and maybe start to be aggressive on the map.
Yeah, definitely helps. We're gonna see Killtuck here. Traveling in.
So much damn mana. He is galvanized to hell.
He is.
Now with the wards as well, getting the tower. This is a very fast game from Aurora, and honestly, Extreme are trying to match that pace. That's why they had the armlet on Lifestealer. They don't want to just like sit back and farm it up, but unfortunately, the Medusa is about to have the Radiance before you. Not really something that I'm used to talking about, to be honest.
Interesting that it skips the ASOS, but I guess it does make some sense. Like, they want to play a slower game, right? Yeah. It's always a good idea to synchronize your items, so if Storm takes the passive approach, you might as well on the Medusa, right? Look for a 25-minute timing instead of a 20-minute timing.
But this skills you. I mean, we talked about how, like, Ame, he's got 5 different items he needs. If Medusa Radiance becomes that much of a problem, add number 6, MKB. He does not have room for anything else.
Yeah, I mean, can he really get an MKB, though? Like... So he's gonna need Armlet, Radiance, and then a Dispel minimum, right?
Yeah. I'm just thinking Manta, maybe, right?
He's gonna need a Manta, probably, and then he's gonna need a Sanj, probably, for, like, just all these stuns. Yeah, get a Abyssal at some point.
Yeah.
Then MKB. I guess the upside is that Tiny is not gonna get a Butterfly anytime soon, but if he would, that would be actually cool. Because then I feel like Ame would, he would definitely get super slot starved. That's in that position.
I thought it was going crazy. I mean, it could also be a world where like Medusa splits across the Radiance and goes like Nullify or Butterfly. Those items are both fine on the hero. Oh, silence up now. This is going to be another kill for XM. You know, he's doing a good job of getting these quick pick-offs, but this is the other pick-off that is dangerous. Another Orchid, another kill on Ame, and now, yeah, you're definitely going to have to get that Manta sometime soon. Xingqiu is standing for, but Nightfall might take the bait and be happy with it. There it is, RP. They get him under the Wukong's command, scurrying him into the center of it as well. He's not going to get away from this one, but the Storm Spirit still on top of XM. He's hit by the Meteor Hammer. He's ticking down. Somebody hit him one last time. He dodges his last dodge, I believe. Oh, wait, he gets the top. No, he could get away from this one. TP out, Mira. He can't stop it. XM, you magician.
God damn, that was a clutch escape. I mean, I thought for sure it was going to die, right? I mean, they end up losing Ame, but at this point you'll take it, right? You trade Ame for Nightfall. Definitely a good trade at this point, and that's your Orchid reveal for Kiyotaka then.
Which is a really nice Orchid reveal on the Lifestealer. Maybe not for
this Meteor Hammer here.
It was nice. It was really nice.
They tossed to set it up as well. I thought for sure they were going to get XM, but Kiyotaka doesn't have mana.
29 HP, I mean, that's doesn't get closer than that. And it's surprising after all of that it's still 3,000 net worth lead for Aurora. I know it's not a ton, but I thought that things would be going a little bit more in XG's favor after those few fights. Nightfall was farmed. He still is farmed. Getting a kill on him didn't seem that consequential.
Yeah, I guess not. The upside is that, you know, he has his farming kit already finished, whereas Ame doesn't really have his Radiance for another one.
Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, God. And Panto, no!
That's a feels good, man.
Dude, Paulison, you god!
He went for the Glimmer instead, so, I mean, he's gonna finish that right now, which is obviously amazing as a Storm.
I mean,
I would have hoped that was
level 10. Oh, it feels so good. Undispellable on that ulti, so not even Cluster Cluck can save you.
They also had a Sentry prep, but it doesn't matter if you can see the blast coming when he can't react, right?
Yeah, it's always dangerous. I think that's also something that they noticed about this lineup is like you're not taking the Tormentor without Shadow Shaman. So I think they may have only been guessing on having one kill for that one. Getting the Ringmaster as well was definitely the cherry on top.
For sure. Shadowblade finish our Nightfall right now. He might be looking for a play here. Sides against it looks like. There's just so much pickup potential right now for Aurora side.
Oh,
they don't even have the blink on Mira yet.
Yeah.
But they got Orchid on Storm and Shadowblade Tiny. You gotta feel so scared right now. And like we said, it's gonna be a long time before Ame or XM can really deal with this.
It is a little bit weird though, because it's like You know, now that Nightfall went for this build, he doesn't really want to show on waves, right? Like, he wants to be somebody who can just come up and kill you if you're not careful. Same with the Storm Spirit, now with his Orchid. So Medusa's really the only one who should be showing on waves, which might actually get a lot of attention over to XG and be like, this is where we're allowed to play. But he's in the jungle. He's still working on this Radiance. This might actually end up hurting their presence on the map.
Yeah, a little bit. But at the same time, though, I think XG, they're very scared to show anywhere, regardless. As long as they don't know what's happening with Storm and Tiny, they're gonna feel scared. You see, they're right now already clumping up, you know, like this.
And they got to play together. I mean, they have RP. Should be impossible for you to burst XM without there being a mag coming in and ruining your day.
That is true. And you also got the Terrorize to follow up as well, right? So there is definitely potential for wombo combos here. You got the AA, the Monkey with the RP.
That's true.
So, but
I mean, RP AA Blast is already like borderline a death sentence. They did not pick heroes other than the Medusa, right? That really dealt with this Ice Blast.
Group up from Aurora down at the bottom side. Same story for XG, so...
They're playing bottom a lot on XG. I feel like they're leaving a lot of the map open. They had to get some kills here. They're going into the Radiance Medusa. They're about to break on the smoke, but they don't know who's up there. Nightfall's going to show on his own sentry. Knows it's perfectly safe. He just walks away, and now this whole smoke has been ruined.
Yeah, still missing 2 heroes. They feel not so confident going for this play without Mira and Toronto present.
It's just, wow. I mean, this is Aurora being very aggressive on the map, and kind of all the right things are happening, right? If Nightfall didn't break that smoke, it's possible he actually just gets jumped on and murdered, but instead he's playing on his own sentry, sees one hero on the bottom, just walks away, ruins everything that XG was trying for, and they're not really like turbo farming out right now, right? Didn't they just recently get the Radiance? Do they even have it yet? They don't even have it yet.
Yeah, they don't.
This is all very good
for
Aurora
XM
right
as
now.
well. This wave is so scary. Can't go for it.
Yeah.
They're getting completely surrounded right now. XXX got him in trouble here.
I mean, they see the mag now. Mutual Orchids hit under the tier 2. They do. They get the Monkey King here. He's still rooted up. The Ice Blast, it'll come too late. The Lightstealer dead as well. Toronto Tokyo is just taking everybody. XXS has to just BKB TP away. Is it ironic that you do that in front of Nightfall?
I mean, like, they can't do anything, right, on XG. They need his BKB on Monkey, and they need his Radiance on Ame still. But it feels like they feel like something needs to happen, right? Because the map is so scary. They're gonna lose at tier 2 now. And, I don't know. It's not gonna get easier with time, but they still need his items. We're gonna see it here, like, Ame TPs in and immediately dies here. Look at him.
Yeah, there's just no hope. Right into the Avalanche. Nightfall in the perfect position.
Yeah. Actually, kind of looked like it TP'd into the Wheel of Wonder, ironically.
Yeah, that's not a great place to be. Panto's had a really great game on the Rainmaster so far, and now thanks to that, his core's net worths are just exploding. Yeah. We have to use this AA RP somehow, but I don't know.
We've seen a lot of these games in the tournament so far where you're like, you have this wonderful wombo combo. The problem is when you're so far behind, it's very hard to get the enemy teams to like clump up, right? Like, what is gonna force them to be together unless you can actually start beefing with them, you know, in a fight? Like, if none of your cores can go in and pressure anything, then why would they respond to it? And then,
unfortunate. Can you even? I don't know, man. That is a thick hero. Right now, Medusa, already with all of her levels, she's sitting at about 4 damage per mana. So her full hero pool is looking at like, 40 plus 32. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like over 4k damage.
Yeah. Wonder what this Parasma is about on Deuce, actually.
I mean, that's something that you do if you're going Ags, right? I don't...
Yeah.
Is that going to be what happens? Just like Parasma Ags?
I guess so. Skipping the Aethos build, which has been like the flavor of the month with this hero, right? But...
Do you think they're going to be missing damage? I feel like Storm is actually like kind of popping off with the damage right now. He had such a better start than they expected. I think Toronto Tokyo is allowed to just be tank, but it's more fun to do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to amp up their tiny spells and the Storm as well, right? The magic reduction.
And they are hovering around. They have yet to make a really defined move. They keep trying to make these smokes that give them some advantage, but instead, yeah, Aurora, they're just running right into the Roach Pit.
Yeah, I mean, XG, they have no awareness of the Roach happening, but actually they have no clue where Aurora is at all right now. They see Mira, but
not enough.
Not even sure if they could. They're gonna send the A blast right now, but a bit too late. Wouldn't have changed much regardless.
Yeah.
I mean, with this game state, the travels is looking really good for Kyo, right?
Yep. He's been allowed to be like all over the map, and there's no way that like you can stop him right now because of how far you are behind. I mean, even if you do blink RP him, once you have the AA blast, it comes down to that lack of lockdown. He just gets to press BKB and go away from any Orchid or roots that you have on top of him.
And even if you land an RP into Terrorize, you still got the Ringmaster to box him.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, they might try for Toronto here.
Oh, they're gonna try. They had the RP as well, but immediately with the box, Panto, no mercy whatsoever. Gets hit with the Ice Blast. I guess it's a nice cosmetic, but it's still not gonna take him down just yet. Gets a bunch of heal. Thanks to Lotuses as well. He's just alive. Toronto Tokyo is alive. You went for the Medusa. You don't have the damage. You don't have the tools in your toolbox. And they just lose 2 immediately on XG, losing the Willow as well. And XM, gotta be careful, man. There's some heroes hunting around for you.
That is brutal. Now they used everything as well, right? So the map is gonna be so scary for them once more. If it wasn't already, this is gonna be... It's gonna be like a horror movie for XG to play this map right now. And I mean, going for Testusa can work, but you gotta know everything, right? You gotta know where the Ringmaster is, you gotta know that he's completely isolated, which was the case when he went for the Wisdom Shrine earlier, right? But this moment, they hit everything. There was like no problem in execution, right? It's just a poor decision in the end.
Yep. No, it's really bad. she had to get healed up thanks to her team. I believe her team, she had a wand, and I think somebody else fed her either a Lotus or just straight up mangoes to keep her alive there. It is genuinely like not worth it at all to Ice Blast the 2, so you should just save it for somebody else.
Right, it doesn't do anything, really.
No. You take Medusa down to what, 500 HP or something that she has left after her mana shield, then I promise you already have the damage.
Exactly. I mean...
In a rough spot.
Oh, Nightfall. They see him though.
Gets the stun, and now rooted up. Yeah, he has it, that...
He could be in 5. They're gonna need a skewer on this.
They are popping the BKB already here for XM though. They root up Nightfall. He's gonna BKB. Bame trying to turn on this Tiny, but he doesn't have the damage. That's supposed to be the matchup you actually like on this team, but it's still not enough for you. Jumping in on XM now, he'll at least try to get some revenge, but the heal actually on the Shadow Shaman, he doesn't even die. This is just clinical from Aurora. They are running down the map on XG. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I mean, they feel like they have to try something, right? But it's just a bit too hard, unfortunately. Weren't able to get the skewer onto Nightfall, and even if they did, I'm not sure if it would have been enough, to be honest. I feel like Ame has to feel so bad right now. He's a lifestealer in this game, and it's so hard for him.
Yeah.
Right? He's not doing damage to all of these cores. Like, the Storm and the Medusa is so hard for him. The Tiny, sure, he can do something, but there's just so much danger for him. Yeah.
This is like the pinnacle of like a good 23 and 18 pick from Aurora. They had this Storm and they had the Medusa, and it's like you have to find a hero that deals with both of them. And like very often on 24 pick, you don't have one like that. You don't have this all-around meta pick that deals with 2 very strong late game cores that also somehow fits in your lineup. It's almost impossible to find that now.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Lifestealer for sure wasn't it.
No,
like
I don't think so.
The game would have felt a lot better to play if they had an Ember, let's say. But there's also other debates you could have about the draft.
Oh,
like,
there's other heroes.
Like the Templar was ignored completely until like the very end of the draft from both teams, which I feel like, I don't know. Maybe something from scrims we're not aware of, but the plan has not worked out for XG at all.
Would have been an elite Huskar game once again. Actually, like another one of those kind of sneaky hard counters to Medusa since you don't have mana. Mystic Snake just does nothing really to the Huskar.
True. I mean, another downside
careful, brother. Yeah, right? Like, we're all looking. It's already happened once. Mira is smart. He's like, I'm out. That heal is not worth it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so hard to know, though, when the second shrine is going to happen, right? The first one, you can kind of guess it just based on the timer of the game. The second one is...
very difficult.
Yeah. I think another problem for XG in this game is that they have very limited magic damage with this AA, so...
Yeah, that's true. They did not get like kind of the mix. Whenever your first 3 heroes essentially are control, right? And then your last 2 are all physical damage. There's no need for a pipe. Honestly, the BKB is just for roots.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Oh, man.
Oh, nice
Gets
RP.
the RP in on 2. That's really nice. Maybe he can start something with this. Skewer away. They get to kill on Storm. Now trying to chase down Nightfall. He's got the BKB, but there is no TP. They need a little bit more vision, but thanks to the Stone Gaze from Medusa, they'll stop XM in his tracks for now. Getting onto the high ground as well. He needs to survive up here, but even in his own Wukons, it's not enough. It was a buyback from Storm as well, zipping all over to try to find somebody else on this extreme game, and that was a tense buyback, but it worked.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was pretty good from XG. They, unfortunately, because of the Sanch on Tiny, they weren't able to get the Terrorize follow-up on the RP, but they still got a Storm buyback. I mean, it doesn't really yield them much in terms of map control. I mean, they might even lose Barracks here, but it just illustrates the troubles that they have in this game, right? Even when they set up a bait like this, it doesn't secure them much, and yeah, when you can't outplay the opponents, it's gotta make you think, like, what can we really do, you know? They're gonna go for the skewer here.
Oh,
no BKB
they get it. There is no Aegis here. They'll get the box. Ice Blast. It could hit! The snipe! Paulson, he is doing his best to keep his team in this game. How much more can he get, though? They have another one coming through. Right? Yeah, but there's so much cancel. No, they still get him. Can he even kill this guy, though? Lifesteal, this is one of his worst matchups. Ame is trying to siphon off of all 500 HP that's on this Medusa hero. It's not a lot.
I mean, that is huge. You gotta think that Nightfall was a bit overzealous there. Ooh, they're gonna save their range tracks. Yo, 2 HP.
Don't deny it. Do it.
Well, they get some time to breathe fire for XG, but what can they do with this tiny beat down for 30 seconds?
That's hope, right? Because that was a, you know, quote unquote normal fight, you know. It was on their high ground. They dropped wards. Like, it wasn't just like you gained up on somebody who was sitting in a side lane. That was real. You had a really good fight out of it. Can you get more? Hex up. Really nice from Mira. Does get rooted. This should be death for him. There it is.
All right, chaining kills together. Glimmers of hope here for XG. I mean, the upside that they have is that, you know, this Empower with double melee core is going to help them scale a lot, but
it's true.
I feel like they're still going to need a lot. Yeah, like at some point, Tiny will not have a good time into this Lifestealer and AA, right? But I think that's still not the main issue. The main issue is to do something. And he's going for the butterfly.
He is doing it. Dude, this is such a good idea. Yeah. I'm telling you, like, what does Ame have right now on the Lifestealer? Oh, wait, never mind. You're a good person who is actually looking at a kill, all right? We don't distract our observers here. Gets the zip through the trees. Oh, no, you can get our RP, but it's not enough. BKB already out from Nightfall. He's just going to walk away, getting away with murder. All right, there it is. So he's got the man, no, he's going SNY. I mean, that could be an SNY that later gets turned into a Dispel and the Abyssal Blade, but for now, even with that, you only have one other slot before you have to get rid of boots or before you have to get rid of an armlet. Even then, like, it's too hard to fit all these items in your inventory.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be the SNY into probably Abyssal and Manta, like you said.
Could be SNY BKB. Is that something like, is staying alive enough?
It's possible, but I would feel like he probably needs more offensive capabilities at this point. Yeah. Like, leverage and power more, right? When you're this far behind.
Ooh, somebody save him! Magnus gonna have an Ice Blast dropped on top of him as well, but that doesn't really stop the rest of Aurora just yet. He's trying to get out, but they can't save him! The mag goes down, and now it's up to Ame to try to get something done without his offlaner.
Oh, he's stuck.
Nightfall. No, he's stuck! They actually body block him on this top side. The wards plays perfectly, and Nightfall gets the kill. Now he's going to forward on Kiyotaka, finding Jinkyu. They'll fight him maybe under this Wukong, but he gets the BKB off. He wants the support. He will get the support, but now he's got to escape. Rooted, silenced, but he's still hexed up on Monkey. A big zip once more from Kiyotaka. He'll escape. They did have a buyback on Ame as well, so anything they can leave with is good for them.
It might turn this out. BKB is ending for XM.
Kiyotaka, you are a bold, bold boy. Can they do it? The BKB of Nightfall on the Monkey. Toss him away, and they get the kill. Ame dieback. And that should be it there.
Oh my god, Ame, this is not the game. Like, he gets stuck by the wards there. That was not a wards being dropped on him, right? That was just him walking into the corner. Yeah, but I mean, like, how do you... Yeah.
There are phase boosts, but I think he had already used them since it was a wildly hectic fight. So without those, you don't walk through them. And yeah, that was Aurora, just incredibly clean. We see why this team is at top of their group right now. I think they had some risk in their draft, right? Starting out with this Tiny, moving into the carry role that doesn't always look so impressive. But I think Kiyotaka is obviously the shining star here. He was the one that had like the roughest lane matchup and still made this work out for himself. Panto also had some really nice Wheel of Wonders, some snipes with the knives. Like, this team really plays well together.
Yeah, for sure. I think Kiyotaka did everything, you know, in order that he should in this game. He had a rough lane, of course. But then he made stacks for himself, he farmed them. He went for his travels, which I learned my lesson, right? You can win with Travel Storm. And yeah, I mean, he did everything properly. I think overall, Aurora as a team as well, they did a good job in avoiding XM's gank, where we didn't really see the snowball monkey that we typically see. And then I felt like they were very cohesive. They just executed their game plan in proper order. And then, I mean, in some ways, this looks like an outclass completely, right? But I know that XG can show way more. I think, unfortunately for them, that the draft just wasn't it this time, I think.
Yeah. They weren't smoking on vision was probably like the earlier problem. So like you had your first two smokes, or sorry, first two ganks from Monkey King. It only found supports, right? He wanted cores. It was like, okay, it didn't hurt his game, but it didn't necessarily take away the gold that you wanted to on Aurora. I think once we got to the bottom side, and we had what, like 2 or 3 smokes in a row? They were like lazily listing through the bottom. They weren't playing on wards. They tried to go up a high ground with no vision, broke, and then didn't jump or anything. Nightfall just lucked into like seeing 3 heroes below him and went, you know what? I won't touch them. Walks away and completely ruins 5 minutes of gaming for Extreme. And I don't know. I think a lot of things could have been executed better for them, as you said, but you need some sort of like, you know, primal instinct, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just didn't get the flow at all going.
No. Yeah, you need to somehow snowball off of this lineup, especially when you have the Monkey King into the Storm. You said it, like, eventually this will still get very good for the Storm, and we saw it. So Aurora, they take game 1, keeping themselves at the top of their group. Will they keep it going, or will we see some revenge from XG here, hopefully getting themselves their 5th win of this group stage? We'll find out right after this break.
Hello, don't get up. No, don't get up, don't get up. Why have I been dragged here this evening at such an uncommon hour? I understand we have something the problem. What are we looking at here?
Yes, sir. So we've been made aware of a really big MMR issue.
Losing too many games again, Kev.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not the point. It's a lot bigger than just my matches.
We've done some analysis, and there appears to be a problem with the matchmaking system.
Talking about who formulated this analysis? Was it you?
No, sir.
Well, and who was it?
It was me, sir.
Rupert? You made the analysis?
I can explain the analysis, sir.
No, I want to hear it straight from the Centaur's mouth. And Rupert, please explain it to me as you would a Herald player.
Well, sir, the value of MMR is going down.
Going down? What do you mean going down?
In circulation. People just have too much MMR.
Isn't the bulk of this company's holdings in MMR?
Yes, sir. 80% of our assets are in MMR futures.
With our current projections, we've got maybe 2 to 3 weeks before the entire system collapses. We won't make it to the next Crownfall update.
We think it's the Herald players, sir. They lose so many matches that they get down to 0 MMR, and they can't lose any more MMR.
My God.
And it's not just the Heralds. Mr. Canavan has 10k MMR himself.
How did you manage to hit 10k MMR?
Well, after we queued together and got put on separate teams, I told Kev to try his Battle Fury Lion build, and I used my double down token.
It works sometimes.
The MMR is trickling upwards. There's massive inflation going on. See, normally in a Dota game, 5 players lose, 5 players win. It's an equivalent exchange. But when a winner uses a double down token, they create MMR out of thin air.
An MMR bubble, eh?
At this point, Paparazzi is 16,000 MMR.
Does anyone know why I make the big bucks? Because I complain about MMR on Twitter more than anyone else, but I don't really know what I'm talking about, so please tell me, what can we do about this?
We dump our holdings today.
Can we even do that, Kev?
Yeah, but at what cost? It would cause catastrophic losses.
I don't think you understand what Rupert here has just said.
Do you?
Do you? This is it. I'm telling you, this is it. If I made you, how would you do it?
Well, you start off dumping the subprime accounts, the lowest value ones, the toxic players, the Heralds, the North Americans.
Then you go in waves, going up to the Guardian accounts next, because they're going to be Herald soon enough anyways.
But if we do this, it could kill matchmaking for years.
I don't see any other choice. We'll have to pay.
This means losing your account too, sir.
There's always deadlock.
Yes, it's finally complete. My once-a-year Dota Labs update that no one asked for, that will completely ruin the game once and for all. Our first invention this year, Manoost, is one that will change Dota forever. Imagine you're in a game, and you've received 80% magical damage. An annoying alert will pop up when you go to buy an item, and it will ask if you'd like to purchase BKB or Eternal Shroud if permitted on the hero.
We already have that. That's in the game with the magic wand notification. It says you need to use your wand.
For new players, not for experienced ones. I'm talking about Immortal matchmaking. An Immortal PA gets an alert from their support that says, buy BKB.
Okay, that's a good idea. People would want that.
No, it's an evil idea because it's very annoying for them. Okay, very well. For the second evil plan, and this one is much worse. Okay. On weekend Dota, after midnight,
yes,
I will enact a system to test your sobriety. You have to walk down a lane without getting lost, and then, only then, can you play ranked if you're not inebriated.
That's just another good idea. People don't want to play with drunk people.
Yes, they do. I'm only inebriated when I play on Dota at 2 a.m., my friend.
That's why you have a 20% win rate and no friends. Nobody wants to play with you.
Oh. Friends. Immanoost. Fantastic point. For my last evil plan is the evilest of all. Immortal matchmaking. I will create an immortal matchmaking feature that will allow people to play with their friends on the same team.
Oh, Dota with friends? That'll never last!
Their in real life friendships will be ripped apart as they feed on Curse the Maiden!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 26. We've got ourselves Game 2 coming up here of Extreme versus Aurora Gaming, and at this point, we're getting close to do or die. It may not be die, but just like severely injured. If they lose one more, they will be down to 8 wins, and you only have 7 series that you play in this one, so it means you're definitely losing more than you winning, and that'll be hard, especially in these groups where only top 4 makes it through.
Yeah, no, XG, they definitely need to step up their game a little bit, and especially the drafting, right? I think they got the AA in the last game, but they didn't build anything with it. I can see the synergy with the other heroes, but I feel like when you get an AA pick, you gotta take care of it, make it look amazing, get some magic damage, you know. Also speaking to you, I feel like they just didn't give themselves the best opportunity in the game. I mean, obviously some things came down to play as well, but overall, I would say the draft is the bigger issue for me in game 1.
I was coping it up until the Lifestealer pick. I think even like looking back at it now, you already had the AA, you already had the Monkey King, you had good damage, you had good lockdown. I think this Magnus needed to be a more mixed damage hero, so you weren't so locked up in your last pick.
I agree. I think also you're giving away like a really easy Storm pick for Kiyotaka. I understand the Monkey can be good, but it's one of his most comfortable heroes, right? I don't know, I just feel like it was, I don't want to say sloppy, but it wasn't well thought through for XG. And I mean, I'm sure they can do different, right? They have a great, you know, a lot of experience in their team. They can definitely cook something better. They got Shao 8 in the coaching slot, you know. They're gonna be able to adjust. So I expect way better showing from them in game 2.
Yeah, I think it's nice because like this team, like obviously they're winning good games versus good teams. I think they are ones that should be able to look at this and see exactly what we're seeing, that like this draft just doesn't work. And whether or not they think that it was like, different last pick and like it's all different, like that could be true. I think at the end of the day, you already put yourself in a hard position. So yeah, first off, make the right last pick. But second, don't put yourself in this position where like there's only 2 or 3 heroes that exist in the game that might save you out of this draft. Looks like we are getting into the draft here soon as well. It is going to be first pick for Extreme Gaming. And I believe last time, it was first pick for Aurora. They picked up the Tiny. So we'll see if there's any adjustments here for them. Once again, the AA still left in pool.
Templar as well. That one. But I guess there's a read somehow, because both teams ignored it until the last phase where it was banned, I believe. So I don't think you have to worry about the Tiny so much. I understand it can be good, like
I would
whether mid and carry, like especially if you have a player that is very comfortable on it, like, which Nightfall's, you know, obviously he is.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put him on the same tier as Mickey, but he's definitely up there in terms of carry Tiny players.
I mean, Darkseer actually wasn't even banned out until 21. So like, a lot of these heroes that other teams are like really focusing, these guys didn't even touch.
You gotta wonder what. Obviously, Morphling gets removed right away. It's pretty scripted with the Doom ban. Don't want to give away a Morph.
Yeah.
But did they just go for AA again? I wouldn't be against it. You just have to do something better around it.
Banned the Tiny.
All right.
They left in AA versus Tinker?
All right. So now you just go AA for Aurora, surely, right?
I have to believe. I think the only thing is they may be bluffing and be like, ooh, we left TA in pool. Do you want to pick it? Okay, I don't know how to draft anymore. All right, get somebody else in here.
I mean, Toronto has been doing really good on this hero in this tournament, so... I just think one of the downsides of Magnus right now is that his laning is kind of weak, right? Sure, he has the potential to go jungle, like kind of like the Darkseer and the Sand King can do in this patch, right? Beastmaster too, but it's not nearly as good. Like a level 3 Magnus, if he has a tough lane, he's not just gonna go power creep like a triple stack B camp or something, like a Sand King or Darkseer would. But it's not a terrible hero. I just don't think it's up there in the same tier as the other ones we're talking about.
Absolutely not. Yeah. Now I will say the one thing with second pick is that you do have the first pick of second phase.
Yeah.
So if I still think you want the AA, yeah, and it's still in pool.
For sure, you go AA, and then you can get a Rasta or Ringmaster again to go with it, and some medic damage.
Yeah.
Because
I have to believe.
The downside with the AA for them would be they can't really get a Sand King or something, you know. Of course they can, but then they have a mag Sand King draft, which is
rough.
I mean, I don't know. Are we missing something, Connor? Like AA into Tinker? Good, right?
Clearly. I'm missing so I just don't get it. I feel like I'm looking at this and like every other team that I've ever seen play this one, they're slamming Tinker, or they're slamming AA versus Tinker. Well, I'm missing something.
All right.
Is it that like they haven't banned it yet, and Extreme likely aren't gonna pick AA with Tinker?
Yeah, probably not. I think they're just gonna go. I mean, they need to show a core, but it would be Ringmaster or something. I think the Sand King looks pretty good for them. Just overall solid hero. I think you can't really ever go wrong with this hero. So Templar in pool as well. Of course.
One thing that could be going on as well is that you have hit 8 wins on Aurora, so that they are the flip side of Extreme right now, where like they are definitely winning more than they've lost. So they might just take like, look, we're going into the next phase of this one. We're going into the bracket, so let's see if we can find other answers to the Tinker, so that we are prepared in case it is an AA ban into Tinker the next time we play another team.
I guess I see the power of Skewer into Tinker, right? It's hard to put out your March and Defense Matrix and all that good stuff when you just dislocate the enemy team. Sand King Tinker, that is strong though. I always like it when you have like some sort of protection with the Sand King. I know Power Vision, they like to do it with Ringmaster or Slark, but I think Tinker is similar level, if not even better, in some sense. Like, cause it always feels good when you're Sand King, you commit, you go straight in, and then you don't have to worry about, you know, backpedaling at all. It just makes the hero look so good when you can constantly move forward.
Yeah, but I will say I think this hero kind of makes that strat a little bit weird for Aurora, right? We were taught, you said like you see the value in like skewering away. Tinker wants to set up a location, you pull people out of it, but Ringmaster is going to stop that for a second. So I think this could make it a little bit weirder.
Yeah, I mean, so far I'm happy with what XG is doing right now. I just don't want to see some weird last pick again. I think they can go normal and perform. Monkey obviously still in the pool. I think that would be a fairly decent pick for Aurora, ironically, because they would run the mag Monkey strat then.
Yeah.
But Monkey into Sand King on the carry roll though. That's or mid, I guess, if Sand King is mid.
Could be. I mean, that is some nice flex. It is first pick, though, for Extreme, so at some point they're going to have to give this one up. I imagine they're going to pick up a carry here for sure on 18, and then on 23 they'll show where the sinking is going.
Yeah, probably.
So we got a ton of lockdown on Aurora, though. They can afford to go something that's a little bit more damage heavy rather than lockdown. As you said, I mean, the Monkey King kind of does take advantage of that. It does mean that your last pick has to be magic, which, hey, that could be it already, actually. They're using the mid real quick. They're like, Kiyotaka had a great time. Let's just run it again.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I think he might be the best Storm in the tournament right now. I mean, he's at least the guy that plays it the most. And I think this hero is... It's definitely really good right now. You would think that because of the prevalence of Atos, this hero would not be so good, but doesn't really work like this. I think he just...
You dodge it.
Yeah, he dodges it and he just gets overpowering at some point. And now you have magic damage amp as well, right, with the AA, and you take out all the healing. This looks good for Aurora right now. They can pick so much.
They're playing through the storm, though, right? I mean, every one of these looks like an anti-hero. AA preventing any of these healers, Shaman any of these mobile heroes. And look at that. All right, the absolute style that they have in this one, allowing the AA to be left in pool, because you know that like it's not getting played by Extreme. So they have this broken pick that they can kind of tap into at any time. They pick up the Shadow Shaman already prepared for a mobile hero versus Storm. It feels like they have this on lock.
They do indeed. I mean... The pack is good and all. I wonder if it's gonna solve it though, the Storm.
It's such a...
Because right now you're sacrificing the carry pick, right? It's... Because you would probably want like a Deuce or something for XG, I think. I don't see that much you can do like into Mag AA Storm. It's not like you don't have a huge pool to...
Wow. There's 3 heroes, 3 of those carries that have been played that have some sort of anti-heal, or they play well against anti-heal. Be your TB Dusa and
Templar, no?
It's close. I guess I'll give you that one. I was thinking the Weaver.
Weaver, okay. But it's Weaver into Storm Rasta though. And it's a Weaver, you know.
It's not good. I would much rather have a Dusa, but they're intentionally leaving the TB in here. There's so much lockdown in this one. When you play so heavily around like a Sunder timing, it's really difficult, right? And Rainmaster already has to use his box to save a Shackle on Puck. So it's very hard to also try to save a Terrorblade, which they're intentionally leaving in to kind of bait XG with.
Yeah, once again, not the easiest pick for Ame, actually. I mean, PA is not in the pool as well. I guess it would be TB, right?
I think it's only hard because like this puck has already been answered. And they get baited by the TB. Well.
Okay, so what does that leave Aurora with then?
Where to carry?
It's been a while.
It has been. It really has been. I don't think many people are doing that anymore. It looks cool since you have some sort of mechanic versus the puck, and the
honestly,
I think actually does pretty well versus it.
I think you just got Monkey for Aurora, right? Dumpster the Sanking on the lane.
Yep.
And you know, it's actually not that bad of a matchup into TB. I mean, one thing is that you will probably get outfarmed, but when you have this Wukong, it's like one of the heroes that can stand and fight. They go for the Lifestealer. Interesting. AA Lifestealer. Magnus.
I don't love the start of this game, but I can definitely see where we're like, the item wish list isn't crazy. It's a really good BKB game for the Lifestealer. You need to have both.
I mean, Lifestealer, this matchup in the past used to be pretty bad into the TB, but I think it has changed a lot. Just these new Ags, right, helps so much for the Lifestealer. Play on your rage, then you go into
timing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's
and then
true. You used to have like Sunder at any time, right? Like it didn't matter if he was raged.
Yeah. And it just all you had was rage, and now when you have this act, you just go into the TB, give yourself more time. You can even get a BKB if you need it. And I think for XG, they don't have like amazing lockdown for him, right? It would have to come from a silence from Puck to start with, and then into Sanking stun. And if that doesn't cut it, then that's pretty much all you have.
And another thing that Eastern European teams do really well, since they already had this Shadow Shaman and AA for your supports, Like, in order to get that 3-2 going, now with both your supports already occupying those back 2 slots, you need to have some other at least go in type of hero, whether that was like a PA or a Bloodseeker or something, or more tanky as in like CK or Wraith King or whatever it is, it has to be on the front line with the rest of your team. So it could have been a cool like Drowl game or something, right? There are other heroes that do well against the last 2 cores that we saw, but I think this is the one that they're like, this works well with the lineup. We even have it in Fast Bomb if we really want to with the Storm.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. I think it having just a frontliner carry helps this strat so much. It enables, because everybody wants to be the second guy in, not the first. So it makes a ton.
That should go on a wall.
Yeah,
everybody wants to be the second guy in.
I mean, not me, but yeah, I think another thing for Aurora that I think they do consistently very well, which is probably part of the reason why they're top of the group right now, is that they play their tempo. You know, they have the same flow in the team. And I think right now you can tell, just looking at their draft, we're gonna see them aim for like a minute 25 timing. They're not gonna do much until then. It's a bit similar to how Tundra is playing. You know, very slow and methodical gameplay. Yeah. But I think if you're disciplined, if you know how the map works, and you don't overreact as a team, then this is a good style to play, and I think it makes sense with their players as well, right? That it gives you time to get everybody online, not just the cores, but also the supports.
EP online for us on the obs, ready to go. Giving us all those facets as well. It looks like everything is pretty normal.
Yeah. I mean, so what do we need for XG in this game? We're gonna need like XXS and XM to pop off pretty hard, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we're gonna need to see a fast Blink Dagger, and then we're gonna need to have them shut down this Storm. Because I think Lifestealer, he's gonna be enjoying his time regardless. I think Ame will have a pretty chill game. It's not the hardest lane for him into Mag Rasta. But
honestly, I think it's deceptive, but Shadow Shaman is actually a lot of physical damage. But yeah. I imagine this one, he goes like does he go like 201 or something? Like just go all in on just shocking them?
I mean, you could. I mean, the downside actually for Rasta, when I think about it, is that first of all, you have such a right click, right, against the TB, which is not really effective against armor. But the other thing as well is you get reflection cast on you, and then you kind of smack yourself really hard.
Yeah.
And you're gonna be a slow Rasta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you want your lane item or skill build that you want and your game skill build that you want are not in sync, right? You would love it if you're able to just right click. You go like 113 or something like that. Yeah. Mouse no battery. Huh.
Happens.
I can't, dude. I actually don't know. People are giving me some recommendations for like rechargeable mice. Ones that like aren't necessarily battery powered, but like you're still able to charge them with like some pretty good life. I hate having to like change batteries in mice, so I've never gone wireless for anything.
You have battery in your mouse?
I don't. I have a wired mouse. I wouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, I'm wired. Okay.
Yeah, I'm wired. But so many more people are doing like wireless mice. I don't like it.
No, it's nice. It's like going from 60 hertz to not the keyboard, unfortunately. Not sponsored anymore. Sad.
I had to take a hammer to the keyboard. As soon as they stopped letting me tell people about it, I had to get rid of it.
Dude, I've had a broken 7 button for years now. Like it's just sitting there. It's loose. It doesn't stick, you know. But I keep it on top of the button, but it moves, you know.
Jesus. You don't use that button, right? I mean, nobody uses a 7 on their keyboard.
I mean, thankfully, I don't have to take Roche timers anymore, or I would.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, do you know how long it's been since I bought a keyboard, actually? I don't know.
How? Years? I mean, I haven't bought one in years.
Decades, maybe?
Oh, my God! Typical pro gamer, all right? Everything just gets sent to your house.
Yeah, those were the days, man.
It could be again. I'm telling you, dude, I have the checklist. You told me whenever jungling is back in Dota, immediately Venomancer jungle came back to Dota, okay? Yeah. Limp coming back. He's rank 10, baby. This is your time.
I mean, I owe it to you.
Yeah, you do. You gotta get some pubs going, okay? I can queue Western EU. We can queue together. Cool. I'll show you how it's done.
Yeah, we should actually. Well, what's your ping? It's not so bad, right? You're east.
It's like 80 to 100. It's not bad.
That's not bad at all, yeah.
No, yeah. Because I have, a lot of my higher member friends are still queuing Western EU, so whenever I have to queue with them sometimes, it's just like, I tank it.
Yeah. I mean, how's the NA server nowadays? Is there a lot of games going?
Ooh. Yeah, there's still a lot going on. I mean, thankfully, like, the unranked scene is really fun. I think because, like, now you don't run into as many, like, 9 or 10k stacks or whatever. Most of the people that are queuing unranked are, like, at least in the Immortal queues for unranked, there's still, like, only 6 to 7.5 or something that they're queuing. It's really not so bad. So it's still fun. It's definitely not good for a competitive environment, but it's very entertaining.
I mean, it's been a while since I queued NA, but I remember it was really hard to find games at times. I mean, I guess that's, Immortal, like, high rank thing, though, but...
Right, yeah. Because I think right now, top 100 in NA is only like 10,000.
Oh, really? That's...
Yeah.
What is it in Europe? Like 14, 15k, right?
Oh, yeah. It's really high. I mean, maybe I need a fact check on that. Let me see. I think I have somebody on my friends list who just recently got into top 100. So I thought that they were...
No, I know it varies a lot, Like, at least I remember I was like rank maybe 50 to 100 in Europe. And then I went to China for a LAN, and then I was immediately rank 1 in China or something.
Right. It's crazy how, like, that, like, I mean, I know that there's also a thing, like, there's a lot of win trading going on in the Americas right now. So people win trade on, and then they'll go over to Europe and it'll look like they really aren't ranked. It's rough.
Do you think they should have a global leaderboard?
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I think so, right?
Oh, his mouse is fixed.
Nice.
Oh, goodness, I no longer have to think about how terrible my server is. Let's go.
This is some crazy smoke from XG.
This is like the opposite of what I'm used to. Are they? They're not portaling. What are they?
Wait,
this is a hard read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We call this the kitchen route in Sweden.
The kitchen route? What does that mean?
No, in hockey, when you go around the goalie, then you score.
Okay.
That's the kitchen route.
I see. They're
this is it in Dota terms.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I like that. So they're trying to sneak in on the keeper. They find Nightfall here, and once again, for the second time in this game, he finds a smoke of 3 XG players and simply walks away. He even walked back. Dodges the knife. Now XM is here. Oh.
That is unfortunate. Now you have stun and you're sinking.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Well, it could be worse. I mean, they're probably gonna... They might just wave pull anyway.
I just woke up. Leave me alone.
Oh!
I really like this from Panto. Blocking that camp already. I think it changes so much if you just... Like, you can even let it get dewarded, right? But the problem is, like... Are you really... First of all, you're not going to know that it's blocked right now, right? Because you didn't spot him. And then once you realize, it's going to take a while. You're there to stack, but it's not even up, You sacrifice a wave for that. And I think it matters more than maybe people think.
Definitely. I mean, because that's a lot of... Now you have some opportunity. Oh my God, Ame!
Wait, he has Conjure Image? Why does he have Conjure Image?
Yeah. I don't know.
They might get a kill, though. No.
Somebody's going to... both people are going to be really sad here. Somebody might die. Ame already so low in the lane that we were like, this... It has to have been.
Reflection
Maybe
is
he was
like...
trying to...
No, Reflection is so imba, man. There's no way you skip it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Because now you're not going to have your level 3 timing either.
I would have thought that it was like... Maybe if he saw that he went in power first on Toronto Tokyo, you get Conjure Image, so you can try to out-CS him still. But
I feel like Reflection would still help with that even more.
Right,
with the pressure.
Still be better. Yeah. Okay, so rank 175 NA is like just under 10k. So it's still probably like 11 or 12 for like top 100.
Yeah. Well, Ame still has a fairly okay start. Could have been worse for sure, considering
really
the build and the health situation.
And Paulson, he's gonna get to a point where like he's just kind of healing up Ame, so it's no real threat in this laning stage anymore.
Yeah.
And Ame needs to be big. I mean, he's trying now. Already uses the Metamorphosis, kind of just secures a tomato, but something.
Yeah. That means no Reflection is level 3, which is typically you would spam it non-stop, right, in lanes.
Yeah.
STB.
This is a interesting move. It is securing some CS for now. It could have been kills. I think it's kind of what we're missing here. Mira is floating on such low HP. That definitely could have been more aggressive. XXS, speaking of more aggressive here, he went Stinger first. Nightfall still goes down. XinQ picking up the first blood.
This Ringmaster is so strong, dude. Just...
Oh my goodness. Almost got another one. I mean, that's why that guy can solo kill a Morphling.
Exactly. I mean, XXS is chilling right now. The stun is not really... hasn't caused any problems for him so far. I guess Lifestealer is not the most aggressive hero. Like, it's pretty weak before items and levels.
And this is such... you have to play the waves so weird whenever you're doing this on XXS. But speaking of playing it weird, Kyuta, no! Dude, this guy is an insane mid laner. How does he get the kill there? At least on the other side, Ame does manage to get a kill on Toronto Tokyo. Or that's his courier. No, they got a kill on Paulson. Yeah.
That's not what you want to see if you're XM.
Oh.
I mean, he's not supposed to dominate the Storm right now, but right now he's less than half his last hits and getting killed as well. That just means faster travels for Kyo, right?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Ame could be in a lot of danger here, but they got heals. I'm sure they do.
He doesn't want to.
No. This is a little rough so far. There's definitely some room for improvement, but at least he's alive. He got the kill on one already. It's not the worst thing in the world. Thankfully in this lane, even if it doesn't go so bad, Paulson will be able to kind of just like march out and get his own XP, and Ame will be able to hit jungle perfectly fine.
Yeah, and at some point it's going to be hard to pressure Ame regardless. I think Mag is not like the best pressure hero by any means, and Ame will still have a game. But definitely would have hoped for a better start here. Like, I think with a proper skill build, they would have been able to shut down Mira in Toronto, you know. Even forcing Toronto to the jungle. Because you see right now, they're very pressured.
Reflection!
Right?
Reflection! It's actually so good versus this Magnus as well.
Both of them, right? They have such high base damage, so they're just really strong.
I don't know. This has been a really weird one so far. I didn't expect there to be a solo kill in the mid lane, and now the Storm Spirit damn near doubling up. Ame once again using this Metamorphosis, but this is a sampler Metamorphosis, so still level 1 in all of his spells, not able to get close enough. And it almost, I mean, I know he's going to get CS, but anytime you don't get at least one kill off of a meta pop, it feels almost wasted.
Yeah, at least they're able to zone them out now. Oh, Nightfall has to do the Walk of Shame.
Oh no, this is not the Nightfall. This is worse than Nightfall.
This feels way worse than the Nightfall.
Okay, if they had any idea that I might disconnect. If I'm walking back to base after a rough laning stage and a random ass Storm Spirit comes behind my tier 2 and kills me, I'd leave.
Well, good thing for him, they're on the same team.
They're on. Oh, Jesus, you're right. Oh, thank God. I was like, what is he doing back here? He's so aggressive. You can go get the puck.
It's
They're
okay.
fighting in the mid lane already.
I forgive you. You're NA.
That's true. I'm only 11k. I'm still top of my region.
Arcane Rune for...
Oh no!
Alright, he's gonna pay for that.
He is. Dearly. Is it worth it to give away the kill but get the rune? Oh wait, does he give away the kill actually? He gets the coil.
Easy coil.
He broke it in the pit, and now he's trying to dodge away. That fairy fire should not be enough. Paulson, he is making some magic happen for this XG team, denying the rune and then turning the kill around.
That was some good jukes by Kiyotaka, to be fair, but they really needed that on XG and X. And Toronto going in.
Oh, yo! Huge skewer play. Now he might. I don't think he actually dies from this one. Has to be a few knives hits. No stick available. Looks like he does just go down. XinQ getting some revenge, but that is still rough for the Ame game. He's still level 4.
That is rough. You don't want to see a solo kill. You know, if you're TB against a Magnus, that really shouldn't be happening. But I mean, the silver lining is that Nightfall is not really doing that well for himself. XXS is almost all 6 now. Nightfall just hit his 5, or he's still level 4 actually.
I guess both carriers are having a rough time in the levels.
Yeah. And in that sense, you would probably prefer to be the TB, right? In this scenario. Nightfall,
I guess so, yeah.
he has high net worth though, really high net worth.
Oh, he's just sharing a bunch of XP.
Maybe they got some, you know, they got something with his TPs, you know? I don't know.
I suppose so.
They're figuring
It's
something
just
out.
the fun part though is that if your lifestealer has that much CS, and you're still having some good levels. I mean, yeah, Panto is level 5 at minute 8. This is really good for him.
That's huge.
So things are going to look good for your team as a whole.
The main thing, yeah. Storm Spirit's doing really good. And they're constantly stacking as well on our side.
I know.
We talked about this yesterday, but... Oh shit, this is
he
great.
got that? I mean, he pumps it, yeah. Immediately in with it, but he's still in danger getting up. Not onto the high ground quite yet. Another stun from XXS.
Still regening.
Yataka needs to get the regen, really pump it, but he can't get it. The Epicenter finally gets the kill there. Really pushing the limits there on Storm Spirit. Just a bit too far.
Yeah, the region not strong enough to overpower 4 heroes, unfortunately. I want to see what happens with the stack, because it would be so huge if XG can somehow contest it in the Radiant Triangle, but...
I mean, the puck is coming back in a good way, right? Both of these kills just get him top net worth, where he was a buck that got soloed by the Storm Spirit. Yeah, a lot of items on Courier too.
Right
Surely
now
they're able to contest it.
Yeah, he's top of the game now, but I don't know if they have a read on it. Yeah, I was gonna say, we talked about it yesterday, but I think it's a pretty good indicator of the strength of your team, like just based on stacks, understanding the importance. Like look at this goal. He's at 3.5k net worth right now. It's gonna be like
yeah.
And
oh.
So that's
he's
like
just like me, right
almost
at
500
4K.
gold. But I think even the bigger thing is like that was pretty much a full level for him.
Yeah.
While your AA is taking mid, so that enables him to get a fast 6 as well for the AA, which is... It just makes everybody come online. It doesn't cost you much. Like it's very seamless, but it's something that is often neglected by the, you know, the not top teams.
Yeah. I mean, look at the lineup you're facing on XG. Every like minute you get closer to BKB is much better for your team.
Yeah. They're gonna make a move here on Toronto.
Yeah. I mean, he might just end up tanking this, to be honest.
They're gonna get the Infest.
He is coiled up under the tower. Yeah, Infest connects, and now they actually turn this on to Jin Q here. You tried. Wasn't good enough. Nightfall's the one who gets the kill as well. That's plus 15 on his permanent health.
That is very heads up from Nightfall. That's like what a play you can almost always do as a lifestealer. You know, because most of the time you're gonna be fairly uncontested in the lane. You're gonna be chilling, and then you can just TP, save your core, and then go back to farming. It's exactly what he's gonna do here. It's a good way to be useful, even though you're not strong.
Was this the double sampler? PTP has pointed out this is absolutely not a hero I see that on. Surely it was 202 start, right?
On Magnus?
Yeah, it was 202 start. He went the double sampler. This is very rare. Very rare on Magnus.
I guess so, yeah. He just wants the farm speed at this point. The Skewer and Shockwave is really good for the laning stage, right? Yeah. That's why they were able to get kill on Ame. But
I'm just surprised he didn't go 2-1-2 and then just get the point of the RP, right? It feels like
I guess so, yeah.
A pretty valuable skill point, but no.
I guess he wants to hold. He understands he's probably not gonna get another kill onto Ame unless Kyutaka rotates, and you can just hold it for the blink timing, probably. Yeah. That's the idea.
I guess it's partial. Like, so do we need to start talking about late game now? Because it feels like when you go a build like this, it's like, I'm content farming the map. Right? Kyutaka is not content, at least not for now. Does end up getting, dude, he dodges the coil as well.
Damn.
This guy is on one today. He has played so well both games so far.
Yeah, for sure. Now without the coil, Kyutaka feels like he can move into the enemy jungle here. I mean, does he go for Ame here?
No. The answer might be yes, but he really shouldn't. He's done some great things, all right? Don't go too far. Nightfall is having a great time as well, of course. Going right in for the Radiance. No stat items, no armlet. Right in for the farm.
Yeah. I mean, the upside of skipping the armlet is that you're gonna have much faster farm speed, right? And
oh yeah,
I guess he might go back for the armlet after, but not sure. He might feel like he needs some Manta potentially for the puck silence, right?
Yeah.
Or faster Sange for the stuns.
I could see SNY BKB just being fine.
Sure.
I think you do need
Aghanims maybe
in this game. Yeah, right. I think it depends on like what the damage is looking like for your team, which is another reason that like having this Empower Max is going to be good. Obviously, it's still good to give to the Lifestealer, but also having your own source of damage on Toronto, Tokyo is going to be good for your team.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell based on this game and the last one that they have a very structured way of playing the game where they leave Nightfall and Toronto to do their own thing pretty much for the entirety of the game, right? And then both supports focus super hard on enabling Kiyotaka on these active heroes like the Storm. And then if you anticipate Nightfall not getting involved, I can definitely see the upside of just rushing the Radiance, right? Because this guy is not entered in game for, you know, we're talking minute 20, 25 every single time when we see Aurora. So if you're not planning on getting involved, you don't need the armlet.
And this is like as rushed as it gets. Now, he already got his relic. At this point, he's already happy. This has worked for him. And now, dude, tanking the gank. It doesn't even matter if he dies here. Panto.
Yeah.
He steps right in front, and he maybe enables something for Storm. He gets fleeced up, but he already killed one. Now he's trying to fight XM. He is still hit with the Ice Blast, but finally he'll go down.
Oh, nice RP.
Nightfall, they get the RP. He finally skilled it. They'll get the kill on XM. Basically getting everyone that showed up to this gank except for XXS, but that's fine. Even more gold for Nightfall. So close to this Radiance.
Pretty fast response there by Nightfall and Toronto. I mean, Panto did a good job there. As you said, he tanks the gank, but Kiyotaka, he has no fear. He goes straight into the coil, and I mean, it turns out to be a pretty good trade. You know, Puck was sitting top net worth not so long ago, and right now he's bottom of the course again. So.
Oh my God! Yeah, he went all the way back down.
This is.
I'm surprised.
Sometimes, well, I mean, we've seen this happen multiple times right now with the XM, right? He looks like he's gonna be the strongest core, and then he does a smoke move that goes into a support, and then he dies, and it feels a bit.
That actually.
It feels stressed, right? You know, it feels like they're really trying to get stuff happen, but it's very unnatural. It's not very objective focused, if you know what I mean.
That is a great, because I was thinking, like, in my head, it's you want to do this towards wards. Like, how do you know you're going to get what you want? Well, because you see it, and then you go. The other one, like, we still are waiting on any tower to get taken. I think it's a crime that this top tower is still alive right now.
Yeah.
And even bottom tower, too, but...
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, they could go for a 5-man move onto Nightfall bottom. They don't even have to kill them. As soon as, like...
Right?
As long as they bring Ame, they're gonna get this tower minimum, right? And then XM can go back to farming. He doesn't have to make these long smoke walks. Then, you know, he's not hitting creeps for a minute. And then, if the smoke fails, or even if it hits, honestly, like, you're not gonna progress your game. And then it just turns into awkwardness. I mean, I understand that the game is still in their favor right now, but I feel like XM's game could have been so much better.
So they do it for mid, which is great, but the unfortunate part of this, they could have gotten this bot tower and then gone in for the Tormentor. One of the reasons that Dire has actually been favored sometimes in these matches is because this is the natural tower for you to take bottom, and it's right next to the Torm. A little surprising, they don't get it. Now, Aurora, they feel fine trading out this mid tower, and they portal away from another impending smoke from XG.
They might actually go for Ame here.
Oh no, they did not portal.
They only have 3 heroes though.
RP connects.
Okay, they don't need more.
God! Yeah, they didn't need anyone else.
Dude, Ether Shock Apparition. I guess they didn't even...
that was only...
It didn't even use it, I think.
No. That is just insane amount of damage.
But you can tell
so far, this has been like really good from the supports of Aurora. They have a good idea of where they're going to play on the map.
Super good. But you can tell the game is not structured for XG, because normally, minute 15, that's a place where you should feel very safe if you're the carry of XG. But
ooh, Nightfall. No fear. He is going Manta. It's not. It's not great for Lifestealers. A lot of them would rather have the SNY just because of the raw health and regen that you get from that Sange. It feels too good to kind of give up. Stats resist is always insane. It's honestly a little greedy sometimes to go for the Manta because you can also use it to shove waves, and that's kind of the cope that you get from it. But in this game, you have to get away from that Waning Rift.
Yeah, and also the reflection, right? You have a dispel tool that you don't need to spend rage every single time.
Oh, Zinq boxes himself. Should be fine. It's like 140 HP as long as he doesn't drop below that. Yeah, he's really fine. Oh, in the river. This is a huge epicenter. They might actually be able to turn this one. Kiyotaka in the coil, finally gets to get the zip away, but XXM should eventually take Toronto Tokyo. No, he's alive. XM, he has to be the one to get the kill. They finally get it. Zinq actually picking it up. Not the trade that you wanted to begin with for Aurora. They end up losing 2 for only the Sand King.
Yeah, it could be worse, honestly, for XG. I mean, it works out pretty good. I think that I still see the same issue, right? They're always thinking about the enemy team, always reacting. I feel like they're not taking charge of the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think something that a lot of our analysts even talk about in this event is like setting the pace, right, of the game. That is going to objectives. That's forcing the enemy team to respond to your moves because you're stronger and you have a good idea of what your timings are. I think Aurora could make those timings now if they wanted to, but they understand that like XG isn't even trying. And we have a guy who maxed in power, a Radiance, and a Madman zipping across the map. We're fine to sit this one out for now.
Exactly, and setting the pace doesn't always mean you need to make the first move, right? Setting the pace can mean you decide what is important in the game. Like what do you respond to and what do you not. And it seems like for XG side, they are not really on the same, like they're not on terms with what they value in the game. It seems like they're thinking a lot about these small kills, which you can tell Aurora, they are not there to connect unless they have their timing, you know? The first time they actually responded properly was at the bottom on the smoke when Toronto has his Blink Dagger. But before then, you don't see Nightfall or Toronto making some... They're not going to TP for anything, right? They're going to TP when it makes sense and when they feel ready. And I think right now this is the difference between the two teams.
Yeah, no, for sure. I like the builds that we have. Like, we do have the Sand King Axe completed. So this is something that he's looking to maybe get a fight going with, but at the same time, you made a move just before this. Does the rest of your team want to wait? I feel like XG might not be hankering to fight right now. Even though they do have the most farm, they still don't exactly want to make a move on the map.
Oh, they're going on Ice Blast coming too.
I've seen this before. Yeah, they hit him with it here. The Ice Blast, is it enough time? Yeah, he could Sunder away.
Give him the Sunder.
He needs somebody. Paulson, needs to get close enough. No, he doesn't get it. But now they will coil up the Storm Spirit. He was trying to TP out. Instead, now that is not enough. Yeah, he still ends up going. You and I are saying, like, surely you walk forward to Sunder and die at Ame's hands, right?
Yeah, for sure you do. I mean, they at least get the trade on Kiyotaka, but that's not what you want to see.
No.
And once more, Aurora taking the initiative in the game.
Yeah. That's the blank RP all ready to go. Maybe there's some. Did he get rooted somehow?
I mean, he's not even trying for it. He's starting to march.
Oh, he sundered the wrong illusion. He sundered the illusion that was at like 50% HP instead of the one that was at 100% HP. I guess Paulson was like, you got one right next to you. Just use that guy.
Sunder the target noob, you know?
Yeah, right.
All right,
I get it. Yeah, this would be nice. Taunted by the wheel. Big kill.
Neutrals, almost.
Oh, almost, dude. They want to get involved. We've seen a lot of those creeps actually get involved in this tournament so far.
Oh, they're actually going to go for the Roche here. Yeah, they definitely had a damage for it, but the question is Aurora going to realize it?
If Aurora don't get to this, this could be how Extreme gets back.
I think they could definitely contest this if they wanted to on Aurora, but I guess they're pretty content with their map position. But, you know, Kiyotaka already has his BKB and Toronto has his pipe, so you would think that they would want to fight right now, but I guess they just don't know about it.
I don't think they do. They're coming in now, but it's too late. Yeah. You get the Aegis for Ame.
Honestly, they might still go for this play because they should realize that meta had to be spent for that, right? And they have their timing, so Aegis on TB with no meta doesn't really make a difference. If they get XM here...
Oh, they should have it. They do.
Now the map is completely in Aurora's terms, or in control. They might even go for tier 2 here. They got the Rust Awards.
That's exactly what you want to do, right? Get a kill, go to the nearest tower that has a wave on it, and that's going to be top.
Just hit level 12 as well.
Oh, man.
I mean, you can tell the difference, right? As soon they go for a smoke, it's clean, they get a kill into an objective.
Yeah. And it's really like, it's super heads up to see that like somebody's going to be distracted. They're going to be going top just to see if they can clear this wave before we get there. Just cut them off and then we can take the tower afterwards. You got such good tower push on this Aurora team. Anybody who steps forward to try to kill the snakes, well, they're getting skewered.
Nice. The lane ward placed by Mira here as well in the top lane.
Yeah.
That's going to help them understand, you know, anytime XG want to flip the map and go to top side, they can use the gates and, you know, they're going to see this guy well in advance, so set up for future kills.
This is so far so good for Aurora. It feels like they've been in control for a while, but Ame finally getting some revenge, maybe. No, the blink! No! Get close! Get close!
Oh my
Just
God.
one more! No!
That's such a taunt.
Oh. That's rough for Ame. I mean, he did everything correct. Just wasn't able to get the kill. Didn't send an illusion after one other of those little cluster clucks.
That's freaking chicken, man.
It's rough. I don't think that it's necessarily, broken. You do have to spend 1,400 gold to get it, but I think I've seen the most complaints about it because it feels like a kill is right in your hand and then some bullshit happens and no longer do you have that extra gold.
It is true. Gem picked up from Aurora. This is nice. It's like we said, they're not necessarily in the lead, but they have their timing right now. You know, sure, Nightfall can get a nullifier soon, but I don't think they want to wait for that. They want to speed up this game still.
What is the nullifier is purely for the box, right?
It's for Tinker as well, right? For the defense matrix.
Ah, you're right. You're totally right. Now, I don't think you love going for the nullifier this early. You'd rather wait a long time and just be able to disassemble your Radiance. But at this point, you can't disassemble Radiance yet, I don't think.
No, you for sure want it longer. Oh, yeah. I don't think they can kill this guy.
XXS.
They got the
no. He's right on top of him. There we go. They get the kill on Kiyotaka. Even for just... Oh, no, the coil! Oh, no!
Damn,
now, they
that
do
is
get a gem for themselves, but still...
And killing Kiyotaka through the BKB as well, so... I did not expect the Wheel of Wonder to hit so fast. That was very clutch. The question is, can XG go for a tier 2 here? Ame's going to gate right now, so they don't have any objectives in mind.
Dude, yeah, right in with the snakes. They could get the kill here. A little bit more damage.
Oh,
no, the stay from the box.
No one
No, he wants to go back in. Oh, dude, the double stun. XXS putting his body on the line. XM goes in, gets the kill as well. Oh my God, Sand King. What a bold move, and it works out.
That is so risky though for Aurora. I mean, if they just had one more extra hero, right, they can just bring down the Sand King and probably get out. But because they don't end up finishing him, they simply don't have the damage. They're lacking an extra hero. Poloson is able to get the save, and now XG can finally go for an objective, which has been not the focus at all. Yeah, it's been a while since I felt like I said that. Which is strange, because they have a TB in their lineup.
Yeah.
Now they can get outpost, and that's going to help their map control so much. Also getting the TB into also having TB in the spot when you're controlling the outpost.
Yes.
You're just constantly cutting waves. You're doing the RTC, cutting everything.
No, this is so good. Every illusion hero, man. TB, Naga Siren. This is really nice. Huge save. You can see that first. You have 2 save supports, right? So box, then all the heal.
He actually tried to, he infest bombed the creep there to try to finish the kill, but it was way too late. I don't think he was gonna finish it regardless, to be fair. But he might have been able to, give himself some more time to maybe get Toronto to connect or something if he used it on the creep to run away, rather.
Now Nullifier is complete, so that's one part of the save that won't happen anymore. Yeah, it's so unfortunate. You have to have, like, 2 Sacred Relics in. You'd rather be disassembling, but it's not really a choice.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get the Nullifier this early, I don't think you're disassembling. And at this point, you might keep the Radiance for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we see both teams setting up for this Tormentor. XG...
Oh, TP! Wait. He gets the Sunder at the very last second, but he's still Ice Blasted, and he's still dead.
That's the worst timing.
Kill.
They realized that Kiyotaka has no resources, so they might still go for this, but I think without the TB, they don't have the best tools to deal with Nightfall.
Oh, that's so much of your damage. But XXS, he's gonna try anyways.
All
Getting
right, nice
the Burrow
job.
Epi just eliminates Kiyotaka with that Aghanim Scepter, and now it feels like it's even ground again. Nightfall's gonna try to get XXS. BKB pops will run away on the other side to get the RP. Then they get the taunt. Maybe they can actually kill this one. But the box XM is away for now. Toronto Tokyo, he has an infested life stealer on him, but he can't get away. Still getting his blink canceled by the knives. I think Q would be the only one they might be able to get.
Oh, this is crazy, isn't it?
It feels that way, but with the nullifier, maybe it's okay. They're gonna get the kill on Q first.
Out,
yeah, and XM is definitely out. He does not want to look back at this.
All right. Well, that's the most unfortunate timing possible for Ame, honestly. Getting caught 1 versus 5 before his team is ready. I feel like in some ways he's been out of sync with his team for the majority of this game. I mean, it's not the end of the world because they get a trade kill on Kiyotaka, but you kind of feel like they need some better flow in these games for XG. Foreign toss as well, picked up for Toronto.
There's just so many times we've seen like we just needed one extra bit of lockdown.
Yep, it's true.
Going for the Sanj. Just even going Sanj before the Basher, which is a little interesting, not too interesting. We talked about like how important Sanj is for this hero. I'm just a little surprised that he doesn't want the Basher because it feels like so many of these heroes are kind of just like running away from Nightfall, and obviously Basher would help that out.
Yeah, it would. The Sanj just feels so good, right? Status res.
Yeah.
Almost never bad. I mean, it can actually make a difference in terms of saving your allies as well, right? Because I think he probably doesn't feel so bad in the game in terms of like getting bursted, at least, especially in a teamfight setting. But if he has the status res, he can actually get an infest on, you know, Kiyotaka or somebody.
About that. You don't actually get status anymore. Also, this guy might die. They hit the silence on Tinker. Ice Blast coming through. Does hit him, but not everybody else. And now XM with a huge coil. Getting Kiyotaka, he's just gone. There's too much damage out from this puck, and Ame helping them out too. Another kill from him. Look at the protection that they have from this double save support duo.
Yeah. I mean, there was no way for Kiyotaka and Mira to know that all of XG was going to be there, right? It's kind of a weird place in the map to be after the Tormentors die. He's already dead, but regardless, it's always fun to watch Kiyotaka because it certainly seems like there's no escape plan. You know, when he's going, somebody's dying.
That's true. Just go on in, enable the team. It's very selfless, and sometimes the line between selfless and reckless is quite blurred.
It's either me or you know?
That's true. The ultimatum. Yeah. And so they're doing another good job of kind of like getting objectives after this. I feel like for the first maybe 20 minutes of the game, XG has really struggled with getting kills into objectives. The kills felt almost worthless without getting some power afterwards.
It's gonna move soon, right?
Soon as in now, yeah. I think they're realizing this was a really cool idea, but it can't work.
It would have been cool to trade the tier 2 for that, but
smoke.
They want to catch somebody off guard instead. They have a really cool lane ward in the mid lane.
Really, they're just waiting for this regen, right? Okay, yeah, there it is.
They want XM though.
He's too far away for now.
They don't have any vision of him.
But they do know that the camp is gone, so like somebody was around. He's gonna become the ward. Oh, there it is.
Nice BKB, that's super fast.
Well, how on earth did he get the BKB off there? Insane. Actually insane. Now going on the Ringmaster, gonna snake him up here. Just a little bit away from the tower, and there it is. Burrow Epi again. Nightfall has to pop the BKB. Going forward for a little bit more. He does not have an Aegis. He needs to infest him somebody soon here, but he can't do it. It's off cooldown. He's actually alive. Somehow he's alive. He canceled the TP, and they stay on the puck. It's a double kill for Nightfall. Why TP away when you can just murder them all? And now Ame, in a little bit of danger himself. Sunder available with the BKB. Kiyotaka is running a clinic right now against XG.
It just, once again, they're so disconnected, right? I feel like XXX was going to be fine there. But if you want to respond, you can, but you need to do it all together. Like, Ame is not TPing until both of the supports are gone, really. Like, he's still not TPing, you know? He's hitting creeps in the top lane, and it's just not going to work.
Oh.
Like, you need to be all together, you know? Now he's TPing finally, but the fight is already over, right?
And honestly, there was a lot of time, like, that epicenter was kind of just hitting nothing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was really nice.
But now Ame he's just stuck here. You see him here. It's like, guys, what happened? You know? And
right? Yeah. And nothing to save. Big BKB too.
There's some problem with the coordination and maybe even leadership on XG right now. They are not in sync at all, and they really need to step it up because you cannot afford to be this sloppy against Aurora that are firing on every cylinder.
They're doing a nice stride. This is essentially a top 3 team that you're playing against right now. The way that they played this group stage, the way that they're punishing you for your mistakes, and clearly they have an idea of how they want to play their lineup. This isn't some happenstance game plan from Aurora.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like obviously Aurora is playing amazing Dota right now. I feel like they certainly don't want to be in the shadows of Bet Boom and Spirit anymore. They want to show the world that they are the new CIS team on the block, not just rejects like BSJ said.
They want to be better than 5th, 6th right now. All right, they've had a few starts like that, but hopefully ending out at the top of their group with this one, if they can get the win. Still, you know, 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Plenty to do here. Paulson's going to start trying to cut the wave, and in fact, yeah. Okay, he has to aggro them out. He'll get out.
That's not a detection on Kip.
Didn't he have... Oh, no, he lost the gem.
Yeah, he lost it, yeah.
Only 5 galvanized stacks for him, but that's largely because of the selflessness, you know, he's been going with.
Well, he has no travels this time to make up for it.
It's a really, really hard game without your travels on Sword Spirit. How do you play the game?
But I guess he's dying, so he gets the TPs for free anyway.
Exactly! It's my strat! More pro players should listen to me about this sort of stuff. You know, I'm revolutionary.
Well, he went for the Basher after all.
Ah, he did, yeah. And there's no... So you only get like the lifesteal amp and the slow resistance. So I guess as long as he doesn't miss the slow resistance, then you can just go ahead and finish out the Basher first.
Yep.
And after that, I mean, his build is going to be largely complete. He'll only be switching something out.
Smoke's coming.
Be ready.
Oh no.
There it is. Immediate rage from Nightfall. Oh, once again, he is so good at stopping these moves in their tracks. And on the other side, the Ice Blast, it connects onto Zenq. He's gone, and now Kiyotake, he's going to latch in. But with the RP, do they save? No, Ame! He is gone! Toronto, Tokyo, their target priority is impeccable. Paulson will fall again. This fight is way too disconnected for a team that needs to be around a Tinker.
Amazing targeting, like you said. They go immediately for the Ringmaster. As soon as he's taking out, they can all just channel the forces onto the TB. They go for the RP, and Ame can't do anything without the box of Ringmaster, right? And unfortunately for XG, they try to... Obviously, it's good job by Nightfall tanking this, you know, taking the front of it. But XXS commits his Burrow and his BKB onto Nightfall. Doesn't yield anything, of course, because he's a life stealer. And then, yeah, you see Ame, he just can't do anything at this point. He has no stats in his build, like full Bloodthorn TB, no Butterfly, no Skadi, nothing.
Yeah, the Bloodthorn was definitely an interesting one. This feels like it was supposed to be your way of dealing with the lifestealer, but he's got Manta BKB. This guy's got Dispels on lock. He could get another one if he really wants to. After this Basher... Oh, wait. Okay, do they turn this one around? Nightfall, you gotta be careful, man. No Aegis on him. Puck just gets the kill, and now, well, maybe they get something out of this again. XXS, he gets hit by the Ice Blast. Same with XM. He's somehow gonna dodge this one. Surprise, surprise. XM, he'll go down. Kiyotaka zips right on through him. It's like watching Gohan headbutt a guy through his chest. It's the same animation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good attempt. They get the Nightfall after all, but it's once again without your TP, and I guess they had to do something, but we're still waiting to see that clean fight from XG happening, and it's just not.
Toronto, Tokyo waiting to drag somebody away as well. Yeah, look at that. Blind forward, see if anyone's hanging around.
Oh, they got the Rust Wars. This Miller Barracks is going to be under pressure here.
Already is. Toronto, Tokyo.
So nice that you can just kill a TB with the right click right now. Oh, nice.
Oh, can you kill a TB with it? Quick on the relocation, but you gotta get away here. No, the save, it's not enough. Ame goes down again. No Sunder, no BKB, no life for the Terror Blade of Extreme, and the rest could be falling afterwards.
I mean, they're gonna lose their second lane here, and really, it's just... I just want to see them team fight once together, you know, but it might be at a point where it's too late. They're 21k behind right now.
I mean, I know that you're well versed in this, knowing that you're an IO player. It's kind of similar with Tinker. Sometimes the way that you play these games and these fights is so much different. I think Extreme, they didn't adjust for how they need to play around with it. You need to be in an area. You need to fight it. And if your team gets too disconnected from each other, then you lose the full benefit of having this Tinker anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I know I said it already, but I still feel it's so important. They are not focused on the same things in the game, right? They're not focusing on taking objectives, controlling the map. It's very hero focused, you know. Oh, we see a guy, we want to kill him. Ah, shit, didn't work. Let's do it again, you know.
We'll get him next time.
Right? And I just think XM's game could have been amazing with the start that he had.
Yeah.
Like, even after losing the lane, even after getting killed by Kiyotaka, he could have been the top network hero now with the TB as well on your team. I feel like this game, they have all the tools compared to game 1. They're just not... I feel like they're not level-headed. Maybe the pressure is going into them with, you know, having the backs against the wall in this group stage. Another pusher. I don't think Aurora wants to wait at all. They feel like they're so far ahead.
Toronto Tokyo, you can see him up here. He's waiting to find this Tinker again. Eliminate the Tinker, and these fights just aren't
This is a
playable.
really nice smoke. Oh, does he see it?
Glimmer. Oh, he found two! But the Blink Way, he's fine for now. The rest of the team doesn't care, though. Kiyotaka just splits the difference. And he gets the kill anyways.
It's so clean from Aurora. As soon as they see Chinkyu, they understand he's the critical target. Now he has to he's forced to use his buyback. If they see him once more, they're just gonna kill him, and then they're free to go for the RP on the TB.
It's not Zip is not on a low cooldown. There we go. Gets another one, but XXS, he's living for now. Doesn't stun away, but at this point you don't have to kill heroes. There's only one Rax left.
Yeah, they can just do the rage, right? Get a few hits.
There, you give him the Empower as well. There's no Aegis on this Lifestealer, but it also feels like you don't have kill threat on this Lifestealer.
Oh, he's gonna finish it. He can BKB if he has to.
He does, yeah, he just does. Even using the Infest only. It feels like nothing's really happening to get the Burrow Epi in now. It's a lot of physical damage, but the BKB already out from Nightball. Even giving himself more.
Oh,
and
nice.
oh no, they get the puck. Oh no! Looks like he'll get away, actually. Wow, and now Ame's turning, but oh, Kiyotaka in with the Vortex, in with the Ice Blast. They will take everything away from XG. They don't even want to wait for the fight to be over. It's GG. Paulson calls it. That's going to be a 2-0 for Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? This was almost a flawless game from Aurora, right? I feel like they were completely on point.
Yeah.
They understand what the plan was altogether. There was never any disconnect with them, and they just performed. They did exactly what they needed to do, and for XG side, it wasn't much of the same. I know that the draft was way better for XG this time, but I feel like they just weren't connected. They, you know, I think this game could have been way more competitive, but sometimes that's just the case. When you're playing as a very well-shaped tool in Aurora, they're gonna make you look bad, and this was definitely the case in this series. They look so much crisper than XG did in this series.
Yeah, it was really hard for them to play this one in general. I mean, I don't know. We saw in like the beginning of the game, Kiyotaka got the solo kill on Puck, and then like Puck actually turned it around, got a few coils, got a few kills in the mid lane, and like they were back. But even though XG had a net worth lead, they're farming out the map the way they wanted to, I guess. Like you and I both, this whole time we had to read like, Aurora's getting everything they wanted, and as this game goes on, it will only get worse for you. And you can see they just ended on that same principle, having the AA Ice Blast in with the Vortex. I mean, this fight was just so good. Really showed just how much you did not have a hope on XG of winning this one.
Yeah, but you can see that every time Aurora is doing something, they're doing it together, right? They're playing around Kiyotaka. They're focusing on the stacks. The focus is on what do we need to make a good game? What are we gonna do? Whereas I feel like for XG, it was always that we need to stop this guy, we need to stop that guy, and they didn't do stacks. They didn't even wait for the puck blink. They're just doing these smokes, and when it doesn't work, it looks silly. I understand, like, if it hits, it's gonna be a different game, but I feel like you're playing with so much risk and uncertainty when you have this playstyle. I think if they connected them all together, go for a tower. You don't need kills, you know, to win early games. You just need more farm, more towers, and then you're gonna be happy. And then, you know, play your draft out. Don't be focused on the enemy team, basically. And I think it's a shame for XG, because I know they have all these amazing players. But again, I don't want to discredit Aurora. I think they look really sharp in this game. I mean,
for sure.
in this tournament overall, I think for me, they're probably one of the top teams right now in form. But we're going to see how it plays out later, because they're going into the next stage of the tournament, right? For sure.
Oh yeah, no, they're definitely going to make it through now. It looks like we will have Mira coming for an interview here soon, which would be really nice. Because, yeah, no, he played a fantastic Shadow Shaman 2 times in a row.
Yeah. Maybe we should ask him what the hype is. I mean, I understand Shaman is good. It seems fairly easy to understand the appeal, but why was it not discovered before, you know? Yeah. Why is it all of a sudden right now in this tournament, not the previous ones?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's taken over for Lion, right? Lion was the same reason that we saw him. He had like high burst damage was the kind of only difference, but otherwise 2 different types of stuns, a lot of lockdown versus these like high mobility heroes. And you'd argue that Lion may be even better sometimes just because of the mana drain, but it looks like we do have the interview ready to go here. I believe we have Mira joining us. Mira, how you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good.
Hello.
And you?
Yeah, we can see the whole thing there. Looking very good, the both of you. That looks like a team that is dominating the group stage. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing good, and he seems like 2, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
He seems to be enjoying himself.
Yeah.
This is taunting for the rest of the lineups. You know, you guys want to beat Aurora, you have to go through that, all right? I'm intimidated. I feel it.
Yeah. Should be like super scared of this like big dude.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't say that shit to him at LAN. All right, so thank you so much for joining us, man. You guys got the 2-0. You guys have looked so good in this group stage so far. And whereas other group stages in the past, you guys have had just a little bit of an issue getting started and getting a real good role in your team. What has changed with this tournament that you guys think you got a faster start this time? No questions in the group stage.
I'm not sure like what's like the reason, because we didn't play much like after Blast. We just like chill a bit for 3 days, and then we get to the boot camp. We had like a big beef, and like after the beef, we like felt so like good and I don't know. We just like chilled like after this beef and just relieved and played Dota like without emotions. You know, like just let like all emotions go. And now we're good.
That's interesting. You mean beef like, like fights in the team?
Yeah, in life.
Yeah, so. I mean, it's good to get it out, I guess. Sometimes you don't want the opposite, right? Where nobody is, like, I'm not sure if you have these issues in your past teams, but sometimes people are scared to say what they mean and what they think, and then it's just, you have issues, but you don't solve them, you know? Seems like you found
just
a way
hide
to...
it, and like when you just let it go, like it's much better. Like it feels so much better.
Yeah, for sure. I actually wanted to ask, because, I mean, we never played together, but looking at TrueSight and stuff, when you were in Spirit and stuff, you seemed like a very vocal player in terms of, inside the game, making calls and stuff. But now you're playing with a lot of vocal players in this roster. Do you feel like you still have this role, or have you taken more of a chill role in terms of like...
I think that like mostly like I'm just like chilling, and the Nightfall and in Tokyo just take like all the stuff to like make like the calls in game and just like in peaks. So I just like play Dota like on my heroes, chill, and just like do my job, and I'm free.
Sounds good.
Like,
I mean,
yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. How do you think? How has it been playing lane with Toronto Tokyo? I mean, playing 4 and mid is you always had amazing synergy. Obviously, you won a lot of tournaments together, but is it very different playing with him on the lane, or is it just smooth?
I think like it's very smooth. Like it's like very easy to like speak with him like about the laning, about the mistakes. It's like we like just fix like our mistakes like super fast, because it's super easy to like understand each other like after all experience we got.
Yeah. Do you think there's a big difference between how you play with Toronto compared to Collapse, maybe?
Yeah, because like I mean, like the main difference is that Tokyo like don't mind to lane solo. Like when I need to go and roam the map, he just like, okay, I'm chill.
Okay. Do you think that's like a
sacrifice
hero pool thing, or just maybe personality or playstyle?
I think it's personality. I guess mostly that he can just sacrifice himself a bit, like sometimes, and it's cool.
Interesting. I also wanted to ask you about Shadow Shaman is like one of the most picked heroes in the tournament right now. I think it's like, yeah, it's top 1 picked hero with Tiny now. Why do you think it was not so, like, why was it not such high in terms of prioritization in previous tournaments? Because it makes sense. It's easy to understand why it's good, but do you think something changed, or just people realizing late, or?
I think it's like just like just metal just going, and people like super slow with understanding like some points that you need to pick stance because like position 1 and 2 just doesn't like have stance, so you like have to pick it like super like early in draft, so you just can pick like any hero later. So you pick stun, you pick shaman, it's like the best hero from like, and just like chill. Yeah,
sounds good.
Chill and draft.
One more thing. I noticed, I mean, from spectating you guys in this tournament and you doing well now, I see a very clear like tempo in your game. You almost maybe the best comparison is Tundra. Like you like to play very slow on the side lane course, and you play very heavy around Kiyotaka. And it seems that one thing you guys are doing super good right now is that everyone on the team is aiming for the same timing in the game. It's almost always minute 20, 25 when you start doing big team moves. Like, is this something you talk about a lot, or is it just natural, or how does this come?
It's natural, I think. Like it's like natural about like our players, because like they're like super slow. They don't want to risk. We just want to play like super like high like chances for us. I mean like smokes and plays that like we will win for sure. So yeah, we just play it like it's like super safe.
Yeah, because against
just Kiyotaka who can go.
Against XG, it's kind of obvious in like the difference in mentality between you guys and them, because they were doing a lot of kill smokes with XM and they didn't really work out for them. You guys are way more focused on your item timings and objectives, and I think this is one of the reasons you guys looked so dominant today. Yeah. So yeah, interesting to see. I mean, it's good when Dota is natural. I understand. If you're forcing things, it can always create issues that it's hard to predict. But yeah, good stuff. Yeah. It's really nice to watch you guys play.
And discomfort. Yeah, thank you.
You guys, you're clearly playing really well. I can see that the beef is squashed because you guys are one unit. So we'll try to create some beef somewhere else. You know, you played with both Collapse and now Toronto Tokyo. And Toronto Tokyo, a 75% win rate Magnus on his pro ticketed career. Who is the better Magnus?
Yeah, best Magnus, like now, no? For now, sure.
All right.
Yeah.
He's got it. That's awesome to hear. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, man. You guys have played very well in this group stage. I hope you keep it up, and you better keep it up as you go into playoffs. Thanks for joining us.
We'll try, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, and good luck.
No problem. That's really interesting to hear that he's just like, yeah, we fought, somebody won, and now we're good. And that's, like, you can definitely, because something has changed. Like, genuinely, we're seeing this team being, like, so dominant, and, like, something had to be different here. This is the same team. We've seen other teams make roster moves. There wasn't some giant patch, so, like, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. I always thought, because Dota is way more than a game, right? It's a social thing. It's a team thing. And in some ways, you're way closer to your teammates than in sports, because you have them in your ear every single time, right? Like even on the field. And I think a good sign of a good relationship is that you can say what you mean exactly, no like sugarcoating and stuff, and then you can be fine, understand that you're coming from a good place, you all want to go forward. And definitely, like, because we've seen, I don't know if you watched their vlogs and stuff, and you know, ESL content and stuff even.
ESL, yes.
There's been so much fighting in this team, especially with Toronto and Nightfall in the past, right? But they stick together. They seem to have found common ground, and it's working out amazing. So, yeah, definitely interesting to hear that from him.
There's been a lot of that going around with different teams too. I know, like, it's very different for me because I think a lot of these pro players are used to this sort of like harsh feedback, and they're not going to like take it to heart as much. I feel like a lot of like the the North American side, if you say something bad to someone on a team environment, then you don't team together for 2 years. Like that's what happens.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not necessarily that you stick together. So to see them work through all of that together is like really cool. I feel like I'm rooting for them even more now to succeed, knowing that that's what they went through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no cultural expert, but I know when I played with CIS players, they really... I started to get respected when I got angry with them, and I think that tells you something about how the culture is in Eastern Europe, and I think being harsh isn't always bad, you know, if it's... The same words can mean different things depending on who it comes from, you know?
That's true. All right, well, they did really well. And so far, I believe they are the first ones to lock in for sure going to the bracket afterwards. So pretty good for them because obviously this has been, again, a really hard few matches for Aurora. For them to come in here and just dominate the group stage is really nice to see. And group stage 2, yeah, just around the corner. They're one of the only ones locked in.
I really want to see them play against Paravision right now in this current form. I think that would be a banger of a game, but we're not going to get it until the next stage, of course. But
they still have Shopify left, so saving the best for last, of course. But for us, we're going to see Edge versus Talon Slipster here. So guys, stick around. We still have one more game right after this.
Took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, stuck in our ways and running out of time.
So how's DreamLeague going for you?
You mean like, am I enjoying the games, or?
No, more like, do you think our casting is going well?
You think about that?
What do you mean? You don't?
It's DreamLeague. The more you care, the less people enjoy.
I don't know if that's true.
It's true. Dota fans don't want things too polished.
Maybe.
There needs to be spaces for an event in Dota that's more relaxed. Just take BTS. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
The best part of those events was it was just people hanging out. It was raw, unfiltered, behind the scenes look.
Yeah, you know, people do like the behind the scenes stuff.
You don't want to script too much.
No, that would definitely not be what the fans want.
Definitely.
Definitely.
And cut.
Everything good?
Good.
We got it? I think that was the take.
Nice. Hey, thank you very much.
Anything else?
I'm good for now. Thanks.
Great, guys. Great.
DreamLeague Season 26 is brought to you in part by DHL, 1xBet, and Anthros.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. We are going to be watching Edge versus Flipster Talon, and both teams here looking to stay alive in this group stage 1. Well, there's another group stage on the way, but somebody may be leaving after this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's specifically for Edge, right? They really need a 2-0. I mean, Talon, they're not for sure in yet, but...
Well, yeah. I guess technically both these teams could still end up with the exact same record.
They could, yeah, it's possible. And then Edge would have the head-to-head as well between us.
That's true.
But yeah, Talon has been looking pretty good. Edge has been struggling, so we'll see. Maybe they're gonna, maybe they're gonna pull it back on Edge. I feel like they're slowly improving for sure, which is always the problem, right? When you're in a weaker region, you don't necessarily have the best practice. You don't have to face the same tier of teams, and you don't get to learn as much about strategy and these things. So, but I think they're on a way to improve. And I mean, Talon, they had a roster change recently, right? Added 23 Savage, so probably some air under the wings with them. And yeah, we're gonna see how. Because not every day you see these teams facing up against each other, right?
No, not at all. Actually, two teams in this group stage. It's 23 is on loan technically through G. So also for Paravision, of course, they have Satanic on loan through Spirit. So quite common in our top two teams of this group here. But you can see that both of them, both Flipster and Edge. For Flipster, I feel like they've had a much better performance just overall, not just in their record, but also they took a game off of Paravision, which is always very hard to do. This surging Navi team, they 2-0'd. They got the 2-0 on Yakult, as they should. So I feel like a lot of that is going well. The only thing that they probably think is rough for them is that they couldn't take a game off of Falcons. Yeah. And they couldn't get the full 2-0 versus Avalis, but can't get everything. They're still top 2 in group, and you got to be happy about that.
Yeah, for sure. I think if they get a 2-0 here, that would be pretty much guarantee them to go through. My math is correct, but...
Yes. I think 9 is the clinch for sure, according to what we saw from Aurora, but yeah, we also have a nice introduction for you guys in case you haven't seen much about Talon.
Flipster Talon are one of the few Southeast Asian teams able to compete with the best at the international level. And while in recent years, there's some contention about which C team is the strongest, it hasn't always been like that. At one point, Talon was undoubtedly the strongest team in Southeast Asia, being able to trade blows with the best teams in the world, achieving several top placements at big events. But that was 2 years ago at this point, and right now they're not the dominant team they once were. However, they recently made a big change to their roster, with 23 Savage returning to the squad as their new carry, joining the rest of the roster. Cuckoo, Yokum, WS, and of course his former teammate Mikoto. While the team only swapped out one player, 23 Savage was crucial for Talon's success in the past, and after a rough couple of years, he is surely hungry to prove himself once again. We haven't seen this new roster compete, so this season of DreamLeague will be the first chance for Flipster Talon to show what C Dota can do. Will they manage to reach Talon's former strength? Tune in and find out in DreamLeague Season 26.
Really cool to see them back here. Of course, Talon, as you said, first time we're really seeing this full roster compete together, and so far it's looking pretty hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been in the making for a long time, right? It started out with a bunch of almost rejects in SEA, right? They got picked up by Talon, which has obviously a lot of history at this point in Dota. Yeah. Then they added Mikoto last year, and also Cuckoo as well towards the end. Now they got 23 Savage, so more and more known players are coming to this team, and I think the org probably has a big part to do with the with you know, why this team is so attractive. And they also have a great coach in March, right?
Of course. Speaking of the coaches, we love this Edge team. Thanks to, and for me, DPMS a huge one that we're looking at, but we also have a strong support duo in Yudomi and Michael. They've played really well so far that we've seen. A lot of the reason that this team is able to stay in here, and you can see, oh wow, 361 for average GPM, I feel like is actually pretty good when it comes to the support role. Maybe I'll get fact checked on that, but that seems like a lot.
Yeah, it's all right. Definitely better than my career average.
Damn bounty runes.
Right, damn bounty runes. damn tormentors.
It's all different. And yeah, I think we have a draft coming up here soon, but I mean, you and I have talked about how, like, Aurora, we're so excited for them to get into this group stage 2 because they look dominant in their group right now. But this group B is group of die. I'll say it.
Yeah,
100%. This group is like crazy, despite all of the changes that we've had across. Like, Perry is obviously a team that, trying or not, is going to be better than you. Gaiman is hitting a new streak. Navi hit a new streak. Falcons is an qualified EWC team, and they're sitting third to last in their group. This is insane. So if Talon get out of this, I think they're going to be dominant as we get into group stage 2.
I would think so too, right? It's such a tough group. I mean, Parvision and Talon already qualified, like you said, and I mean, it's tough out there, man. Like, this is a hard group, and I think every win matters, even against Edge right now. Could definitely make the difference. Same thing for Edge too, right? I mean, if they want to have a chance in this tournament, they need both wins here, I would have to think.
Yeah, no, Edge, it starts now. Like, you either win or game 2 is going to be clowny, because
you could say they're at the edge of the group stage.
you and Zibe having too much fun.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Looks like Bristol banned out as well. A lot of high priority. Yeah, right? Beastmaster's still in pool. Nature's still in pool if somebody really wants to dip for it, but at the end of the day, Flipster is banning a lot more meta, and Edge, they're more focused on team comp from Flipster.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned the Nature Prophet, but it was actually completely ignored in our last series that we covered, so it seems like it's a bit similar to the Tiny in a way, where, especially for the carry role, right? You only, teams are not really gonna go for this unless they have a signature player on it.
So far, I think Edge won the trade.
For sure. In this Tiny, I get the appeal. I just don't think it's... If you want to pick an initiator like this early, I would rather go for the Sanking. I think it's way more solid. Because... like, it's just gonna have a game regardless, right? I think the Dark Sword is Sanking way more safer than the Tiny. Unless you're like Mickey or Nightfall, as we see now. Because some players, they are just willing to bust out the Tiny carry, first pick, and they're gonna do great. They understand the limits of the hero, they know what they can do, and if you have that, then go ahead, but I'm not sure it's Savage Tiny.
Yeah. Some of the bans are good for this. You've banned out the TA, you've banned out the Bristle, the AA. Like, I think all these things are good to, like, set up the Tiny game. I think one of the important ones that's still left in is Monkey King. I think that is still a lane that can punish the Tiny pretty much wherever he is in the game.
I wonder how the Beastmaster is in the mid lane against Tiny, actually. Should be pretty chill for both, I guess, but...
Ooh.
A lot of
Master,
support
very
being
good
contested in this pool right now.
Yeah.
Interesting silencer ban. Wonder what that's about.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
not really a hero we see at all, right? We saw Spirit run it a bunch of times and Liquid in previous tournaments, but not sure.
I think like the top ones would be your any spirits, your Enigma, your Dawnbreaker, but those aren't things that you're really picking at this phase in the draft anyways. I like the Riki a lot more. If you want to pick something that plays poorly into Blink Initiators, then Riki is the one that makes every Blink Initiator have to have a BKB.
That is true.
10 seconds remaining.
Darkseer's still in pool. Double melee lane.
You could.
Ah. Okay.
Not the biggest fan of this hero. I know Falcons have run it a bunch, but I just don't think
It's into the tiny, right? It's not great.
Yeah, I don't think the Arcane Aura appeal is as strong in Dota as it used to be, like before all these neutral items, etc. And I just don't think it scales, which is the problem. You need to scale on supports in Dota right now. Like you need to have a, you don't need to like get stronger towards late game, but you just have to have utility in the late game, and you compare the CM to like a Rust type, it's not the same in the late game.
I feel like you have to have a job or like a purpose, right? Like sometimes you have one versus a Beastmaster, or you have it versus a Nature's Prophet, you know, something that it's like, I encounter you in some way. Right. I don't see it here at all.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Dude, these win rates. Sankin is actually really low. I didn't realize that. Holy moly. Barely winning a third of his games.
I feel like it still changes so much on the daily, doesn't it? Or in between series.
I guess, yeah. It's looked good in the games that we've casted, so we blame the other streams, you know? If it was just our stream that had the Sankin win rate, like 85%, you know? Pretty good.
Yeah. It's like you never regret picking a Sankin.
Yeah, I don't think so. Looks like they do have, this reminds me of a very like old school draft, except of course in this old school draft, that Riki's going carry.
It's been a while since I've seen Riki carry.
That's because we haven't pubbed yet.
True.
I like what they have going. It's a lot of poke and prod. Roots are always very good. I mean, 3 roots actually from Edge once you include the Hawk. So a lot of soft commit, but I don't know if they have like the follow up from that soft commit to really make it work.
I mean, that poke is always nice. I don't think you have a clear like team item hero for Talon right now. Like you don't have a pipe hero. So the poke could definitely be valuable if they don't pick up one. Talon, presumably they need. I mean, they could go either mid or offlane, right?
Yeah.
For Edge, it's pretty straightforward. They need a carry for sure. Could be the Terrorblade if they want. Could be the Dusa if they want. I guess we're gonna see with their ban what they're thinking.
10 seconds remaining.
You know what? I almost. Does it have to be a side lane for sure? Like it has to be a 1 or a 3?
For Edge,
surely you don't
Talon.
pick a. Yeah, for Talon. Like surely if you pick a mid, I guess yeah. I'm
you
not
could do
used to
like a Conk or something if you want team fight, right? If you want a mid, that would work.
It's true.
There's also a Darkseer if it looks good into Edge carry.
I wonder if you're just happy putting the Sankin into this Beastmaster anyways, just because it's like something that can. I mean, I'm assuming it's Beastmaster mid. I guess I don't really know.
No,
we won't
no,
know until we see this next
it
pick.
has to be Ember mid, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So 100% should be a carry for Edge. I mean, I guess they could still do the Beast carry. But I criticized them yesterday for overcooking in their both item choices and in the first game item choices with the Luna refresher eggs, and then the second game it was the Abaddon Morphling game.
Yeah,
I think I want to see them play something steady and perform it well.
Low variance hero choices. I like the Huskar ban. I think that's a hero that definitely needs to respect on 24 when there isn't an AA in pool.
Yeah. Also, you got the Ember Beast. They can't do much to Huskar, so.
Yeah. So it looks like we have two kind of like squishy supports. Honestly, the Ricky gets his tankiness for not being able to see him. But we have two very go-in cores on edge. I think I'd like to see one more that kind of like, it doesn't have to be full in fight. Like, it doesn't have to be a Timber Saw or something. But it does have to be something that's willing to like make a committal jump.
Yeah. The Lifestealer would have been good, I think. But obviously he's getting banned.
Nature's, okay.
Okay, That leaves your Ember to be the main frontliner, which can work, but you're facing a lot of lockdown right now. So you need a fast mage layer plus Sange on this Ember.
So carry on the Tiny could definitely work out versus the Beast. You also have a Jakiro that's helping you out. Could definitely be still an offlaner into the Nature's Prophets for Sand King. That won't be too bad. I wonder if they do just look up for a straight up mid counter versus this Ember. And Monkey King, is that still in pool?
Yeah, Monkey is in pool. So they have this option to completely destroy the Ember, which I think would be great.
Yeah.
And the other option is pick something into Prophet, but it's much harder to figure that out. What would that hero be, you know? Like maybe a Primal Beast or something? I think you'd still rather go with a Monkey then.
Yeah. You don't really want to go for like a puck or anything since there is the Ricky. It's just like impossible to play against.
Yeah. Just a risk you don't need to take.
Feel like a BKB builder. I guess it's not the greatest Slayer game.
Yeah, it's not, but still just run a Diffu or something if you want to go Monkey.
Ah, yeah.
I know Mikoto is an amazing Monkey player. Racer.
Oh!
That's Savage Racer.
All right.
I would assume. Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's very. I mean, I love a BKB here on this game.
I mean, it seems unwarranted to some extent, but I know it can do really well in lane into the Beast Ricky. I don't think they can do much to protect themselves against the Static Link and the Plasma, but I don't see like a clear matchup for like what triggered the Razor pick, right? Because Prophet is always going to have a Hurricane Pike in this game, and then there's an Ember too, right? Maybe it's just their Beastmaster counter, you know? When Beastmaster commits, that's pretty much a guaranteed link on him.
that's you know, I'm doing this thing. I told you I'm writing down the abilities that I think are important in this game so I can focus on them when we get into a team fight. And I have near everything written on Flipster, and then on Edge I have Roar. Everything else is soft commit from this Edge team. They're not really doing anything that's going to be hard right into this team that I feel does have hard commit. Like Burrow Epi, we also have even like an Ice Path macro setup, Wheel of Wonder from the Rainmaster. Like every one of these things is going to go a very high cooldown. If you miss these spells, you're in danger. Flipster actually has a little bit more of an onus, I think, to perform well in these team fights, but also when you have all these big Rs, it does kind of make it easier for you in that way because you just have to hit those like big team fight ultis and run.
Yeah, and also when they're running this classic like double initiator lineup where you don't have like you have a lot of spells and a lot of fights, but in order to really leverage it, you're gonna need objectives. And thank God they have the Jakiro for this when they picked this Racer because we've seen it so many times, right? Not just in this tournament, in so many times, and I keep stressing about it. Like, if you don't get tier 1s when you're playing these double initiate lineups, it's so hard to hit these smokes, like because you can't cross map properly. Like, if the smoke fails, then you have no return. And I think it's gonna be important for Talon to take over objectives, but I have to give the edge to Edge in that regard. Like, much more tower pressure. If they can take over the map, it can be hard to deal with this. This Tricore is really strong for Edge, even though they don't have the best scale in their supports. The Ricky is fine, but CM not so much.
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting to see how the early game plays out.
Non-negotiable twin pair from Jakiro. You need to go 1-1-4. You gotta help your team, because with Jakiro Tiny, that is some amount of tower pressure, right? Like, it's not safe, but it'll do the damage.
Yeah, I mean, if it's 1-4-1 Jakiro, I'm leaving the game.
Even in games where you don't need the tower, it just hasn't looked good. So yeah, I'm very excited to see that. I really want to see this Razor do well. I have a lot of hope for Razors on pause 1. I think the hero is definitely slightly undervalued. He's not broken, but I think he's got his good spots. This is one of the weirder ones, though, because, like, look at Ricky and Ember. Like, these are unlinkable targets.
Right? But I'm with you. I like the Ember. I feel like it has been a while since we've seen it in meta, right? It's ever since Amar stopped playing it, I don't think anyone has been really.
No, not really. I mean, honestly, on that team when Crystallis was also on Pare, and it seems like they could flex it around a lot. We saw it a little bit more, but overall, you also don't pick it very much into the Beastmaster, just because Beastmaster Roar seemed like it could be for you. In this current iteration of Beastmaster, I don't think that's the case anymore. You do need to have this Roar for, like, specifically a kill. It can't just be to stop a Razor from BKB linking.
Yeah. I mean, I think in theory, the Razor should be really good into Beast, because you are constantly going to be fed stick charges. The Plasma is amazing at killing the Boar and the Hawk.
Yes. Yep.
And then if you don't have Boar or Hawk, then you're not really protecting yourself against a Link either, so...
Yep.
I think it has potential to really pop off in this lane, but we'll see.
Agreed.
Obviously,
the lane should be really
everything.
good.
Yeah.
Unless you miss this wave.
Look at that Plasma.
Looks like they won't. There we go. I mean, Jakiro too, yeah. I'm a little surprised that he still went for the Q first. Yeah, I think this is the issue. When you go Q first on Jakiro, it's not a bad spell, but you do risk the lane getting unnecessarily pushed down and maybe losing some creeps. He's taking... That is a blood grenade already.
They got him, I think.
But the Boar, it might slow him down. 5 seconds. Hover over the range. Is it enough? One more. Oh, he gets the kill. It's first blood going to 23 Savage.
I mean, they all had to spend, or both of them had to spend all their mana, but of course you take it when you're going to be fed stick charges later on anyway, right? And first blood is a first blood. Unfortunate.
There's a lot.
Vitaly there, yeah.
Vitaly, it's I mean, I think his game is pretty straightforward though. I mean, we have a single Roar. Who do you use it on? You're using it on Razor. I think the only difference now is that you're not using it to kite away. You do need to try to kill in the midst of this Roar. So they're gonna have to figure that out. Like, where is that subsequent damage coming from? Especially if the lane continues to go like this. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? Not only does Razor have a good game, but also if you pressure this Beastmaster away, he doesn't get the stacks that he's able to take. Like, his game is so pushed back versus this, aggressive Sand King Tiny that can maybe run you down.
It also removes a lot of the power of Nature's Prophet if Beast is pushed out of the lane, right? You want to abuse these TPs in the early game. Easy dodge.
But I've learned from some other Jakiro players on level... If you're only casting one spell, right? Like you're only hitting people with one thing, then you use your Liquid Fire.
Yeah.
If you're not comboing Liquid Frost with your Dual Breath, it's actually just better to use the Liquid Fire so you can trade with them better, since Liquid Frost is all about the tick damage on other damage.
Exactly. Doesn't remove... I mean, when you're just trading with somebody as well, it's that attack speed.
Yeah.
It's way better for trading.
So I wonder what the full laning build is going to be for the Razor. I've actually been someone who does like the Falcon Blade, but it's a lot of investment. Yeah, I like Null Treads even more.
Yeah, Null seems better, right? I think... I mean, I haven't been a fan of how...
damage.
Yeah. Like, Falcon Blade is chill, but...
It's a lot. It's a lot of gold.
A lot of gold, yeah, exactly. And Null gives you almost the same in terms of mana. And you just don't want to slow down your later timings.
It gives you the base like +1 mana regen, plus a little bit that you get already from just the raw int. Whereas Falcon Blade, it does give you 1.8, so like it's a little bit more. But like for double the cost and other things that Razor doesn't need. A lot of the times Razor doesn't need the extra health. He doesn't need the extra damage. That's what Link is for. So just getting treads and getting closer and closer to this Manta BKB is much better. Dude, Mikoto is... I mean, I know it's favored for him, but I've seen him get so many denies right in the face of Pippi, and there they get the kill bot side, maybe even getting WS as well. He wants to deny the clap. It's not enough. Yadomi picks up the kill. A nice double down here for Edge.
Very nice. I mean, the Prophet is so hard to play against. If you're the Sand King, you just don't have anything, right, to deal with him.
Yeah.
Can't really close the gap, and he's just constantly going to be hitting you while you're in the sandstorm based on the range that you have. So.
Yeah.
Nice double kill there. Leveraging the Prophet. They desperately needed this, because considering like top lane is going so poorly already for them.
Yeah, no, very good point. Very good point, PTP. So he went 2-1-1. I've actually seen a lot of 2-2-0. Do you like the value point here in the E? I guess it's just because of all the units hitting him. I guess, maybe.
I guess so.
Huh. Yeah, like, so that's only 22 damage, right? Give that another link level. It's a lot more for pressure. Huh.
I guess you want the Storm Surge?
No?
Later on?
Yeah,
Like,
later on.
But I don't know. Do you need a link that much when you're already dominating? Actually, it's a good question.
That's a good point. Yeah, if he thinks he's already going to win the lane, then like the threat of the link level is more important than the link something. I don't know. Either way, if he comes out of this lane with a big win and he already has points going, that's going to help out his farm a lot. Since Storm Surge definitely helps you farm way more than a link does, right? Because that's only on heroes.
Definitely.
Pull that back. So far, though, the Beastmaster's hurting. So regardless of whether or not there's another link level, maybe he's just expecting this guy to not come back to lane. Because, Lord, I wouldn't. If I'm getting bought in on the CS like this, I'm looking at my support like, please tell me there are stacks all ready to go. I don't want to be here anymore.
But then you look at your support and he's a Ricky and it's like, ah, shit, there's no stack.
I don't want to be here either.
Oh, nice job from Furin here.
Oh,
that is actually... I didn't consider that, but that is actually a big deal against Zanking. I mean, you would never go for the small treants, right, on Prophet, but imagine if you did, you would have been able to block all the camps.
True, yeah. I don't think you even do that versus like Klinkses and Chens. Even then, it's just like too good sometimes to have that extra damage or push somewhere else on the map. So far, he's popping off on the CS right now. 40 already for both of our carries here. And Makoto, we've seen the mid-tiny struggle a little bit, but this seems like a lane where he's doing perfectly fine. Maybe we're going to see a well-timed Blink Dagger and, boy, into a Ricky CM. Those are killable targets if you have the vision.
Yeah, those are some easy fish to catch. And I wonder what his build is going to be, because we've seen a lot of the utility tiny with the Yules, etc. I wonder if it's going to be the same story for Mikoto here, or why they feel more confident than other teams in just committing to the tiny.
There's been a lot of utility tiny, right? Like the days of phylactery tiny are well behind us.
Yeah.
Really nice shot on the stacking. You can actually see there a little bit. He ran all the way towards the edge of the right side of the map there, since these creeps will follow you no matter what. If you run right to the Wisdom after you aggro that far camp, it'll actually block the near camp and you only get one stack.
Yep. Always important to know your stacks as a support, and obviously, especially when you have a Sankey on your team.
Oh yeah.
Wow,
nice shot on
can't do
unlinkable target, and that's why he is 3-1-1, because honestly, he's only used it, what, like twice since getting the second point, and it's not like you're missing out on that much damage, so like really good heads up play there from 21 Savage, knowing exactly what he needs. 23 Savage.
It's like pretty hard to rotate to this lane when the beast is already such low level, right? Oh shit, here we go.
Yeah. Ooh, this could be good. The box is used. That won't get used for too long though. Ricky's shard eventually will put that to rest, but for now, getting a nice kill there. Is Ricky the premier counter to Rainmaster?
I mean, I guess it's good, right? When you pick up the shard later, you can't box people.
Yeah.
Mikoto has a haste though, this is scary. Yadomi. You don't want to go close to this rock, my friend.
Oh, he's already on a ward. Mikoto. There it is. It's done. Avalanche. Hit him. He did get hit by the knife, though. A little bit more damage. At this point, it's almost space. Dude, he's fast.
That tree grab killed him from like a quarter of his HP or something.
It was a lot. CM is notably like no armor unless you're in your ulti, and even then, that doesn't really protect you that much.
Whenever I see CM, I'm like, why would you want to be Crystal Maiden when there's like Warlock?
Right, sometimes you're forced into
Shaman. Yeah.
You never really want to be the Crystal Maiden. It's like you have to.
Oh no, Michael.
It could die here. Another Avatos. Mikoto getting a lot done without the Blink Dagger. This has been really important for Tinies to get this early timing. If you're only waiting for the Blink before you make moves, it's too late. There are too many items you can get in supports with Wisdoms and all these bounty runes around.
And they're pressuring the objectives and contesting the stacks. And you also mentioned that Ricky's EM into Tiny. I mean, so far, every time they've encountered him, they just die without casting anything, pretty much.
You don't let him get level 6, you never have to buy dust.
That is true. If you de-dust the enemies, then win.
Amen. It looks like, well, who did get the wisdom? It was... Oh, it was Michael. Let me make sure you got it, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is scary.
Might have gotten too close. Doesn't have the whoopee cushion for a bit here. All right, Pepe doesn't feel good enough. I mean, he has 3 remnants.
Just a bit low on the mana there, so if he committed, he would have been... It would have been hard to get out, basically.
Mm-hmm. How can he be low on mana when he has a Crystal Maiden Blast? Oh, Roar. Already used, comboing that up there with the Nature's Prophet ulti, but honestly, Cuckoo, he's living for a while after that. I did not think they had such survivability.
That's a regen, but...
He does, but here comes the Razor. Oh, getting sprouted and silenced.
No.
Is this a death sentence for 23? It is!
They gotta get
Michael getting the kill. Now chasing after this Tiny. He tries to get one more avalanche. No, he won't get it, Pippi. He's just dancing on them right now, and Talon all but throwing away their really early lane lead. Oh my god.
Bruh, Pyke is so fat now. That's huge. I mean, that they need so much XP.
Oh my lord, yeah.
Same with PP. I mean, this is a really fast Maelstrom. It's gonna be even faster than Mjolnir.
Oh my lord.
Just the formation of Talon is just off here, right? Cuckoo going in first, just getting picked off completely. They need to use this Tiny to frontline.
Oh no.
They do that, it's gonna look way different.
In this current iteration, and as a Razor who needs to stay on top of people to get the links, I know he didn't really put many levels into it, but you need a Quelling Blade.
That's
knowing that Nature's Prophets now are maxing this Q sometimes, like you have to be prepared for that. So, it's really rough. It's way more valuable than even raindrops sitting in your inventory.
Yeah, for sure. You can't really drop it throughout the whole game.
Oh, Burrow Epi, and they hit him with the tip too. That is so crushing. Your pause forward tips you as you get burrowed Epi'd in your lane. That's cold.
Oh, they're gonna pressure the tower on Talon. Doesn't seem like it. They just want to focus on the blink. It's really close right now.
This is the time where I'm okay with farming it up. He's gonna get himself 2 bounties as well. Just fresh off the block, so yeah, Blink coming on courier for him. 12 minutes, this is one of the faster ones we've seen, even from mid-Tiny.
See what they're gonna do with it. I would really like them to go for a similar play, kill the Ember once more, and then go for the tower. Like, that's the key. Always go for tower smokes. That's what we're gonna
get
see.
Objectives off of kills. The litmus test for how strong your lineup actually is.
They're gonna go for a smoke on their own on edge, actually.
Was that on a ward, or is that just a sentry there?
Just a sentry. They're gonna find Savage with the Ricky here. But Mikoto is on his way. The timing is super crucial here.
Going on him, have the silence plus the root now. Not able to get anything to get himself away from this one. Avatos, the damage coming through. He even gets boxed up for a second. The damage surely is here. The slide, finally they'll take him down. You don't be picking up the kill, but you've brought so many people over here to lose the support, barely getting the kill on the Razor. Now you may lose your mid laner again. Pepe going down. Second time in a row, but Michael, the flight of the courier. Worth?
I mean, nice job by Edge getting that initial kill onto Savage. I mean, there was no way they could have known that Tiny and the rest of the guys was going to be ready. But I have to say, wasn't PP a bit greedy there? He had remnants for such a long time. I felt like there was a chance he could get out.
Sometimes it's hard to leverage that. You really wanted the kills. I mean, look at this Avatos, though. Avatos plus the Plasma Field at level 4, that was... Oh my god, so much damage. And then, the Link! Actually kept him alive for a little bit longer.
Felt like if you use a Remnants, you might have a chance here. So.
Barely, yeah. Even just one to
I
like.
I guess it's hard.
Right?
I guess it's hard in a way. You've got a Sanking Dagger and Tiny Dagger, so there's a lot of reach. Now they go for another smoke. Oh, nice break from Michael.
Somebody's around, and like a good mid laner, he buys the dust. Gets the initiation once again. This time it is Burrow Epi on Michael, but Yudomi, he's holding the follow through. Gets a good amount of damage done. And he comes back on the chase? I don't know if he can continue. But WS, he's got to get away.
Oof. Michael did a good job tanking that, actually. He has the Vitality booster, so he's surprisingly tanky, but they weren't able to connect PP to the play, and then Talon gets to escape freely.
I'm a little surprised. What's the value of Atos over Diffusal? It feels like Diffusal is more reliable catch that can't be like dodged, right?
On Riki,
it's the effect that lasts for a while. Yeah.
I just think the upside of Atos is it makes you really tanky.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
So you can do kind of what you just did. You're better at breaking smokes essentially. If you're a Diffusal Riki, you're kind of gonna be like a support killer, which means you're probably not scouting for your team. And I think similar to Slark, it's much of the appeal of having a Riki support to be the information guy.
I like it.
So Ags finished for Vitaly. This is a pretty good timing.
This is more home for what I see Vitaly play. Like we've seen him play the TB and it looked kind of lackluster. This is where I more imagine him being your Slarks, your Marses. Yeah, dude, Pike already with the Mjolnir, by the way. I just think it's some really nice item timings.
They should just put the Mjolnir onto Vitaly or the PP every single fight and just send them in.
That's true. Yeah. It's, it can almost work for like targeting though, right? As a carry, you usually look for like, okay, which one of my players is like most out of position that you like, I don't want them to hit you anymore. So you hit him with the Mjolnir. So as the other team, whoever you see get the Mjolnir, like kill that guy, he must be out of position or something because the carry thinks he's way out.
Aurora should do that with Kiyotaka. Just Mjolnir him.
Just always give it to him. The Storm Spirit who jumps onto the tier 4s or something. Give him a Mjolnir. It's really nice timing for him. I mean, he is just going to farm all over the map. And this is without going max and teleport. Like, I know that Sprout has been very common, but with max teleport, you're much easier to get across the whole map to get multiple ancient creeps out of the way. So he's a top farm and probably like one of the lower efficiency builds that you can do right now in terms of farm.
Edge really trying to make this happen. Are they going to go for the dive?
They are.
Risky. They're baiting a lot of TPs though. If they can get out, it's not so bad.
Razor is moving forward, but the Atos, there it is. Still no Dispel on 23 side.
Oh,
That gets rooted up again. Now he gets roared. Somebody save this guy. They're finally going to give him the box and toss him out of there. 23 Savage is priority 1 for his team, but now the rest of them still caught behind the smoke clouds. WS finally going in with a Burrow empty. Unfortunately, though, that is just a support. You've used a lot of your kit. Do they re-engage on Edge?
I don't think so. Oh,
the answer is maybe we shouldn't have. Does get one more slide off. Bippy does get the jump away. And now, yeah, this is a huge choke point. Really good for the Jakiro, but 23 Savage getting the link. It doesn't matter at all. Pyke is way too far. I'm giving another one here. No, Pippy's the one to pick up the kill. It is a double for 2 heroes here on Edge. They cracked this game wide open.
Well, nicely done there, actually, by Edge. Didn't seem like the best initiation at first. They could have backed off, based on the TPs. WS, he goes for the epicenter onto CM. But then there's not so much left in the tank. They go for the attempt onto Ember, of course. Mikoto gets cliffed there, which is unfortunate for him, but they're ready with the Riki to protect the Ember. You see, Ember, if Mikoto is not cliffed here, they might have killed the Ember, but of course Riki is ready. You gotta anticipate that, right?
Yeah. You almost put yourself in a position now after this fight that you cannot go again without BKBs on at least 1 core.
And that's gonna be trouble though for Talon side. I feel like their lineup kind of counts on playing aggressive.
Does. I didn't realize he went for the Mjolnir build on Razor. I know this is not like some uncommon build or bad build or anything. I'm just a little surprised given that you're playing into like roots and roots and stuns. It feels like you had to go Manta BKB in this game.
The problem is though is that you're gonna fall behind in farm so hard if you don't have a farming item on this hero, which is one of the reasons I think it's not so popular on the 1 position.
Yeah.
Because like he's kind of a hard carry, right? I think Tiny is not scaling, he's doing the utility Tiny with the 4 staff and stuff. I think this Razor is gonna have to be overwhelming at some point, and I don't think that's happening unless you're also farming while, you know, keeping up the pace.
That's true. Yeah, it's like the build actually, as I'm looking at it, is for going the Mjolnir. I'm really surprised, man. I feel like you see a Ricky and you know there's going to be some amount of catch, whether it's a toast or defusal, whatever it is. It's your only way early of getting out of that smoke cloud without going for a BKB. So maybe if he goes Mjolnir and BKB, it'll be fine anyways, but he's still going for the Yasha after this, and Manta, he won't have a BKB for a long, long time now.
Yeah, and that's, you know, we mentioned the poke, right, from edge side.
Yeah.
And you're definitely not gonna have a pipe, I don't think. I don't think Sanking is gonna do that, so... If you don't have a BKB, the poke will be nasty. And it just means that you cannot afford to play slow fights. You need to be committed, basically. And then you're facing a Roar and all these unlinkable targets, which goes back to, like, why the Razor, you know? We saw the potential in the lane, but it's gonna be interesting to see what he can do later on in the game.
Edge, they're hitting such a good timing. They already have 2 modifiers for Pippi here on his Sleight of Chains. It's just another thing that, again, without the physical damage from this Razor being able to enter in, how much of it is getting reduced on the rest of your team? This Avatos, the Bro Epi from Sand King, until they have some sort of influx of pure damage from the Jakiro and physical damage from the Sand King and the Razor, I mean, your lineup just feels you can't do anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you're on a timer, really, right? So you wanna speed the game up, but you don't have natural tower damage. You mean for?
I would say, like for Talon, I feel like at this point, like maybe you want to, but I don't think you have a choice. I think you have to take this late now.
I guess you do, but then we're talking refreshers and stuff, right? On this beast into the Razor. I understand the Sand King can scale, but I don't think Tiny is scaling that hard with his build.
Oh, that's true. No, you're so right.
I mean, I guess the supports, they have the upside in terms of supports compared to Radiant, but not by a large margin.
Close. Yeah, Tiny, he is going for more of the control build, so he's going to be annoying.
Oh, Edge setting up.
On some damage. Oh, really good job. Yo, kiting away the Roar. That is damn near perfect. From Makoto, really heads up play there with the Illusion Rune. Now they could get on top of Michael here, but he gets to jump away just in time.
They can re-engage if they want on Edge.
They can.
Tiny's already half HP. I mean, no Roar, but I don't think they need it. They want Tiny to slow.
I mean,
well, you can see the upside of Prophet right now. While all this is happening, you know, Savage responds, Pyke is still farming on the Prophet, and the longer like this tippy-toe gameplay keeps on going, the more Prophet is gonna benefit, really.
I mean, he's just sitting here in the triangle. He's gonna farm up. I wonder where he... So, like, he clears this camp. Is he fine just, like, walking over and, like, farming the side? Or does he take an aggressive TP and get even more ancient camps out of this? I'm interested in farming patterns.
Yeah, he wants to have the TP ready, probably. It's a pretty crucial part of the game.
Oh, those aren't ancient camps.
Yeah, he uses his TP, so that tells us Edge is not looking to go.
I think sometimes you don't care. Until you have this BKB, you'll join a fight if you have the skill up. Otherwise, you just want the farm.
Yeah.
It's way more important. That's he runs over to the ancient camp. Okay. Okay. It's a little dangerous to take it now, because like you see them pushing bottom. A next logical step might be to send somebody through the portal.
Oh, they might find him right now.
Oh,
yeah, that is,
stun him? They do.
Did they have another stun?
No! I don't think they do. He could TP away. He does.
Living on the edge.
So I'm a little surprised. I feel like, yeah, it's very dangerous to farm those as you see the enemy team farming right beside the outposts.
Right.
They might not even be looking for you. That might just go through anyways.
They could have done it way sooner as well. There was no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Like after the Ricky died, they were never gonna defend that tower.
Yeah. But good for Pyke though. Gets out, keeps on farming. The rest of his team now benefiting from a small amount of the space he's made.
Game is slowing down right now. You definitely want this BKB if you're the Beastmaster, so understandably so. No Roshan attempts or anything with his Aghanims. Oh.
Oh my god. Vitaly. I guess they're somewhat close since they're boot camping, but that was a good move from him.
Yeah. But you can tell in Edge gameplay, right? Compared to a lot of the games we've seen with them, they can feel sort of content with a slower game state right now. And I think that comes down to the lineup adjustments. You know, they have way more scaling. It's way more simple. Whereas I feel like in some sense, Talon is on... They feel like they need to get stuff done, but it's not like...
I don't know.
It's not crystal clear how you're going to do that. And now you're facing double BKB as well, right? For Beast and Vitaly and Pyke.
Double BKB is spooky for either team here. I think the only thing is Edge has prioritized it heavily. You look at the lineup that you see, and it's like easy first BKB game. But now on the other side, it's like we really wanted the softest spells from 23 Savage, so like he's still far away from his BKB. We're getting one of the Sand King, but he's going to be lacking some damage. Tiny's all control. Like they're not going to have this fight timing. The only silver lining is I don't think that Edge has really prioritized Roche as they could have yet, so you still have some map to farm.
I mean, they're gonna take control of the top area now, which is great, because Roshan is about to move over, right?
Yeah.
And that's how also, we didn't mention there's a third BKB onto PP here on the Ember, so... This is super go time right now for Edge. It's all about the vision, though.
Get this kill. They could go Tormentor afterwards. They could go Roach
Has a
afterwards. They
Glimmer.
start to break.
They
Force
take
that
them.
forward. Glimmer down. Yeah, now they're going to go on the Beastmaster instead first
Oh, no,
here.
can't
Getting hit with the
BKB.
wheel as well. They could get the kill on a huge Beastmaster. They get it. Yoakum to get the first blood on Vitaly. And now jumping forward for the Ember as well. Pippi popping the BKB. He's in danger now. The Burrow Epi from WS is so much physical damage on this lineup. Yadomi will be their next target as Pippi escapes. But this move that was supposed to be good for Edge instead gets turned around on them because of a lack of vision on the roar attempt.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate. He doesn't press the BKB onto Vitaly there, and he just gets stun locked before he even gets the chance to. I think, you know, part of it is the vision, but the other thing is also, it shouldn't be him leading this move, right? It has to be PP on the Ember. It's way more effortless to go for a, you know, slight chains compared to committing with the roar against his Glimmer. So I think, because like the Beast, he wants to BKB when he commits, and if he doesn't see it, it's understandable that he holds it, but I think they could have made it slightly easier for themselves with just better formation.
Ooh, Dakota.
What are you?
I think
Haste
he's
bit
more
as
than
well.
in danger, but Yoakum, yeah, should
He
be
has
able to box him.
no QB.
Oh, but
Go
he's
ahead.
able to phase through the treant that he made. Ah, interesting. And now Yoakum's still in danger. He's going to go down first. Now Vitaly onto the Jakiro. Doesn't need a roar that time.
All right.
Still
Roach
gets
time,
the kill.
maybe?
Could be.
It's only 30 seconds, though. I'm not sure. They need Pyke there immediately. And yeah, he's coming. He's Prophet, of course. Wow, it dies so fast.
It is.
I wonder who they're gonna give it to. I would give it to... I mean, either one is a good contender. Honestly, I'm not sure
I'm a little
that
surprised
Pyke...
by that.
Yeah, I'm not sure Pyke needed it the most.
Yeah. He already has a BKB. He's like pretty protected, I think. Honestly, like, because we're only taking tier 2s, right? The idea should be that it's Beastmaster, since he's able to sit and hit the towers, be the front line, and close out the entire map from Talon.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
The only thing is, like, if somebody does get a kill on Nature's Prophet, that is a lot of gold.
It is, but if you put it... Let's see if they get WS first. They see him, yeah.
WS gets them. He gets the Mage Slayer debuff on him, so not as much damage out of that ulti any longer. Even dropped down the wheel, but Pippi unfazed
Pyke
by
is
it. And oh no,
straight
they're
in.
so glooping. Pyke is right on in. This is why he has that Aegis, so he can maybe die, because he is really close right now. BKB already used. That's going to be the first life. They've gotten a lot of damage from 23 Savage. Very low on the entirety of Edge. Already losing the Aegis once, but they can't get Vitaly. They barely get him afterwards, but 23 Savage already traded his life for it. Pippi will get the kill on WS, and now Yoakum running for his life. Pyke, there is no escape. The treant, no, not the treant. One big slap.
All right, I take it back. You know, if you... That was some good value Aegis. He went in with Mjolnir on himself. He basically stoned everybody, and then... I don't know. That's exactly what you want out of your carry with the Aegis, so well done by Edge and Pyke.
I guess so. It's a little surprising, you know. You have Ricky, Ember, and Beastmaster, but your choice of initiation is a madman sprouting on the back
look at
line.
I also really love the fact that he's not afraid to press his BKB, right? Even though he has his Aegis.
Yep.
Yeah, he's zoning them all away. This means that Mikoto is completely stranded, right? And yeah, just perfect. I'm really surprised Savage committed here, because he has to figure there's Prophet is respawning right in front of you to full HP and no static link on him, right? So probably could have gotten out there in Savage. Yeah.
Yeah. You see a bunch of people on low HP and you're like, man, I can finish a few of those off, and then it's like I farmed for 2 minutes, you know, with these guys being so far ahead, but just wasn't worth it.
For sure. And now, very comfortable lead for Edge. 12k and tier 2 taken, so map is getting smaller for Talon, and you know, you can tell by the way they're moving, they're sitting very grouped. Maybe this BKB will be the change that they need, because you know, Savage, he'll be able to commit much better once he has it.
Yeah. Once again, I mean, Savage is another hero in this game, like, has an item wish list. Now that you have Manta BKB, a lot of that wish list is fulfilled. I think the only thing that's truly left that he needs in this game, I would say, is a Hurricane Pike. I don't think you can get away without having that in this one versus the Nature's Prophet, especially versus the heroes you need to stay on top of. He's going to forego it, though, instead going for a Satanic and maybe a Refresher for the BKB. That leaves you very open for a Sprout if you don't have one of your supports around to force staff you, and only one of them has it.
It's true. I mean, I guess the upside for Razor is that he's going to be very fast, but I would also like the Pike.
Greenmaster has to do a lot this game. I mean, he does have... Oh, yeah, and he also has a force staff on Tiny, so maybe there's going to be enough. I feel like I've seen way too many Razor games where they skip this item, and it feels like they can never stay on top of anyone. They constantly get just kind of like kited out, and it's really sad. Right in for the Tormentor as well. Another one this time going to Vitaly. Has Michael... Okay, Michael already bought his, okay. The first shard did go to Pippi. This one going to Vitaly is pretty cool. Should mean that Pike is the only one left without it.
Even though they got some really nice vision from Talon, it's so hard for them to play the map right now, right? They cannot feel comfortable taking fights right now, considering what happened last time.
This is the power of the Beastmaster too, man. Like, it's so hard to go on this hero. We saw a royally failed attempt at an initiation topside. It feels like Edge haven't really paid for it.
Yeah, it just... Like, Talon was never gonna get a Roche based on that, you know, kill that they got on Beast, but it's the other way around. When Edge gets a kill, there's gonna be objective fallings left and right, and...
Yeah, because it was supposed to be the Jakiro walking it down, hopefully with a tree on the Tiny right and slapping away, but haven't really gotten that going.
Yeah. Almost Shiva finished for Ember. That's huge as well. He actually went for Nullifier on the Beastmaster, which is interesting.
Wow. That's 2 Nullifiers, right? They have one on him, one on the Natures. Yeah, they could be B.
I guess. Yeah, for the 4 staffs and the Yules.
All right, well, nice kill there. Yeah, I mean, 4 staff Yules, that's another thing that now, like, I guess maybe that's why Razor doesn't have a Hurricane Pike, because there's double Nullifier in the game.
Yeah.
Right now, so they're playing very aggressive. For a team that's down so much, they really think that this Riki has enabled a lot of the goes on Edge. And actually turning this around down towards there. Do you agree with this graph, Hanson? Is that true?
58% for Edge, yeah, seems about right. Yeah. I mean, maybe give them slightly more, to be honest.
I was gonna say, it's a 16,000 net worth lead. You got like a full BKB on 4 different heroes.
Yeah. Why is it so low? Because I feel like when Prophet gets 25 as well, that's gonna be hard to deal with for Talon.
Yeah, there's only so many items that
I mean, sometimes the Dota AI or whatever, it just really likes certain heroes. I guess that's why.
Razor and Spectre are the same hero. So impactful. I think the only thing that it could get interesting is that you see here, because you've injected this Revenant Spruce and this Nullifier in on the Nature's Prophet, it means that you only have 1 more slot. If that's going to be Evasion Pierce, if that's going to be a Satanic. It looks like Pike has settled on it being a Satanic, so if there is a Butterfly, which is a very common Razor item, he won't be piercing through that. It should be up to somebody else to either get a Bloodthorn or to ping your items and say, get an MKB.
Right? I mean, I wonder what the trigger is for the Revenant Spruce here. I understand it's a good item, but it's not like... A must-have in this game. There's no terrible...
I mean, there's only 19 armor on Makoto. I know Tiny used to get a lot more from it, but right now he's just not in that state that you need the magic burst.
Right? I feel like you would be doing similar level of damage with a Daedalus.
Ooh, that is a kill on Yokum, and now, yeah, having to force staff away there on the Tiny. Kind of taking the gank, honestly. Not so mad about dying there. And WS able to TP out as well. Good escape from Talon.
Yep. Good, but you know, when Edge gets a kill, that leads to a tower. So this tier 2 is gonna go down.
Even through the Mjolnir illusions, trying to send down the wave here. Pippi dealing with them very well. He's going for mostly magic, so he is trying to make it so that, like, just nothing to save. There's overwhelming physical damage coming out from Pyke. He'll be enabling the Revenant Spurge crits I get from him as well.
I like the idea from PP as well with the items. Like, he wants to be the frontliner vision guy for his team. That will enable Beast to be explosive. I just hope that they've taken the lesson from the top fight earlier, and they're gonna send in PP every single time. That's what I'm hoping for them.
Wisdoms.
Oh no, Cuckoo, a bit of chain thing. Actually, Talon is setting up, but...
They are, but it's well too late. Macro already down. They're going to jump forward even, yeah. Maybe Savage here. He has the link off. He's going to just kite out the link for a second. And the BKB there. They've already killed Yokum. He's out of here. Could buy back if he wants to. Pyke TPing away. He's out. But a beautiful ice path on the other side. Maybe there's some sort of connection that you can make here for Talon. It's a beautiful bro Epi. They kill Vitali. They kill another support. The Ember maybe in a bit of danger, but he's actually doing so much damage with his lights here. Trying to man up on this Razor. Maybe not the best idea. It's going to be a double kill for the Razor. And Talon, just like that, maybe they're back in it.
See, Michael. Oh, nice spot. I love that spot.
Nice job from Tiny. Getting right out of the silence, and Michael going down as well. It is a triple kill for 23 Savage. Well on the way to his next item, which could be the refresher.
Yeah, I mean, that works out perfectly, right, for Talon. Cuckoo kind of looks like he's just out of position, but that ends up being a bait with his buyback, and in the end, Edge overcommits. They go way too deep into that corner, you know. They have to commit their BKBs early because they have no idea when Sand King's going to be initiating, right? It's way too deep of a fight for them, and yeah, even though you're so far ahead in Dota, you can't forego, you know, proper positioning.
They're not playing on vision as much as they should. I think part of the reason that this Beastmaster should be having a better time with the initiations, you have Ricky Ember. These are guys that should be getting vision for you to make those initiations. And you've said it before, it shouldn't start with Vitali. I don't know if that's a call that they're making or if he's just jumping the gun, but like, they need to switch that up, or this game can get out of hand.
Right? I mean, if you don't need to take these choke point fights against like this Jakiro Tiny Sand King, it's so much. Like, when you're doing this, you're not abusing the vision, and you're not abusing the Ember Ricky, like you just said. And I don't know. I think they can do it way cleaner if they play Pokey, because I don't think there's a world where Talon commits on Ember and that wins you the fight. So they can afford to play it way more chill and wait for the right opportunity. They don't need to jump the gun like this. They don't need to be explosive. Talon has to be explosive.
Yeah, Edge there, maybe putting themselves at risk again. Jump on the backside, they find two. Tiny in danger here. Makoto, I don't think he survives this one. Gets one kill, now they got the roar on Razor. He's sprouted, he gets the Manta, a 1/3 chance of getting out of the sprouted, he gets it. Now turning back onto the Beastmaster, 23 Savage. He played the odds and he won. Now he's on top of the Ember Spirit as well. Give this guy another kill. He's trying on Ember to stay alive, but WS, he'll collect it. That was buyback on the Ricky, and they can't do anything with it.
The profit ult, but Pyke is gonna...
Yeah, now he's in so much danger here. Gets one more, Yules away. This is so much damage being taken away. Just keep him summed up. Another toss. Stony one. 23 Savage, man. He is unstoppable.
Yeah, huge buyback from Makoto. There's no way they're gonna win the fight without it, so really heads up. But again, I feel like Edge, they're trying to play so explosive, but they really don't need to, right? Like, get a proper jump. But
yeah.
I like what PP is doing this fight, but I feel like they're so committed, and when you use all your kit to just go in, then there's no escape plan, and then the buyback is inevitably gonna punch you back, really.
No.
Now you're gonna give up the roaches, but oh, that's just dieback.
No, that's dieback. Choke him. Oh, the dagger.
That's
really well done there. Now 23, like, okay, yeah, I like the blank. It could be okay. I seriously do think that if you get a butterfly, you ruin this Nature's Prophet's game. And he is.
I think so too. It's a classic counter to the Revenant's Brute at this point.
I mean, look at this. I mean, through the roar. Look at how low this guy gets. Able to turn around with the Satanic. Manages himself away from the Sprout too. Just somewhat fortunate, but still very well played from Savage.
Yeah. I mean, do they have to play? So, you know, they already killed Mikoto. Do they have to super commit afterwards, you know? Play it chill.
Yeah.
There's no way that Talon is gonna kill your Ember, like, without the Tiny. So yeah, I mean, the game is completely stabilized now, even maybe in favor for Talon. Like, this Razor is scaling hard.
Yeah, it jumps away. And Static Link, oh, dude, this 25 talent is insane. I mean, the damage that you're going to steal from this one, Pyke can't stand up to it. I mean, Pyke is a hero. Like, whenever you step up on a Nature's Prophet, he's typically getting this extra chi damage. He has the Satanic for an extra life. Satanic is no longer an extra life if you have no attack speed and no damage. That's the entire part of it.
Exactly. Maybe you shouldn't even consider the Satanic, right? If you think about that. Like, is it really going to help you?
You need some sort of escape mechanism versus this Razor. I like the Hurricane Pyke. I think it might be time at some point to kind of get a Silver's Edge in there and just get something that you can go away, fully kite out this Link, make sure that he can't re-engage on you, and then re-enter.
Yeah, it could definitely work, but I think the main thing is you need to take smarter fights.
You do, yeah. Smarter fights are always going to be the best answer to what is going on in this game. And now it looks like they will kill the Riki. Tried to get going on the Beastmaster, but instead only one dropping.
Okay, so it's still no tier 2 taken for Talon, so it's going to take them a while before they can reach the base, and they always have to worry about this Prophet, you know, doing this. They want to set up. Coda's here.
They get a chain stun with the Burrow Epi. Is it enough damage? Finally getting the Mage Slayer on him, and he does have the safety remnant away. There's a lot of damage for that. Honestly, overall low committal there from the Ember.
Yeah.
Oh, Savage.
Are they gonna try for this on edge?
All right. Like,
I don't think so. No BKB on Vitali.
Use the Epi top side, so maybe they'll cope it up as to having some fight that they want to take. But your Riki is down, and you're still fighting into an Aegis. I don't think any amount of spells being gone really warrants you trying to face up onto 23 right now.
Yeah, looks like they want to defend this tier 2, but I don't know. You see how slow the push is still for Talon. This is not really going to change throughout this game, so you have no worries in like really waiting out the Aegis. At this point, you're not slowing them down anyway, so might as well lose your tier 2 and wait out the Aegis.
Objectives with Slark and Razor are very similar. You don't have damage until you're actually interacting with heroes on the enemy team. So as you go to these towers after you don't have any Link damage, it's like, what are we even doing here?
Exactly. $25 soon on WS. I mean, I actually just got it, so Epicenter pulses, right?
Yeah, no, that's what he got. And he's got the refresher already. He's got mad damage. I'll give him that, but like, he doesn't really survive as much in this one. I'm still a little bit worried, but it seems like damage is all they've really been needing out of these last few team fights.
Strange with no Shiva's card on the Sanking, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, there's a few things kind of missing than what we're used to. All right, Shiva's is probably the biggest one. I think it's possible that an Octarine also could be in here, but I think since you have the E-Blade or the Ghost Scepter, the only thing you can do is suck up that Eggs just for that Shiva's.
Because I think the Shivas, not only does it help himself get tankier and give vision and, you know, damage champ, but it helps his entire team so much. There's so much magic.
Hey, those Mjolnir procs, I get stronger somewhere.
Is this Revenant's Brooch even good on the Sanking? Like,
yes, it procs with your Ags. It procs with Stinger in general, but then it also procs with your Ags.
I see.
Big damn. Big damn. Although it would be based if it didn't actually work with it, and a bunch of Sankings were just like, I'm gonna click him. Not gonna go up there, let me hit him.
It's all about the mindset.
Tally, Burrow Epi, look at the procs of the Stinger. He gets the BKB off, turned around. That is an Ags macro power, but he gets the regen rune, and it'll actually start to proc now fully. He could heal up and maybe re-engage, but he has no roar.
He's got a refresher though, so I feel like it would be time to go for Edge, right? No epicenter, that's a pretty big Q.
Yeah. It's the greedy part of it, right? Like you want to wait the 40 seconds and be able to war someone for like, 10 seconds straight.
Yeah. WS has a refresher too though, so not the end of the world that he used to like that.
Yeah. Has the blink backpack, so Razor, maybe he gets something else just to replace with the refresher or with the BKB, but at the end of the day, 23 Savage hitting a very big power spike. With this and with the shard, he's able to stay on top of Pyke. I think somebody on his team maybe getting a nullifier would help him out, but they would have to be on the Tiny.
Probably, but I'm not sure if he will go for it, right? It's gonna be... He's kind of full slotted right now. It's just upgrades for him.
That's the... I wonder if the Mjolnir actually goes away at some point from this build.
For the Racer?
The majority of your damage is coming from your Link, right?
I guess so, yeah. It could. For the Butterfly then, I guess.
Yeah. You look at the Nature's Fire, I don't think he has much room to go either, unless he also gets rid of his Mjolnir. But again, the difference between Razor and Nature's is like Nature's doesn't have any other way to AoE farm unless you're really using the Sprout. For Razor, you at least already have your Plasma Field that does a good amount of damage to help you farm out, so the Mjolnir isn't as necessary when it comes to, 45 minutes.
Agile hero as well, right? So naturally gonna farm better.
Yeah. Have a good fight start, maybe? I think the tree throw is gonna block them off, but it's like, I think Makoto was just testing the waters to see if anybody was around there.
And just looking for a fight. I think the key is for them that they really find the supports, actually. So you can get out the Ringmaster and the Jakiro early on. They're going to have enough to kite this Racer, I believe.
Okay. One of the supports doesn't have a Biomax, so Cuckoo. Maybe he's the big fish in this one. Got an Aghanim Scepter too.
Yeah. It would be very nice to get him out immediately. But yeah. I mean, at this point, I feel like Talon, they're scaling up well. I guess you can't say the same for Edge in terms of the supports, at least. Like, you see this Jakiro, the power of the hero right now, right?
Yeah.
He scales with his Talon so well, and the Aghanims, of course.
Oh, God, he's not able to get anybody here. Edge might not be running away. They may just be repositioning for another fight. Burrow Epi coming in there onto the Crystal Maiden in the midst of the big ulti as well for Jakiro. Yadomi just not able to stay alive during all this. Now Vitaly, he's gonna get a roar, and there's the green double roar, baby. You can't survive that one. Do you have enough juice for the rest of the team now, though? Ice Bat does connect. Avalanche as well. They finally have the chainsaw to kill Pippi. The Makoto, man, he's still got a shielder, and he's patrolling to see if anybody else is around. They'll take that trade for sure on Talon. Get rid of Pippi and the Crystal Maiden.
Unfortunate for PP there. Couldn't stay alive in the end. Surprised he doesn't have a Sanj in his build. I feel like that's...
Makoto.
Oh,
they
no.
should know that he TP'd to this one. He jumped forward.
He has a BKB TP, but he needs to use it in it.
Yeah, BKB.
He's fighting.
Goes up now, and it'll be enough. What duration BKB was that? Was that still only a 6 second?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think so.
Probably. Really well done from Tiny there. He is creating havoc even with this build. We've seen it plenty of times. It doesn't feel like it should do damage, but every time you're like he's still controlling these fights and kind of dictating the way he wants them to go.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No TP for 5 seconds. I guess I don't realize though. Oh, nice. Nice job.
That was the big fish, but
can Vitaly get out though? I don't know.
This is going to be a lot of damage for Vitaly. Yeah, there's no way you survive this one. 23 getting the kill. And if Roche were up, this would be a nice time since he's getting that attack speed and damage, but still
Can they actually threaten the Drax? Oh no, Michael.
Oh, dude. Okay, now... Pretty good, yeah. Marine Master already having the gem. Looks like... Did a max spawn? I don't... Yeah, it looks like it should be max.
They're actually going to go back right now on Talon? Thought for sure they want to try to threaten the high ground. But I guess the threat of the Nature Prophet is constantly on his top lane. You can see that tier 3 is almost taken down already, so...
Yep. The hard one. So whenever this Nature's Prophet gets such a good boost in this game, he's already level 25, already got the train HP damage, so the war of attrition begins. You can no longer just leave the base for 5 minutes at a time. Edge, they're fighting for their lives right now. If they lose this game, it's possible they're just eliminated from DreamLeague 26 contention. So for them, there is a lot on the line. For Talon, they've got a great team. They haven't seen this sort of success for a while, being dominant in their group stage. This is where they want to shine.
Really nice word placed by Cuckoo, controlling the enemy triangle. I mean, the game is slowing down surprisingly much, considering the fact, you know, Beastmaster is dying and stuff, but I think it just goes back to, again, the objective damage is so limited.
Yeah, press that fade button. All right, so it is still slight in favor now of Flipster Talon. Buybacks are still looking good for everybody now. We've got a full slate of buybacks across the whole lineup. Sanjakiro, yeah, gets a whole 5 gold or something. So, Cuckoo should be good to take another fight. It'll be around Roche, which is about to go bottom. It's going to make the long trek. I don't think either team is really benefiting from this. Everybody has racks up. I think maybe Edge has a slight bonus just because this bot wave has got to get pushed in again by a Treant.
Yeah, if they can get the Treant towards the base, then, you know, that's when it gets tricky for Talon. Obviously, they always have to go to back with a minimum 1 hero to deal with the Treants.
They're going to play on it. They're sending the Treants over. Then they're going to play on whoever's killing it. It's Makoto now. They have 2 nullifiers. They can get this kill.
Talon is ready, though. This is going to be a team fight if they go on this.
BKB popped, getting the nullifier as well, sitting in the midst of this Ricky silence. Spike TPing in as well. It is under the macro fire for the Jakiro. Then it's a roar that gets bounced off the Lotus. They're both stunned up, but they're still sitting in all this damage.
Savage.
Sitting here from Flipster. Now they're trying to turn on Savage. He's got on top of a Talon, but he's able to get the TP away. Cuckoo, he's actually died to the Crystal Maiden, barely living through this one, but the Ricky, he's able to pick it up. Michael to clean up the kill. It was 3 buybacks from Flipster Talon, and they still have yet to really clean up Edge out of the map. They're still backing out.
Actually, really heads up TPs from both Vitali and Pike there. I mean, can't ask for much better fights, honestly. Seemed like that jump on Mikoto was gonna fail, but this time around the choke point actually worked out for Edge. It was such a long trek for Savage to come in and commit, and by the time he was over there, they were already TPing out, so really well communicated and executed by Edge this time.
It is a crit. Like, that's got to be a team with a lot of experience playing together. Because as soon as you see those buybacks come out, there's so much going on in these team fights. To be able to get out, like, just TP, those are huge buys. Like, and everybody even listens to you in the second part. It's really impressive. And, I mean, look at this macro. This should have been such a good fight, but even adding in the damage from the Sand King, it doesn't feel like Edge really took that much.
Yeah, Domi's ulti is actually doing a lot here. Almost solo, he solo killed WS almost, didn't he?
Yeah, he almost had Cuckoo. That was, look at that, yeah. We call it, that's it. For support Crystal Maiden, all right, that counts as a solo kill. We'll give it to her.
Yeah, most of the time you're just not gonna be able to cast it, right? And it's not easy.
Yeah.
I mean, that objective damage is so low again, so no buybacks having to be spent by Edge, which is obviously good news for them. Even though they give up the Aegis, it's not the end of the world. They can easily stall this game out for another 5 minutes, and then if they're able to do a similar outcome fight, they're gonna be in the lead in this game, but
they need another one, and that is Roche taken by the Tiny, by the way, of course. So should just be because I'm a little surprised that they prioritize him getting it since he's so much control, right? But I guess Sand King is like, you need to get Burrow Epi off, and at that point, like, do we care if you die? Probably not.
Yeah.
Tiny has so much more to offer continually through the fights.
Yeah. See 4 Ogre Skill Totems from Talon as well.
That's
so good against the Ricky.
And the Sprouts,
good
honestly.
Sprouts, yeah.
Yeah, I think 23, this enabled him to do the build that he's doing right now. If he did not get this Ogre Seal Totem, I think he'd actually be in a bit of pressure right now.
Yeah. So the downside of not having the Aegis on Razor is that he's gonna feel maybe less confident pushing the tower, but
surely you can
because
this guy.
They have a condition to just commit on him potentially.
Crystal Maiden is so good at clearing that. That is a full wave just gone, and yeah, on the other side, he's out. If they want to make a smoke move right now, they can. You can't stay here if you're Flipster anymore.
They're looking for it without the smoke, but
and you got plenty of poke, yeah. Ember already on the other side. He's gonna try to TP or toss his team away with the BKB. Going all the way in. Here's 23 Savage right on top of Pike here. Maybe he's deeping in too far. He's got it. He's deeping away now. There's nothing stopping him. He is out. They forced out a lot from Flipster Talon, but he still got the Ringmaster. It is now up to 23 to get something else out of it. They'll finally get Yadomi. It doesn't feel equal. Vitaly, brother.
Yo, you need to... he doesn't have a TP though.
Oh no. Alright, he gets the roar. At this point, he's just trying to get a kill, but you're losing too much damage. WS, you gotta turn in with the Burrow Epi. He will finish off Vitaly out of this one, and maybe even find Pike, because Pike TP'd into this one. He's in into the corner. Group around the Natures. They get the kill after a wild TP in Edge. They are letting this game slip away, and Flipster Talon, they are all over it.
TP in trouble as well. Oh no. The buybacks now, but they don't have his spells. No roar.
Oh no, yeah. They have everything. Pike TP's in again, right in front of 23. That is a bold move, but he's able to get away for a second here. Getting the slow as well. On the high ground, he'll actually take down the Tiny. Now stunned up. Maybe they can get this kill. Razor, he's gone too. It was 4 buybacks, but they do get dieback on the Tiny. This could be their time.
Bro, it's double buyback. I mean, I don't know. The first engagement around the outpost, it seems so unnecessary, but it actually ends up in a way where Talon overextends themselves, going for this PP Ember, and then, you know, triple buyback, but they need to, you know, they need to get something out of this now. Like, they can't just be happy.
There needs to be 2 racks gone. 100%. Right. You cannot walk away with anything less out of the space.
Yeah, you need to get severe map control based off this, and I mean, Talon, they have a chance to hold still if they use Savage buyback, but it has to be a risk when you don't have Mikoto available for 80 seconds. And the push is going to be a really fast push.
Rapier on Nature's Prophet. It's about as bold as it gets. I think with this one, they're not looking for just a Rax. They're looking to end it.
Yeah. And if you die right now, you're out of DreamLeague, so let's fucking go, Pike.
Oh, they're going for it. Onto the tier 4s. He's starting to really try to separate on the Ember. They've bought back on 23 Savage. Is that enough to keep the rest of Edge away?
I think you still want Barracks, right?
I really think you have to stay here. I mean, Pike is going to stay here at least with just the Treant.
Well, it looks like they're going to get it based on just the siege creeps and the...
Jump through, they get the roar. Lotus is not in time.
He's got a buyback.
Kill the Jakiro here. He does have buyback. That was BKB as well from Pepe. He's able to lock into Yoakum as well, but he has the invis. He'll be safe for now.
Okay, 25 seconds is all they got right now. Starting to feel risky for Edge right now.
It's weird, yeah.
If they can get a melee Rax, they should be content, but it's gotta feel so scary, right?
They're waiting. He doesn't want to go pushing until they have the Cloud down. That's 2 racks. This is exactly what we wanted. And out of all this now, an unexpected treat, if you would. They also got the buyback of 23 Savage.
That is huge. But now it's all about slowing the game down for Edge, right? They need to stall it out for 5 minutes. And I think it's actually possible, right? Talon, they always have to be worried about this last lane, right? Against the Prophet, and their objective damage is really weird, so... I feel like Edge has actually taken control of this game right now.
But been a wild one. Look at the buybacks PTV showing us. It's 1 on Ricky, 1 on Jakiro. Everybody else is waiting. But, I mean, because Flipster Talon, they were the ones that kind of started this train going, they'll have their buybacks back in a little over a minute for everybody but Savage, and Roshan could be spawning in tow.
Yeah, it's a good 4-minute window where Talon is going to have the edge in terms of buybacks, and I think you just need to wait it out if your Edge stay really disciplined, and then you have control of this game. It's not over by any means, but you can, like, you have control right now, but you can lose it really easily as well.
Absolutely. Still in danger here. Wait, can you go back to the Crystal Maiden? What's she rolling with? Alright, she's got the Wind Waker, she's got the Frostbite duration. Man, pull up the Ags BKB, man. Just let her rip. Yeah, this should. This is one of the more farm Crystal Maidens we ever get to see. Usually you're looking at, like, you know, 15, 20 deaths because you're so damn fragile, and it doesn't really get to this point.
At one point he was almost catching up to PP on Ember. Yeah, see, he's 3k behind. That's hilarious. Both teams are very scared right now.
They are.
You know, in late game, it's all about
wait. Does that proc?
Oh, it procs. I guess it should run, right? If the Brooch works, then why not the Basher, right?
This is a wild build. I would actually be astonished that people haven't done this yet if this works. This is even better than a Pango Basher at this point. Honestly, like the amount of stuns that you'll have?
Yeah, but it has the internal cooldown still, right?
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, it can't proc all the time, but
if it didn't have, then it would be insanely broken, I think.
Oh yeah, no, that would basically be back to the old Axe where it was all the burrow strikes.
Right.
This is simply the best way to recreate old champion Axe by just getting your own Basher.
Rapier for Savage too, so.
All right.
I mean, I guess he doesn't have buyback anyway, so he doesn't need to hold on to the gold.
Do I like that? I mean, this is really great for their objective pressure, right? Because this gives him that damage outside of his link. But I think in fights, this is actually a little bit worse. I still think he's missing the evasion that he genuinely needs to keep this going. Thankfully, I mean, he only got rid of the Mjolnir, so, and this kind of replaces the damage he was missing from that.
So Talon has their buybacks ready again, except for Savage, so they want to make something happen. It's a very important for Edge that they dodge this move. They can even afford to give up the Roche at this point. Like,
I mean, that's gonna be what, 2-minute Roche should be fine with 2 minutes left. So if they can take control now.
Top lane pushing in and bottom, so you don't have much time for Talon. You're gonna have to respond.
You don't want to on Edge right now, right? Like, if this Roche comes up now, there's still buybacks that we're waiting for on Edge. This would be their time to fight if you're Flipster Talon. Even so, 60-minute items are out too, so there's going to be a whole new factor coming into this game. It was not with 2 minutes remaining, huh? Is it going to be with 1 minute 45 remaining? Right about. So, that's going to be Roche now. I don't think anybody has eyes on it. They're too preoccupied with the level 6 or the level 5 neutrals. Stygian on Ember could be pretty cool. There's a room.
Definitely.
Stygian, yeah, dude. The extra incoming damage would be interesting. I feel like there's a lot of damage flying around these fights.
Yeah, it would help with the Rapier as well, right? With the Stygian. Like, just buff up Pike even more.
Book of the Dead. You know there's going to be a lot of Book of the Deads flying out here. Everybody on Edge already actually has their neutrals. Is just kind of like deciding together what they get. I'm a little surprised. Like, they're all kind of coordinating it, right? Maybe they need X amount of Book of the Dead, so they want to make sure that nobody selects before you have enough of them. Yeah, dude. Oh, debuff duration. Mix in that Aghanim Scepter. Get that Blink BKB CM, you know? Really start carrying the game. Stygian on Nature's Prophet. That is something. Which modifier did he get in with his Stygian on Nature's?
Attack damage.
Okay. Jeez.
That's good. Hitting for... I mean, these barracks will fall really fast. If Talon ever goes for an aggressive move, like, he could probably just TP over and kill the racks in 2 seconds.
Racks are, you're in a spooky spot, especially once he actually, you know, once his team has all of his buybacks back. That's about 10 seconds. They'll have everybody, except for the Ember, still needs about 1,400 gold. Razor also needs about 1 minute and 1,400 gold. So this next Roche fight, you could press the tempo if you're Edge. If you did have that timer, I'm sure at this point they took timers in the buybacks, but if they did, you have a time where you can kill without Razor being in the game again.
Yep.
60 minutes. Maybe an 11,000 net worth lead for Edge, but it feels dead even right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. This call doesn't mean much at this point, so... It's all gonna come down to execution in these fights, and that starts with whoever gets the better initiation, and that comes from the vision. So.
God. Okay, so he got the all stats on Makoto for his Book of the Dead? Because that guy, he be thick. Yep. 6K HP, my lord.
Radiant are scanning.
Duration. That's pretty good. I mean, his Ag says mad damage, so for Jakiro, that matters. Same with the Sand Kings as well. They're going all in for like these damagey items across the board. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen as many of these Book of the Deads. There's only actually 2 in the whole game right now. We've seen like 3 on each team in some of these.
Especially when the Rax is exposed like this, right?
Right? Because so why get Book of the Dead when you have a single Nature's Prophet, huh? Dude, 64 minutes in, and they still haven't gotten a shard for the Jakiro. They haven't been able to take any of the tormentors, really.
He would really want it with the 25 talent as well.
Right? Yeah. I think he probably went for the other talent. Yeah, with the max. Oh no, he didn't go for the dual breath. Okay, I see. Honestly, I was a little surprised, but I guess that's better for the tower pushing. And also your damage and fights. But oh, they get the roar. Sand King should just go down here, but alas, we're 65 minutes in, so he can press that button, get back in if he wants.
20 seconds until Roche starts moving, but...
Oh, you have so much damage. You do not need to wait 20 seconds. You can take it now. They just don't want to go in, get locked up by the Shakiro. Kill the ward. Everybody sitting around the pit. Nobody wants to come in hard.
Rack is swinging in the top wave, so bottom racks will be exposed in a second.
Does Nature's do it? And there's no BKB piercing disable, right? You could TP in.
Oh wait,
you would be forcing.
You have the basher on the Sank.
Oh, you're right. You have to buy back. Yeah. They're smoking around, dude. They're trying to just go right in. Follow Roche up top. The Yokum. Setting up with the rest of this team. Michael's gonna go first. He sees Cuckoo. Yeah, they're putting him out.
Great
see him, root him. Maybe get the initiation here. They get the roar as well. The Jakiro, but they're finding Yokum as well. He's trying to get out of here, but 23 Savage right on top of this Beastmaster. Everybody's flying around, but the Lotus Orb, maybe it saved him for now. They're turning back on it. They have the damage. They kill him. Rapier on the floor. Now Makoto, he's trapped in the tree. He's trying to get something in return for his carry dying, but he can't. He'll fall as well. They buy back on 3. Still, Rapier on the Ricky now. This guy just upgraded to core status.
I mean, there's no way they're gonna take this fight for Talon if you don't want to spend the buyback on Sand King, and then if you want it seems a bit disconnected, right? They needed to be either
he wasn't here the whole time.
Yeah, he had to buy back immediately as soon as this initiation happens, or you were never gonna have a chance here.
Oh my!
At this point, then Savage, he shouldn't go in, right? If you don't want to spend the Sand King buyback.
No. You can only go in with saying, I think because of Lotus Orb as well, wasn't he dealing into, or no, the Lotus came out afterwards, okay. But still, he just evaporated to the damage of Pyke. Pyke might be the only guy you can link.
Yeah.
All those buybacks, they did end up buying back on the Tiny. That means that only the Sand King has it left. You have to wonder if it should have just been pulled earlier.
So now he has to tank everything, right? For the team, but...
Pretty much.
They're so stuck in base right now. Oh, son, what the fuck happened to the gold lead? 47k.
Yeah, I mean, the Rapier getting handed over was definitely something.
87%.
Still a chance. But yeah, the BKB coming for the Crystal Maiden. Very close to just getting the real timing. Oh no! Oh no! That's the Aghanim Scepter for Makoto! Oh, he had it. Oh, no.
Feels bad.
That feels real bad. I know there wasn't a whole lot of oomph behind those trees, but damn, it was something.
I mean, Edge, they're definitely not going to go for this Rax, right? While everybody's alive. They want to spread them out somehow, because this crunch spot of team fighting is so hard still for them.
It is. You have buybacks and they don't, though. I guess the only thing is, like, your Ricky might accidentally give them a Rapier if he dives too far in, which is a new development of this game.
I guess that would actually matter quite a bit now, because Savage doesn't have his.
I think he's fine without it, though. I would much rather that have been a butterfly for him. You can see how fast he's deteriorating to this physical damage, and he's gonna get damage. Like, he gets the link on Pyke. He has a BKB. He's not gonna get Hurricane Piked away. He should be fine to get that sort of attack speed and damage without the Rapier anyways. I just want him to survive.
You see this Ags on Ricky with the Rapier and Refresher? He's gonna be able to jump inside either PP or Vitali and be a Rapier.
And you
Ricky.
can Yeah, that's true. You also are able to drop your smoke cloud while you're in tricks. So you can definitely go in to someone, they take you into the fight, you drop a smoke screen on top of them, force out the BKBs.
This is gonna mean that they don't need like Pyke to commit on the roar target necessarily, because they're gonna have the damage that they need. Unless it's like Razor or Tiny, I feel like they're gonna be able to bring down anybody else, just the two of them.
Yeah.
Get the Tabuk of the Dead.
They do, yeah. They're already like they don't even need. It's just
so much.
Somebody needs a Dagon. 70 minutes in, guys. So somebody needs to start clearing those creeps.
Oh,
Look at the roar on to 23.
No,
this could be game if they get the kill
Look at the
here.
Ricky
Tricks
ban.
to the trade as well. There's so much damage. They get the kill. He's out 2 minutes. Cuckoo now trying to stay alive himself. He can't do it. It's finally a Burrow Epi in from the Sand King, but I don't know. He has a lot of damage. Vitality could go down here, but he does have buyback. As a refresher from WS, they've already lost Megas, but so far it's only the Sand King left. It's GG, game 1. A solid 70 minutes in, going to Edge. As far as I know, they're keeping themselves alive here in DreamLeague 26.
Dude, Michael MVP. Did you see how fast that Razor died? That wasn't the case before. It's Ricky.
Absolutely.
Rapier Aghanim's. My god, dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, Edge, they stay in the tournament. I mean, what a game, actually. I feel like the drafting was way more solid for them. There's some things they can improve on in terms of the decision making, but overall, this is a way better Edge than we've seen the other days. And you know,
absolutely.
This is if they get another W here, then they legitimately have a chance to get through to the next stage.
Absolutely. They could put themselves up to 4-8 after this one, which would move Talon down to 6-6. I mean, you're only one series away from the current 2nd seed in Group B right now. The sky's the limit for them. There's still a world where they get into this one. Obviously, depends on a few other matchups, but for right now, Edge, they're keeping themselves in it, even if their fate isn't in their own hands.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they still need the 2-0, and then they need to do well against Power Vision tomorrow. So it's a lot to ask for, but you know, it's not over until it's over.
And thankfully, they do keep themselves in it. Thanks to, I mean, so many people played well in this game. Whenever a game goes 70 minutes, there's no one guy that's usually going to be the only reason that you came out with a dub. But I tell you what, Pyke had some really creative play. Even him with the Aegis TPing in on the backside. We also had Pippi kind of creating chaos all around these fights. I mean, this looked really good, like coherent Dota from Edge that we didn't see in some of the other series.
I like that they, you know, even though every decision wasn't perfect, they were all united in every single moment, you know? When they're going in, they're going super in. When they're tipping out, they're all doing it, you know? It seems... I don't know. I felt good watching them play today.
Absolutely, dude. They felt really good. I think their draft also, of course, they got this Nature's Prophet on last pick. I know not everybody is, like, getting it now, but Pyke clearly plays it very well. So I'm excited to see what they can do with it. It was only game 1, guys. There's plenty of exciting Dota on the way. Edge still fighting for their lives. So come back after this break to watch and see if they can keep alive.
We imagine a future. And our imaginings horrify us. They won't fear it until they understand it. And they won't understand it until they've used it. don't know if we can be trusted with such a weapon. But we have no choice.
We've seen the magic tricks. We don't care. We've got more. We know we're on the tip. We're ready at the shore. Now is the time. Reaching for blossoms in the sky. Sun setting low, making us golden as we ride. How I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you?
It's crazy, your journey, how you managed to escape. I can't believe it.
Can you tell us the story again?
Again? Yeah, come on, dude, tell us again. Okay, this is the story of how I escaped in AGL. So there I was, locked up. I hadn't seen my home in 5 years.
Apart from in-between tournament.
Are you gonna let me tell the story or what?
Apologies.
So there I was, sitting all alone, until this bird flies right near me. And it was a falcon. It dropped the key right into my hands. And just like that, I was out.
What a delightful story.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say that we are happy to have you here. To crit.
To crit.
Crit.
Are you okay? We gotta play soon.
Oh, sorry.
Can you believe this guy? We're about to play.
You crit. Wake up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 26. We got ourselves Game 2 here of Edge versus Flipster Talon. One hell of a Game 1 again. I feel like we've been very blessed with Game 1s. And Game 2s, it seems like the team that has won has kind of figured out what's going on. Do you think that there was enough information in this game for Edge to get a more solid Game 2?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely the drafting for me has been super improved for Edge already throughout this tournament. And if they stick with the new info that they have, I think it's gonna be good. I mean, this was not an easy game by any means. Talon is a tough opponent, but
yeah.
I mean, it's looking good. If you can play games like this against Talon, I think you have decent chances of making it, to the next stage. But they gotta win every single game from now on.
Another win for the Beastmaster here. I believe he is now 4-9. Sorry, 5-9. So, 5-9. Yeah, he's actually lost some games. He's managed to lose 4 so far, at least. I don't know what's gonna happen when the other series refresh as well. But I mean, he clearly looked pretty good in this one, even though they were trying with Lotus Orbs to kind of kite him out. I think the early advantage that they had on the map was just way too much to deal with.
Yeah, for sure. And it felt like Talon, they had to play stacked together the whole time, and always have to be worried about this. Tower pressure coming out from the Prophet, and I don't know, even though they got some key pickoffs, they had some good fights for Talon, they were just never able to transition it into any significant, like there was never any threat on the racks, right, on Edge side. And I don't know, not sure if the Razor was a success really. Looked good in certain parts of the game, but I didn't feel like it was enough in this sense.
As a bad player, I disagree strongly with the build. I think there should have been a Manta BKB or even just Yasha BKB, because I think BKB was way too important in this one. Also because of the way he started off this build, he didn't have any room for a Quelling Blade, and we saw so many of these fights where just getting stuck in Sprout really ruined the way that he wanted to play these fights. He got bailed out even once by having a Manta that managed to place 2 illusions back in this round and him outside of it, which is that's not necessarily like a skill play, it's a skill guess, but you have to rely on winning that lottery to get out of there. So I think things could have gotten a little bit better had the build been different, but at the end of the day, like, they did make this game go all the way to 70 minutes. At some point they did have the opportunity to win. I think they just made it harder on themselves the way they handled the first 45 early game for them.
Right. They also had the Tiny, which we have seen. He doesn't win a lot, even though Mikoto played really good on this hero, but yeah. I don't know, there's something wrong with this hero right now, at least on the mid position.
Oh! Oh! Yo, we don't get to see this hero. This is starting to get premier bans against it. 68% win rate on the Bristleback. One of the heroes that just, hasn't really seen the light of day.
Yeah, I mean, understandably so. It's a really solid hero, right? It does everything you want from an offlaner. Farm stacks, that's a good lane. Offers minus armor to boost your team, and yeah, I mean, Rasta is a good solution though. The break
should be.
It's not gonna solve the lane, but still nice to get that out. You know, Rasta is getting more and more prioritized right now. It's not considered one of those best first pick heroes, but it often gets removed in the second stage. So I can respect the response right here.
Yeah, and speaking about the first coin flip, I believe, was won by Flipster Talon. So they chose second pick or Dire, I'm not sure which one. Then Edge chose Radiant or first pick. Then Edge won the flip. They also took first pick again. And first Flipster took Dire. So 2 times in a row, they're kind of running back the same draft format. It makes sense they had to switch things up. They definitely were not leaving this Beastmaster back in pool, so they added that Ben right on in. And that's how the Beastmaster slips, or the Bristleback slips through.
Curious to see if Talon is gonna decide to remove the Prophet or not, because I think Prophet Bristle is scary. You can build. I mean, it's really easy to build a lineup around it, and you just get any sort of mid hero that makes plays. It can be Ember, Pango, whatever you want, and then some solid supports. Get a Ringmaster up in here, you know.
And that is the thing with the next phase. Ringmaster could go to Talon if they want to pick it up here, but it does mean that your first 2 supports. I'd say the only way I'm kind of okay with that is that 3-2 is such a common formation right now in these drafts that we're seeing. I don't mind having 2 backline supports and knowing you're gonna have 3 frontline cores coming up next. One of them has immense lockdown and tower pressure. The other one is a save. You're still checking a lot of boxes.
For sure.
Yeah, there it is. I'm okay. I don't love it. It's okay.
I mean, it's solid. Has some HP removal against the BB, which is nice.
Yeah. Does mean that any hero that you pick now for Edge, it's like melee Punisher. One of the best melee Punishers in the game, still available right now, is the Monkey King. Is it an okay Monkey game? Do you want to play it here?
I would probably wait with the core. I mean, Monkey makes sense, but I think probably just go double supported for Edge.
Okay.
But hard to say what that is going to be exactly. I kind of like the Warlock. I think you always want to think about team fight in the game generally, but also it's really good against the Rasta, right? You stop his shackles easily, and if you hit a fatal bounce on him, then he can't really play the fights properly after that. And I would be down for ET, but take over the Rick instead, which, you know, Michael, he did a lot of work in the last game. Essentially ending the game with a Rapier, which hard to expect that coming out once more, but he had a good part in their victory. Game 1.
10 seconds. Dire team pick.
Ooh, so yeah, so it is double support. I like that as well. Something that's ground targeted that can go right on through the box.
Yeah, I like it as well. Just solid. So I guess for Talon then, it has to be double core. We're gonna see what they want to go for into the BB. Terrorblade is out, Tusa is out. Abaddon, okay.
Okay, I mean, that's not a hero that we've seen as an offlaner as much lately. It has been predominantly a pause 1. It does work well though versus the Jakiro in that lane, but I'm not, versus the Riki, it doesn't seem as good.
Not sure I love it. I get the fact that you have Dispel, which is nice against the BB, but it seems like you're not gonna threaten BB that much, you know?
Yeah.
I think you can just run the profit into this and be happy if you're Edge.
Yeah. And now they have the opportunity. Again, it's got to be another frontline core. I think I need a little bit more damage. Abba's sometimes run pretty low on that.
Maybe Sanking again. Just WS had a good game on it. Darkseer, Sanking, something like this. Definitely don't want to reveal your mid, even though it's tempting to flex the Abaddon. I don't think it's not gonna give you that much. Because then you're revealing your mid, and then you give Edge free counterpick on that. I don't think the BB is scared of playing into Abba right now, so.
Not at all. I steal the monkey. I was right. I'm vindicated.
Okay. So what's it gonna be as a response? They still have the Quap, which is alright, but you're playing as Rasta and Abaddon, but I feel like it might still work.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I think.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder, do you try to keep even more flex open? Pick up some sort of like a 1-2 kind of pick? Which theoretically, yeah.
What would that be though? Yeah. You can go Natures again. I think it never goes wrong with Pike Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
And Quap as well.
There's actually so many more like 1 in 3 flexes now, given that there's like the Terrorblade and the Medusa. Like that is actually a lot more common than mid and carry, where that used to be a lot more, you know, especially with like Lina.
Yeah, Lina, Razor used to be. Morphling, I guess, is the primary one right now, but obviously that hero is contested every single game, pretty much.
Oh yeah.
Radiant team back.
Okay, so they're taking a risk, right? All of a sudden, you're allowing this Flipster Talon lineup almost like they 5-headed you, right? Like you're picking Storm into Hex Shackle, you're picking Storm into the Monkey King matchup, but we've seen people on Storm Spirit actually overcome the Monkey King matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it's not much that big of a problem that people make it out to be sometimes. I understand the Monkey can definitely snowball the lane and make it hard for Storm, but I think as long as you do what Kiyotaka and Aurora did, it's like you get some stacks, it's hard to really dumpster a Storm, and I think he just offers so much utility later on in the game. Like he's a Rasta killer, kills a Ringmaster as well, right? They got the Riki to protect him from all these bullshit lockdown. I think it looks good. I mean,
yeah,
it's not free, but it's gonna be good.
I think the stacks is a huge part of it, right? You also have the Bristleback, so you get a bunch of people in there to start taking them.
Yeah, I mean, right now I don't see like a way where Talon completely commits on this BB and wins a fight like that, and if they do, then Storm is gonna be completely free, right? Because Rasta is your only lockdown right now.
You have Riki. If you're not comfortable playing Puck into Riki, when are you playing? Like, when are you comfortable playing into Puck?
I mean,
crazy.
5 seconds remaining.
I hope they banned it. Tanking. They banned Huskar instead.
Huskar could be a bit much.
Yeah, I guess, but I don't like Talon's lineup with Huskar is the thing.
Also on 23 picks, there was plenty of options. Like this Monkey King doesn't have to go into the mid lane. Definitely could have just gone. Or sorry, never mind. It could have. No, this definitely could have worked. Yeah, Huskar. You don't like Huskar Monkey King Abba core? It feels like a
seems hard. I guess if you snowball, like you get some diffusal going on the Monkey maybe, but I don't feel Monkey is so bad as a lane response to Bristle, and then I understand Storm can get punished hard, but then you're running offlane Abaddon, which I'm not sure how good it is right now.
That's true. That's not been seeing a ton of play lately. It's been mostly scary.
It used to be popular a while ago, but I think it doesn't.
Oh, wait, baby, give it to me! Carry Riki.
What the hell? Is it Riki Carry, really?
I mean, Unless we're seeing like offlane Jakiro or something, I'm pretty sure it's Ricky Carey. The idea with this one is that like you remember there used to be in DPC actually this rock paper scissors. It was Monkey King, Wraith King, and Ricky. And Ricky would counter technically the Monkey King by being able to jump away from the Wukongs and really hard to kind of just like lock him up.
Don't you just pick like an Underlord right now for Talon and you dumpster this Ricky and Storm?
Well, the other rock, paper, scissors was Wraith King. Wraith King did typically well versus the Ricky, since you could maybe kill him once, but you didn't really deal with all of these skellies. You didn't deal with him pressuring your tower. It's a fine enough Wraith King game in the offlane, but they go Slardar instead. Oh,
that's a good way to deal with Ricky, and it's exactly what they needed as well. It's gonna give the extra oomph to Monkey and Abaddon. I think this is a really good pick. It's carry Ricky. What is the build though for carry Ricky?
So you're able to go Corrosion, and in this time where like you would wait all the way to Diffusal Blade to try to make moves on the map, and it was the only way that you could lock somebody down, keep them in your smoke cloud. Now Corrosion actually does a pretty good job, especially with double jump. They're slowed in there for long enough that whenever they are squishy supports, you get those kills. However, I don't think these supports are necessarily like awful, right? You're gonna be proccing Cluster Cluck all the time. That's gonna be annoying. Rainmaster, he has like tonics that maybe he can help himself even get away if he sees you beforehand. I don't think it's the easiest thing in the world. It's not like, you know, AA Crystal Maiden or something like that.
Yeah, I guess it's just gonna be the Diffusal, right? No Battle Fury shenanigans.
Oh, no, yeah, you go Corrosion and Diffusal still.
Yeah, and you probably don't feel like you have to hard carry on the Ricky. Like, you got this Storm with Coddle boosting him, and you got the Bristle as well, so you have plenty of skill. But I'm worried about, you know, the chance of him falling behind, basically, on the Ricky. Because you don't have a farming tool when you're playing Diffusal Ricky, but...
Yeah.
That doesn't mean
there are two big creeps on the map, Rainmaster and Shadow Shaman.
Right, yeah.
This is, I mean, we've talked so much about Edge, like, you guys have a really good thing going, and then you might cook too hard, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, this lineup is really weird. Now, my heart wants them to win with Ricky, because I like Ricky, and I think it's fun. But I don't know. This was definitely not like the low variance, get a good pause one that just like owns the game.
Right. I mean, I think it can work. I just think it has a lot of risk. That's all.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, it's...
I think this makes way more sense than the Abaddon Morphling game they had the other day. I feel like that was... they were deliberately putting themselves into poor matchups to hardly gain an edge. But I feel like this one, I see the value, like, because you gotta think about what did they get, because they put the Ricky on the carry. They get this Coddle, right, which is amazing with the Storm and the BB. He can create so many stacks for them. He can boost them up with the Chakra, obviously, and recall them all around, and potentially create two monsters on the Bristle and the Storm. And I don't think they addressed the Bristle fully. And Jacked Storm, he's not gonna care about a Rasta, really.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, you get both things, right? Like, first off, you're laning this Coddle with the Bristle. Bristle, you said hasn't really been dealt with. Now he's getting even more enabled in his laning stage to just dominate this game. Now, once you transition out of the good laning stage, Storm Spirit, we said, it's all about the stacks. And Coddle's a perfect hero for that. So he's able to get some stacks going, then allow the Storm to come back, just give him that mana boost so he can keep remnanting and staticking all these ancient creeps down. He can get back right up to 5k net worth at 10 minutes, even after a really rough laning stage versus this Monkey King.
Easily. And I don't think Talon has the best stack contesting either, so I think Mikoto is going to have to do a lot for this mid lane, which I'm sure he can, but once more, I don't feel the tower damage so much for Talon. I guess they have this Rasta, but it's like they're going to need a lot of tier 1s, and they're going to have to play fast with this Lara or Monkey to really stop, Edge from just farming. I'd really hope. I think it's crucial that they focus on the stacks, because that's not something that they have been doing too much. I mean, it was a bit better once they started picking Sand King and Beastmaster, but it cannot be understated how important it is that they do a lot of stacks this game. They should be focused on themselves, not focused on going ham.
Yep. I like the adjustment to the build here from Ricky. He's just going right into the Wraith Band. He's not going to go for a Corrosion or anything. He's like, you're playing into Slardar, and I don't think that either of these heroes are really ones that you're able to get kills on in the laning stage. So
Right.
instead of putting that unnecessary gold essentially into the corrosion as a whole, you can just go for this Wraith Band treads, get that defusal as quick as possible, because that's when you'll actually be a threat to the Slardar.
Yeah, for sure. Surprised that Talon didn't try to enter the triangle level 1 instead of doing this smoke. You know, block an entrance or something. They might get a kill on Pyke though if he's not careful.
Come here. Smoked up, but they're not really engaging. Pyke, surely he knows. If nobody has showed top just yet, there's no way you can show up to this rune.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I mean they had a lot of info up at the top jungle, so.
Yeah. Ooh, they even have more. They're not gonna be able to jump on them. Does body block the wave. Ricky's not the best, not the worst. You do have your W level 1 that should help out with you getting the CS. But he already used one of them actually. Try to get him away from the wave. Should be recharged by the time he has to CS under the tower.
This is gonna be a good start for Slardar right now. Avoiding all this harass, right?
Yeah. And also, level 1, you already get your innate backstab, so even better to CS under the tower. This will give them lane control, but Pyke should have a perfect first wave. This is all done.
The sooner the Wraith Band comes out as well, it helps him so much.
Whenever they gave that just like the base armor, it actually changed the way that these Slardar matchups went. One of the biggest reasons you actually don't see this guy in. You could be a Wraith King versus a Slardar. Pop one Wraith Band into your inventory and all of a sudden it doesn't feel as oppressive. It's still an advantage, but it's not, you know, can't enter the lane.
Yeah, exactly. Ricky's almost, or he's actually a high base armor hero to begin with, so I feel that he shouldn't be too concerned about Slardar, at least for the first few levels. I guess the ulti is really gonna be annoying for him though later in the game, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna need a Manta for sure, right after his defusal.
It should. I've seen some people who want to go for like Ags right after defusal and really kind of just like double down on the fact that you're so much stronger and you can maybe get a farming item, but I think Manta is way too valuable, even just for dust.
Yeah, that's true. 9 CS already for him.
Yep. Really well done. I'm actually surprised it's that good. Man, Michael, did he just put this wave at risk of getting 2 denies?
Yeah, he wanted to aggro it, but a bit too early on the nuke there.
Huh. It's a little rough for Vitaly. I feel like this isn't the way that this lane should go. These two should be playing together, right?
I mean, I can kind of see why they would want to cut waves or like drag them, because Coddle does want to trade with Rasta and Bristol cannot bother the Abaddon too hard. But yeah. I think it's probably just going to be a wash lane, right? They're just going to play for their own game and then find any way possible where they can enable Michael to leave to, you know, secure some stacks for them. And if they can do that for wave pulse, then I'm happy with that.
They stop turning the back here. He's going all in for Quills. Of course, you are with a Coddle, so it makes sense. He is pressuring this wave pretty well.
You can see like the power of the BB even into Abaddon. You know, you have this dispel, but you're not going to be able to just go in and tank all his quills.
Yeah, you will get, I mean, a big part of this laning stage now is the sticky stacks. That's something that hasn't really been the case for a while in this lane matchup, but taking away a big part now.
I really hope he goes for a Vanguard early on in this game onto the boost back, because I feel like if he gets Vanguard, he's actually fairly unkillable. All of their damage is physical on Dire's side. He could even consider a Halberd, you know?
Yeah. I'm a little surprised, little not that he went for this scene red facet instead of the goo facet.
Oh,
Just,
really?
Like, I get it. Yeah, I mean, you're dispelling technically on Savage, so like it's not as great, but I still feel like you're enabling this rookie so much by having the goo stacks.
Right? I think the green one is so much better. Almost to the point where the red one is kind of griefing. Like,
yeah.
I like how we thought of that immediately.
Yeah, no, it definitely, it genuinely feels that way. It's also because we've seen the dominance of this green facet. Like red facet, that timing where you're pressing R and like you do so much damage is really cool, but hasn't seemed near as potent as just this like overall consistency of green facet.
Yeah, I think so too. Reducing your own vision as well, it's just weird.
Cool. Got the water in there. Second time we've seen
the other one gonna get stolen as well. This is one way.
Oh,
He's gonna have to do the walk of shame. Mikoto wisely pushing in the wave as well. This is a tough spot for PP right now.
Really good job on the Fairy
tough.
Fire. He's trying to stay here because he doesn't want to lose. This is going to be a lot of damage on the tower.
But he's not hitting creeps now for like... There's no way he's gonna hit... I don't know, I think he's super dead here, isn't he?
Could be. The knife hits, and there's Mikoto. They get first blood on Yokum. Unfortunately, not able to give it to the Monkey King, but hey, he's happy nonetheless.
That's so rough. I mean, that's kind of the worst case scenario, right? You didn't want to do the walk of shame, but now you die and you don't get the XP anyway.
Yep.
This is like textbook how you shut down a storm with an MK. You rotate the support early, like way before he's 6. Remove his
Once he's
resources.
6, there's no way, right? That's what we saw in one of the previous games where like Storm was just zipping around. It didn't really matter. It was also stack based, and Michael, he has kind of been focusing more on this top lane. Has he been stacking enough? I don't know.
Hasn't stacked a single camp, I believe, so... Okay, he did it once, only on the big camp though.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think we need to start focusing heavily on the stacking. I mean, Storm Spirit's allowed to have a bad game. If he has a Coddle, it's going to just keep getting into the mana battery and getting him some stacks. Yeah, starting to come back here for WS.
Yeah, Yadomi rotating for the rune, but I think they're significantly weaker without having a Storm 6 here. Wait,
they're bringing everybody they can.
I don't know. This is not gonna work, right? This Mikoto. Oof.
Does he jump with the DD? No.
Oh, this feels so
He's
bad
looking
for
at the
Pyke.
stacks? And there aren't really, any stacks around.
WS in trouble now, or Vitali rather.
Oh, what's on that courier? Nothing. Nothing important. And he saw them doing this, and now on the other side, they're actually just sacking right in on Cuckoo, thanks to the fact that they've been all around. Now Mikoto, he's finally coming in, but he gets disarmed. That's a really early stun from Yadomi. Maybe it helps out. He's silent still on the monkey. Gets the stacks, but he can't throw a stun down. He finally gets it a little bit more. Lifesteal, but he still eventually falls. That's Pyke coming in to help out and get another kill. Savage, I know he doesn't have ulti because I can count to 5, and they could get this kill. One more hit, and Vitali picks it up. Did they go for Yokum as well? I don't think so.
They really needed that on edge, didn't they? Pyke has been around mid now for a good minute. And I feel like I've seen this movie before, right? Cuckoo gets caught, and then Mikoto shows up alone, and then Savage comes in to try to salvage the situation, but they all just go one by one by one, and then, yeah.
They're rough. Actually,
good thing that Yadomi is here to pick up the XP, because leaving a lane unattended, like minute 6 in Dota, it's illegal.
I know, right? Lane creeps means so much more in the game right now.
Yeah.
Who did get the other wisdom on the other side? Was it Yadomi? Oh, it's not taken yet. Wow, that's bold. And there it is. They get the kill on Vitali, actually, on top side. Mikoto coming in and finally getting that engagement that he wants. He's the lowest net worth core, but now on the other side, ooh, Yokum, a little bit more damage. This is Storm Coddle.
PP is back now. He had such a rough start, but after all those kills and...
Oh! Yeah, they're trying to get out of the river.
Oh, no.
This is WS's moment, but yeah, dude, he's still so damn fast. He needs to zip onto the low ground, but he can't get it. What an action-packed game too, man. Everybody's getting involved. I don't think anybody necessarily benefits from this. Maybe Talon a little bit, because your ultis on your supports matters so much more.
Yeah, a little bit, but I think the main thing is going to be what happens about the stacks. I think that's going to decide whoever gets the tempo advantage here. Now we're finally seeing quite a lot of them. Oh, nice, actually got both of them.
God! I can't believe they got both of them.
It's going to be such a big influx of gold. I really hope this blade mail is not a blade mail and it's a Vanguard. I think it's so huge against all this physical damage, isn't it?
I think you have to at some point have a Crimson in this game. Honestly, as we look at the lineup that they have, there's not a whole lot of magic damage at all. You're completely foregoing the pipe if you are going for some sort of like survivable build. But it seems like this Bristle, as well as the facet that he took, he's more going for like a kill ya type of Bristle, not necessarily sustain.
I mean, even the Halberd, I wouldn't be against. I know it's triple melee, but it just you just need to stay alive for a few seconds in a fight, and you'll be cooking. Did you see the Pike quick buy, by the way? I'm not sure what's up with this, but it seems reminiscent of the Luna game the other day, which
I know
is not something I want to see, honestly.
The only way I can cope this up is by saying, like, look, you have two other heroes that are looking to just kind of like farm up with their current item build. So for Ricky, if he doesn't think he can move on the map and get stuff done, he should also farm up. But I disagree. I think that you should try to make moves with this team. You should be enabling the Ricky to kill early, because he will fall off a cliff if he isn't significantly ahead of the other cores in the game.
I agree, and I don't know. I just feel like, I mean, we'll see if it works out or not, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But it seems like when the back is against the wall, Edge, they always go for like this wombo combo. We're gonna be cool, you know, stylish fashion. This is how we're gonna win. But I don't think this should be the focus, right? They should just focus on playing good Dota.
Exactly.
Well, you see,
this is going to offer a lot of time. I mean, what happens for Talon then? Oh, there's this incredible lull because there's not going to be a Ricky. Do you make something happen on the map yourself, or do you take this time to farm and maybe get some a Radiance on Abba, maybe a Midas on somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Talon, you're pretty content farming right now, but you would like to speed this game up at some point, right? Because the flash farming of Edge is going to be insane, just based on the fact that you have Storm, Cod, and BB. There we go.
Oh, they're going to try for something now here. Jumping right on top of the starter, but he gets boxed up. Yeah, now with the macro, I mean, it's there, but nobody really cares right now on Talon. We've seen so much response, but they just have to back away. That's the silver lining for Edge is that it was a coddle. You guys could just leave as easy as you came.
Let's smoke for the rune instead. But Mikoto is not coming here.
He could still jump on WS maybe. He jumps in with the stun actually connecting on this Storm Spirit. Now they've dropped the smoke cloud, but he's on the high ground. Bumped up thanks to Michael, so it's still okay. They aren't really threatened right now on Talon. They're gonna go for Yudomi as well, giving that kill over to the Monkey King. Now WS feeling strong as ever without two other heroes in the game for Edge. He goes right on in under the tier 1 tower, finding the coddle. Is it too much? Not at all. A huge stun in from Mikoto. Ends the life of Michael, and with this Wukong's, they might just keep the pressure up on the tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why you feel like you have to do this if you're Edge, right? You should be very happy just flash farming it up. You have BB Storm with a coddle. I feel like you should be, if the game is slow, then you should be very happy if you're Edge. I mean, I guess this fight can work out, but you need execution to be better as well, right? They need the smoke clouds on the Rasta, not the Slaughter.
That is a cool thing that can happen sometimes, but not this one. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like something that could work out, as you said. I think you need to utilize the coddle a little bit more. Genuinely get the numbers advantage, because they didn't. They had a Slardar with a Rainmaster behind him. Then they smoked into the river with a Slardar that had two supports behind him. You're not catching anybody out of bounds.
You already knew they all TP'd bottom, right?
Right.
Where are they going to go realistically? They're not attacking your tower. So, I don't know. And it just, they have this instinct to group up, but that's not the smartest way to play the strategy. Like, no. I would, if they played Aurora tempo here, they would be looking so good.
Yeah, you need some sort of tower pressure, maybe. That's the best way that you can kind of isolate people if you really want to get that done. But your lineup needs very, very farm Jakiro, I think, in order to do immense amounts of tower pressure. He does have the points where it matters, but who on your team is going to help you take these towers?
Yeah, it's not easy right now. I mean, when you make these plays and you die as well, you lose map pressure. And right now they don't have presence on top or bottom, so
I would actually be sounding the alarm if I was Edge's team. You're looking at an Abaddon who's about to hit Radiance. Your Slardar is clearly very strong, and you have an easy facet to go and get yourself a tower. Just drop Shaman Wards on it, and all of a sudden you're forcing Edge to group up into you, which is the exact opposite of the way they want to play this game.
Exactly. I think as soon as you get this Radiance right now for Talon, you're gonna send it, and by then you better be ready if you're Edge, right? Because you're gonna be giving up Roshan, and then once you give an Aegis to this Monkey King, he can do whatever he wants, and I mean, you would want to be ahead by that point for sure, like in terms of gold at least. Yeah.
Oh no, stun connecting Peppy.
Nice
He
point.
does get the zip away. Could get another one. He's staying around, actually daring them to re-engage. So far, the net worth lead is not atrocious, but it's just the timings of these items that Talon are about to hit. I don't see anything that really stands up the same way for Edge.
Yeah, the problem is that Storm is your lowest net worth core. And
yeah, nice blast now.
Suzzled.
Looks like they should have this. You have a starter on your team. Shouldn't be that bad for you. It's only 3 heroes, though, and it'll go to Cuckoo. And this is, I mean, Yudomi is getting as much tower pressure as he can.
He might get it, honestly. See the power of the build. Keeping the siege alive for so long here.
But there it is. Abaddon running on through. Making sure they can't get the tower. One more card hit, and it is. Yokum with the deny, so that's honestly really big right now for Edge.
Yeah, 100%. Still grouping up way more than I would have liked them to, but I get the sense.
Now Vitaly's doing this? Wow, this is... I would actually say this is bold. Don't Talon want to take this fight?
For sure.
Okay, so they're leaving. I think you pull the entire team bottom and see if you can try to force chain TPs again. That Radiance is way too much to fight into.
Well, this works out perfectly for Talon, actually, because now they're around top area where Roshan is. And they're online.
What is Ricky... Okay, he just got the Aghanim Scepter. And as you said, they're right next to Roach. They've already gotten the Outpost, or the Tormentor. So this is kind of exactly what they want to do, right? This is the best way to collapse the map entirely.
Yep. Put this Aegis onto Mikoto. He almost would have wished he didn't go for the Mage Slayer at this point, get a Diffusal instead with Aegis, but yeah. I still hope they give the Aegis to Mikoto, not to Savage. I think it makes way more sense, right? He's an Abaddon.
Yeah. You can see here, he's holding a point still. As Oz is so fortunately pointed out. So even if you do try to go on him, he can choose when he wants to use his ulti versus the Aegis. Is going... Oh, Shard first, huh? I mean, this is going to be a great Ricky build in 20 minutes. At this point, I'm not even sure if the Diffusal serves that much of a purpose for you. It's going to get instantly dispelled. You might as well just go right into a Manta style.
I mean, I guess the Diffusal is really high DPS. Mana Burn is not bad against that, like especially Abaddon. But I'm with you. He would probably want to disperse during his build anyway at some point, so I guess I'm okay with it.
Ooh, Wukong's getting dropped here and need an ice path.
Nice
He'll come
silence.
through eventually here, and a jump onto the backside. Bippy actually keeping everybody in the macro for now, and Vitaly's able to walk away from the Wukong. So for Edge at the moment, this is a fine fight, but what about the re-engage?
Yeah, they just want to get out right now.
Oh yeah, he doesn't leave. Vitaly, sorry brother, you're taking the bullet for the rest of the team, but with everybody else escaping and there's still Aegis on the Abba, it's always going to be a hard fight to take. And now they're portaling. Should have a ward right on top of it. Yeah, they see it.
Can't lose people
No, don't do that. I know you want to. Oh, they really want to.
They're going.
Oh, Lord, they're trying. They have the smoke out on top of the Shaman. They'll get one kill. Now Mikoto is here. They jump on the Kado. No more reinforcements. Can you actually take the rest of this fight? WS could go down here. It's an Aghanim Scepter on the Ricky. It's plenty of damage, but there it is. No mana here. He's got to get a huge jump. He'll get it. Jump to WS. He can't. They get a kill again. Peppy's the only one left. Oh, on a razor's edge. That edge does tilt towards not Edge. I wanted to say it was very close, but towards Talon.
Yeah. Just hard to fight them right now, right? They're so strong. They're not even including their Aegis Abaddon, but just no chance for Edge. I think this Riki is still very weak right now, right?
And now Monkey is strong. Gets himself another kill on the Jakiro as well. Just breaking this all open. A 1,000 gold swing towards the Monkey King. This is such high variance. After this, Shaman kill is like, okay. I genuinely think you have to be so careful with this one. And look at the zip. All the way through. They're not really calling the same targets, it seems.
Yeah, and you gotta think about, like, as soon as you lose the coddle, then PP really has to be careful about, you know, how he's maneuvering these fights. And they're just in the all-in city, you know?
Oh, this isn't a replay. That's a real thing, and that is Pippi gone. Corrosive Haze is one hell of a drug.
Definitely. 12-1 from Mikoto.
That's the power of the Monkey King, man. We've been calling it for a lot of drafts. That this hero has plenty of value, and they might get some more here. You get the Macro Pyre down, taunted forever, it feels like, on Pyke. He'll finally jump away to safety, but WS doesn't want there to be any safety. They'll lose Yoakum on the other side. A good kill for Vitali, but what about the rest of this fight? Savage still with the Aegis, still saving a point in his ulti. They'll get the kill on Vitali finally. That means the rest of them could just run it right on down mid. Finally skilling the ulti there on Abba.
They're gonna go for the Wisdoms here as well. I don't think Edge can really do much about it, realistically.
No, I mean, maybe a clean bump, but you had to already been there getting it.
They're recalling PP, thinking about going, but there's no chance, really.
No, not at all. Definitely need the BKB. Probably need something else there on Pippi. I'll give it to you. I actually do like the scaling of Pyke into the Talon lineup, but I just can't imagine you're gonna get there.
I mean, the late game is good, right?
Yeah.
I feel like their late game is super solid, but the problem is the farm isn't there, and I don't love the item choice from Vitali either. Like, I feel like it had to be a Vanguard here. Like, I'm sure there's no way you don't go for it into all these. Like, if he gets it, he can tank anything. He can be like this Medusa guy for them, right?
Yeah.
And then,
I'd actually argue that, like, especially versus the Bristle or the Monkey King, right? Like, Blade Mail might have a negative effect versus the Monkey King.
Exactly. It doesn't do anything to Abaddon either, really.
Oh, Pyke. Oh no. This is just too much. He'll get one jump away. Maybe he gets himself onto the low ground, but he still has the minus armor on him. Somebody needs to bail him out, and nobody is around. We're gonna go right on top too. Do they have a ward on someone here?
They have one down to the left. See if they walk into it. But they're abusing the gates as they should be at this point. You know, Talon understands that Edge wants to dodge at this point, and they understand that they can't fight him, so they're doing the right thing. Savage is controlling the mid-wave all the time, you know, removing information for Edge, and the rest of the guys are just constantly cross-mapping with the gate, and it's pretty much textbook what you should be doing when you're this far ahead. You know, you're not ready to take any tier 2s or anything. So.
Oh, Michael. He's good for now, doesn't actually get caught by the taunt, and now the Ice Path actually landing right on top of the Monkey King, but he just jumps right on through, snapping Michael in half. He just got an easy kill. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's gonna walk right into these guys. He's gotta be careful. They do have a ward down. It looks like Cuckoo, he'll try to go on the Storm Spirit. They do drop the smoke, allowing him to press the BKB and get out of here. A nice job for them to survive, yes, but it's still the BKB of Storm down and still Talon encroaching on your map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's just no fear for Talon at this point, right? They can do whatever they feel like.
Gonna keep it going here. Blade Mail used pretty early. So, no longer available, I guess. I don't know how much it's going to help him anyways. Now he's going for a Lotus. Am I correct in that? So that's
It's alright. It's
good. Yeah.
But it's like I feel like still the Vanguard would have done everything that he needed, but just
so many of these items, like you're definitely gonna need it eventually. I don't know if you need it now.
Yeah, I mean it's a timing item, right? I think you're kind of past the point where it's gonna play the game without one, but if he can't be a frontliner in this game, because we laid out the problems that PP can have in this game, especially with the farm that he has. Same thing for Pyke, right? You're playing as a Slardar. You need somebody to be able to go in and provide the vision and tank some spells, and that's your cue to go in. But if Vitaly can't do that, then it's a very tough equation to solve for Edge.
He's jumping. He's not able to find the Coddle just yet, but with this next jump, all right, now. Good TP away there from Coddle.
Gate to bottom immediately from Mikoto. So.
Maybe.
No, just farming a bit.
How close are we to Ricky's next item?
Just a Manta. Not too far off. I mean, it's a 1300.
Yeah. So what?
But it's not like it's not like it's it doesn't change much. Yeah.
Yeah. This is also hard. This actually does matter a lot, I feel. This Lotus could change the way the fights happen a little bit here. And they do push the Slardar onto the high ground. Maybe if they can keep some damage on him. Yes, the macro right on top of him. He is landlocked here. Maybe they can actually take a fight without him. They still end up killing the Bristle. Pepe not able to find himself a kill here. So even though they are teasing the Monkey King, or the Slardar, it's still just too much to fight in Wukong's.
Yeah, I mean, that fight wasn't looking so bad for Edge. It's like pretty much the best thing that can happen, right? They're focusing Vitaly in your vision, but they're just not nearly strong enough to take any of these fights. I don't think the Riki provides enough damage. Even if he tries to commit, he's just gonna die pretty much. And same sort for PP. He only has to Kaya BKB and he needs way more. He's gonna need like a Witchblade, like Parasma, Shiva and stuff in this game to be doing a lot of damage.
At this point, you are completely dedicated to how can we cut waves. Right. I don't even know if you're allowed to touch Cycramps right now, but they're so scared still that somebody's hunting them because this Monkey King is all over.
Yeah, the Monkey's all over. Same with Slardar and the Rasta. And I guess to some extent, I mean, it's not a farming item for Pyke, but I guess it makes sense that you went for the slower build, aiming for super late. But we'll see if they are able to hold the game on for that long.
Would this game be in a spot where he had to go super late had he went for something more like a defusal?
I mean, I think the main thing is that they didn't play their strats properly. Yeah. They had to focus way more on farming, not making these moves, and buy proper items. If they had a better mindset, better read on the game, I think it could have looked way different.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these things, like we say Mikoto has a lot of kills, which obviously he played great, he did everything properly. But a lot of it has been free for him, kind of. Right?
Yeah. He has been given the game and he has certainly taken it. Really, still honestly surprised that he died once after everything that's happened. He seems invincible. Yeah, S&Y Mage Slayer, this guy doesn't die.
Apart from that one mistake towards the edge triangle, there hasn't really been any mistakes from Mikoto this whole game.
Oh, this is an insane TP. They scan this out. They know somebody's coming here to fight on the Wisdom Rune. They get the Wukongs out. Stun on this Storm as well. He gets the BKB TP away. Maybe he can get away. He gets it. Still an insane read from Talon. I mean, to somehow get on top of this Wisdom before the Storm actually gets on top of it, but also really well done from Edge to get on out.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, he got it.
What? Oh, really? That's pretty big.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Going for the shard now. Again, foundational items. Even with this shard, I'm not too confident in this Ricky's ability to carry a game, at least without a crit stick. Maybe even, oh no.
Oh no.
This is rough. Jump away. Dust has to get out of the dust before he uses the Manta. I already used it though. Now stuck in with this Monkey King. Jumping again. This time there's a 23 Savage with a Radiance, but the Lotus gets both the dust and the haze off of him, so he's alive. They do have to sacrifice Yudomi.
See how fast they are on the map. can't even get Outpost back. But PP is doing the right thing. He went immediately back to bottom, understanding that they need to play split lanes. Like, they need to have presence on both side lanes at all times and able to keep the map somewhat stable.
They thought there was a ward here. There wasn't.
Oh,
Instead,
nice
there is a Cuckoo here. Michael trying his best to save Storm for now. Force him forward as his last breath. They actually get the kill on Yokum. Now, can he get out of here? Does he want to get out of here? I think so. They're going to keep playing bottom here. They're both alive, actually. That's crazy.
That's good. You need more of this if you're Edge. Like, keep splitting them up, you know? Whenever they make a numerical error, like they don't bring enough heroes, you can do these things because you have the call, right? So you can bring in your Bristol or the Riki if you need it, and if you're able to play this game long enough, then you're actually gonna have a chance. But because the gold lead is not really increasing right now, right?
Yeah, that's true. And Starter really isn't like getting a lot of farm, right? They keep trying to make these moves, getting them kills that way, but they've been unsuccessful. They picked this in response to the Riki purely to dominate him like this, and if it doesn't continue, maybe there is a chance.
Yeah, especially with the Starter build as well, right? The Yules. It's not going to help him transition into more items.
Oh my god. You know, maybe they don't have a damage issue though. Maybe it's fine.
They don't, but oh no.
Oh, this could be some good gold from him, but the stun? How does it get the Storm? It just barely missed Cuckoo. Blessed by the gods, maybe, but...
This camp, man. Like, always his camp.
Oh, man. And now Michael, the heal is not going to help him out here. Going after the Bristol now. There's so many stuns. No combo break available. Blade Mail finally gets pressed, and he's doing a lot of damage. But 23 still has the ulti. He'll at least keep himself alive for now, but there it is. Makoto in to finish the job. Riki cutting the waves, actually. This fortification, oh, I don't think it's going to clear. We need somebody to clear this wave.
Macro Pirate, I guess, but backdoor is kind of last. I mean, not going to be up in time, rather.
Yeah, they also have, I believe, that was a banner that they placed, yeah. So he does die, clears the wave. All he does is keep them from maybe taking top, because top wave is not in at all. Storm Spirit, jumping around as well. They actually brought back the Riki. He's done cutting, but they still have creeps. Or no, they don't have any creeps bottom anymore. Okay, just the banner.
I really like that Savage went for the AC here. It helps so much with the push, and it also, you know, it makes perfect sense, right, with their tricore setup. The Monkey, Slardar, Abaddon, everybody benefits so much from it, so...
The only way back in this one is through physical damage of the Riki, so anything you can do to delay that.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming for Yokum, so map is about to go dark. And whenever you're split pushing, the map going dark is horrible. They even see on a really good ward here, Cuckoo jumping through, gets the Hex, and there it is. They've locked in on, oh my god! What is that stun damage?
It's without AC as well, you know?
Good lord.
Holy shit. Like...
Makoto is a crazy man. Holy moly.
Yeah.
You're gonna take some serious faltering from Team Talon in order to get this game away. I mean, you've got so much farm on 23 Savage, even though he probably only has like 2 kills to his name. He's hitting the creeps. I mean, this Mage Slayer is doing so much for him as well. Even though the Quills are physical damage, it is still outgoing spell damage that is reduced with the impact of the Mage Slayer. So Makoto, still gotta be careful, man. You do not have Aegis. How much gold does he give up? Probably like 2,000 if he dies.
Yeah, at least, right? What is it like? What's his streak at?
Oh god, way more than 10. I feel like.
Yeah.
We didn't see him die.
I mean, he died
4 minutes.
He had no, he had what, like 1 or 2 kills, maybe, before he died.
Yeah.
And then it's been all
like
positive
15 kill streak. Seems a lot. That's a lot of gold.
Yep. And now you're so stuck in your base for Edge, and
they tried to get a D ward down, but it's actually a really clever ward that they placed down here on Talon, just kind of getting right on top of Poverty Row, making sure that anybody that goes down to farm this ancient camp, they're gone. The rest of your team is patrolling the rest of the map. It's only these sides that you really need to make sure you have vision on. Come through. Ooh. They're going to use the Mantis to start at least clearing these. It's just hits, and the illusions count. And yeah, Lotus up to help out with that Orchid. I want to call this holding just because they use snakes, right? And that's a big part of their tower pressure.
Yeah, I guess so. But you're not getting any farmer now, so they feel like they have to fight, and they need to get some insane jump.
Over. Yeah, and the bottom is getting pressed out. You know that something is happening here if you're Talon. Jump first, Vitality. He's the one that shows he's kind of okay for now. He doesn't even care. He's walking even further into them, but so much patience from WS. He's only showing for a Storm or a Ricky.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're just going to back out. Yep, draw the line. Get on out there.
I mean, the best thing you can do right now if you're Edge is like get one guy really deep at bottom and then gate one guy to top side and start cutting waves there. But I think Talon, wisely, they should keep, you know, poking the base, forcing you to be home at all times.
Let's get the wisdom now.
That's
even
18
more
for
level
Rasta
advantage.
as well.
Look at that, my lord. Oh, looks like a big fight coming here. Did jump away on Pyke, so that is the Wheel of Wonder down. Every time there is an ulti out and you don't lose heroes on your team, you're happier and happier on Edge, because boy, if all those ultis come together, you're not living through it.
Definitely not. Guess at this point they're waiting for the Roshan for Talon, then it should be time to seal the deal.
17 levels? That's actually a crazy stat. It's like a whole other hero. It's
almost one level every second minute advantage.
And there they are, still trying to cut top. Yeah, he did go back for the defusal. It's just going to delay your real damage so much. He's going for a nullifier next, which is very good versus pretty much everybody on this team, actually. But again, how long does it take? You still don't have a crit. That's going to matter a lot.
Yeah, you need a lot for Pyke. And you probably need an Aghanims for the Storm as well, right?
Yeah.
Well, which he has queued up now, which that would be nice, but it's triple melee after all for Talon, so could see some wombo combos potentially.
Oh, huge link. Oh my god. Dude, the DD. This guy is just slamming it down. 700 damage of the stun. It's important, right? Like, that disarm is a lot. The blinding light. Also clearing the waves is pretty good for them. So him being out here is actually very important for the rest of this team. And it's possible they lose another Rax here. Yeah, 2 carts, they'll finally go down, but Ricky does not feel comfortable enough to walk forward and use the Mantis to cut the rest of these snakes. So they should get another set of Rax here.
Yeah, I like that they go with it even without Aegis. They're so heckin' strong right now. Savage is not really getting stronger, right? It's only the blink that he could potentially switch out.
Yeah.
Actually, they didn't end up finishing the range tracks there. Interesting.
And yeah, they're moving all the way forward. And you know, if nobody's showing on this free bottom rack, something's up across the rest of the map.
Oh, they get him with the Rasta works. Guess it makes sense.
Oh, nobody cleared it. That's rough. Storm, you better grab your item and go, buddy. Yeah, they're all around there. Looks like Roach is going to be next up. There is some creep cutting going on bottom for the Ricky, but you gotta be really careful. You can't even finish off the super creeps. I don't know if he's going to find as much value out of this defusal now. I'd argue even maybe the shard not doing as much since you're not really fighting at the moment. You just need things that are going to give you the farm. Oh my god. Right at the edge.
They're going to find Vital here.
Oh!
That's a
Roche dropped the hammer, but it wasn't in time.
I was like, why are they bottom on Talon, right? There's only top racks remaining, but could have been a kill.
Could have. Almost. I guess they've been prioritizing that a lot. That's been part of what's kind of kept this team down, actually, is making sure that there's never a chance to get that gold. Even if you're expending time, you could be getting the racks.
They also want this Abyssal and Mikoto. It's very close, and as soon as they have that, I don't see them waiting any longer, or at least they shouldn't.
And there's the supports feel pretty free. Monkey King feels free. Abba certainly feels free. There's just no vulnerable hero right now on Talon.
Yeah, even the Rasta, killing him is going to be hard at this point.
Yeah. Poor Vitaly. Gonna try to step up here. He does not want to be seeing red right now, I'll tell you that. He is probably very sad about that. Yeah, looks like this Rax could fall. They already got the tower. This will be Megas. Vitaly is trying to step forward, but the Snakes will do the job. Even they don't have to commit. The Wukong's is cool. They finally cleared the creeps out, but that's going to be... Oh, no. The Jakiro just falls. He's going to have to buy back into this one.
You got to do something soon if you're Edge.
Yeah, 23. I mean, he just takes it.
That's the Megas.
Yep. And a jump forward again. They get right on top of the Bristleback. Ice Path won't save him. He's going to buy back into this one. The Wheel of Wonder going to hit the Ricky, but he's able to get the Force Staff away. But then back in. He just gets back and forth, back and forth. Maybe he can jump away from this one. Just barely. It was already 2 buybacks, and Vitaly's trying to get something done on the other side, but the Monkey King, he just grunts through everybody. He'll find a support pickoff and can come back right into his team where Pippi is in danger, zipping across the map. They don't have the juice, and now they've left this Bristleback all by himself. He already bought back. He may take the Aegis, yes. But he's coming right on back on 23 Savage, and they may look to end this one here.
Got the Nullifier.
Dip through. It is. They'll get 1 kill, and with the AoE Vortex, they get some extra help, but the Nullifier, it's a rampage for Makoto. I'm surprised you haven't seen it yet, because this guy is just unkillable.
He's gonna have to do everything here together with Pyke. But
he is. Force Staff away is nice. Once again, Pyke having to just kite this one out. The Blind Light is cool, but he's still silenced up on the Storm Spirit. The Cloud down, but the evasion isn't enough. Another kill for him. GG. Edge get worked in game 2. And that's gonna be Talon potentially securing themselves in upper of this bracket to get into group stage 2.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately for Edge, that means that they can get 5 points at the best, which I don't think will be enough, right?
I don't think it will, no. If they were able to get up to 6, then yes, but that is actually their only game left being versus Perry. And we know that one is also going to be quite hard. So they're at 3 and 9 now. And yeah, I don't think that 5 and 9 would be enough.
Yeah, I mean, this game, Talon, they did everything that they had to do, right?
Oh yeah.
They executed their game plan very well. Mikoto completely popped off. It's just a little bit of a shame though for Edge. I feel like with a bit of a mindset shift in their team and different prioritization, I think the game could have been more competitive. Maybe Talon would have won anyway, but yeah, it's a shame. I think Edge, they always go for this. They try to be next level when they don't need to. And
right.
I think it just leaves a what if feeling whenever you watch them do this.
Yeah, and I don't know. We look at this game 1, we were super tight, and like you have to improve out of that if you want to win game 2. You can't just stay stagnant and play the same game you played game 1, because everybody's going to be looking at this and seeing what they did wrong, what they can adjust. So now we get into this game, and it's like I feel like we regressed on Edge, whereas Talon, man, they got so much better. I feel like they picked up exactly what they did wrong in this one. They focused heavily in the mid lane, and Makoto never faltered.
Yep, pretty nice build as well. He had so much pressure. Parts of that one mistake around the enemy triangle, there wasn't really a single mistake from Talon. I think they always brought heroes. They were super proactive. You know, sometimes it's easy to slow down these games when you don't have to, but they were sure to never let off the choke.
Oh yeah, no, they were always on top of it. And that's exactly like this whole game. We coped a little bit whenever it's like maybe if they can make it last longer, but the way they played around the map, setting up these really aggressive wards in the river, means that there was no chance you could ever split push or ever get any gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like super proactive. I think the importance of the Rasta showing again, right? Having this good pick-off support, it just gives you so much time to keep these heroes locked down, and that's gonna help you, you know, bring another hero. And Edge, they never had a chance to play this call the game. I mean, there was 1 or 2 moments where it looked like there was something going on, but just the farming wasn't there. I think the Riki was completely underwhelming, and yeah, Talon just had to play a simple game, and you know,
Riki was very underwhelming.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a fine start, right? Like, yeah, Makoto got online really quick, and like that was unfortunate. But the net worth wasn't like crazy bad for them. In fact, your supports were very farmed still on Edge. So I think that's part of the reason why, like, that's a good setup. As you said, maybe the Blade Mail wasn't the right choice for the Bristle. Maybe they get better with that. Maybe with the Riki going for a different build, maybe they can get a little bit more aggressive. So yeah, I think there are a few mistakes overall, but at the end of the day, it was Edge kind of falling back on the map and Talon just completely pushing right into them.
Yeah, for sure. I think, yeah, Talon, they're doing good. I mean, game 1 as well, they could have taken it for sure. I think that maybe the draft was a little bit harder in that one. Also, the Racer, I see why they want to do it. It looks cool in certain moments, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like they look way better, right, when they have some tower damage to fall back on, and they can really leverage, you know, the advantages they get in the games. I just feel like it's always, you know, it's hard to make decisions when you can't hit towers, basically.
No, that's pretty true. Looks like we will have an interview coming for you guys very shortly. It will be March coming, the coach from Talon, who's it's sitting in a good spot right now, and then we can look at the results while we wait for him to join us up, because interested Talon, they're going to be at 7-5 now, which should be still top of group. Look at that. We got 2-0-1-1. Aurora definitely looking very good versus Extreme pretty much the whole time. They again want to see them play in this group stage 2, see where they stack up versus the rest of these guys, which I think, again, group of death and group B, man. You come out of there, you're coming out strong.
Yeah, I really want to see Aurora versus Power Vision. I think that would be very interesting right now.
It would be, because the Perry, they've also said, like, yeah, we're maybe they were lying, but they were like, we're not trying so hard, only lost 2 games so far. And of course, yeah, with Edge being down in this one, they are eliminated from contention. So 1-9
for OG Latam, so both SA teams being eliminated, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, there's been so much promise across all of them. The OG Latam team, especially, like, it's K1, it's Dark Mago. Those are a lot of players that, like, I obviously have a high standard for. I know that they're able to play very well at this level, so I'm actually really surprised, especially in Group A, where I feel like it's a lot easier to take at least 1 game off people. I mean, OG did. OG took a game off of Bet Boom. They took a game off of Aurora. So for them, I think the other losses are the ones that really hurt them a lot. And it looks like we have the interview ready to go. Again, we're going to get the coach here, March. How are you doing?
Great. How are you guys?
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. You guys are doing so well in this group stage right now. We just checked out the standings. It seems like a little bit of a brand new team. Even with the carry on loan, do you feel like the team has finally gelled together?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of great synergy. Actually, Mikoto and 23 played for a long time. Goku and 23 played for a long time together, so it wasn't much of a problem to gel the team together.
Awesome to hear. Clearly showing, though, I mean, it feels like your guys' strategy has become a lot tighter, the way you guys have your item timings lining up. Was there a lot of, like, kind of studying together and, like, okay, this is when we want to play? Or as you said, these guys have played so much. Was it just, like, smooth sitting in and being like, we all play the same game anyways?
Yeah, I think it wasn't, like, really much of a theory crafting. It was, like, they just like each other and they play for each other more likely, and it's just working out naturally, which is a good sign, you know? Yeah.
Awesome. I wanted to ask March, so you've been with Nigma for a while in Europe and stuff, and now you're back in SDA. What is the difference, like, in terms of, like, culture, atmosphere, or, like, anything really? And is there something you took back from your stints in Europe to SDA that you, like, inherited it, or, like, put in your, you know, playbook?
I mean, I think my biggest challenge for me always from the C was how to get really further after the qualifier and then go longer. And I think that was, like, one of the things that I wanted to get most from the Kuro. and he actually shared a lot of knowledge with me in the past 2 years, and I really like the knowledge that he shared with me, and I'm trying to give it to the team here.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, so what do you think right now is the goal for Aurora? For Talon then? You're probably not guaranteed yet to go into second stage of the groups, but it looks pretty good. What are you working on, and what is the goal for this tournament?
Well, we're like U team. We of course want to be. Our biggest goal is to improve, so we can go to the EWC and TI qualifier in a good shape and have a good result at those 2 tournaments. Yeah.
Because right now you're speaking of EWC, you're ranked 13 right now. A good result here would maybe push you to the invite slot almost, right? Wouldn't it? So that would be amazing, but.
I usually don't think about it. I just like go game by game, look at the game there, and then later on I'll just refresh on the Wikipedia. You'll tell me, where you're at. Because it doesn't really make any difference for the.
Sure, yeah.
From my personal experiences. The smarter people do the math for me, no?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so let's talk about a bit more Dota specifics then. So we've seen some trends in heroes. Right now, Rasta is the most picked hero in the tournament, and Tiny as well. Tiny is not doing so well right now, and you guys still picked it for Mikoto. He's doing the utility build. Do you think people are not playing it well, or do you think the hero has fallen off with the recent nerf, or how do you see?
Is the math? I ever since Dota 2 Pro Tracker or like some stats are not available, it's kind of hard to tell if the tiny win rate is from the both mid and the carry or the mid only.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No Pro Tracker stuff.
Yeah. So I'm not so sure about the win rate. I know the overall win rate is kind of low, but have seen Nisha play well with it. I have seen some other teams have a success with the tiny mid, and our mid laner likes it. Didn't really go game by game to see if the win rate is actually low because of the support and then the carry tiny.
And also Rasta being super picked right now, it has not the best win rate. I mean, it's close to 50%, which is I guess not the worst, but very low KD as well. Why do you think Rasta is so popular now compared to other tournaments, and why? It was not ever like considered to be a 5 hero, but right now we see most teams, and you guys as well, choose it for the 5. Cuckoo plays it really well as well.
I think there was a lot of good teams who figured out the Rasta first, and then that's why I think in the first and second day the Rasta was really good, and then people see the replay and then see the win rate really high, and then you start trying to play those heroes. Some the teams who didn't really come with the original idea of that hero, and I think that's why the win rate is actually kind of going down from it being really high before and not anymore right now. Yeah, but I think that the hero is definitely some people know the counter to it, some people don't, but yeah, I think it's a really good hero.
Yeah, makes sense.
So I was looking at you guys' groups, and before we got into even today, Paravision, top of group, already got qualified. Navi Jr., Gaiman, and Yakult all kind of made this surge of like huge play, especially in game 1 and game 2. They're looking so much better than when they came into this tournament. Plus, you already have Falcons in this group. It seems like you have like 6 really good teams. Were you worried at all looking at the group, especially after day 1, and worried if you're going to make it through?
Kind of felt good when we kind of did 1-1 against Paravision. I think it was like our first time to beat them as a org, and then I really look up to that team. Their team is very structured and have really good ideas, and they were strong for a very long time. So when we did 1-1 against them, I felt much confident about the game.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm excited to see what you guys do as you make it into group stage 2, because I feel like once you start to play, the aggregate of both groups, it may actually feel a little bit better for you guys knowing that like you got tested a lot in this group stage. As you said, going 1-1 versus Paravision has got to be a good sign for you guys. So I hope you do well. Hope you get some good wins tomorrow to make sure you guys are into group stage 2. So thank you so much for joining us, man. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude. That's got to be a good one, actually. They are one of 2 teams to actually pull a win out of Paravision in this group. So if they don't already feel confident about getting this win, where it feels like, game 1 was long, drawn out, maybe some experimenting going on with the draft, and then game 2, all right, tighten up, lock in, and you beat the ass, and then you go out. They've got to be feeling super strong right now on Talon.
Yeah, I think so for sure. We constantly bring up the group of death in Group E, right? And I think getting possibly top 2 in that group gotta feel good for them. And I think Savage coming back as well. I do think he's still on loan, like you said before, but it's gotta feel good. They got the star player carry back, and seems like things are clicking. And I think it can only go up from here, right?
Should be able to. And let's look at the points so far. They were talking about it, trying to go to Riyadh here. So they're sitting at 12th, 13th actually, now having that plus 30. And this will be, I believe, 6,000 points if you go all the way up out of this tournament. So I don't know how much they've locked in for sure. I mean, if they're getting out of the groups, they're top 8, right? So that would be 800 points to them. That puts them up at 1,300, which is cool, but that's only one slot. They need to get somewhere into that, like, 4th, 5th, 6th, and then I think they'll feel really strong.
Yeah, it also depends what happens to the other teams, right? We still have Shopify, Avalus in here, and Nigma as well, so still very competitive about these last spots. Nigma, of course, they're doing really well in their Group A too, so.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been. I mean, it feels good when Nigma's winning just because you always have the huge fan base around it. So when they're doing well, it feels like the scene is doing well. A lot less mean comments on Reddit, I tell you what. It's a lot easier to scroll. So whenever they're doing well, they actually just got themselves, of course, qualified to Group Stage 2. And we can see tomorrow here, it's going to be OG Lanham and Extreme Gaming to start out. Unfortunately, OG, they're looking to see if they can gatekeep Extreme. So they're going to be playing their best to keep somebody else out. Talon, they're looking to get that secure.
If SA can't make it, then, China ain't for sure making it. That's the mindset for OG right now.
They're trying to keep everybody down. And Talon, of course, in the same way, they're trying to go after Yakult brothers. And Yakult, I mean, nothing is solid right now, especially in Group B, where the difference between Yakult and down in 2 spots eliminated is only 1 game. So things are still pretty tight there. They're both looking for some good wins. Aurora, they've already secured themselves top slot. I wonder if they're going to keep on, trying their darndest, or if they're just going to kind of, maybe roll some new strats. We saw them trying to counter the Tinker in different ways, so maybe they keep on that roll.
I mean, it's a good time to experiment, right? If you're in that luxurious position where you don't have to fight for your lives. And
no, that's the place you want to be. In your own hands. It's different for most everybody else. But that's going to be it for us, guys. Thank you so much for joining today's Dream League Season 26 cast. I believe there will be more games on this channel tomorrow, so stick around. There will be plenty. Get some good rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want. I'll satisfy your need. We can have a good time. Don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time. Act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. What you need. Bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, it's so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night.